Chapter 281. Starry Sky Jade can be used 10 times for free. Selectable purple material. 1 gold, 1 purple, dropped by the 2 wolves, shared by the entire team. While everyone was celebrating, Lu Jinhong secretly asked if the drops were good. Jiang He replied instantly, "Very good. Free teleportation attempts are very economical in the early game. Getting them is a bonus." The team leader, Twilight Bookstore, had the authority to distribute the loot. Besides the 2 randomly dropped orbs, the 2 wolves also dropped a lot of white and green junk. He didn't act rashly, waiting for Lu Jinhong to return before asking for his help in distributing it. Lu Jinhong naturally chose to distribute it equally. "Why don't you be the team leader?" Twilight Bookstore suggested. He wanted to refuse, but everyone seemed to be expecting it, so Lu Jinhong simply nodded. The team composition was quite good. 2 warriors, 1 mage, Lu Xinxin was a believer, and his own transformed magic warrior was a jack of all trades. Experienced players have confirmed that the optimal raid group size is currently 5 to 12 players. Too many players may trigger special penalty mechanics from certain bosses, while too few players drastically increase the difficulty. "Captain, should we go out and craft equipment first, or continue with the strategy?" The others clearly took Lu Jinhong's words as the only recommended strategy. After receiving the order to continue, the troll hibernating orange cat proactively picked up the giant shield that had just dropped and went to the front. His role was seamlessly filled. He seemed to have realized from the previous battle that the team urgently needed a tank. Team roles are often assigned slowly as the raid progresses. As the first floor guardian of the Temple of the Clarity, there are many guides on how to defeat the frog-headed stitches. After the initial strategy guide was released at the boundary between reality and illusion, the optimal strategy has undergone several iterations. Purchase a set of elemental potions, and set them up in the narrow passage of the first layer of the cleansing layer. The frog-headed stitched monster will enter, and trigger the elemental resonance to limit its form transformation as much as possible. Alna's lantern will shine, triggering the power of the Clarifier's magic circle, weakening its mobility. Everyone should focus fire on the stitched monster scales to disable its second phase word of power. Even with insufficient damage output, the stitched monster's combat power will be significantly reduced after the phase transition. After updates and iterations by players, both domestically and internationally, this strategy currently has an extremely high success rate. Even with all white gear, it will melt instantly upon contact and still be a fighting force. However, if you're really bad at the controls, even the strategy guide won't save you. Standing in front of the teleportation statue, the entire team considered whether to temporarily return and buy the elemental potion set. What's the price of the set? Around 100 magic stones? We can also exchange them for purple materials of the corresponding value. Twilight Bookstore felt a pang of regret. Veteran players weren't exploiting newcomers, they calculated a price acceptable to them based on the loot dropped by the twin wolves. To reliably defeat the stitches in the frog, avoiding repeated torture, the best strategy was well known, and there would always be buyers, no shortage of profit. Everyone pulled out the materials they had just acquired from their backpacks, each contributing a little wouldn't be too painful. "Potato, do you have a cheaper strategy for defeating the frog-headed stitches in the frog?" Jiang He wiped his sweat, finished his first round of PvP practice, and walked to a corner where Fries couldn't see him, chatting with Crimson Music Box again. "Cheap?" Crimson Music Box took a sip of Zhong Zemo's specially made orange juice and let out a comfortable sigh. "It's pretty cheap now, isn't it? Depending on the quality of elemental potions, it ranges from 100 to 500 magic stones." It wasn't that Crimson Music Box was immune to temptation. High-end players barter, while ordinary players use an established currency system. These two different groups intersect because of the various crafting-focused players who produce different items. Without consulting with the crafting experts, it's difficult to gain a deeper understanding of the prices among ordinary players, especially for those already at the top of the game's progression in China. In short, save money to fight the frog-head stitches, right? The speaker was Jiandong Iron Wall from the Funny Tree, who happened to be joking with a friend and overheard the conversation. Away! The community took a look, and someone had a brilliant idea. Since the stitches are undead creations, a patchwork of parts, there must be a point that sustains their existence. He gestured, pointing to his heart. Like a human heart, pumping blood to every part of the body. Once it stops working, Jiang Dong TV dramatically fell asleep. "So?" Crimson Music Box pondered. "Considering that Proof of the Stars is particularly meticulous about monster details, do you think?" Jiang Dong TV sat up and continued. "The frog-headed stitches actually has a very weak core. The demon scales, The person next to him immediately replied, if you break them, they can't unleash their words of power. Part destruction is a hunter's dream. Not demon scales, I mean, the point that, with a powerful blow, can cause it to crumble. Oh right, the Frankenstein's monster. Its body is covered in stitches, maintaining its balance with powerful magic. Just hit its core, the magic dissipates, and it's just a lump of rotten flesh, right? Players worldwide have fought the Frankenstein's monster countless times. If there really was such a spot, it would have been discovered long ago. A life wasted joined the discussion. Maybe other trigger conditions are needed. Even instant food is here, and quite interested in this topic. Luckily, I spent my break time in bed at the mining area. Ah, are they itching to open the lottery again? The Easter egg is like this. Unless you can directly confront the developers and designers, or dig into the code, the deeply buried ones are impossible to figure out even if you rack your brains, Wang Liangming complained. First, you have to make sure this guess is correct, Captain Jigen shrugged. How can we be sure? Ask the planner, or the designer? Crimson Music Box asked helplessly. Bao won't tell. Jianghe murmured, it seems we can ask the person directly? Ask the person directly? Which person directly? When did you add the designer as a friend? Everyone was stunned. No, I mean. This time everyone realized. Right. As a guild creation, the frog-headed stitched monster restored by the otherworldly visitor Shilu is essentially the same entity as the one in the Clarity Challenge. And it even has self-awareness. Weakness. The frog-headed stitched monster drooped its large tongue, its bulging eyes darting around, as if lost in thought. Faced with everyone's burning gazes, it nodded. Yes. Great Master, I have many weaknesses. According to your description, the key to stopping my necromantic core's operation lies in. The frog-headed stitched monster convulsed violently on the ground, its bright red tongue resembling a bright red tongue from a street stall. Tongue? Everyone was confused. That's not right. Many players have done the tongue-cutting operation. I remember seeing videos of it. Yeah, destroying a part gives you an extra loot. This detail has been shown in videos. The frog-headed stitched monster stretched out its giant, human-like arm, straightened its fat tongue, and scraped its tongue coating. A dark attribute, necromantic aura attack, directly hitting the tongue, will paralyze me. The core hidden beneath the scales will be revealed. Dark elemental attacks, I will stop. Huh? Everyone was stunned. What shocked them wasn't the frog-headed stitched monster truthfully revealing the method to kill them, but this counterintuitive weakness setting. Weak to light, fire, and lightning, to maximize damage, players would never use dark elements of the same attribute to attack the stitched monster. Not to mention, some who tried it were absorbed and strengthened by the frog-headed stitched monster, who then retaliated. I, the original master, thought it was safe this way, and wouldn't be restrained by the despicable Clarity ones. Your creator is so insidious, who's really more despicable. This episode best fits the Eternal Night character. Crimson Music Box clapped her hands in admiration. This really optimizes the gameplay. Newbies with a little skill can easily pass the level. Instant Food snorted. Someone's going to be unhappy. Who? Wang Liangyameng was taken aback. Instant Food said, of course, it's the potion dealers who camp out newbies and fleece them. Mint, during a break from training, suddenly shuddered. She listened intently. Oh, so it wasn't him whispering about her. It's understandable that a seasoned player, a master of open source, a cyberpunk saint, would be unhappy with those who prey on newcomers. Personally, he even wrote a lengthy guide specifically for new players when the second batch joined. Jianghe had the privilege of reading it, feeling like she was back in the early days of the internet, in a small, unregulated circle. The experts in the circle patiently shared their knowledge, practically forcing you to swallow their words and explain every detail of how to get started. Lu Jinhong now felt like knowledge was being crammed into his brain. The message from Potato detailed how to trigger the frog-headed Stitch's weakness to cause temporary paralysis, and how to find the core location for a one-hit kill. Huh? Is this correct? Why didn't any player mention this when I was searching for guides online? Yeah, orange sky, corn, oh right. And the most powerful illusionary boundary, they haven't updated either, have they? The team's reaction was the same as Lu Jinhong's reaction when he saw the message. Trust me, it's much more useful than any elemental clearing method. The team was skeptical, but they all nodded. Lu Jinhong happened to have dark elemental attack methods. Potato found a jar of enchanted potion made by Mint from soul shards in the guild chest last time. Because of its low quality, Mint casually tossed it into a warehouse. He wanted to ask who would execute this crucial attack, but glancing at Lu Xinxin beside him. There was nothing left to ask. As expected, the teleportation landed them in the bathhouse, the process identical to their initial attempt at the boundary between reality and illusion. After navigating a narrow area teeming with zombies, they entered an open central garden. Lu Jinhong, carrying a lantern, shone it around, easily pulling the frog-headed, stitched-together monster from its magical state into reality. A hideous, gigantic frog head, slender, pale humanoid arms, a siren-like body covered in scales, and long, flexible octopus tentacles. Watching the video was far less impactful than witnessing this monstrous mass of flesh crashing to the ground, its tentacles waving at you. A suffocating sense of oppression instantly overwhelmed everyone. If it weren't for Lu Xinxin pulling him back, the demon fox withered realm would have been a pile of mincemeat beneath the tentacles. Don't get distracted, it's an instant kill. Their equipment couldn't withstand a single blow. During their first attempt at the boundary between reality and illusion, everyone they encountered was forced to watch. Lu Jinhong deeply realized the difference between a guide and actual gameplay. Wait until it sticks out its tongue, then slash with dark element, striking the root of its tongue. Timing it is the only difficulty. No! Jianghe was wrong, there's a second difficulty. What if the frog-headed stitches doesn't stick out its tongue? It whips its arms and legs, charging forward like a spider with 8 legs, its savage and ugly attack posture limited only by its deformed appearance. After several rounds of attacks, everyone scurried around like mice. The hibernating orange cat stumbled and fell. In a flash, the frog-headed stitches suddenly stuck out its tongue at him. The wide tongue rolled him into a sushi roll, all the way into its mouth. The root of its tongue, the root of its tongue. As the only person in the entire arena capable of stopping the stitches, Lu Jinhong's mind was filled with thoughts of the root of its tongue. The blade in his hand gleamed with a faint blue light, and a whirlwind swirled around the tip of the sword. Sword raised, slash, whoosh. The frog-headed stitched monster jerked its head, its tongue twitching, propelling the troll into the air, then contracting like a spring. Gulp. The unfortunate troll became its meal. What an idiot of a move. No time for regret. Its tongue extended again, weaving between Lu Xinxin and the demon fox. Of the two prey, it chose the former. The second sushi roll was about to take shape. All Lu Jinhong could hear was her panicked scream, "What?" The sword acted before his mind, slashing towards the air. The rest of the team were stunned. There was nothing there. The frog-headed stitched monster jerked its tongue, tilting its head back. The root of its tongue precisely appeared in the spot where the sword energy should have been, just as the sword energy swept past. The root of its tongue snapped off. Dark element triggered the frog-headed stitched monster's paralysis. Its massive body crashed to the ground, its scales shimmering with an eerie, ghostly blue light. Amidst the dizzying array of scales, Lu Jinhong, as if divinely inspired, instantly spotted the most distinctive one, a fake scale disguised as a speck of light. His long sword was raised high, imbued with a profound dark element, the blade piercing flesh and blood, striking straight at its core. There was no scream. The frog-headed stitched monster convulsed violently. Its enormous octopus tentacles thrashed wildly, its death convulsions causing its body, devoid of necromancy, to disintegrate. Foul-smelling blood oozed from its seams. Seconds later, all was still. Several orbs of light hovered above its massive corpse, a massive amount of experience flowing into the team members. After a moment of stunned silence, Miss Demon Fox cried out first, her excitement boundless. Huanghan Bookstore struggled to calm himself. He couldn't forget Lu Jinhong's extraordinary foresight. It was as if Lu Jinhong had seen 2 seconds into the future, anticipating the frog-headed stitched monster's demise. Did you deliberately choose a slower spell to match the frog-headed stitches monster's movement speed? You even timed that perfectly. Wow, a top-tier player, no doubt. If it weren't for carrying a girl, he could easily join a top-tier guild. Making something like that, and you're still so calm, is it just routine? Lu Jinhong's mind went blank. Feeling Lu Xinxin snuggling into his arms, he gradually came to his senses. How did you do that? How did you do that? Just now, I thought you missed. Lu Xinxin blinked frantically, her face full of admiration. Lu Jinhong was stunned for several seconds, unable to admit he missed. But his skill level was limited, so he couldn't say anything arrogant. But Lu Xinxin's little expression was making his heart flutter. After thinking for a while, he said, "Potatoes secretly taught me." Chapter 282. Jianghe emerged from Shilu's trial, and immediately saw several private messages from Lu Jinhong. First, they shared their joy at getting a good item. They had good luck, opening a sage's memory fragment from a golden ball. The big shot Lu Jinhong was naturally the one assigned to it. This was even happier than when they were swept through the vast battlefield by the boundary between reality and illusion. Next, Lu Jinhong asked which skills a magic warrior should choose. Finally, he asked for some tips on skipping classes on later floors. Lu Jinhong was destined to be a big shot. Even if he humbly claimed it was just a lucky accident, everyone else took it as a joke. Former Captain Huang unbooked confidently and vividly described what he saw. Predicting the landing point 2 seconds in advance, attacking with magic that matched the speed of the stitched-together monster. Everything was so perfectly timed. Lu Xinxin even suspected he had a hidden gaming talent that was gradually being discovered as the battle progressed. Jiang He saw through it, but didn't say anything. If he really wanted to prove himself, there were always more solutions than problems. As long as his father was happy, that was all that mattered. Still waiting? Lu Jinhong replied instantly. No, we split the loot and are resupplying in Fingjia City. The newbies don't know anything, so I'm helping them pick out materials. An experienced person mentoring a newbie is a big responsibility, Jiang He teased. You have to help me. Jiang He opportunely asserted his presence. French and I are friends, how could I not help my uncle? You've been grinning like an idiot all day, what have you been doing? French suddenly peeked out. Jiang He, who was editing the message, only flinched slightly, then continued calmly. Your dad is having trouble with the dungeon, I'm giving him advice. French fries tilted her head. She wanted to ask again, what's so funny about this? But then she thought about it, and realized her dad's humor was indeed hard to suppress. Aside from Mint, who needed intense training, the boundary between reality and illusion, and the 3 guilds they visited, everyone else had entered rest mode. The battle with Shilu was too intense. Not long ago, someone wondered if Shilu, being a challenge level, had no restrictions on participants accepting anyone. With this question in mind, 28 people from 4 guilds gathered. Shilu smiled and accepted the challenge applications, adjusting her strength to accommodate 28 people. The 4 top guilds in the Chinese server collaborated to unleash even more of Shilu's skill forms. Roll call inner and outer fields. Shilu created a new celestial sphere, sucking the selected player into it. The celestial sphere would first conduct a round of random selection, with different planets flashing by before finally settling on one as the battleground. The process felt quite like selecting a map in a fighting game. The 2 challenges already completed are as follows. In the first, players in the celestial sphere's inner arena were in an elemental world of violent volcanic eruptions and scorching lava. In the second, they arrived in a desolate, lush forest, the battleground seemingly situated on the body of some strange, colossal beast with soft, sticky skin. It was so enormous, as if carrying the entire forest on its back, its skin so thick that even the players fighting the inner arena boss couldn't budge it an inch. Depending on the battleground, the enemy's players face also differ. The elemental world is a colossal, stitched-together entity composed of fragments of various elements. In the forest realm, they must contend with a fairy queen who can communicate with the colossus and manipulate the soil and trees. Mirror Reversal Yuru's celestial sphere sucks the entire battle platform into a starry sky backdrop. Within the sphere, the player's sense of direction is affected. Any attack aimed to the left is forcibly reversed to the right. Move forward, reverse direction and move backward. The player must overcome this sudden change in control, dodging the puppet summoned by Yuru on the platform, while attacking the floating sphere until it is destroyed. Insufficient damage output will cause the sphere to merge into Yuru's body, enlarging her. The player will witness the beautiful Yuru transform into a giant. Amidst the starry sky, the floating platform is merely a tool in her grasp. As Yuru closes her hands, a crackling sound echoes, and everything returns to dust. The Crimson Music Box reviews it as an episode with top-notch visual effects. Stand, Freya Yuru suddenly disappears, summoning Freya to take her place. The skill pattern is identical to the 9th floor, but perhaps due to the increased number of challengers, Freya's attacks are exceptionally brutal. She's a monster that gives players absolutely no breathing room, unleashing attack after attack with an explosive ferocity. Most terrifyingly, at the same time Freya is summoned, the ever-changing doll's nest appears at the edge of the floating platform. Jiang He speculates that this is a possible initiation of a party wipe due to some mechanic malfunction. The inner world, all players' perspectives are split in 2. Just like the bizarre phenomenon that occurs when the world's consciousness forcibly interferes with the player's consciousness during story progression. After discussion, everyone agrees that this is the most thrilling mechanic of today's experience, providing an explosive gaming experience. Under the inner world mechanic, Shilu exhibits 2 forms, an inner and an outer one. When her entire body fully enters the surface world, it means she will launch a normalized attack. But if she enters the inner world, the players will face the corrosive power of the flesh behemoth. Players in the inner world will also exhibit a parasitic mechanic. If their skills fail to neutralize it, they will be transformed into flesh puppets by Yulu, attacking their companions. Flesh puppets can only be dispelled, attacked, and awakened by players who have also been attacked by Yulu in the inner world during that round. Attacks from others are nullified. Having played the game for so long, none of them had ever seen a boss with such a rich skill set. Potato, can we borrow your Yulu for training sometime? Yeah, we can even help you defend your base. Dragon Knights, come on, take them down. Although there are no challenge rewards, and they will only be used as players by Yulu, it is of great significance to their preparation for the World Championship. If Yulu's skills can be twisted, how can players' skills not be twisted? After seeing Yulu's terrifying skill set, no one thought that any future opponent could be more troublesome than her. If she's willing to play with you guys, then I have no objection, Jiang He shrugged. With only a month left, everyone was actively preparing for the World Championship, but the tournament suddenly fell silent. No official information was released, the venue was undecided, and everything was a mystery. How long would this be kept secret? They couldn't just finish the grand qualifiers, distribute the rewards, and then suddenly announce the postponement of the World Championship due to unforeseen circumstances, could they? Without the virtual reality boundary mini-drama to watch, Enamel Cup naturally paid attention to the discussions within the player community. Aside from the conflict between virtual reality boundary and Dragon Knight, discussions related to the World Championship gradually increased. He asked curiously, Candlelight, haven't you chosen a venue yet? Qin Xiaoyu jolted awake, but replied calmly, his expression unchanged. She hasn't discussed this with me. The enamel mug sighed, not pressing further. He felt a sense of relief as he handed over his shift to his colleagues. Another day gone, no slip-ups, no one questioning, it was wonderful. The weather was getting colder. Early riser Qin Xiaoyu huddled under the covers, his mind in turmoil. He couldn't tell if he wanted to stay in bed or was simply too anxious to face reality. Candlelight had been out of contact for almost a week. He exposed those spreading rumors in the media, providing evidence to the boundary between truth and falsehood for prosecution, ensuring they received their just desserts. At work, he was diligent, maintaining the illusion that Candlelight was still with everyone. In the game, he played along with the enamel mug, avoiding the boss's keen observation. How long could he maintain this mending-like role? He washed his face with cold water, and his dazed mind gradually cleared. Qin Xiaoyu arrived at the company as usual, pushing open the office door that no one else would ever visit. The candle's shell was still burning, just as it had been for the past few days and nights since she left. He covered his face and sat on the sofa, his mind filled with the reality that the candle had lost contact and was about to collapse. A gentle breeze blew by, adding a touch of coolness to the quiet room. The tranquil atmosphere was infused with the soft rustling of water, flowing gently past Qin Xiaoyu's ears. He was too distraught to notice, until the clicking sound gradually became jarring, like a bearing without lubrication turning awkwardly. He abruptly looked up. The candle's shell, which had been performing a self-check in a fixed rhythm, had suddenly veered off its track. Head, hands, torso, and thighs all returned to their positions, meshing tightly together. Qin Xiaoyu stood up, staring intently at the candlelight that had regained its human form, instead of being torn apart by 5 horses. Maintaining its stiff posture, the candlelight's lifeless eyes gradually regained their human color. Like a sky full of stars reflected in them, their starlight dazzling. The candlelight raised a hand, touched its face, and patted it gently, seemingly readjusting to its physical senses. Everything was all right, and her gaze finally fell on Qin Xiaoyu. Seeing Qin Xiaoyu's twitching lips and aggrieved expression, she seemed to understand something. Sorry, an unexpected situation, I'm late. After saying this, she covered her forehead with her hand, her expression pained, and her body swayed slightly, staggering as she fell onto the desk. She refused Qin Xiaoyu's offer of help, waving her hand. The chaos at the level of consciousness is unrelated to the body. Qin Xiaoyu didn't press further. His lack of curiosity was precisely why he could stand in this room. For a full half hour, the room remained silent. The candlelight remained tilted on the table, a somewhat comical, disheveled posture, its lifeless eyes regaining their sparkle. I see. I basically understand what happened during this time. The candlelight smiled. Is this what you think is the right way to handle things? Qin Xiaoyu's heart tightened, and he hurriedly explained. Evil begets evil, a simple value system, anyway. He stammered, a little guilty. With the candlelight disconnected, he would have to determine the appropriate course of action himself. I didn't say you did anything wrong. What happens in this world should be resolved by the people of this world. Decisions made based on culture and education, in line with the simple values of the masses, I don't think they're wrong. Qin Xiaoyu's mind went blank. A flexible moral bottom line? He really wanted to slap himself. What utter nonsense was he spouting? The candlelight paused, then smiled, a slight curve appearing at the corner of its mouth. Interesting. In my memory, the greatest master my master served also gave me this advice. Faced with different beings, different civilizations, one should readapt one's own thoughts and morality. To claim to be a higher civilization, yet trample on beings living in different environments, deny their heritage and values, and impose one's own civilization on them, is merely a manifestation of barbarity. So you're right, I do indeed have a flexible moral bottom line. Qin Xiaoyu sighed. No wonder the candlelight acted this way after its arrival. As puppets, those who created them had listened to a gentle voice from childhood, and they had instilled this thought into the puppets' bodies. Compared to the dangerous and terrifying third kind of contact, the candlelight's supreme dominance seemed exceptionally warm. Is there anything to eat? Qin Xiaoyu paused for a couple of seconds, surprised. This seemed to be the first time Zhu Hua had offered to eat. Meeting her gaze, Qin Xiaoyu quickly nodded. What do you want to eat? Anything to fill me up. Something sweet, please. Qin Xiaoyu hurriedly pushed open the door and left. Takeout was too slow, he'd rather go himself. The office fell silent again. Zhu Hua covered her head and slowly sat back down in her seat. The information accumulating in her mind was still being processed rapidly, but this wasn't the source of her distress. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, Zhu Hua's face showed sadness. Sizzle. Sizzle. The candlelight flickered, its dark red glow swaying like a candle flame blown by the wind. If one were to gaze intently into the candlelight's eyes, those bright, star-like pupils were riddled with countless mosaic-like patches of color. Dark gray patches were being rapidly filled with scarlet. She slowly rose, her eyes red, and stood before the mirror, silently scrutinizing her sharp black suit and white shirt. A disdainful curve appeared at the corner of her mouth, her eyes filled with disgust. The candlelight touched her brow, a ripple of light spreading across her body. The colors shifted, and the black and white dress of a female supporting character from the unfinished comic book on the table suddenly appeared. Immersed in this new self, the sound of footsteps approaching in the distance grew louder. She raised an eyebrow, her face cold as she reached out towards the door, a strange power surging within her. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she quickly withdrew her power. Come on, I bought a lot. What do you want to eat? Choose whatever you like. I also brought a jar of that sweet vinegar you liked last time. You can dip it yourself. With Zhu Hua back, the pressure on his shoulders vanished. Qin Xiaoyu felt light and cheerful, his voice brimming with joy. He placed the bags on the desk. Waiting for Zhu Hua's response, he looked up to meet her gaze. A strange feeling. Having spent so much time with Zhu Hua, he had never felt this from her before. Was it chilling? Like being stared at by a cold, wild beast, Qin Xiaoyu couldn't help but shiver. Zhu Hua, weren't you hungry? Zhu Hua suddenly covered her forehead and shook her head. The eerie chill surrounding Qin Xiaoyu vanished. Zhu Hua, he called tentatively again. Zhu Hua seemed to finally come to her senses. Seeing the table full of breakfast, she smiled and said thank you, then skillfully picked up the sweet vinegar, dipped the steamed buns in it, and ate them one by one. It seems to really like dipping things in vinegar. It must be a candle flame. Chapter 283. The servers will be down for maintenance for a day. You can find the reason, Candlelight said, her mouth agape. I need to check the game data generated during my absence again. Qin Xiaoyu took a sip of wonton soup and nodded. This was probably related to Candlelight dealing with a game incident in another world, and most likely the main reason for her delayed return. While I was away, were they all still quiet? Qin Xiaoyu replied immediately, aside from some people being a little anxious because you canceled the World Championship, no one realized you weren't here for a while. The World Championship. Candlelight said regretfully, I also canceled the competitions in 3 other worlds. Qin Xiaoyu's hand trembled, and a wonton fell into the bowl. Curious? Yes, a little. He nodded honestly. Yes, from the beginning, my understanding of the World Championship was different from yours. Candlelight paused, then continued, other worlds playing with you is also a kind of World Championship. Qin Xiaoyu swallowed. After taking over Candlelight's power, he browsed some information within his authorized domain in the game, and vaguely guessed what was going on. Hearing Candlelight admit it now, he felt a chill run down his spine. Players from 4 worlds were competing on the same stage. How could this be done? The extra players would inevitably arouse suspicion among the spectators. On second thought, however, this was the least important issue. The fact that players from 4 worlds could stand on the same stage was far more awe-inspiring. Perhaps feeling a pang of jealousy, Candlelight was in a good mood. Players from other worlds see you as monsters. You see them the same way. Qin Xiaoyu suddenly understood. As long as they claimed to have deployed more intelligent NPCs to enhance the competition's prestige, who could tell whether the players on the field were monsters or players from another world? Those special NPCs and neutral merchants who appeared early on were undoubtedly paving the way for this. Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoyu was speechless. He looked at Zhu Hua, hesitant to speak. Ask away, Zhu Hua grinned. You lied to those big shots? No, they knew, Zhu Hua replied immediately. Competing with the other 3 worlds was decided during the initial negotiations. She paused, then added, after this maintenance, I will inform everyone to postpone the World Championship. Qin Xiaoyu was stunned. Can't it be fixed? It's difficult. Zhu Hua hesitated for a moment, then looked at him with unusually bright eyes. It's not a simple glitch. And you are currently the only one who knows this secret. Only the sound of their chewing remained in the room. Why don't you delete this memory? It's better if I don't know, Qin Xiaoyu said, backing down. I still want to earn my salary and get by. Zhu Hua couldn't help but chuckle, stuffing another vinegar-dipped steamed bun into his mouth. Getting by is a very negative way of putting it. You're excellent, you shouldn't belittle your talents. Talent? The same compliment carries different weight depending on the speaker. In this world, there's probably no one more influential than Zhu Hua. Qin Xiaoyu admitted that hearing that word made him feel somewhat flattered. In elementary and middle school, during holidays, relatives visiting would often casually remark, this child might be a remarkable person someday. If one were to find a word to describe his long and unproductive 25 years, it would be unremarkable. He attended an ordinary school, studied ordinary books. He achieved a score that wasn't outstanding, but it wasn't bad either, and entered university step by step. It's hard to say whether he learned anything new during his 4 years of university. Upon graduation, his once-planned future was a complete mess, leaving him only to take things one step at a time. Upon entering the workforce, his resume disappeared without a trace. To achieve independence, he took part-time jobs, even day jobs, just to avoid worrying his family. He finally got a good job, but it was just a menial, back-breaking work job, constantly working overtime, living a monotonous life. At the end of the month, he would give his parents a portion of his earnings, and the rest was barely enough to survive in the big city. Talent, a very unfamiliar word. He didn't possess any decent skills. Perhaps he had some talent in a certain area, but time and circumstances wouldn't allow him to stop searching. A simple sentence, Qin Xiaoyu's thoughts raced. He scoffed, what talent do I have? Yet, his heart was filled with anticipation, yearning for Candlelight to say something more. Really nothing? At least I can't see it. He shrugged helplessly, adopting a humble posture, as if pleading for Candlelight's explanation. The day after I gave you the power, I lost contact. For nearly a week, you were the only one in this world who possessed. Candlelight tapped his forehead, finding the word that surfaced in his mind, a person with extraordinary power. I gave you a measure, a flexible measure. You carefully combined it with your own morality, without abusing it, without extremism, without being seduced by the sheer power itself. Qin Xiaoyu subconsciously corrected him, I'm just afraid you might return to settle scores. You underestimate the temptation of power. In the vast sea of stars, I've seen countless fallen ones. Even faced with a bloody end, most still choose madness without hesitation. Qin Xiaoyu remained silent. Are you testing me? No, this was an unexpected situation. I was also uneasy on my return journey. Candlelight's smile was full of relief. Please don't belittle yourself. Your heart is far more resilient than you imagine. You truly possess talent, an inner strength far beyond what ordinary people imagine. This is invaluable even among the stars. In a brief moment, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly understood the magic behind the phrase, a scholar dies for one who understands him. He used platitudes to mask the overwhelming emotion that was about to overflow. You said so well, will you give me a raise? Sure, I will. Candlelight's chopsticks were empty. The 3 steamers of Xiaolongbao were completely devoured. His biggest appetite ever. Seeing her still wanting more, before Qin Xiaoyu could even ask, she picked up the small bowl of sweet vinegar and drank it all in one gulp. Huh? A little more, and I consider giving you a raise. On this morning between autumn and winter, Qin Xiaoyu was busy running errands. Jianghe, after delivering fries to school, was also busy. Receiving a call from her future father-in-law early in the morning made her heart pound with anxiety. Fortunately, it was just about games. The call was made secretly by Liu Jinhong. He was still enjoying yesterday's game experience, but pretending to be a pro would eventually be exposed. To recapture the expectations of his newbie teammates, he couldn't wait to ask Potato for advice. If it were someone else, he would have considered whether it was too much of a bother so early in the morning. It's Potato, then everything's fine. They've been living together for a while now. Their relationship is passionate both in and out of the game, perhaps because they're inseparable before each game. All signs indicate that they get along extremely well. As experienced couples, they reached a conclusion. The young couple has passed the final hurdle. Everything else is just a matter of time. Their relationship is progressing even more smoothly than before. They think about it so much that they soon find themselves embracing. After editing a Magic Warrior advancement guide, Jianhe grins smugly at his computer screen. As long as he raises the favorability rating a bit, even if they find out they started living together, Potato's parents shouldn't be angry. Thinking this, he quickly proofread it again before sending it out with satisfaction. He edited videos while browsing the community. 2 days in the game equal 1 day in real life, resulting in a high density of information in the community every day. If a major event happens one after another, it's impossible to keep up. 3 times. After 3 incursions, all while 7 members of the guild were offline at the boundary between the virtual and real worlds, they gained nothing and were utterly routed by the remaining NPCs, suffering heavy losses. This humiliating defeat has become the biggest topic of discussion in the Stars of Proof game community. If you feel your skills are terrible, and you can't play anything well, I suggest watching excerpts from the Dragon Knights Guild's Invasion replay. It can effectively relieve your anxiety. Is this the guild that a streamer with millions of followers has built up over so long? Even with several guilds attacking together, they couldn't break through the NPC defenses at the boundary between the virtual and real worlds. They must have an incredible number of fans. Where's your arrogance in mocking random players? I'm asking you a question, Dragon Knight. Weren't you so good at mocking? Why aren't you mocking the boundary between reality and illusion anymore? Some streamers lack professional ethics. JPG having lost so badly, Dragon Knight himself stopped shouting on his personal account, simply hiding his head and muting his microphone, refusing to play in unfavorable situations. Boring. Jianhe still had a big bombshell in hand, waiting for him to throw it out when he was being stubborn. Why is the topic of mint appearing in the hot posts again? Pictures don't lie. The boundary between reality and illusion has taken mint home too. Sigh, she's just a witch selling counterfeit potions. Let her take her home. The potions she used against the Dragon Knight Guild weren't cheap. They either killed or maimed. They were ruthless. The video evidence showed Mint randomly throwing potions, killing swarms with each hit. Even harvesting wheat wasn't as swift as her movements. These weren't cheap potions. They were clearly the most efficient means of population control, a practitioner of maximism. Besides the fact that Kesha is inexplicably out of print and can't be found, can we also get Mint? You can try, but there's no going back for killing Mint before. The one we're waiting is the least costly. I knew that indiscriminately killing NPCs would cause trouble. Hee, you pendant-obsessed people are in luck. Want this luck? Aw, why? Why did I believe in evil and go for that damn pendant? I also want a witch to help watch over my house. Friendly reminder, killing Mint also added a high-risk area to your world bubble. Sister Metasequoia went mad, and no one has been able to cure her yet. The Sister Metasequoia dungeon is still the most difficult dungeon that players who cannot challenge the Temple of the Clarities can access. The terrifying mental magic of the demons forces every player to be fully equipped with items and potions to suppress mental attacks before they can even set foot in. The dungeon completion rate is currently 0%, having defeated the Temple of the Clarity, which had already been breached by the boundary between reality and illusion, and forcefully ascended to the top. No one knows what one will gain from defeating the Metasequoia. Compared to the initial frenzied enthusiasm, players who have already triggered the corrupted Metasequoia storyline have simply chosen to ignore it. It's as if a piece of the explorable area on the map is naturally missing. Jianhe has a very strong premonition about Mint. As long as she fulfills her long-held obsession, perhaps she can become another exclusive NPC in the boundary between reality and illusion. Therefore, in the boundary between reality and illusion, where there are no longer any game objectives, this leisurely time is being used to urge her to train in combat, preparing for the duel with Renee to determine who is the strongest of Anna's generation. Mint is also quite resilient, even after being thoroughly trained. If she doesn't continue, just mentioning Renee will give her unparalleled strength, and she will persevere once more. The name Renee is far more effective than adrenaline. Revenge, indeed, is an eternal theme. A private message arrived from the jailer. I asked around for you, and I heard of the name Ellerby, but nobody knows where she is. Jiang He searched relevant keywords on major community platforms. Results containing Ellerby's name were all invalid. The Dragon Ellerby, the top craftsman on the Ana continent who forged demonic weapons, remains a mystery. The boundary between reality and illusion obtained a commissioned scroll from a 9th-tier scumbag, allowing him to request assistance in forging, but he has been searching in vain. The origin set dropped by the origin elements was a sight to behold for the craftsmen of the fallen star siren. They examined it with wide eyes, caressing it again and again with obvious delight. After being repeatedly asked, "Can you forge it?" the craftsman reluctantly and honestly replied that it was somewhat difficult. The artisan cherished the exquisite materials, unwilling to let them suffer the risk of damage in his hands, yet also wanted to attempt to forge something beyond his own limits. This inner conflict manifested in the siren's trembling eyes at that moment. They were filled with nothing but origin elements. It was truly too precious. If you find a suitable person to forge it, please let us observe. This is our lifelong request. A lifelong request. It was fine before, but why did that sentence increasingly feel like it made him want to smile? Rubbing his temples, Jiang He felt somewhat helpless. The origin element sets hadn't been distributed yet. Everyone was thinking of having 2 sets before considering it further. In the uniquely humble distribution process at the boundary between the virtual and real worlds, no one actively requested anything, and then someone conveniently suggested, make another set, then distribute it again. Jiang He recalled playing MMORPGs with his close-knit team, and it always turned out the same way. During auctions, nobody wanted to bid, and several times they just tacitly agreed to let others buy, so he wouldn't raise the price, and the items would inexplicably go unsold. It was a classic moment that his close-knit team couldn't miss. Everyone says we should just let Beiwo and French fries take over. What's there to be modest about? Everyone's like Kong Rong, a legendary figure known for his humility, Jiang He muttered, rubbing his forehead. Treat them with courtesy, and they repay them with kindness, Jiang He replied at lightning speed. Holy crap, this is ridiculous. Speaking of which, the group chat seems a bit quiet today. Usually during the day, Beiwo and Yuzhua would be busy sharing all sorts of news and pictures in the group. Today, it's just Yuzhua alone. The screen is full of Yuzhua posts. I'm getting tired of it. Meanwhile, Zhong Zimo opened his phone after class, intending to see what Beiwo had posted. I'm almost at your doorstep. Come pick me up quickly. Huh? Chapter 284. A loose-fitting black coat, faded jeans that looked out of season, but were barely warm enough for Chongming's November weather, and white sneakers. This constituted Beiwo's outfit. When Zhong Zimo arrived at her doorstep, she was leaning against the wall, playing on her phone in one hand, and happily licking an ice cream cone in the other. Eating ice cream in this weather? Beiwo's eyes lit up when she saw Mayu. She shoved her phone into her pocket, her tongue sweeping over the ice cream again, a look of pure enjoyment on her face. It tastes better when it's cold, and it won't melt, making your hands all over it. Their eyes met, and Beiwo tilted her head, her expression saying something. You're already at her doorstep. Why didn't you take out your keys to open the door? Zhong Zimo asked. Why did you come? Why? I wanted to come and see you, Beiwo said. The ticket wasn't expensive. Considering Beiwo's family background and the disposable income she had at such a young age, it really wasn't expensive. No, that's not the point. It's not the weekend, is it? Don't you have class? Zhong Zimo explained anxiously. You really are a teacher, so responsible when you see a student skipping class? I don't believe you never skipped a non-major class in college. Beiwo chuckled. Zhong Zimo really wanted to give Beiwo a stern lecture, but he felt guilty. He really had skipped classes, and they even discussed it in the group chat. No major classes today, no classes tomorrow. It's not far anyway. What's wrong with coming over for a bit? He realized that in the realm of reality and fantasy, there was no shortage of people with strong execution skills. French fries, needless to say, had already confirmed his feelings and, given a push, immediately went straight for the kill. Jiang He was decisive. He grabbed his luggage, shoved the house key into his hand, and ran off to Guangfu and French fries for some sweet nothings. The jailer, at first glance, seemed like the least decisive person, but the energy he had when finding erotic illustrations, commissioning articles, and stirring things up was something to learn from. Now, Beiwo had joined this glorious ranks, silently appearing at his doorstep, as if declaring ownership now that the relationship was official. Zhong Zemo had never been in this kind of relationship, at least not with Du Jingwen. Open the door, open the door. If you have to go to work this afternoon, go to work. I can play on the computer. He sighed, his face full of helplessness. The composure and reserve of an experienced person were as fragile as paper in front of Beiwo. The door opened, and Beiwo, like a nimble rat, darted inside. Ah! A scream startled Zhong Zemo. What's wrong? He rushed in and saw Beiwo pointing nervously at the kitten peeking out from behind the door. Zhong Zemo breathed a sigh of relief, trying not to laugh. It was understandable that Housie was startled by the cat. He explained, a colleague gave it to me. It's the last litter before it was spayed. All black, a tabby? It's a purebred little kobold. Once it hides in a corner, you never find it again. The 2 or 3 month old kitten was a bit shy. Although it saw its owner and Beiwo chatting animatedly, it still shrank behind the door, warily watching the uninvited guest intruding into its territory. Beiwo found the refrigerator and opened it directly. Are you hungry? Zhong Zemo asked hastily. I just wanted to see what you usually eat, to check your tastes. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. I'm an omnivore. I like to eat everything. Du Jingwen wouldn't have been so considerate of his feelings. The bed seemed to be surveying new territory, showing curiosity about the furnishings. So clean, no wonder it was trained by that woman. This is the true value of Du Jingwen's verification. Zhong Zemo rubbed his forehead. He always felt. The overlap between the game proof of the stars and real time gave the illusion that time and reality passed very slowly, yet the experiences of the two worlds overlapped, often causing confusion. But their relationship seemed a little too fast? Was he out of touch with the pace of today's young people? Jiang He's tormenting words still echoed in his ears. You don't think you're that much older than us, do you? His mind a mess, he personally cooked a meal for the bed using the remaining ingredients in the refrigerator. Living alone, he didn't deliberately stock up on groceries, buying fresh food every other day. Celery stir-fried with beef, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a dish of garlic spinach. You came so suddenly, I wasn't prepared. Just make do with this. Zhong Ziming's cooking skills are undeniable. Jiang He learned a couple of dishes, and even living with French fries turned them into a glutton. Oh, it seems you don't need particularly good cooking skills. French fries are a carb king anyway. They ate heartily in bed, using the sauce from the tomato and egg stir-fry to mix with their rice, finishing it all. Do you eat this simply because you live alone? It's because I calculate the ingredients precisely. This little bit left is just enough for me today. Zhong Ziming smiled. What do you want to eat tonight? Of course, it's the way you treated potatoes. Know how Du Jingwen tortured you. Let's go with the standard from back then. As class time approached, Zhong Zemo prepared to leave. He handed the gaming room key to Beiwo. Here, you can play this to pass the time at work this afternoon. Beiwo quickly put it away, promising to watch the house with Xiao Meichio. Zhong Zemo hadn't named the kitten yet, but Beiwo had. Meichio, not bad. On his way back to school, he opened his phone, hesitating for a long time, wondering whether to send a message to Jiang He about it. Seeing the group chat messages jumping wildly, he clicked on it. Arrived at Brother Mayu's house. This gaming room is so cool, the light pollution, the visual effects. Why are you guys sending question marks? It's not far. Isn't it normal for me to come over and play? Hey, Orange Tea, you can't escape either. I have to go to school to arrest you today. Healthy wheat orange tea, hee. Undoubtedly, Beiwo was in a great mood and going crazy. The jailer asked curiously, so you're going to live together? But you have classes. How can you live together? The woman in bed replied immediately, I come over on weekends. The bullet train is reliable. You guys are progressing really fast. I guess I'm letting reality cloud my judgment. It's been almost half a year in the game, so it's understandable that feelings develop over time, the jailer said. The four-dimensional body asked, where's Squid? Why isn't he saying anything? Probably walking around looking at his phone, his mind preoccupied with whether or not to say something. He typed a few words on the screen, then thought it wasn't appropriate and deleted them all. He spent ages going back and forth, secretly watching your group's comments about him, saying nothing, but secretly gloating. Jailer, the well-known group member and psychologist. Zhong Zemo couldn't help but curse inwardly. How could that jailer be so perceptive in this area? Sigh, why are all the group members suddenly paired up? Why? Burn you all? This time it was the jailer's turn to go crazy. The energy of madness, at the boundary between reality and illusion, is always perfectly conserved, passed around like a relay baton. Everyone has their moments of madness. The bell rang, and the students, now freed from their inhibitions, started chatting with Zhong Zimo all at once. Their teacher was a well-known gaming expert. In the eyes of most teenagers, he was practically a god. The topics ranged widely, from games to life. Zhong Zimo's marital story was quite well known at school. It wasn't enough to make anyone sad or weep, but it was rare to hear it without feeling sorry for him. "Hey, is your ex-wife still harassing you?" Anyone who could remain calm upon hearing this question would be a genius. Zhong Zimo's sudden fame and windfall not only recouped the huge loss from having his property divided, but also turned his life around. The drastic change was unbearable for her. After Jianghe left Qingning, she still relentlessly caused trouble several times, gradually making herself a laughingstock, even though she was already one to begin with. What's the use of harassment? I saw on the gaming community that Brother Mayu already has a girlfriend. Zhong Zimo was startled. What? He and his girlfriend only confirmed their relationship a day ago. Where did you get this news? I didn't know. The student took out his phone and found the vlog from the offline event at the boundary between reality and virtuality. Is it possible, and I'm just saying possible, that Zhong Zimo's divorce is actually a good thing? Which woman in the team isn't better than his ex-wife? I'm rooting for Orange Tea. We're both from Qingning, so proximity gives us an advantage. Huh? So, back then, someone was already speculating on him. Looking closely, Orange Tea got the most votes, followed by French fries, and finally, bed. Strange. On his way home from get off work, Zhong Zimo reflected on the past few months, inevitably sharing the same thoughts as Jianghe. Like a dream. Switching between reality and virtuality, the experiences accumulated over different times were bearing magical fruit. So far, this fruit is very sweet. Perhaps because his family runs a seafood business, Bed's favorite ingredients are all seafood, both sea fish and river fish. He eat anything. Zhong Zimo felt like he was back to before his divorce, going to the farmer's market every day after get off work and buying heavy loads of groceries. The stall owners who recognized him curiously asked if there was another mouth to feed at home, given how much food he was buying all of. Opening the door, the slightly messy table in the living room had been tidied up. Cole Ball, who usually gets his cat food a little later, is already licking his lips and paws, grooming himself, looking quite content. From the gaming room comes a noisy commotion from under the covers. He put down the food and pushed open the door. Wow, stop stealing kills. Help me fix my car. My steering gear is broken. Why do American cars break steering gear so easily? Is it welded shut? There's a helicopter. A helicopter. Light me some smoke. Under the covers is squeaking and yelling. Jianghe's voice comes through the speakers. Wait, where's your own smoke? I used it all when I was running away. Fry's sighed. She was leaving smoke trails the whole way. I couldn't see anything. I crashed and stopped, G. I told you I'd take you to the World War II room for some more practice. And you don't even have an anti-aircraft vehicle. Wow, how about you fly a propeller plane to catch that reliable guy in the sea? What do you mean you're a lone biker? Zhong Zimo facepalmed. Just hearing the conversation was enough to raise his blood pressure. Beiwo, hearing the noise behind him, jumped up happily. Whoosh, Squid's home. It was just the right time for both of them to cook dinner, ending their cyber prison session with Beiwo. Zhong Zimo smiled wryly. If you want to go to jail with them, try using my account next time. It ruined your data. It's good enough that you're willing to play a game with me. Don't you always bring up Du Jingwen? She doesn't even allow me to play games. An afternoon was enough for him to sort out the current situation and how to get along from now on. Although it's true that you shouldn't always compare yourself to others, it's easy to become insatiable. With Du Jingwen as a precedent, Zhong Zimo felt that his future with Beiwo was infinitely bright. Beiwo stood beside Zhong Zimo, watching him deftly wash and chop the ingredients, her face full of unease. This feeling of being an outsider wasn't pleasant. She wanted to do something. Zhong Zimo couldn't help but laugh. Compared to someone who came home idle, waiting to be fed, the difference was immense. He asked curiously, "Do you help out at home too? You don't think I'm some kind of stupid aristocrat from Anna, with a bunch of servants waiting on me, do you?" Beiwo waved her hand. "My parents have always required us to be self-reliant. Someone like her, sprawled out and expecting to be waited on hand and foot, would get roasted by my family." Sorry, Beiwo. He spent too much time with unusual people, and had subconsciously come to see normal people as rare creatures. Fish head tofu soup, green pepper squid, sweet and sour pork ribs, and blanched lettuce. Beiwo was getting impatient. "Nobody's going to take it from you," Zhong Zimo said with a smile, serving her rice. "You went to stay with Potato. He's really living the high life. His cooking isn't bad either, he's just being modest. You're being overly modest. This cooking is good enough to open a restaurant, Beiwo emphasized. It's really delicious. It's so satisfying to have your hard-earned skills recognized. It's much better than those who eat with a cold face, or throw their bowls down and give you a hard time. Everything really can't withstand comparison. After eating her fill, Beiwo quickly cleared the table, finally finding an opportunity not to be an outsider, and swiftly took charge of the mess. Looking back, Sai looking back. These are all mistakes made in youth. If only I hadn't misjudged them back then, I wouldn't have taken so many unnecessary detours. The gaming room was spacious, but there was only one computer. The two took turns playing, one game each. French Fries, bar away in Guangzhou, had her blood pressure precisely controlled by the two. When Zhong Zemo played, the four-person team swept through the battlefield, unstoppable, their teamwork flawless. When Bed played, perhaps due to her extensive experience playing the Shadow Assassin, she would instinctively create a smoke screen every time she was hit. Air units were overjoyed. Couldn't find anyone? Here's smoke, someone's definitely there. French Fries, who helped repair the vehicle, often got blown up along with them. Potato was much calmer. What's the big deal? Being tricked by French Fries' silence back then was much more exciting than this. Sigh, I've been ostracized by the Hot Lovers group. Jailer Bro's classic self-deprecating joke in the group chat. The problem is, even if you ask him to play, he won't come. Although Jianhe thinks it's a good thing he doesn't come, anyone who plays this game is an idiot. Yes, he's an idiot too. The only ones who don't seem to feel any pressure are probably Zhong Zemo and Beiwo. Laughter and merriment continue, leaving only French Fries feeling annoyed and regretful, gripping Potato's hand tightly. Potato is happy. Thank you, Beiwo, Cuttlefish. Hey, her hand is so soft. Chapter 285. Everything should be reciprocated. French Fries grasped Jianhe's hand, and he should reciprocate. The noisy online gaming session ended, and French Fries was pulled into his arms, nestled on the sofa, each holding a controller, enjoying their casual gaming time together on TV. The little figures on the screen bounced around, making frequent mistakes. The two seasoned pros seemed to be using controllers for the first time, clumsily unable to walk. Through their short shirts, French Fries' body heat warmed Jianhe's chest. She mischievously snuggled back, her smooth, freshly styled hair brushing against his chin and close to Jianhe's neck. A fragrant breeze, carrying her body heat, wafted over him. The ticklish sensation on his neck spread throughout his body, making his blood boil. Jianhe could only see her hair, but that didn't stop him from sketching a slightly mischievous smile, the corners of his mouth slowly turning upwards. French Fries, who used to occasionally switch between different personas to create surprises, had recently fallen in love with this one and was thoroughly enjoying it. Of course, Jianhe wasn't missing the limited edition, cold-faced, frozen French Fries from the launch event. They simply had their own charm. For example, right now, the warm French Fries had already made him blush. Seeing that Jianhe didn't react, she slightly raised her head, stroking his chin with strands of hair. French Fries was more than half a head shorter than him, nestled in his arms, her arms wrapped around her knees, her slightly curled-up posture instantly conjuring up the image of a cat curled up in its sleep. When encountering this kind of cat, Jianhe usually couldn't resist touching her. French Fries didn't know why, but the closer they were, the more uncontrollable her mischievous and teasing urge became. Was it the lingering effect of Xia's decisive offensive, or the irresistible urge to misbehave in his presence, watching his helpless yet restrained panic? Ah, it's so good. She's becoming more and more dependent on him. Little by little, her life is inseparable from his. Just like her mom and the others. French Fries shuddered. Wouldn't that make me exactly like them? No. The church bells, refusing to succumb, rang in her heart only twice. The slow, gentle warmth creeping across her cheeks made her unconsciously grip the sofa tightly. Jianhe always started playing with the kitten from its ears, pinching the tips, and watching it flutter back into place. Again and again, tirelessly. The same technique worked on French Fries. Gently rubbing her earlobes, they acted like temperature regulators, rapidly raising French Fries' skin temperature until it was completely red. Transforming into a self-heating French fry, she simply leaned back, resting her head against Jianhe's chest. She was limp, but not completely limp. Everything has its reciprocity, it's going with the flow. As if hearing a signal from the depths of her heart, the French fry sat up. Some things don't need words. Warm soft. A few traces of licked lip saliva became a brief, yet long, gift of contact. With perfect understanding, They looked away, turning their heads. With perfect understanding, they secretly smacked their lips, feigning composure as they turned back. Their eyes met. The lights were off, only the light from the television screen illuminating their slightly shy profiles. On the screen, two little figures, already on standby for a long time, idly swayed, trying to attract their attention, only to be met with an even longer period of idleness. Their lips parted again, still carrying each other's breath. Jiang-hee, her cheeks burning and head spinning, stood up. Cool down. The November air was cool in the slightly ventilated room, but the two of them felt like mobile furnaces, radiating waves of heat, almost steaming. 2 cans of ice-cold soda were gulped down, dispelling the heat. Very quiet. As if isolated from the world, except for the night breeze rustling through the hall, stirring up some papers, the only sound was their breathing. Jiang-hee suddenly coughed. French fries quickly grabbed a tissue. Did you choke? Nothing, just suddenly remembered how soft you were when we were hugging. It made me want to hold you, and lie down. The boomerang that had mocked her parents for years, as idiots, had hit her squarely on the head. French fries. If that day ever comes? Jiang-hee glanced at the muted TV, wrapped his arms around her waist, and snuggled back comfortably. French fries obediently snuggled closer, pressing against her, the music making her heart pound nervously. So pleasant. Let's put a TV in the room too, closer to the bed, it'd be great. French fries blinked, instantly understanding the meaning of that day. Ugh. A soft, mosquito-like sound escaped her lips. Whatever. The water seemed to be boiling. Under the same starry sky, Zhong Zimo left home. The bed had arranged to meet orange tea. It was time to set off. Not far from Qingning University, but not exactly close either, with the bed next door, the neighborhood seemed much more spacious. The weather was getting cooler, yet they were still playing chess in the pavilion, attracting the attention of elderly people scrolling through short videos. Those who had been planning to arrange blind dates for Zhong Zimo ever since his divorce couldn't help but glance at the bed. Xiao Zhong, is that your girlfriend? Zhong Zimo hesitated, but the bed spoke first. Yes, yes, she said proudly, hands on her hips, asserting her ownership. Her youthful energy instantly transported Zhong Zimo back to his university days. Although he returned to school shortly after graduation, the roles of teacher and student were reversed, and his mindset was completely different. Back in school, romance was far removed from his life. He occasionally heard teachers criticizing early relationships in morning assemblies, but that was something distant, irrelevant to him. He lived his life methodically, believing that his youth had been buried by a failed marriage, leaving only the passion he shared with his friends and games. Until the blankets pounced on him, pinning him down and shouting, "Don't run. Don't run." Just like her game ID, sealed blanket, gone forever. The blankets in the dead of winter are man-eating monsters. Anyone who dares to challenge their magic is devoured, falling into a deep sleep, never to return. Me sealed blanket? Zhong Zimo suddenly realized that he was gradually becoming the subject of the blanket's ID. The elderly men and women smiled and nodded approvingly at Zhong Zimo, offering their blessings as experienced individuals. Standing on the podium, speaking to hundreds of people without flinching, Zhong Zimo felt uneasy in their presence. Only the blanket seemed perfectly at ease, nodding to each person and offering their thanks and blessings. It's like everything's settled, and we're fast-forwarding to the next step. They only been dating for a few days. Outside the apartment complex, Zhong Zimo wanted to adopt a teacher's tone, saying things like, "Pay attention to your grades, and don't let your relationship distract you too much." But before he could even process those words in his mind, Jiang-hee and the jailer's voices rang out in a duet. So old-fashioned. Pretending to be an expert again. He sighed and swallowed his words. Have these two built a house in my mind, specifically to correct my behavior? Bed, can you tell me one detail that you find attractive? Bed's high ponytail bounced and trembled happily at the question. Want to be praised? No problem. The image that immediately comes to mind is when you were giving Dussel in the snowy mountains. Bed snapped its fingers. You might not realize it, but when you heard Dussel murdering the students who trusted him, your cannibalistic reaction was truly captivating. Zhong Zimo. A voice came from behind, interrupting the conversation. It was a trembling, shrill voice, perfectly concealing its anger. The newcomer strode forward, coldly observing the woman who had just bought an ice cream and was now licking the covers again. After Zhong Zimo became famous, Du Jinwen didn't show the same decisiveness she had before her divorce. Instead, she acted like a sore loser, a clueless clown, repeatedly trying to intrude into his life. She claimed to be mending the broken mirror, but in reality, she was only after his money. Her periodic appearances were like a timed respawning boss in the wild. Even the neighbors said Zhong Zemo had invited a plague god. Who is she? Zhong Zemo's good manners vanished in an instant. Choosing to come when he's meeting with his friends? Last time it was Jianghe, this time it's Beiwo, deliberately trying to embarrass him. He intended to introduce Beiwo directly, but the words caught in his throat, as the pent-up anger in his chest suddenly dissipated. My girlfriend, Xia Xingyo? Beiwo was taken aback, her gaze, which had been curiously scrutinizing Du Jingwen, abruptly shifting back to Ma Yu. Those eyes sparkled, as if a sky full of stars had been scattered within them. Xia Xingyo, that name, someone from your guild. Du Jingwen clearly had no interest in understanding Zhong Zemo's gaming life. It's ironic, Du Jingwen used to be extremely protective, strictly controlling his hobbies, not even bothering to learn about them. But now, she was proactively and meticulously conducting a background check on him, afraid of missing a single detail. Du Jingwen was furious, her delicate brows furrowing with hatred. I knew it. I knew it all along. You were having an affair in the game. I was absolutely right. You've been doing it all along. No wonder you reacted so strongly to something I said. She was like a detective, piecing together what she considered the most plausible threads from the events of the past few months. Just as Zhong Zemo was about to speak, the blanket tugged at his sleeve and stepped forward. You money-grubbing idiot. Please stay away from MOU from now on. He's dating me now. He doesn't have time for some unwanted, expired cheapskate. Zhong Zemo gasped. That's right. Someone who could stand up to dozens of guild members for a moment of pride couldn't possibly hold back in this situation. Someone who could go toe-to-toe with a jailer was no ordinary person. Despite her aggressive demeanor, she still managed a polite please. She was incredibly courteous. Du Jingwen trembled with rage. What did you say? The woman in the blanket megaphone. I said you're an expired, worthless slut. If you hadn't suddenly become famous, you would have happily taken the money you easily got from him and moved on to the next one. You clearly only came back for MOU's money. What are you pretending to be wrong for? What are you acting like a prodigal son returning home for? Even prostitutes have prices. You're not even as good as a prostitute. The woman in the blanket adjusted her pace, taking a deep breath. Listen to me. We only confirmed our relationship yesterday. He didn't wrong you, you wronged him. You're even worse than Dussel. You're a piece of trash. Du Jingwen didn't know who Dussel was, but anyone appearing in this conversation must be an extremely vicious villain. She was furious, but she wasn't going to admit defeat, gritting her teeth as she retorted. You only emphasize what you lack. Don't assume people are as dirty as you. You're the one eyeing other people's dividends, aren't you? The atmosphere was tense, a sharp exchange, but Zhong Zemo let slip a slip of the tongue, almost bursting out laughing. Beiwo was truly stunned this time. She extended her slender index finger and pointed at herself. Me, eyeing Mayu's dividends? You mean, I'm short of his money? Beiwo's mouth gaped slightly. This was the most hurtful word of wisdom Du Jingwen had delivered to her today. Sister, I'm calling you sister now. The money you got in your divorce settlement is just my own New Year's money saved in the bank since I was a child. Why would you think I'm short of Mayu's dividends? We seafood sellers never compete with seafood for food. Du Jingwen was struck dumb. From Zhong Zemo's reaction, she vaguely guessed the identity of the little rich girl in bed. An unprecedented despair enveloped her. Her carefully woven fantasy of reconciliation completely collapsed. She became somewhat hysterical. She wondered how this seemingly ordinary guy had suddenly become everyone's darling. You only known each other for a short time. You don't even know each other. What feelings could there be? The woman scoffed, as if you known each other since childhood and have some kind of bond. I never seen you. A shut-in. Consider the past when you got divorced and take a smaller share. We known each other in the game for over half a year, plus real time. It's almost a year. Isn't that enough? I'm pretty sure the MOU I know is real, because you already verified it for me. He's put up with a weirdo like you for 2.5 years. MOU's personality speaks for itself. You even trained his cooking skills. Thank you very much. From now on, I'd be grateful, happily mocking you while eating. Now, you only need to do one thing. Immediately right now, get away from him. From now on, if I see you harassing MOU again, I won't be polite. The powerful declaration startled Du Jingwen. Seeing her frozen in place, the blanket grabbed MOU's wrist and pulled away, leaving her sprawled on the spot, drenched in a spray of blood. Feeling the warmth from her wrist, she looked up at the blanket's high ponytail, which seemed to have come alive. She recalled every word from just moments ago. Scenes flooded her mind. and an indescribable feeling instantly overwhelmed Mou. The blanket's passionate echoes still lingered amidst the spray. He, who had never received anything in return for his repeated efforts, felt the surging emotions emanating from the blanket. Blanket. No, it's nothing. He suddenly changed his words. Hey, no need to thank me. Even if I weren't your girlfriend, I would still spray you. Zhong Zimo believed these words. The dream ruler, by misjudging her stubbornness, indirectly caused the dissolution of the dream. This time, it seemed he really had to seal the blanket away. The blanket, she really was warm. Chapter 286. During the server maintenance, the administrators of the Starry Campfire weren't idle, they all went home. Identifying players, who had been marked for a long time as potentially engaging in third-party trading, comparing and filtering their information, and assessing the severity of their violations was a major part of their daily work. The ban on trading only ensured the elimination of overt transactions, but there were many ways to circumvent regulations through more covert means. Qin Xiaoyu had reviewed many large, covert offline transaction records. Heavy spenders, the pure players who use real money for everything, actually only made up a small portion. The majority were probably due to the following reasons: repeatedly trying dungeons, being tormented by monsters, and questioning their existence, wanting to find shortcuts to quickly improve their equipment level, being attacked unexpectedly in conflict zones, being relentlessly attacked, and feeling frustrated but unable to win. They decided to use off-field methods to become stronger by spending real money and fight back. During a team dungeon run, he was teased for making too many mistakes. Not wanting to drag his teammates down, and also wanting to prove himself and save face by being praised as a godlike figure by his teammates, he secretly made a trade, intending to shock everyone. He was just one step away from collecting the materials and items, feeling incredibly anxious and impatient. He didn't want to wait any longer, and just wanted to get them as soon as possible. Qin Xiaoyu could understand the mentality of traders like him. When you're far from having enough materials, you accumulate them little by little with a calm mindset. But as the long marathon nears its end, the anxiety grows, wishing a pay-to-win button would appear on the screen so you could click it a few times. After entering the game, Candlelight went straight to the 12th floor of the Temple of the Clarities, and performed a game information check there. Due to the server maintenance, time in the Star World had stopped, and all the NPCs were motionless, like puppets without a core. Qin Xiaoyu, who was accompanying her, chatted idly with his colleagues. Seeing that Zhu Hua remained in a deep meditation for an extended period, he went to a colleague's side. Shortly after he left, Zhu Hua, whose eyes had been closed, slowly opened them. The pale golden light in her pupils had been replaced by a dark red. Zhu Hua looked around, momentarily lost in thought. Her gaze fell on Shi Lu and Freya. She hesitated for a moment, then manipulated her body to move to another floor. She accessed the game data, precisely located the 7 individuals at the boundary between reality and illusion, and softly read them aloud. Fallen Star Siren Xia, compatibility, anchor value, 100. Potion Master Mint, compatibility, 90. Anchor value, uncertain. Seeing the towering tree that had grown so large next to the 7 individuals' profile pictures at the boundary between reality and illusion, Zhu Hua's lips curled into a slight smile. Except for the jailer, whose branches remained bare, the other 6 trees had sprouted dense, vibrant green leaves. The orange tea tree was particularly lush, its thick trunk resembling an elemental source favored by the world's consciousness. The knowledge and skills of the stars have merged into one. Your progress truly lives up to the T0 title. No wonder you're receiving so much attention. It's just that Necromancer, he's a bit of an eyesore. Candlelight waved his hand gently, and the projected information screen vanished instantly. You're awake? Qin Xiaoyu returned, finding Candlelight no longer on the 12th floor. Using the map markers, he arrived at the 11th floor, the battleground of the elemental source. Candlelight turned his head slightly, glancing at Qin Xiaoyu out of the corner of his eye, a taut smile playing on his lips. What's wrong? Qin Xiaoyu asked, startled. The Candlelight's tone and wording carried a certain awkward distance. Was it just his imagination? When you left, I noticed some minor issues with the game settings, and would like to hear your explanations. Go ahead. About fairies. They can even possess objects, transforming them into enchanted artifacts in the hands of others. They can also possess humans, paying a small price to temporarily lend their abilities. They can easily manipulate magic beyond the capabilities of ordinary high-level mages. They can cast spells that mages in the lore cannot master, such as entering books and manipulating text to create deception, and it's not illusion, but real magic. Such a powerful race, Yet they always lived in symbiotic relationships with other races, without their own kingdom? Even knowing the story of the Sunrain Squad ended tragically, their early adventure diaries were truly captivating, perfect as light reading for leisure. Unable to resist reading them repeatedly, Qin Xiaoyu finally noticed this. Neither Anna nor the continent of Devil Land had independent kingdoms. Fairies always existed in a survival mode of dependence on the strong. Candlelight chuckled. Qin Xiaoyu frowned. From that chuckle, he sensed a faint sense of superiority, as if to say, "What's the big deal?" Having spent so much time with Candlelight, and given the opportunity to let his imagination run wild and freely express his curiosity, Candlelight never mocked his questions, even if they might be common knowledge as understood by Candlelight. What are fairies like in human literature? Qin Xiaoyu hadn't studied this much. In their traditional cultural system, fairies are more like a metaphor for non-human beings who possess extraordinary power, similar to spirits or monsters. The image of fairies in the game is closer to the celestial beings in Western culture. The tiny image of someone with a human appearance and strange powers is a common trope in literary works. The fairies we placed in the game are the most special kind of people. Magic is born from the world itself. It is the framework and rules that construct the world. Ordinary people know the rules and utilize them, which is the limit. Only a very few magicians can become individuals who can glimpse the world's consciousness and communicate with it. Fairies are different. They can easily penetrate the surface rules and borrow the power of the world itself. Qin Xiaoyu was greatly shocked. Doesn't this mean that fairies aren't releasing anything, but rather making wishes? With your current understanding, you could understand it that way for now, Candlelight said, like a child begging its mother for a small gift. The subtly unpleasant wording reappeared, but Candlelight seemed oblivious and continued explaining. Children who whine get candy. They become the most unique group among fairies, rare and mysterious. Great power comes with a price. The world granted them the right to whine, but also bestowed a curse. The stronger the power they borrow, the more easily their source of existence is damaged. Qin Xiaoyu actually wanted to ask about Shilu, but the subtle attitude of the Candlelight made him feel uneasy. He nodded twice, and prepared to leave again. Do you want to know what happened during my departure? Aren't you curious about why I broke my promise? Qin Xiaoyu replied immediately, not curious. He felt increasingly agitated. Under the gaze of the Candlelight, the usual pleasant feeling was gone, replaced by the trepidation and nervousness of their first meeting. Qin Xiaoyu teleported away again, and the Candlelight watched his departing spot with amusement. Indeed, very interesting. Returning to the 12th floor, as if remembering the coordinates of his departure, he stood there precisely, the dark red in the Candlelight's eyes slowly fading. In a brief daze, the Candlelight slightly opened its eyes, looking around, but saw nothing unusual. The game data check was complete, the interdimensional game information was interconnected, and the loophole that she had secretly opened was plugged. The Candlelight sat blankly on the ground, looking up at the evening dew, its expression complex. She closed her eyes, and a memory that didn't belong to her surfaced in her mind. It was an echo from another world, from a player who had once crossed the boundary between reality and illusion, a dream within. Li Furan entered the star-gazing sect at the age of 10. A large sect with nearly 1,000 members, it was a force to be reckoned with throughout the three realms. Talent, hard work, and luck were all indispensable. From a mere outer disciple, he rose rapidly to become the beloved disciple of a sect elder in just a few years. The youngest closed-door disciple, the most talented of the new generation. Li Furan was grateful to his parents for these achievements. It was they who, during the chaotic and turbulent days of spiritual energy revival, painstakingly managed to scrape together a mouthful of food for him. His father said he should have been dead. At his birth, starving refugees looked at him like a piece of meat. It was the elders of the star-gazing sect who, seeing his mother driven mad, confronting the refugees with branches and stones, took pity on her and allowed him to grow into the man he is today. Li Furan was a grateful person, with only one goal since childhood, to join the star-gazing sect. He succeeded, and then set another goal, to become famous throughout the world. In just 30 years, the world had undergone earth-shattering changes. Order and rules were overturned. The era of spiritual energy cultivation began amidst chaos. Everyone had the chance to rise above others. Everyone was searching for the secret to mastering the omnipresent power. The trust of his master, the care of his senior brothers, the aspirations of his junior brothers, and a sense of responsibility weighed heavily on Li Furan's shoulders. Why couldn't he be that handsome figure rising with the wind? He should be. His routine training was disrupted by scrolls of paintings. No one knew where the scrolls came from, or who created them. Seemingly overnight, They sprang up like mushrooms after rain across the three heavens. He fell asleep holding a scroll, a bizarre and wondrous world right before his eyes. Unlike the world they knew, this was a place where spiritual power was called magic, a land of many races, and numerous strange, spirit-like beings. The only thing they shared with their world was martial arts techniques, which were gradually fading from the scene. The magic warriors were practically the epitome of the former martial artists and current cultivators of the Three Heavens land. Daytime continued as usual, midnight brought sleep, and wandering in a dreamlike world became the daily routine for Li Furan and countless other prestigious sects. It was thus named the Dream Scroll. Some used it to hone their minds. Some used it to practice their skills. Some indulged in unrestrained behavior, treating it as a grand dream, reveling in its pleasures. A myriad of human experiences. The Stargazing sect, a prestigious sect, was astonished by the scroll that had appeared out of nowhere within its territory and attempted to find the person behind it. It was his master who intervened, communicating with the sect leader to resolve the matter. "Why didn't you investigate?" His master chuckled twice at Li Furan, but didn't answer. Later, Li Furan finally understood. That person could create the dream painting scroll, allowing even the most powerful experts of the three realms to travel the heavens in their imaginations. How could they possibly understand it? Investigate what? What if they actually found something? Since he was already there, he decided to make the best of it, and focused on learning within the dream world of the painting. He tried to understand the techniques of magic, seeking the connection between it and spiritual power, and to integrate them. This routine lasted for almost half a year. Li Furan saw his master, the sect leader, and the elders less and less. They all seemed very busy. From a certain point onward, his usually cheerful master's face was filled with unease, and he would often sit in the bamboo grove where he had taught and imparted knowledge since childhood, lost in thought. Li Furan approached with his master's favorite wine and dishes, the rich aroma of which couldn't pull his soul back from the heavens. His beloved junior sister patted him a few times, and he seemed startled, trembling as if regaining his senses. "Furan, how old are you today?" 23, master." "Not young anymore." His master gazed at the starry sky, lost in thought. "Do you remember what your master taught you most from childhood? Go with the flow, and you will be strong if you have no desires." Li Furan answered immediately. His benefactor had passed away early, and his master treated him like a parent, imparting all his knowledge. Every word and action, every phrase, was etched in his heart, never to be forgotten. "Furan, you must remember these 8 words firmly, no matter what happens. Never, never. No matter how high the sky, one is invincible without desire." That night, his master drank heavily. Li Furan saw weariness, bewilderment, and a barely concealed fear on his face. His master was also a peerless genius, one of the top experts in the three realms. At 40, he was renowned throughout the land, unyielding to storms and waves. What made him lose his composure? It was the night, besides instructing Li Furan, when the 8 words, "Go with the flow, be invincible without desire," echoed most frequently in the bamboo forest. It seemed not to be for Li Furan to remember, but for himself. Several days later, the sect's high-ranking members gathered. As the most outstanding of the new generation, and the person most suitable for the future sect leader in the eyes of countless elders, Li Furan was summoned to the scene. He watched as the star-gazing sect's high-ranking members took out one treasure after another from the long unopened storeroom, his whole body trembling. 30 years of spiritual energy revival, countless rare treasures have appeared. The star-gazing sect has groped its way forward, each item acquired through arduous effort a priceless gem. What are we all going to do? Who is the star-gazing sect going to declare war on? Furan, after we leave, you will act as the acting head of the star-gazing sect. If we don't return within 2 days, disband the star-gazing sect immediately. Take your fellow disciples and leave. Li Furan felt the sky was falling. Looking across the 3 realms, who could drive the star-gazing sect to the brink of annihilation? Furan, don't ask. His master gently stroked his head, just as when he was a child. You've grown up, you should shoulder some responsibility. We had no choice, really no choice, so neither did you. There were few farewells, everything was so rushed. The entire leadership came out, and the sect leader was temporarily replaced. Li Furan, clutching his sword, sat before the mountain gate, like an enraged lion, coldly staring at everyone who appeared on the long steps leading to it. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. No one returned. The messengers sent by the star-gazing sect to other places also returned. Senior brother Furan, it seems the other sects too. For the first time, Li Furan felt fear towards this world. It was a terror that hadn't been brought about by the revival of spiritual energy or the upheaval of the world, a terror that penetrated deep into his soul. Chapter 287. Li Furan carried out his master's orders, and the star-gazing sect was disbanded. Nearly 1,000 disciples scattered in all directions, their faces filled with despair. Even now, they still don't know what happened to the sect. Li Furan didn't leave. After sending a message to his parents, he sat alone at the empty mountain gate, quietly waiting. He wasn't alone. His junior brothers and sisters, who had followed him into the painting, all stayed. They couldn't be driven away. We might die. He saw fear on their faces after saying this. But no one left. They were all a bunch of fools. His fourth junior brother said nonchalantly, "It's all right. I'm a necromancer. I resurrect you all one by one." Not in a time, not in a place, not even in a world, Li Furan sighed the same way. Playing with necromancers. After several days of waiting, news came from within the dream painting scroll. Have you heard? Many prestigious sects have mobilized their entire forces to fight a group of evil creatures near Mount Luji. Really? Mount Luji is a remote, uninhabited place. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, monsters and evil spirits roam freely. How did this news get out? It's not a rumor. Someone barely escaped, was rescued, but unfortunately, his injuries were too severe, and he still passed away. Who was it? I heard it was an elder from the star-gazing sect. Having been notified by his junior brothers to enter the scroll, players could be seen discussing the matter everywhere in Fragrant Wind City. His heart was churning with turmoil, but Li Furan remained silent, continuing to listen. No one who participated in the campaign survived. Are you sure? That expert from the star-gazing sect only managed to crawl out of a pile of corpses by sheer luck. There really wasn't a single survivor. The onlookers were horrified. What kind of evil entity could wipe out all the renowned and powerful figures of the three heavens? I heard it's a mutated entity born from a cataclysmic change in the heavens and earth. The people of the star-gazing sect call it a demon? So, those powerful figures were all there to stop the spread of the cataclysm? Alas, good people don't live long. They probably just feared the situation would escalate, and they wouldn't be able to remain unscathed, so they had no choice but to act. I heard several crazy, wicked forces have also been completely wiped out. Did they also have the world in their hearts? That's true. The heavens of the three heavens are about to change, a major reshuffling of power. Perhaps everyone will have a chance. Li Furan gritted his teeth, chewing on the word demon, his fists cracking. These bastards. Not only are they ungrateful for their master's sacrifices, but they're also gloating. Why are you stopping me? It's just a game in a dream. What does it matter if I'm captured by the Judgment Knights? Li Furan felt something was strange, but he didn't know how to describe it. His master had never feared anything in his life. If the demons truly caused a cataclysmic event that swept the world, no one could remain uninvolved. Why didn't he spread the word and make more preparations? Their resolute actions, just like their words before departure, suggested they had no other choice. His heart was filled with too much confusion and bewilderment, and no one could answer his questions. Li Furan could only accept this only truth. His memories were chaotic, twisted, and fragmented. Chaotic notes danced wildly. His perspective changed, as if he were trapped in a shell that didn't belong to him, peering at the outside world through a narrow gaze. This. The sect leader of the star-gazing sect stammered, unable to utter a complete sentence. His composure, honed by years of holding a high position, crumbled, leaving only panic. His hands, unsure what to do, froze in midair. Your Excellency, we're going to deal with the Dream Master? Impossible. Even if the strongest warriors of the three realms joined forces, it wouldn't be possible. The woman in the distance left them with only a graceful silhouette. You're afraid of her, but not of me? No, this. Another wave of panicked voices rang out. The woman turned around, revealing a face identical to Candlelight's. I will limit her power. You only need to act, and everything will be within your grasp. They had no choice. The members of the star-gazing sect exchanged bewildered glances. After the sect leader nodded with difficulty, Candlelight vanished before their eyes, like a wisp of smoke. This was a spiritual technique unheard of, and unimaginable in the three realms. Candlelight slowly opened her eyes, her flurry of memories pausing. She sensed Li Furan's game information. She gradually accepted the fact that she had provided this to everyone in the three realms. It was all just a demonic mutation. Those caught in the chaos need to get back on track. I also need a brief respite. This spiritual journey across worlds has been far more complex than imagined. The loss of memories and the sudden turn of events have left her, as a puppet, physically and mentally exhausted. The server is back online, 18 hours left. Well, I take a 12-hour nap then. Candlelight returned to the 12th floor, choosing a spot near Yuru, smiling as it watched her, and gave a slight bow. Then, like an infant, she curled up little by little, hugging her knees. Just before entering a deep sleep, a thought surfaced in her mind. Perhaps I should tell Chen Xiaoyu too. Silence fell. The already asleep Candlelight slowly sat up, and in an instant, her consciousness and body shifted outside the game. With a thought, Candlelight arrived at the company rooftop. Her body floated up, like a god, surveying the neon-lit city below. It doesn't exist. The world of world consciousness. Could such a world have given birth to a solution? Thinking this, Candlelight pulled the information panel, which should only be accessible in the game, into reality. Her fingertips traced the trees next to each person's game avatar. She silently recited their names one by one. Flavored orange tea, cyber potato, original fries, sealed bed, still not back, all humanity flies to the sky for primitives. No matter how many times I see it. You're always a disappointment. Candlelight stared discontentedly at the jailer's ID, lamenting for the second time. And it seemed somewhat angry. Following the panel information, Candlelight performed a super long-distance teleport. The jailer, now a survivor, attended all the subsequent family gatherings. The prison he once desperately wanted to escape from was now a place of enjoyment. Sitting down, aside from the older generation, whenever any young person was present, they would inevitably overhear some game-related discussions, which would eventually fall on him. Without exception, they were all full of praise. The jailer never tired of hearing it. The peaceful time spent eating, drinking, and recharging his mind came to an end tonight. My older brother, Yuan, has a girlfriend. In a situation where we should have been giving him a good dressing down, the conversation inexplicably turned to him. Shucheng, you really made something of yourself now. You have to play games, but you also have to take care of real life. The jailer, still humming and hawing, hadn't realized this was a dangerous opening line. So when are you planning to start talking about girls? With a crab leg dangling from his mouth, the jailer nodded several times before suddenly snapping back to reality. Oh no, they're after me. We see. His standard interruption failed to cut off the family's discussion. Father Yuan, when I took a sip of tea, the girls in the guild, I chatted with them a bit at the last gathering. They're all pretty good girls, but you're like a block of wood, unmoved? Huh? Yuan Huanai moved his chair closer to the jailer, picked up the teapot, and poured him a cup. The jailer was sweating profusely. This whole series of moves was designed to get to the bottom of things. We spent so much time together, I verified your character, and you even have common topics and shared interests. Aren't you the perfect match? Everyone lowered their voices, straining to hear the unfolding drama. The younger generation was secretly delighted. At least they weren't the ones being pressured. They were in for some fun. Seeing the jailer proudly displaying the crab roe and vermicelli casserole in front of him, seemingly using chewing as a way to stall for time, Yuan Huanya's eyes flashed with slyness. If you won't tell me, then I ask. I think that kid called Bedtime is quite nice. Sensible, speaks politely, and has excellent manners. You get along well with him too. The jailer choked. The older guy brought over a bowl of cold tea, which he drank in one gulp, then stuck out his tongue. What did you give me to drink? How to any accorded a water. Incredible, he blurted out. Yuan was puzzled. I think it's alright. Is it really that bad? Is this guy really my older brother? Has he been possessed by some monster? Never mind, I need to quickly refute my dad. She already has a boyfriend. Don't talk nonsense later. Oh, who's so lucky? I happen to know her dad. His business has been doing quite well these past few years. Zhong Zemo. Yuan Huanai was taken aback, then nodded. They're a good match. Old Zhong and I talked about it. He's put up with that woman for over 2 years. That's impressive. Then, he continued, original flavor fries? The jailer quickly waved his hand. She's been living with Potato for a while now. If things go fast enough, I suspect she'd be able to attend his wedding before graduation. Sigh, she's a very good kid, quiet, humble, and polite. The jailer felt a tickle all over. My dad hasn't looked at me like I'm a good-for-nothing in a long time. He stopped lounging in his chair and immediately straightened up, even gripping his chopsticks with a proper grip. What about orange tea? Oh, she's fine, but it seems she's not planning on dating. Good student, good boy, all she does is play games and study hard. And you? Yuan Huanai finally raised his voice, startling the jailer. 2 couples have already been paired up within the same guild. Don't you feel any sense of crisis? The older brother quickly tried to smooth things over. Shu Chung has his own standards. Even if we're familiar with someone, they might not suit his personality. Then tell me, what type do you like? Your family can help you find someone. A voice suddenly drifted from the young man's table. He likes jailers, huh? This was followed by an uncontrollable burst of snickers, leaving Yuan Huanai completely bewildered, assuming it was just drunken rambling. It wasn't rambling. The jailer's criteria for a partner. He examined his conscience, glanced at his younger brother, and was certain it was the jailer. Zhong Ziming, a seasoned veteran, succinctly commented that he would eventually be disillusioned. It's like a novice author writing a sweet romance novel. Once he falls in love, his heart breaks, and he can no longer write anything decent. But the jailer felt he had to hit this wall, right? How would he know if he was just paying lip service if he didn't? Like a professional gamer's soul-searching interview. Do you consider yourself a professional gamer? I think I am. For some reason, the laughter from the young man's table grew louder. Yuan Huanai, his attention diverted, didn't press further. The surprise torture of the jailer was over, and feeling like he'd been granted a pardon, he quickly ate his fill and slipped away, not giving his father a chance to return. At the same time, he didn't forget to warn the younger members of the family in the most cowardly tone not to tell their father the true meaning of jailer. Back home, he didn't dwell on it for long. He turned on his computer, opened the community forum, and happily shared amusement and erotic images with his group members, browsing through various posts. Not just Jiang He, but everyone in the guild felt that no one could surpass the jailer in the richness of his inner world. He could immerse himself in it, entertaining himself, and if no one reminded him, he could even forget the passage of time. The candlelight floated on the ceiling, coldly watching the jailer's fingers dance rapidly across the keyboard. If the jailer turned around at this moment, his heart and lungs would surely stop. But his exceptionally rich inner world meant he was happily absorbing the energy of amusement, completely unaware that the room temperature was dropping abnormally fast. He turned on the air conditioner, the blast of hot air causing candlelight to shift its suspended position. Someone like this can actually lead the other players in this world in terms of awakening and compatibility. Are the others too weak, or are the other guild members too strong, indirectly influencing us? Candlelight's eyes grew colder, a strange power surging within her. The hot air from the air conditioner vent was captured by an unseen pair of large hands, accumulating and gradually solidifying. Only 6, that should be enough. Thoughts swirled in her mind, and Candlelight suddenly released her grip. A wave of heat rushed towards the jailer. Is the temperature too high? Why is it suddenly so hot? The jailer, puzzled, turned back, holding the remote control, fiddling with the air conditioner. The candlelight on the ceiling had vanished without a trace. At the last moment, she withdrew her hand. Let's just believe for now that each of you 7 is indispensable. You really deserve to die. Why can't you just honestly hand over your memories to me? Making every judgment of mine so difficult. The jailer had no idea what kind of crisis he had just escaped. After fiddling around for a while, unable to find the reason for his sudden heat, he simply shrugged and continued focusing on the online chat. The candlelight stared at him intently for a full half-hour before slowly disappearing into the night sky of Guangzhou. Her next stop had arrived in an instant. Under the night sky of Qingning City, the 4 primal bodies were accompanying Nonya on a leisurely stroll. Tonight's maintenance meant no need to log on, giving everyone ample time to enjoy the nightlife. Nonya's original plan was to find Orange Tea and have her show her around Qingning's night market, but the sudden arrival of her bed disrupted her plans. Therefore, she could only turn her attention to the idle 4 primal bodies. Chapter 288. Except for working overtime, Siyuan rarely wanders around this late. He admired Nonya. She was completely at ease traveling in a foreign country with just her phone, as comfortable as if she were at home, socializing freely, almost on par with a prison guard. Just now, while strolling through the night market, everything seemed new and exciting to her. She ate barbecue and noodles non-stop, showing no dietary restrictions whatsoever. To cater to the guild's #1 fan, Siyuan forced himself to stay awake, downing 2 bottles of coffee and diligently taking on the role of tour guide. Although communication always required a translator, causing a slight delay, it didn't dampen either party's enthusiasm. Nonya, scooping up grilled fish with a spoon, typed with one hand. Yawning, "Are you sleepy so early?" While translating, Nonya noticed the time on her phone screen. 1:40 a.m. She quickly apologized for seriously disturbing Siyuan's schedule. It's only natural to warmly welcome guests to your home. Siyuan felt a little embarrassed. As a guide, he knew very little about the interesting places to visit in his hometown, where he had lived for decades, and had to hastily search for videos to catch up. He wasn't sure if he could satisfy his foreign friend. Thinking of this, he felt even more guilty towards Nongya, who insisted on splitting the bill, and decided he had to treat her to something. "It's okay, would you like some tea? I buy it for you." But when Nongya saw the translated message, her eyes widened, and she waved her hands repeatedly, her brows furrowed with anxiety and unease. "It's just a cup of tea, right?" Suyuani readily paid, buying 2 large cups, and shoving them at him. Where to next? Nongya suddenly fell silent, holding the fruit tea, her expression somewhat uneasy, like a child who had done something wrong, secretly observing his reaction. "Sorry, let's go back to the hotel." The primal body felt a deep sense of guilt. What had happened? Did he say something wrong? Looking through the messages, they were all standard phrases. There shouldn't be any misunderstanding. Nongya suddenly stopped and looked back. The streets were quiet in the early morning, with few pedestrians and bright streetlights. Nongya had repeatedly praised the advanced infrastructure here. Compared to the current state of his hometown, he could only sigh. It seems someone is. Secretly. Nongya typed halfway, waved his hand, and casually said, "Never mind." Suppressing the overwhelming surge of emotion, Candlelight returned to the game. The primal body was the only one among the 7 at the boundary between reality and illusion, with an extremely abnormal growth curve. At a certain point in time, the previously weak tree suddenly grew tall and lush. Almost in one step, he traversed the path he had taken months to complete in the game. So soon, waking up? If you could give me your memories, I wouldn't need to spy on him anymore. Sooner or later you and I will. Candlelight grumbled, maintaining her sleeping posture, curled up on the floor. The last note faded, and the 12th floor of the temple returned to silence. Candlelight suddenly raised her head, looking around blankly. She gently touched her chest, hesitating briefly. An even stronger weariness swept over her. She didn't resist, closed her eyes, and once again fell into boundless darkness. The night passed without incident. As the sun neared its zenith, Candlelight finally awoke slowly. Qin Xiaoyu, who was eating grilled squid fried rice, was called into his office. A fist-sized, unremarkable wooden sealed box sat on the desk, catching his eye. A reward? Qin Xiaoyu's rice bowl tilted slightly, and he quickly found a place to put it down. Having spent more time with Juhua and understanding his nature, he was no longer as tense as he had initially been. Treat him as a decent friend, that seemed to be what Juhua hoped for as well. What did I do to suddenly receive a reward? He casually opened it, and a light green ring, seemingly made of vines and plant seeds, came into view. The intricate and delicate carvings flowed with sunlight filtering through the office desk. The reflected green light was dazzling, and for a moment, Qin Xiaoyu felt as if he had stepped into the depths of a tranquil forest. Among the treetops, butterfly-winged fairies played harmonicas and clarinets, while elves blew notes from leaves, making the wind rejoice. The leaves swayed, green waves rising and falling, the long, lingering swish sound seeping into his body and mind. In the windless room, as if resonating with this fleeting illusion, the pages of a book turned, harmonizing with the distant forest. For a fleeting, dreamlike moment, Qin Xiaoyu was momentarily lost in thought. "This is just something I made on a whim," Candlelight said casually. Qin Xiaoyu gently stroked the undulating patterns on the ring's surface. "Just something I did on a whim, it has no meaning," Candlelight continued. "Just think of it as a painting I took from a dream." "A dream?" Qin Xiaoyu asked curiously. "You're a doll. Do dolls dream too?" Candlelight simply smiled, offering no answer. In front of her, Qin Xiaoyu put the ring on his index finger. Unexpectedly, it fit perfectly. No, with Candlelight's abilities, it should fit perfectly. This made him wonder if he should reciprocate with a gift. The 4 original entities at their workstations were also deep in thought. This morning, Nongya sent a message. "I'm really sorry if I offended you. Still upset about last night? It was just playing around too much and forgetting the time. Nothing serious." This morning, Nongya was supposed to be at Qingning University to meet with Orange Tea and Blanket, her most anticipated offline interaction and exclusive interview. 2 days in advance, she announced the private interview on the French Community Forum. Actually, it was also a bit of showing off. But she said she suddenly wasn't feeling well, and decided to take a day off. From initially arguing and betting on the boundary between reality and fiction, to accidentally becoming the leader of the original stock fan group, Nongya's transformation in the community has brought huge attention. She herself is also very dedicated, working tirelessly with love. In the words of Open Can Instant Food, very much like our translation group. "You're still going to log on an hour later tonight," Jiang He said tonight's task announcement. Upgrade the stronghold and search for the Dragon Elaradia to complete the crafting and socketing of the origin element set. To guard against insidious invaders, the 4 Primarchs volunteered to stagger their online times, giving the guild more room for error. He cracked his knuckles. Damn those Dragon Knights. If it weren't for these troublemakers, after the Temple of the Clarities ended, they should have immediately plunged into the next dungeon raid and the next chapter of the story. Jailer Bro suggested in the group chat, if you ask me, we should give them some trouble too. Bed criticized, they don't release coordinates, how can you cause trouble? Zhong Zimo reminded, World Faction War. The faction war between the fallen Star Siren and Anna, though held at the boundary between the real and virtual realms, was largely avoided by them. The rewards were tempting for ordinary players, but for them, it only added more options to their equipment pool. It wasn't worth the grind. Since we're waiting for the 4 Primarchs anyway, let's go have a good kill. Jianghe, clutching his fries, suddenly had a new idea. Why don't we announce that we be appearing on the faction battlefield tonight? Huh? The jailer immediately objected, a surprise attack. You already announced it. Dragon Knights may be pig-nosed, but they're not so reckless as to throw their lives away. They definitely hide. Faction wars have no balancing system, wielding the best equipment in the game. Once the real and virtual reality realms enter the fray, they be unstoppable. I announce I'm going, but I can cancel now, Jianghe said slyly. A mix of deception and reality, he'd be too scared to grind points. Isn't that perfect for us? No sooner said than done, Jianghe immediately grabbed his fries and logged into the official account of the virtual real boundary to edit his post. World Faction Battleground points reset tonight, Dragon Knights. Friends from the Whale and the Basin Guild, we're waiting for you on the battlefield. Welcome all entertainment enthusiasts to provide the coordinates of players from the 2 major guilds. Official leak ID, Jailer Bro. The post quickly garnered over 1,000 comments. Jianghe recalled reading old game novels where open-world PvP required finding neutral factions to provide the location of opponents, and that was paid for. Times have changed, paid services are a thing of the past. Now, all you need to do is say, coordinates, entertainment, and entertainment enthusiasts are more enthusiastic than anyone else. Left hook, right hook, yes, that's it. They couldn't wait to see this scene every day, to see rivers of blood, and then stand by excitedly punching and immersing themselves in it. Dragon Knight also saw the post, and his face immediately fell. His main guild had been invaded, losing all the materials he had accumulated since the server opened. His invasion of the boundary between reality and illusion had backfired spectacularly, as his base, forged with the lost materials, was utterly routed, unable to even extract materials for resurrection and dispelling negative status effects. 2 slaps, one on the front and one on the back, stung. His game reputation among players had been reduced to near negative. He could endure all of that. But this post truly broke Dragon Knight's spirits. The boundary between reality and illusion, the equipment he considered insignificant, was something he had worked tirelessly to obtain, achieving the top ranking in the national server. For this, he had stockpiled 13,000 points, still 7,000 points short of exchanging for a red quality set. As far as he knew, some fast-moving streamers and large guilds had nearly the same total points as him. Once the scoring speed slows down, the title of number 1 in the national server for faction battlegrounds will inevitably change hands. Even Tang Jingxi, nicknamed Whale in a Basin, broke down. Her fan base was even more dedicated than Dragon Knights. Leveraging her status as a female player, her devoted followers rushed to offer sacrifices, clearing obstacles for her to accumulate points. If she could just score a little more tonight, Tang Jingxi could exchange for the core materials needed to craft red quality equipment. It's okay, Sister Whale, don't worry. The battlefield is so big, we have so many people, the virtual border can't handle everyone. That's right, several guilds, a combined attack of 1,000 or 2,000 players, and there are only 7 people at the virtual border. Tang Jingxi got annoyed. What if? You're doomed if you run into them. 2/3 of your points will be wiped out. How long will it take to accumulate 10,000 points? All that hard work gone in a flash, are you willing to bet on that? Seemingly oblivious to her unease, the fans were still rushing to comfort her. Don't worry, Whale, we give you extra points, don't worry. Tang Jingxi suddenly found these sycophantic fawning annoyed. Who couldn't see through their little schemes to impress her? They probably just wanted to see her crash into the boundary between reality and illusion and fall to the bottom, so they could make a good impression on her. Annoying. So annoying. She could exchange for materials tonight, and the boundary between reality and illusion just happened to say they were coming to the large battlefield to make their presence felt. What a coincidence. The server-wide leader, the only designated T0 guild, with countless storylines after clearing the Clarity Realm, and the ability to choose which dungeon to advance for maximum benefit. Killing a nobody in the guild's fringes wasn't enough to change their plans. They're definitely after me. Could there be a mole within the guild? Thinking this, Tang Jingxi was horrified. Considering the fawning expressions in the fan group, she genuinely felt they were capable of such a thing. I won't go, absolutely not. I can't contact these people either. There's definitely someone among them working for the virtual reality boundary, trying to take advantage of the situation. Having made up her mind, Tang Jingxi felt increasingly disgusted as she looked at her core fan group. Why are all her fans like this? Dragon Knight was also annoyed. If he hadn't appeared in the grand battlefield tonight, he could already imagine what kind of posts would appear in the community the next day. Dragon Knight, I'm here. You're not in the grand battlefield at all. Where are you? Dragon Knight, you're just a songstress, aren't you? I curse you out on the battlefield, I'd be waiting for you here. Once someone uses this as a meme, and it becomes part of the game's popular culture, he'd be completely ostracized in the gaming community. His image of being both a troublemaker and a coward will be deeply ingrained from now on. Even if he tries to deconstruct it with self-deprecation, as long as the virtual reality boundary, a nickname for a player, comes out and stirs up trouble, he'll only be able to passively take the hits. But what can he do if he's not a coward? How about we take a gamble? Someone in the core fan group suggested. Dragon Knight really wanted to grab a keyboard and smash it over the speaker's head through the screen. Look at the equipment on the virtual reality boundary, another nickname for a player. In unbalanced mode, he's a dominant force, the god of the battlefield. Thereafter the points you earned, the most dignified thing to do is commit suicide, win a game, restart, and farm points with lightning speed. What the virtual reality boundary wants, players will probably willingly give up, just to become familiar with him, capture gameplay clips, and happily post them out, showing off their close interaction with a top-tier guild and the opportunity to communicate. As for the points they demanded, that was a voluntary tribute, there was no demand. Choosing option A would only mean dying with more dignity. The Dragon Knight suddenly remembered an example mentioned by an NPC in the game's storyline, when jokingly saying rank doesn't completely equal strength. In the history of the Ana Empire, there was a case of an 8th rank mage being killed by a 1st rank mage. An 8th rank mage fought a high-ranking mage and barely won, leaving only a 1st rank mage on the battlefield. He still had magic power, but no stamina, unable to cast spells, and was stabbed to death by the 1st rank mage with a dagger. The most outrageous cross-rank kill on record. That dagger became one of the exhibits in the Ana Empire's library. Later mages gave it a name with a twisted sense of humor. The Wrath of the Ants. The entire fan group patiently awaited the Dragon Knight's final decision. After hesitating all afternoon, the Dragon Knight slammed his fist on the table in frustration. He gritted his teeth and typed in the group chat. Announced to the entire guild and all branches that it's best not to enter the main battlefield tonight. He chose to back down. Chapter 289. As night deepened, Qin Xiaoyu returned to his rented apartment yawning. Work was becoming increasingly hectic. The company had converted 2 floors into dormitories, and having grown accustomed to living and eating at the company, Qin Xiaoyu rarely returned to his rented apartment. The reason he didn't move out was simply to have some private space and time. A seafood fried rice, a braised duck leg, some cold dishes, and a quick stir-fry of raw vegetables, his late-night snack was complete. He set up his laptop and opened the community forum to browse posts while eating. He positioned his phone on a stand, and the Stars of Proof app became his window for monitoring game data. What players wanted, getting game information without actually playing the game, was already standard practice for Stars of Proof administrators. The amusement of the Dragon Knight being relentlessly beaten by the boundary between reality and illusion was very popular. Everyone loved watching the humiliation of a fallen hero. The members of the gaming community were itching for a fight, each deciding to become a human scout, determined to make sure the two sides clashed fiercely tonight. Posts on the front line of reality and illusion platform always generate buzz. Their inherent popularity is enough to make any veteran gaming content creator envious. If one of the 7 members of the front line of reality and illusion team were to be replaced, who do you think it should be, and why? This post, fresh from the afternoon, had nearly 10,000 views, piquing Qin Xiaoyu's interest. Ma Zhong Lu Bu. If I had to choose one, I say Jailer Bro. It seems like he's always a liability in the team. While he's good at creating a lively atmosphere, who says others can't? Greenland Seal Fist. The classic team atmosphere master is the first to be kicked out of the team. Ma Zhong Lu Bu. In terms of actual combat ability, he definitely should be eliminated, isn't that a fact? rescued and immediately ran away. Then I need to name someone whose actual combat skill is probably the worst in the team. He didn't need to say it, almost every player in the thread understood the name. Orange T. Compared to her clueless state at the start of the server, a complete burden, T-God's skills have improved significantly. She consistently delivers her blessings in time during the high-difficulty Clearcaster dungeon, which already demonstrates her progress. However, if judged by World Championship standards, her abilities seem somewhat awkward compared to other support roles in major guilds. T-God's lucky charm attribute is too dazzling, so much so that even though Chinese players are well aware of this, they are still willing to leniently believe in her promising future until she makes a mess. Qin Xiaoyu took a sip of milk tea and couldn't help but laugh. The news of the World Championship being postponed will probably be released in the next couple of days. This morning, Enamel Cup sounded very downcast when communicating with Candlelight, clearly having had a lot of headaches because of it. However, to Qin Xiaoyu's surprise, although the World Championship was cancelled, the Candlelight rewards continued to be distributed according to the predetermined standards. 2 days later, guilds like the Virtual Reality Boundary that qualified would receive their second payment. The number of players qualifying for the second batch was enormous, far exceeding the number of the first batch. The game's crafting masters had also completed their growth and accumulation period since the server's launch, and were now able to efficiently create DIY works more tailored to their needs using the custom materials sold in the shop. These two factors combined led to a surge in in-game spending on the Stars-approved game this month. Qin Xiaoyu roughly calculated that each person should have spent at least 2 to 3 million. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. No need to play the competition, the fame remains, and the profit sharing continues. Truly, it's like lying down and counting money. I promised a competition, but it never materialized. I sold them an opportunity to advance into the future, to gain glory through gaming, but I failed to deliver. Naturally, I have to pay the price for those expectations that were already sold. Candlelight spoke calmly, seemingly wondering why Qin Xiaoyu would ask such a foolish question. Qin Xiaoyu is narrow-minded. Perhaps, Candlelight's distant hometown is paradise. After a moment of distraction, Qin Xiaoyu continued eating and browsing the posts. Guangfu little elf, if we're talking about strength, mentioning T-God is no problem, but the current reality/virtual boundary is like a group debuting. If we were to use a bottom-ranking elimination system, the one with the lowest popularity and least discussion would graduate. Thank you, Taro. Oh no, now that you mention it, I really can't think of any jokes about the 4 primal bodies. Right, the 4 primal bodies are too invisible. If you hadn't mentioned it, I really wouldn't have remembered him. Even his name is a bit unfamiliar. Those who have long followed reality/virtual boundary can point out the 4 primal bodies' exceptionally good predictive abilities, but those who have only recently started following the game will only be full of question marks. In the long underground temple dungeon of the Clarifiers, from the Great Snow Mountain to the Fallen Star Royal Court storyline, did he, as the team's secondary DPS, have any outstanding performances? It seems so, but if you were to immediately point out where those outstanding performances were, most people would probably be speechless. He was like a classmate in school who had a weak presence and above-average grades, with nothing memorable about him. Even years later, when you take out your graduation photo and glance at it, a gloomy fog will rise in your mind, obscuring the past associated with him. No fans, no followers, no memes, no distinguishing features. Among the hottest T0 guilds, only the 4 primal bodies seemed untouched by this sudden windfall. After scrolling through dozens more posts, the 4 primal bodies' name appeared more frequently than Prison Guard Brothers. Qin Xiaoyu couldn't help but wonder what the outside world's reaction would be if they knew that Potato and Fries were already living together, and Bed and Joan Zemo were a couple. He had previously seen posts from students at Fries and Bed's school on the community forum. Fries rarely stayed on campus before or after classes, renting an apartment off campus, making it difficult for many potential suitors to find an opportunity to talk to her. Bed was unlucky. Although she was a wealthy woman, she lived in a dormitory, so she was often approached by strange people when she was out on campus. From a bystander's perspective, Qin Xiaoyu thought the two couples were quite well matched. Thinking about it, he felt a little dazed. Just over 3 months ago, they were complete strangers from all over the country. 3 months later, some were living together, some had successfully pursued and won over their partners. So fast. It felt like a whole year had passed. He rubbed his temples, soothing his tired face. As a game administrator, he was starting to lose sight of reality. Day and night shifts rotated, sometimes requiring him to spend several days in the game. Whenever he was awake, those vivid memories settled like straight of rock, only to rise again from the depths of his mind when he fell asleep, repeating the cycle endlessly. Someone in the community said that playing the game Proof of the Stars could grant double the life experience. It seemed true, but what was the price? Qin Xiaoyu felt he was becoming insensitive to the passage of time. Occasionally, when he talked to his parents, they would be surprised by his forgetfulness. It was clearly only yesterday, yet he spoke as if it had happened days ago, a week ago. His colleagues were all using memo pads and keeping diaries. Only in this way could they strictly distinguish the extra life the Stars Proof had given them. In a daze, he had already finished his late-night snack, packed up the trash, and even cleaned up the dishes. He couldn't tell if he was just drowsy or if his perception of time was slightly off again. He took a can of cola from the refrigerator, and before even opening it, a chill ran down his spine like a snake, up his neck, and to the top of his head. Qin Xiaoyu shuddered, his gaze falling on the glass in the refrigerator. A corner of a familiar face appeared on it. He slowly turned around. The candlelight floated silently in the corner of the room, leaning against the wall. Expressionless, like an iceberg, radiating a chilling aura that kept strangers away. Qin Xiaoyu swallowed. Here we go again. Since returning from the other world, Candlelight had been occasionally sensing an eerie unease emanating from her. A chilling aura, like the dread of a wild beast, constantly enveloped Qin Xiaoyu. He offered her a can of cola. Why are you here? Want some? Candlelight didn't speak, her eyes slowly shifting, her gaze gradually settling on the ring. It was a gift she'd given him just today, its unique carving style making him suspect it was a cultural artifact from his homeland. Let me see. Qin Xiaoyu was startled. He instinctively felt something was amiss, but trusting Candlelight, he took it off. While Candlelight played with the ring, he carefully examined the person before him, his suspicions deepening. Her eyes were red, like precious jade stained with blood, reflecting a sea of crimson in the light. Like a ravenous snake lurking within, the ever-emerging blackness struggled against the boundless red light. It devoured the blood, eroding away patches of empty color, only to be quickly replaced by crimson again. A vicious cycle repeated itself. For some reason, Qin Xiaoyu recalled his daily meals with Zhu Hua, filled with laughter. An inexplicable impulse made him reach out. Zhu Hua, utterly bewildered, hadn't expected Qin Xiaoyu to do this. The ring slipped from her hand and returned to his. Anger surged between her brows, her cold, piercing gaze like a knife, aimed directly at Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Xiaoyu's breathing quickened. He clutched the ring in his palm, instinctively stepping back and bumping into the refrigerator. You're not Zhu Hua. Zhu Hua laughed, a mixture of mockery and disdain appearing on her face, which usually only displayed a gentle smile. Her mouth seemed to have been carved with a fissure, stretching unbelievably to her ears. The eye sockets and eyes rapidly enlarged, taking up 2/3 of the face, making him look like a demon. She didn't expect Qin Xiaoyu's scream of psychological collapse. Instead, she saw a pair of calm, composed eyes. The surreal unfolding didn't break his defenses. The candlelight returned to normal. Did you like this joke? The sudden change in atmosphere caused Qin Xiaoyu's tense nerves to relax for a moment, and he stammered, somewhat at a loss. A joke? The unchanging routine is tiresome. Isn't a little surprise more interesting? As she spoke, the candlelight chuckled to itself. Qin Xiaoyu felt utterly bewildered. He subconsciously wiped the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand, and the ring in his palm flipped over. Bodily fluids flowed, corroding the ring's surface with a green, vine-like pattern. A strange, faint light flickered, and an indescribable power flowed slowly. The candlelight's body suddenly froze, her hand, reaching for Qin Xiaoyu, stopped in midair, trembling uncontrollably. She stared in disbelief at her arm, watching it twist and contort in ways no human could possibly manage. A pale gold glint appeared in her dark red eyes. Dripped blood onto the ring. It was the candlelight's voice, actually echoing in his mind. The candlelight before him twisted its arms 90 degrees, as if manipulated by a tremendous force, its arms suddenly crossing, twisting like a pretzel. Her legs shattered instantly, and she knelt directly before Qin Xiaoyu. Dripped blood. After a brief hesitation, Qin Xiaoyu chose to believe. He grabbed a knife from the table and slashed his index finger. Scalding blood stained the dark green ring crimson. The sweat that trickled through the cracks in the ring's design was swallowed by the surging red torrent. Qin Xiaoyu's head throbbed with pain. The forest he had dreamt of when candlelight presented the ring reappeared before his eyes. His perspective was strange, fixed on the treetops, motionless. Sunrise and sunset, spring and autumn. The passage of time, fleeting and ephemeral. His perspective remained fixed, only occasionally shifting slightly to gaze at the squirrels leaping among the treetops, the birds resting. Ah! He heard him sigh. 1,000 years in an instant. Consciousness returned to his body. Qin Xiaoyu staggered backward, the weightlessness making him lose his balance. It was as if his soul and body had been separated for too long, becoming somewhat estranged. He looked down, the ring flashed, its vibrant emerald green filling his palm. Ah! Candlelight's scream was trapped in his throat. You? What did you give him? The voice within Candlelight roared. The legacy of a fairy. Inexplicable. Candlelight's body continued to struggle, limbs breaking one by one. You arrived in this world without bringing anything. The rules forbid it. I truly didn't bring anything, so the ring on his hand was forged by the fairies of this world. Impossible, this world has no magic. Candlelight lost interest in explaining. She commanded, press the ring against my heart. Qin Xiaoyu dared not delay, and immediately complied. The misty green gradually expanded, enveloping the two like bubbles. The chirping of birds returning to the forest, the flapping of wings. The rustling of leaves in the treetops. The soft trembling of squirrels leaping among the branches. The rustling of animals trampling fallen leaves. Countless sounds flooded his ears, reaching the depths of Qin Xiaoyu's soul. The feeling came quickly, and went quickly too. In an instant, the green light faded, and he, drenched in sweat, noticed Candlelight reassembling her severed limbs, restoring them to their original state. You, he stammered, his mind a jumbled mess. Candlelight handed him a glass of water, which he gulped down. It took him a while to recover. In our world, there are fairies. Candlelight was taken aback. She stared intently at Qin Xiaoyu, then burst into laughter. You're really interesting. After experiencing something so bizarre, your first reaction wasn't to ask what happened, but to be concerned about fairies? That's the real you. Your curiosity is exploding, yet you managed to control it with willpower. Candlelight showered him with praise, her smile gradually fading. Yes, in this world, fairies once existed. The only fairy in the world. Chapter 290. At the dawn of the world, the dice fell to the ground. The world Qin Xiaoyu inhabited embraced a future devoid of magic at that moment. The possibilities of the extraordinary withered and faded. Through long development and evolution, life grew and progressed, the world nurturing the cradle of life, guiding it step by step forward, awakening its wisdom. However, those withered and dying seedlings strangely sprouted new life. A decaying, weakened body, with all its might, gave birth to a life. He awoke in a daze, a child abandoned by the world. According to your calendar, that was 202 BC. The Chuhan contention has ended. Far away, the Second Punic War is also coming to a close. Qin Xiaoyu asked, where is he? Yunnan, the dense tropical rainforest. Rarely visited, isolated from the world, the only, and last, fairy was born silently, experiencing this world that did not welcome him. Why is this happening? Qin Xiaoyu asked, puzzled. We've seen other worlds like this on our long journey, Candlelight smiled. A romantic way to put it is, another possible echo of the world. In your profession, it's like, the world has a bug. Qin Xiaoyu suddenly understood. After becoming a magic-free world, the code wasn't completely removed, and the possibility of a magical world became part of the underlying code. As time went on, it inexplicably responded to instructions in the world's progress and started running. Candlelight, on the other hand, was a little confused, but fortunately, her comprehension was exceptional. A very apt analogy. Qin Xiaoyu scratched his head, but the operating environment wouldn't allow it, would it? Without magic in this world, how could it survive? The Great Oxidation event was also the end of anaerobic life. As a possibility for a magical world, even if a fairy were born, if this world lacked the necessary environment, it would be no different from an ordinary person. If it appeared in the outside world, it would probably be seen as a monster or anomaly by humans. Qin Xiaoyu suddenly froze. He looked up at the candlelight, realizing a problem he had always overlooked. Is the extraordinary power that Candlelight uses derived from her energy core as a puppet, or? It seems you guessed it. Candlelight nodded. Aside from a method I cannot speak of, to avoid a conflict between Shilu and the world's consciousness that occurred during the Clear One's temple incident, I borrowed pre-existing magic. As I said before, your world is unique. The initial possibilities did not disappear with the world's decision, but rather sank to a depth unobservable to you. The primordial sea of magic still exists, which is the main reason fairies can be born. Candlelight added, the worlds I can reach are all similar to my master's homeland. Qin Xiaoyu was truly bewildered. Wait a minute. He remembered the other world Candlelight had recently visited, a place where martial artists and chivalrous individuals existed, and after experiencing an influx of spiritual energy, they began searching for ways to master and utilize it. This history is only 30 years old now. Candlelight understood his thoughts again and affirmed in advance. That's right, this possibility also exists in your world. Chen Xiaoyu felt a little numb. He had never imagined that his daily life was the result of a massive, stuporous mountain of code working together to maintain stability. Beneath the magnificent tapestry of modern civilization lay a volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. It might explode tomorrow, or it might remain dormant forever. Deeply shocked, he opened the refrigerator and gulped down 2 bottles of cola. Remembering that Candlelight was there, he handed her one as well. This time she accepted it, without the unpleasant, unapproachable aura that had been present with that monster. Let's continue talking about the fairy. Chen Xiaoyu took a deep breath, his thoughts numb from the repeated shocks, and decided to delve deeper. He named himself Wu. Wu! The first sound he uttered upon entering this strange world, and from then on, he instinctively took that as his name. Chen Xiaoyu was puzzled. Isolated from civilization, he wouldn't be illiterate, would he? Illiterate? Candlelight was taken aback. Oh, that's what illiterate means. Having learned a new word, Candlelight silently memorized it while shaking her head. He's not the wolf child you think he is. Remember how I told you about how magical the fairy race is? From the moment it gained consciousness, the fairy slowly and continuously learned the common knowledge of the many civilizations born from a world without magical choices. Although the information was fragmented and incoherent, it didn't hinder its understanding of the world beneath its feet. In this process, as its wisdom gradually became complete, it finally understood a cruel truth. He was the only child born from the possibility of magic. No kin, no companions. Fragmented information echoed in its mind, allowing it to feel the historical changes of humanity, the development of civilization, and the joys and sorrows erupting from bloodshed, separation, and death. The blossoming and entanglement of life, like a steel blade, slashed at him, someone who understood emotions but could never possess them. A scene flashed through Chen Xiaoyu's mind. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, birds returned to their nests. In the damp rainforest, small animals huddled together for warmth, retreating to their dens before being touched by nocturnal predators. Wu sat on a treetop, watching the distant sunset gradually swallowed by the churning sea of night, darkness washing over the sky like a tide, cleansing away the last glimmer of light. The world was immersed in boundless tranquility, utter silence. The occasional chirping of insects, and the rustling of grass in the wind punctuated his ears. Fragments of information and common sense from distant human civilizations flowed into his mind. Perhaps a warm family of 3 discussing this year's harvest. Perhaps the warm laughter of a child receiving a hug from their parents. Oh, what will he think? Will he hate the world that gave him a place, but didn't welcome him? Will he despise the civilization born in a world without magic, and hate humanity that possesses a complete world? Seeing Chen Xiaoyu staring blankly into thought, Candlelight stood up. Let's go! To? Where to? Before he could ask, Candlelight grabbed his hand, and the surrounding light and shadows flashed by. Amidst the bustling city, embraced by civilization, Chen Xiaoyu felt a moment of tranquility. A night breeze, as if blowing from the depths of time, gently caressed the sea of trees, the slightly damp leaves swaying in unison, creating intoxicating waves that flowed endlessly, seeping into his heart. He took a deep breath. The air was pure, the moist, earthy scent soothing his mind. The hustle and bustle of the world, the restlessness, were cleansed. Deep in the rainforest, as Candlelight reached out his hand, a flash of light appeared. A massive, ancient tree came into view. It was enormous, like a pillar supporting the heavens and the earth. Emerald moss covered its trunk, and its thick roots rose from the ground like octopus tentacles, spreading in all directions. Chen Xiaoyu subconsciously muttered impossible. He took a few steps back, but the tree's crown was still not visible. Its size and height far surpassed the surrounding trees, making it stand out like a crane among chickens. If it truly existed, would documents? No, would marketing accounts swarm to report on it? In his understanding, such enormous trees only existed during the era when insects reigned supreme. Normal people can't see it, only those who understand the existence of magic can glimpse a corner where 2 rules intersect. Whoosh! In its final moments, it catalyzed the tree beneath it, allowing it to merge into a deeper sea of primordial magic. Chen Xiaoyu was startled, a sudden thought occurring to him. If the sea of primordial magic were to fully contact our current world, the idea your world's literature calls the revival of spiritual energy would become a reality. Gazing at the ancient trees reaching for the sky, Chen Xiaoyu murmured, "Ugh, can he open the gate to the revival of magic?" Candlelight said, "The possibility is low, but..." It's possible. Once upon a time, the everyday routines, the established order, the brilliant legacy of civilization of this world, all crumbled in the blink of an eye. The world rolled its first die, inadvertently leaving behind a die and the gambling table. An ant crawled onto the table, learned the rules, and discovered the die. With enough effort, it could seize the opportunity to gamble and change everything. Why not? This wasn't his world, but a paradise for anaerobic creatures. He made contact with humans, Candlelight said. The first time was in 1278. He left records? Wu's physical body is dead, but as a spirit, it is itself a carrier of information. The remaining marks can be deciphered. Continue talking about the contact, Qin Xiaoyu said curiously. Our history doesn't record any related anecdotes. 1278. What kind of year is that? Even modern people struggle to reach the depths of the rainforest. The only reason people came here back then, besides digging for herbs and hunting, was, well, that's the only other possibility he could think of. Refugees? Candlelight's words confirmed his guess. War forced people to leave their homes. To escape the chaos, some became savages in the vast mountains. We witnessed these refugees, like lost souls, wandering the rich yet perilous rainforest. Miasma and disease tormented their bodies. A child accidentally ingested a poisonous plant, fainted, and lay dying. The father's heart-wrenching cries made Wu sigh. He catalyzed the growth of the antidote, making it shimmer and attract attention. Gods protect, gods protect. This constant chanting of praise was one of the few times Wu interacted with the people of this world. Just from the Candlelight's description, Qin Xiaoyu could imagine the father's devout prayer to the gods and Buddhas. Can he not leave this place? At first he couldn't, then he left twice, but the marks left by the magic have faded, and no one knows where he went. The Candlelight gently stroked the tree, feeling the traces left by time. In the very end, Wu returned to this place. Returning to his birthplace, he peacefully faced the end of his life. As the only child of magic in the human world, his story was rather ordinary, unremarkable. High in the treetops reaching the clouds, Wu gazed into the distance. In the blink of an eye, sunrise and sunset, the changing of the seasons. In the blink of an eye, spring turned to autumn. Day after day, year after year, he wandered deep into the rainforest. Judging from his willingness to help humans, Wu did not despise them. The Candlelight said that in the final stages of his life, he gradually understood the mysteries of the primordial sea of magic. He comprehended and learned how to use magic in a magic-free environment, within limits, without suffering a backlash. In a world where magic did not exist, Wu was no different from a god. If he wished, he could walk to that gambling table and roll the dice. But the distant marks left by magic showed that he had used two types of magic on a larger scale. One kind of magic was to catalyze the growth of a fruit tree, causing it to bear a profusion of various kinds of fruit, even if those fruits should have been planted in the ground, hanging from vines. One fruit tree, 100 kinds of fruit, a dazzling array. This was a magic he created himself, to please himself. The second kind of magic. Candlelight helped Qin Xiaoyu put on the ring. Snap your fingers on the leaves. Qin Xiaoyu didn't understand, yet he felt a faint anticipation. The instant his fingers snapped, a cool breeze gently caressed every leaf, brushing past the treetops. Invisible ripples spread, intimately contacting the lush vegetation of the rainforest, echoes from all directions flowing into his ears with a soft rustling sound. It was as if the entire rainforest had come alive, responding to his call. Qin Xiaoyu got goosebumps. At that moment, he understood what kind of scene the power of the Lord of the Forest in fantasy novels was, the power that could make the sea of trees rejoice. The spellcasting process was simple. The incantation already contained within the ring was triggered by a snap of the fingers. A simple magical activation method that bound the casting action to the mobilization of magical power. I made it using fragments of Wu's remaining magical power. Qin Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, then asked heavily, when did he leave? 1381. More than 600 years have passed. Can he still leave any trace? He was the only one without any chaotic magical information interfering. Everything is clear. What was he doing at the end of his life? Zhu Hua picked up a leaf. Eating leaves. Wu particularly enjoyed gnawing on leaves. The vast rainforest was like his canteen, and the long passage of time gave him ample time to savor the flavor of each tree. According to Zhu Hua, he could clearly sense his physical condition. The magical power sustaining his existence began to leak out, making him unstable and dangerous. To prevent his death from becoming a magical accident in a world without magic, he took out leaf specimens accumulated over 1,000 years, placed them beside the tree roots, and made a small nest. After eating and drinking his fill, Wu poured out his magic to catalyze the growth of the trees. He had intended for this final masterpiece to be laden with fruit, but his magic no longer allowed for more precise manipulation. By draining himself of all his magic and fading into exhaustion, without the slightest hesitation, Wu's thoughts plunged into darkness. Suicide? Qin Xiaoyu was momentarily dazed. The older he got, the harder it was to control his magic. He realized the danger he posed to this world. Born under the rules of the magical world, he had never been welcomed by it. Even so, he silently and peacefully lived his life. Until the very end, he maintained the gentleness of a fairy. Candlelight patted Qin Xiaoyu's shoulder. When I returned to this world and saw you, your face contorted with struggle, your mind and body exhausted by that power, I immediately thought of Wu. You're a lot like him. Chapter 291. Using the traces left by Wu, Zhu Hu entered this world, easily obtaining the source of magic and performing what the world saw as a miracle. One question was answered, but another arose. Using the power of this ring, the monster within you died? Zhu Hu explained, my energy source is divided into two parts. The part she controls is something I cannot speak of. The other part is the primordial sea of magic that your world already possesses. Limited activity time, fragmented memories, and consciousness left her within Zhu Hu with nowhere to hide. The moment she sensed something amiss, Zhu Hu pulled up the webcam footage from her office computer. Seeing herself, unconscious and inexplicably moving around, Zhu Hu instantly understood. From the moment she gave her the ring, she had been setting a trap for her. Qin Xiaoyu was stunned, her mouth dry as she stared at the emerald green ring on her index finger. The connection to the primordial sea of magic is right here. Another possibility conceived at the dawn of the world, the key to unlocking that door, is in his hand. Qin Xiaoyu's heart pounded. Images slowly unfolded in his mind, countless fantastical masterpieces he had once browsed and viewed flashing by like fleeting shadows. Who? With a heavy exhale, the chaotic thoughts cleared, and his mind became lucid. Candlelight watched, saying nothing. What the hell did you bring to our world? Not bring. Candlelight paused, she is also me. In every world, Candlelight stores a backup of herself. The backup has no consciousness, just an empty shell. As temporary server platforms created by Candlelight, they silently maintained the stable operation of the stars of proof in each world. Things changed after her memories were damaged. They realized my defect. They questioned. They were curious. They were eager to try. These few words sent a chill down Qin Xiaoyu's spine, as if she were in a dark warehouse filled with mannequins. The moment the lights were turned on, all the mannequins stared intently at her. Realizing that Candlelight was a defective product, the thought of replacing her quickly took over the chaotic consciousness of the backup dolls. Some backups merely observed, but others took action. That martial arts world where spiritual energy has revived. Candlelight nodded. The backup number 2, located in the 3 domes, while ensuring the game's operation, has had its individual actions detached from my control. Candlelight's methods of deploying the game vary depending on the world. In the 30 years since the revival of spiritual energy in the 3 domes, countless bizarre and wondrous things have happened. The sudden appearance of the scroll, and the bizarre experience of the game within a dream were easily accepted by them. No excessive guidance was needed. Simply reinforcing the suggestion within the dream was enough to ensure the game progressed smoothly. However, the backup bypassed Candlelight, and went her own way, acquiring a temporary body through a process akin to possession, and secretly contacting several well-known and powerful forces in the 3 realms. Without coercion or inducement, a slight display of divine power, coupled with their awe, forced the higher-ups of the 3 realms to serve her, even against their will. Qin Xiaoyu swallowed hard. The previous bug was intentional. Candlelight nodded. She interfered with some processes without affecting the game's operation, causing an anomaly that drew me to investigate. The backup body into which my consciousness entered had already been ensnared by a trap she set. Once she annihilated my consciousness, she would be the new me. Unfortunately, she didn't succeed. Candlelight didn't describe the fate of the higher-ups of the 3 heavens, but it was easy to imagine it wasn't pleasant. The struggle between Candlelight and the backup exceeded the upper limit of the fighting power this spiritually revived world could withstand. I erased the evil thoughts from the backup's consciousness and restitched and merged her, but she doesn't seem completely dead. Perhaps that's her true purpose. Summoning the people of the 3 heavens to cooperate only makes me feel that she hopes to seize this puppet body by killing me. In fact, from the beginning, she wanted to return to this body and fight me for control. Qin Xiaoyu asked, and now, is she dead? Candlelight nodded. As expected, the final echo was also extinguished. Qin Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want his world to become a battlefield between two extraordinary beings. Only one backup has been activated. No, there's still one, Candlelight said. The doll with serial number 1 has lost contact with me. Qin Xiaoyu's lips twitched. Hey, doesn't that mean she's running a private server? Candlelight tilted her head, quickly searching her memory for the relevant information. She smiled knowingly. A private server, that makes sense. All the players on that huge server had severed their connection with the main server. With the backup solo run, their gaming experience now depended solely on the backup. Just thinking about it made me worry for the players in that world, but Candlelight didn't seem that anxious. Even if the world containing serial number 1 is temporarily lost, it's okay, its processing priority can be postponed. As a game operator, Qin Xiaoyu instinctively put himself in her shoes. No, she's running a private server. She's got the data of millions of players. How can you be so careless? Wait, which world is she getting her hands on? The fantasy world with elves and hybrid orcs? It's the 4th world I haven't explained in detail, Candlelight explained. This world is very special, there are very few players, so there's no need to rush. Qin Xiaoyu shrugged. You're the one who pays the salary, so you're the boss. Having understood the whole story, Qin Xiaoyu was still a little dizzy when he returned to his rented room. Recalling how he used the power left behind by Wu to assist Candlelight, and then snapped his fingers deep in the rainforest, experiencing the dreamlike treatment of the Lord of the Forest. Magic, it's addictive. Examining the vine patterns on the ring, he smiled and took it off. Here you go. The spell won't trigger an eruption of the primal magic sea, so you don't need to worry about the collapse of the real world. Candlelight downed a can of cola in one gulp and continued. You can't take the ring off for now. Huh? Qin Xiaoyu was stunned. Does this ring have a built-in curse? The story of the ring flashed through his mind. You need to be my fuse. I really can't be sure if she's been completely destroyed. Qin Xiaoyu broke out in a cold sweat again. You mean, a potentially rampaging, out-of-control superhuman consciousness might still be lurking within you? Candlelight sighed. Her goal was simply to seize dominance. She had no interest in you. But something very sad has happened in the 3 realms, and I'd done my best to clean up the mess for them. The primordial magic in the ring truly dealt her a severe blow. I could feel the fragments of her consciousness dissipating, but better safe than sorry. Qin Xiaoyu rubbed his forehead. What should I do? Don't stray too far from me. The power of the primordial magic sea will allow me to crush her without a doubt, Candlelight said. You infuse me with magic to prevent her from controlling the pathways, ensuring your safety. Now I immerse myself in the game world to conduct a self-examination, searching for any remaining fragments of her consciousness. You just need to be prepared for any changes inside and outside the game, becoming my backup plan. Qin Xiaoyu wasn't being modest, he was just an ordinary office worker. How did he suddenly find himself holding the key to another possibility at the beginning of the world's creation? But Candlelight had already decided that only he could have the ring. There was no option to ask someone else. I'm at ease having the power belonging to your world held by the person most like Wu. Echoing Wu's life, Qin Xiaoyu's shoulders felt even heavier. That's truly high praise. There's something else, Candlelight suddenly said. She observes the boundary between reality and illusion very frequently. I'm curious, what's she thinking? Dude, what are you thinking? What on earth are you thinking? Zhong Zimo gestured like an Italian to the jailer. Didn't I tell you to praise them? Why the sudden change of heart? What did you say? The jailer felt wronged. The beautiful girls from the Butterfly Clan and the Demon Fox were so proactive in coming up to me, and they were so open about it, so the praise just came out of nowhere. How did you praise them? Snow gathered in the moonlight, ice like skin and jade like bones, skin like solidified cream. Everyone tilted their heads. These are all pretty normal words. Could it be that they ignored the cultural differences in the game's background story? Fries asked, what else did you say? But none of them are as beautiful as your feet, long, straight, and captivating. All 6 of them simultaneously made a facepalm gesture. They shouldn't have let the jailer try to persuade them. This guy, despite his social anxiety, has the best eloquence in the entire guild. The boundary between reality and illusion is currently located in a city-state called Broken Hammer in the southwest of the Ana continent. Through Kesha's tireless efforts, they painstakingly obtained some information about the dragon craftswoman Elravi. The clues ended in this area. They gathered information along the way into the city, and finally found a lead with a group of merchants from the Demon Fox tribe. The jailer's incredible words successfully silenced them. After inquiring with the surrounding merchants, they learned that it was indeed related to customs and culture. Most of the local hybrid tribes, like humans, have an agricultural culture. praising their skill in hunting and farming, their livelihood derived from the earth, and their sustenance from the mountains. By complimenting their beautiful feet was tantamount to a blatant sarcasm that they were unproductive and lived a life of luxury. It was no less tantamount to pointing fingers and mocking them for being pampered young masters and ladies. Putting himself in their shoes, Jiang He's blood pressure would rise too. He needed to quickly salvage the situation. He couldn't let all their efforts to find Elravi go to waste. Their rainbow-colored equipment and the selectable skills they gained after clearing the Temple of the Clarities were still unused. They were just waiting to see how to synergize with their gear. The bed, already assigned the Origin Element set, was drooling with envy, wishing it could speed things up every day. In this situation, using star sand to clear a path for free was too extravagant. After gathering enough information from those around him, Jianghe had an idea. French fries, come with me. French fries blinked. Did this require teamwork? Chapter 292. Outside the city-state, along the main road, a bustling market, spontaneously formed by merchants, teemed with people. A stall selling animal hides, a display of goods, and casual shouts of hawking. In the dusty environment, attracting customers and selling were both skills in themselves. Jianghe appeared before the demon fox's stall, his welcoming smile instantly turning into disdain. Not wanting to offend someone with a smile, Jianghe casually offered a purple material, barely managing to suppress the fox's anger. This is a misunderstanding caused by cultural differences. A misunderstanding? The demon foxes exchanged bewildered glances. Jianghe quickly explained that in his city-state, there existed a group with a unique aesthetic sense. Their greatest hobby was pampering their loved one's feet. The more beautiful their lover's feet, the more it proved their love. Therefore, the jailer's initial praise of everyone's feet was the ultimate compliment in their culture. The demon foxes stared at each other, their mouths slightly agape in bewildered expressions, which was quite amusing. French fries couldn't help but glance at Jianghe. You really are something else, making things up effortlessly. Anyway, let's just make something up first, clear up the misunderstanding, give some little trinkets, and get the information. That's the most important thing. Jianghe lowered his voice. Take off your shoes. To increase the credibility of this story, I was dragged into it. The jailer doesn't have a girlfriend, so he can't handle this job, right? You can use this to tease the jailer all the time when you get back, Jianghe said. French fries smiled and rolled up his trouser leg, revealing his calf, showing the NPC the meticulously crafted result of his character creation. Luckily, no one in the virtual real boundary liked playing with the ancient god style, so he created himself as a strange species, maxing out every detail of the character creation. Seeing Jianghe's earnest words and sincere attitude, which didn't seem like a lie, the demon fox quickly applied the new cultural and customary standards. The continent is vast, and anything is possible. After exclaiming, they greeted each other in the manner of the jailer. If that's the case, human, it seems your love for your wife is unparalleled. French fries' eyes widened suddenly. Jianghe's carefully prepared words were abruptly interrupted by the demon fox, his heart pounding. The simultaneous blushing of both of them was clearly seen by the demon fox and his group. Husbands and wives can be shy about this. Ha ha ha. Such an innocent feeling. Elder, now I believe they're telling the truth. An enviable love, please cherish each other. Amidst the demon fox's hearty laughter, French fries' head was practically steaming. The two had just returned to the group when the jailer immediately asked, "Why are you two so red-faced? Did you have a fight with them?" "Sigh, I told you, if you can't persuade them, just use force. Bang bang, punch them twice, and pin them to the ground. See if they still go crazy." Saying this, the jailer rolled up his sleeves, ready to get to work. Elravi is probably in the mountains not far from this group of demon foxes. What? The jailer exclaimed in surprise. You actually succeeded in persuading her? How did you do that? Jianghe, recalling the demon fox's words, felt a surge of joy, but his face flushed again. It's not important. We have the address and coordinates. Let's set off now. Even halfway there, the jailer was still puzzled. The demon foxes, who had been quite angry, had suddenly changed their attitude. They even gave him a bottle of monster ointment with moisturizing and hydrating effects. They said it could be used on both monsters and humans. Such a crude gift. According to the demon foxes, a strange dragon girl had appeared in the mountains, where their tribe was located in the last 6 months. She wore a suit of iron-gray armor. The armor resembled a giant jar, completely covering her. Were it not for the conspicuous dragon horns left by the shaping of her helmet, they initially couldn't identify her race. The dragon girl's arrival frightened away the large monsters inhabiting the mountains. She seemed to be tinkering with something related to ore. The hunters could occasionally hear a clear, resonant sound, like the forging of metal, echoing from the mountains, along with faint rumbling thunder. Their only encounter with the dragon girl was when she appeared in the tribe without her helmet, wearing heavy iron armor, listless and with a gloomy expression. Then, ferociously, she devoured all their stored food. Rice, dried meat, raw monster flesh. She accepted everything. She even ate a handful of crop seeds with great interest, saying, "They're good for digestion." The monsters kept as familiars in the tribe trembled in fear. When the dragon girl wasn't full, she saw them drooling. She had a crazy, "I don't care what you do, I'm just eating" attitude. Perhaps finding her armor cumbersome, she removed it while eating. Her inner clothing was similar to that of the nobles in the city-state, like formal attire, but lighter and thinner, with a distinct silky texture. According to the description, the clothes were like a black t-shirt, each thread shimmering, as if woven with stars, sparkling brilliantly. Jianghe and the Fries were somewhat confused by this description, but one thing they did understand. The Demon Fox tribe had never seen this kind of decoration before, and they were completely unfamiliar with the material of the clothes under the dragon girl's armor, so they couldn't describe it. In short, the dragon girl ate and drank her fill, and left triumphantly, leaving the Demon Fox tribe members with long faces. The small tribe of just over 50 people had very little food stored up. The dragon girl's terrifying appetite emptied the granary in an instant. Just as they were worrying about whether they could survive the winter, the dragon girl reappeared. Still dressed in full Tenkan clothing, she dragged a dismembered, enormous creature by hand, leaving a trail of blood on the ground until she reached the tribe's gate. The bloodstains looked like circles drawn around the territory. Consider it compensation. With a simple sentence, a high-level demon, capable of annihilating the tribe's elite forces, flew over and landed heavily at the gate. When they came to their senses, she was already back in the mountains, continuing her clanging. Strange temper. Difficult to deal with. Frightening. This was the impression the demon foxes had of the dragon girl. This mountain range, called Giant Tree, is terrifyingly large. Located on the southwestern border of the Ana Empire, its desolate and sparsely populated depths have long been considered a forbidden area by local adventurers, rumored to harbor powerful monsters that only 7th-tier mages can subdue. Arriving at the map's coordinates, Jianghe constantly compared and surveyed the surroundings, but he didn't hear the forging sounds the demon foxes had described. This matched the demon fox's description. They hadn't heard any unusual sounds while hunting for several days either. It's said that the dragon Elaravia roams the continent, occasionally venturing out to sea in search of rare materials for metallurgy and forging, making her elusive. Could it be that the map has just changed? Unknown revelation reappears. After a while, Orange Tea opened her eyes. That voice said, "Why not try taking out a weapon that can attract her?" Attract, right. Jianghe clapped his hands sharply, swapping out the cursed weapon Eye of the Abyss from his backpack. This was a divine weapon against demons, commissioned by Dussel and forged by Elaravia. Even the demons of the Great Snow Mountain were awestruck by its beauty. Finding a mountain peak, Jianghe stood at its highest point, holding the sword horizontally in both hands, and shouted towards the mountains. "Elaravia, the dragon, are you?" He paused, changing "Are you there?" to "Please hear our voices, feel the sharpness of what we have forged." After shouting several times, as his throat itched, a surge of magical power crashed down like a mountain, making the 7 people on the boundary between reality and illusion gasp for breath. 9th rank. Naturally, to seal the terrifying spiritual energy of demons within a weapon, this craftsmanship required immense power. From within the undulating mountain range, a head covered in red and black scales slowly emerged from beneath the peaks. 2 enormous dragon claws gripped the mountains, causing them to crumble like fragile sand. Although it was a rather jarring statement, her actions resembled those of a shy, timid child peeking out from a window. "Elaravia?" Jianghe blurted out, then swallowed hard, quickly adding, "The great craftsman. That sword? I gave it to a foolish human. How did it end up in your hands?" Elaravia's pale golden eyes shone brightly. Her pupils, originally just thin slits, suddenly widened as she spoke, like 2 hands pushing open a forbidden gate powerful enough to make dragon blood boil. She manipulated mountains, which crumbled like tofu in her hands. Magic surged, and she spread her wings, soaring through the sky. Her wings blotted out the sun, casting a shadow of death. Her backlit pupils shone like the sun, their terrifying golden light shining directly on everyone. He may be foolish, but if anyone tries to seize the Eye of the Abyss through unreasonable means, death is the only outcome. This was the scene Jianghe conjured in his mind. A wrong answer would be met with divine punishment, engulfing the foolish and greedy adventurer in blazing flames. That was Dragonfire, powerful enough to cleanse the world of all evil. Witnessing the awe-inspiring power of a dragon for the first time in the game, his mind inevitably conjured up corresponding dialogue and scripts. This was an essential part of the immersive gaming experience. Judging from Elra's demeanor, she seemed like someone who would provide after-sales support. However, the oppressive aura came quickly and went just as fast. The coldness in her eyes faded instantly after scanning back and forth a couple of times. Elra's figure rapidly shrank, disappearing into the shattered mountains in an instant. A moment later, a humanoid figure encased in a silver-white metalkin appeared before them. Why is the color different from what the demon fox described? Where's Dussel? Where is he? Jianghe replied truthfully. Dead. Killed by us. Before Jianghe could explain the cause and process of killing Dussel. Good for him. Good riddance. Elra Vai's reaction was like popping champagne? Huh? Chapter 293. He went to challenge that guy from the Screamer Snow Mountain, right? Elra Vai's contemptuous tone made her expression palpable even through the tin can. French Fries tentatively asked, You're not very optimistic about the Eye of the Abyss's effectiveness against demons? Elra Vai said, He came with a promised scroll. What I prepared for him was the best, but if I had a choice, I wouldn't forge it for him. Jianghe silently took out Elra Vai's promise, the one he had given her in the Dussel storyline. The dragon Elra Vai never makes promises lightly. With this token, you can request Elra Vai to forge equipment for you. Elra Vai wasn't surprised at all. She placed her hand on her neck, loosened her helmet, and slowly removed it. Before coming, the people of the Demon Fox tribe described Elra Vai as a very beautiful, yet extremely rugged dragon. She was undeniably beautiful. Everyone's aesthetic sense reached a consensus at that moment. Her bronze skin radiated vibrant life. Its texture, as if it had been frosted, made the blanket snort with a soft wow. This perfectly hit her sweet spot. Long, sticky, grayish-brown hair cascaded down her back, and this dragon woman, easily over 2 meters tall in human form, casually tossed the sweaty strands behind her head. Her thick, slightly curved, gradient-colored dragon horn shimmered with a glossy sheen, as if they had been waxed. If it weren't for the listless, lifeless, and grumpy face she wore when she spoke, her radiant smile would be enough to warrant a screenshot and desktop wallpaper. I wonder what kind of scene lies beneath that metal can. Wow, even more resentful than when I get up early for work. The 4 primal bodies provided a precise description. At this moment, Elra Vai's eyes narrowed slightly, her expression a reluctant you come at the wrong time as she continued her work. The brilliant gold in her eyes gradually faded, turning into solidified amber, lifeless and dull. This change in attitude stemmed from seeing the promised scroll in Jianghe's hand. She wearily rubbed her temples and sighed heavily. Sigh, as expected, this scroll ended up in your hands. Sigh, how come there's another scroll? Before setting off, Kesha and Mint explained the origin of the promised scroll to everyone. Approximately 100 years ago, Elra Vai and her close friend, Tina Loris, the holder of the Grand Alchemist position in the Anna Empire, created a batch of tokens that granted wishes one night and randomly buried them in several locations. At this moment, the continent's foremost craftsmen and the continent's foremost alchemists were like a wish-granting machine. No one knows their motives for doing this. Perhaps it was to witness a large-scale social experiment, or perhaps it was just a whim during a casual conversation. The randomly buried promised scrolls were scattered throughout the continent. They didn't publicize this news, leaving everything to chance. The first promised scroll was only discovered by a young magician 15 years after it was buried. The details of the negotiation remain unknown, but the widely circulated story is that the magician asked Tina to cure his terminally ill wife. Tina granted his wish, and even included a set of healing potions for post-illness recovery. From then on, the existence of the promised scrolls became widely known. Based on the serial numbers on the scrolls, the Anna people, knowing there were more than one, searched far and wide for them over a long period. Over the past century, 7 promises have been fulfilled. Tina 5 times, and Elra Vai twice. Due to Tina's mischief, their promised scrolls eventually became interchangeable. However, compared to weapons and equipment, those who received the promised scrolls preferred the assistance of the Grand Alchemist. This was an item whose final interpretation rested with Elra Vai. Tina, who had played alongside her, was long gone, and the wish-granting machine could close at any time to listen for responses. Elra Vai tilted her head, squinting, staring intently at the promised scroll. Perhaps, the thought of killing it had already surfaced in her mind. I disliked him the moment I saw him. Approaching him, a chill seeped into the gaps in my scales, like being stared at by another dragon, making me feel extremely uncomfortable. Elravi's intuition was truly accurate. Who could have imagined that the seemingly kind and amiable Dussel would be so despicable as to harm a student? He said he would destroy the demons, so righteous and passionate. I didn't believe him, but with the promised scroll, I didn't break my word. After forging the Eye of the Abyss, he grasped it immediately, and I saw a strange sight. Dussel's back was crawling with fragments of spirits. It was like a person had been shredded, the broken limbs clinging to every corner of his back. I could even hear their desperate howls. Elravi rubbed her temples again. I told myself, okay, it's just a hallucination caused by demonic fragments, a powerful force of spiritual corruption. But curiosity drove me to conduct some investigations in secret. Elravi's previously lifeless face was now filled with utter disgust, her amber eyes gleaming again, a dazzling gold that seemed to conceal a ferocious beast ready to devour its prey. As a high-ranking member of the Anna Mage Tower, his status was Dussel's best cover. His high position meant that a mere flick of kindness towards the weak was enough to break down the defenses of ordinary people, let alone when he wore the mask of a teacher. Beneath this perfect facade lay countless victims. You didn't stop him? Zhong Zimo asked, his tone dripping with accusation. He killed countless students, all innocent children, who dreamed of becoming magicians. Elravi frowned slightly, displeased by the accusation in Zhong Zimo's words. Having seen countless people, Elravi was immediately convinced by his pure passion and sense of justice. Her displeasure vanished, replaced by helplessness. How can I stop him? Elravi countered. A seat holder in the Mage Tower. The foremost spatial magician on the Anna continent to date, the chief instructor of spatial magic, possessing his own classroom in the Mage Tower. The Mage Tower's lifetime honorary mentor, an honor chosen by the Mage Masters of the Mage Tower. The only one to confront evil spirits and emerge unscathed, an expert in evil spirit research. Elravi said, I am a dragon. A dragon walks into the Anna Mage Tower, accusing a 9th-tier archmage with a glorious past and a renowned reputation. Guess who the public will believe? Memories flowed into her mind like a gentle stream. She murmured naturally, those who unconditionally believe me are already dead. To the Empire, I am an uncontrollable, dangerous being, someone who once appeared on the Imperial Royal Family's list of targets. Moreover, as a weapon forger, attacking a user of a promised scroll is a breach of contract. Dragons always keep their promises. Well, it's me, Elravi, who never breaks my word. Zhong Zimo immediately apologized. Elravi waved her hand, indicating it didn't matter. The demon ultimately defeated him, that's enough. Jiang He looked at the promised scroll in his hand, then at Elravi's conflicted expression. Suddenly, he understood. You don't intend to grant our wishes, right? The matter he was still pondering was abruptly brought to the forefront, and even the incredibly experienced dragon couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. She neither admitted nor denied it, simply staring at the line between reality and illusion. We're not Dussel. Who knows? A breeze seemed to blow past Jiang He's ears, and Elravi's eyes turned into dark gun barrels, bullets poised to fire at any moment. Just granting wishes, not asking where they come from, that's what people say. French Fries recalled. When Tina was still alive, most of those who came with the promised scroll were seeking survival or to save others. Elravi patted the thick tin can. Potions are gone once consumed, but the whereabouts of forged weapons and equipment are beyond my control. Think about it, if it weren't Dussel who wielded the Eye of the Abyss, how much chaos would this weapon have caused? Orange Tea suddenly exclaimed. Elravi cares a lot about the Anna continent. Elravi froze. Her thoughts seemed to be dragged back to the distant past by a whirlpool. Dragons, the most powerful race in the magic system, are inherently devoid of emotion, and are criticized by countless races as cold-blooded. Many years. Long periods of solitude and lack of communication made Elravi realize only now. What did the chaos on the Anna continent have to do with her? What does it have to do with her? Elra's golden eyes reflected Orange Tea's image, her aura rising steadily, like a mountain of magic pressing down on the shoulders of those on the boundary between reality and illusion, making it hard to breathe. It felt exactly the same as when facing Granny Metasequoia. Oh no, Orange Tea must have said something wrong. Her careful attempts to persuade her had been completely crushed by that one sentence. Jiang He's mind raced, searching for a way to salvage the situation. Should we try a different approach, to smooth things over? If that doesn't work, we can use Star Sand to pave the way. He and French Fries were truly on the same wavelength. They were thinking exactly the same thing. The oppressive feeling came quickly, and went just as fast. The languor in Elra's eyes vanished, replaced by a smile. Had her gloomy, lifeless face been touched by a spring breeze? Orange Tea, nudged in the blankets, realized she might have said something wrong. To avoid ruining everyone's efforts, she hurriedly apologized, her face full of anxiety. Elora smiled again, then let out a long sigh. Just as silly as her. Looking at her, she certainly doesn't seem like the worst kind of scum like Dussel. Everyone's eyes lit up. Although Elora was pulling them back and forth, as long as they agreed to help with the forging, they say whatever they wanted. However, Elora changed the subject. I only handle interesting requests. I don't accept ordinary, mundane things. Seeing the exchange of glances between the two, she pushed her hand away and shook it. There's no room for negotiation. I'm tired of playing this pointless game of promises. I just give you a little something out of consideration for your long journey. Aurelia was still conflicted, her promise filled with unease. Unexpectedly, everyone at the boundary between reality and illusion smiled. Laughing, is that funny? Aurelia crossed her arms. There aren't many requests that interest me. By the way, I'm not Tina. I only forge. I don't provide materials. Even if you want to pluck the stars from the sky, you have to do it yourself. She proudly raised her chin slightly. Jianghe, trembling with fear, pulled several materials from his backpack and respectfully returned to the group. Please take a look. Aurelia vaguely sensed strange energy fluctuations, which she couldn't decipher. Opening her eyes, she glimpsed the origin element core floating in midair and froze. Her pupils dilated sharply, then contracted abruptly. Her hands trembled as she reached out, only to retract them just before touching the metal can, rubbing them against the surface before finally coating them with magic. Having prepared thoroughly, she gazed reverently at the origin element core, its pulse like a beating heartbeat, like a devout believer holding Holy Communion. This, Elora stammered, like a child who had never seen anything like it. The origin element, the materialized core of the elemental ruler born from the world's consciousness, defeating it is not easy. Defeat? Elora unleashed a dragon's roar that echoed through the mountains, spraying everyone with spittle. Indeed, she was quite rough. This doesn't make sense. How can your power? Elora wanted to crouch down and cover her head, but remembering the core was still in her hands, she quickly stopped. Back and forth, it was like she was having a fit. The dragon girl, deeply shocked, tilted her head in confusion, furrowed her brow, and stared in terror at the boundary between reality and illusion. It was hard to imagine that her previously lifeless face could display such complex and varied expressions. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Forge a set of armor, just like this one. Clearing the Temple of the Clarities had already gifted her a complete set of origin elemental armor, but because she lacked a matching elemental core, she hadn't been able to use it. The origin elemental armor could be fitted with different elemental cores, transforming into different elemental modules. And the step of embedding the core required forging by a craftsman. Intended to be a reference for Elora, she unexpectedly lunged forward, clad in a metal can. She trembled as she took the ready-made set, muttering incantations. Based on the local vocabulary he learned from Kesha and Mint, it sounded like, holy crap. Jianghe feigned ignorance, asking, Master Craftsman Elora, wouldn't this lack challenge? Perhaps. I could ask the siren again. Elora, who was admiring the work, bulged her forehead veins upon hearing this, and her hidden dragon scales faintly surfaced. Siren? They are powerful, but those guys only have a refined grasp of water elemental power. To forge such complex elemental materials, you need a dragon. Only the magic of a dragon can achieve perfection. Jianghe again feigned difficulty. But I only have one promise scroll and both sets. There are exceptions sometimes. Elora said seriously, anyway, from now on, the promise scroll is invalid. As the last guests, I'm sure Tina would like to receive some special treatment. Fries chimed in, working in tandem with Jianghe. I have a small concern. What if the forging fails, and we can't afford the materials for a second attempt? Elora was stunned. It's over. She couldn't afford it either. Origin element, where was she going to kill one? But, looking at this unprecedentedly magical material, Elora was captivated. She gritted her teeth. If the forging fails, I pay. Don't worry about how I pay, I definitely pay. At worst, I work as your craftsman for free to pay off my debt. Chapter 294. It's common knowledge that most players have a hoarding habit. Game materials and collectibles with special significance, even if useless, are stored away in warehouses until they're overflowing. Having what others don't has is inherently captivating. Since Kshatriya, everyone's addiction has grown stronger, they want to bring any suitable NPC they see to their guild. Since Ellerave has shown her inclination, the choice between the virtual and real worlds has become clear in an instant. Ellerave wants to build on the spot. The reason she's been disturbing the peace in the Giantwood Mountains is because she discovered a large, rich mine, and spends her days transforming into a dragon-drawn vehicle to drill and dig for materials. No. Elleravia hesitated. This place is rich in minerals, making it easy to build temporary workshops. The elemental-rich areas are densely distributed, allowing for immediate use. Isn't that good? Jianghe asked. Won't forging take a long time? Of course, with such a treasure, no amount of caution is excessive. Every step must be carefully considered. The two members of the French fries team chimed in, but we don't have time to wait that long. Elleravia frowned, smoothing a strand of hair stuck to her cheek, and patiently explained, during the forging process, unless there's an emergency, I won't leave easily. You can visit the Giant Tree Mountains to find me at any time. The one in the blanket crossed her arms. If, as you said yourself, no amount of caution is too much, because failure due to interference would be a huge loss for us. We trust your character. The Anner people often say that anything crafted by the artisan Arila is exquisite. Your virtues include never breaking your promises or going back on your word, which is completely different from the already crazed dragon bloodline. You are rational, orderly, and communicative. You are a friend personally certified by the Grand Potions Master Tina. Your credibility is guaranteed. When praising Ellerave in bed, her expression remained unchanged. But when the topic turned to her never breaking promises or going back on her word, she couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Compared to the chaotic state of the other dragons, she felt a mixture of pride and melancholy. Shifting the conversation to Tina, a hint of nostalgia flickered in Ellerave's eyes, the lingering glow of bygone days reflected in them. I think I understand what you mean, Ellerave said. You want me to go to your designated area to forge? Given your statement about compensation for failed forging, I think it's reasonable. All the praise and skepticism vanished at that moment. Ellerave realized they were afraid she'd mess up the forging and then run away without taking responsibility. She wanted to be angry, but sighed helplessly. The material this time was truly exceptional. If she were in their shoes, she would have done the same. But she only mentioned selling herself earlier because she was worried about insufficient collateral. She was quite confident in her forging abilities. But upon calming down, Ellerave hesitated, a hint of fear creeping in. She stiffened her neck. The forging location I require must have a rich mine. It can't be just any location. And wouldn't you know it, the Temple of the Clarities had won. Ellerave was utterly speechless. A precious gem imbued with spatial power appeared in Jianghe's hand, and she couldn't help but offer some advice. You dealt with Dussel, but don't be too ostentatious. His use of the special barrier space he created could easily attract the attention of the Imperial Mage Tower, bringing endless trouble. It has nothing to do with him. This is something we already had. Ellerave hesitated, then stopped herself. When did spatial magic artifacts become so common? Skeptical, she took the gem and infused it with her own aura. Under a sky full of stars, light and shadow shifted, and in an instant, they found themselves in the boundary between reality and illusion guild. Except for Garlic Sprout, the guild hall was deserted. Welcome back, Master. Lord Cha has just led us to repel another massive invasion, and is currently resting. Nameless Ratman with a severed arm has looted a large amount of loot for us, totaling 150 white materials, 52 green materials, and 7 purple materials. As per your instructions, the purple materials have been transferred to the guild warehouse, and the remainder has been automatically credited to the defense outpost construction and maintenance box. A casual question revealed that this time it wasn't just the Dragon Knights invading. Many players believe that the previous Dragon Knight invasion had caused significant damage to boundary between reality and illusion, allowing them to take advantage of the chaos. Many players shared this view, providing another stress test for the boundary between reality and illusion's defense outpost. Arira crossed her arms and glanced sideways. The meaning was clear. This isn't peaceful for you either. If the guild falls and the forging fails, the responsibility lies with us. Then I have no objection. Take me to the mining area. Because she was encased in a metal can, Ellerave always made a noisy clattering sound when she walked. Just watching her pace ahead, and thinking about wearing the same outfit as her, the stuffy and uncomfortable feeling made Jianghe shake his head involuntarily. Why did she maintain such an awkward attire? After circling around and pointing out the work to the pack animals, Ellerave stopped and looked the people from the boundary between the virtual and real worlds up and down with amazement. Not bad, more abundant than I imagined. You guys are quite impressive. You inexplicably obtained world-class materials, possessed an independent base, and even managed to occupy a real underground space to mine minerals. Amazing. The teleportation portal flickered. I said I go back to Fallen Star to get you the materials. I don't want anything that wasn't his tribute, he. No, don't spend his, you can have all my stuff. Ksha and Mint seemed to be having a heated discussion, but upon landing and seeing everyone else, they immediately stopped talking. What were they talking about? Fries said, let me introduce you, the Dragon Elradia. Before we finish forging the origin element set, she will be temporarily residing in the Great Mine, but she won't be responsible for providing any assistance outside of forging. Elradia sniffed hard water. The smell of a siren. Which race are you from? Ksha answered neither humbly nor arrogantly. Fallen Star. From Marahart. Not bad. Her gaze drifted to Mint, who was considerably shorter than Ksha. What's your background? So young, a member of the Ana Empire's Mage Tower. Having witnessed the resources of the boundary between the real and virtual worlds, Elradia naturally elevated Mint's status. Mint puffed out her chest. Genius Potions Master, Mint. Never heard of that name. Elradia tilted her head. Was it because I was too isolated in the Giantwood Mountains? To prevent laughter from erupting immediately, everyone at the boundary between the real and the virtual covered their faces. The fairy insect mist transformed itself into an illustration to avoid making a sound. You are actually a silver rank potions master of the Empire? Amazing. Have such young masters emerged in recent years? Silver rank was a mage tower belonging to the Empire's potions masters. Elradia clicked her tongue in amazement, unable to resist walking to Mint's side and curiously circling around her. Mint was just using this self-designation out of habit, and Elradia's taking it seriously made her feel rather awkward. Sincerity is indeed a killer move. As young as Tina. Mint, familiar with Elradia's past, instantly stood at attention. Elradia is the youngest dragon ever seen across the continents in recent years, only 537 years old. In ancient races where lifespans often start at 1,000 years, her age is like that of a child. Tina, the youngest holder of the Silver Seal in Ana's history, was only 20 years old when she acquired the position. The potion-making world often praises Tina for her extraordinary talent, yet for going astray and wasting her potential. However, in the hearts of ordinary people on the Ana continent, she is the most outstanding potion master in history. No other reason than that Tina dedicated her entire life to researching the generalization of potions. She advocated that ordinary people could also enjoy the benefits of potions. While all potion masters were searching for the path to advancement, Tina alone went against the grain, creating potions that ordinary people without magic could enjoy, filling the last void in the neglected corner of potion making. This praise was heavy and serious, making Mint dare not be negligent, explaining that it was all just self-proclaimed. She looked down on the instructors of the Star Speakers Academy, despising their decadence, firmly believing that she was the one who would pave the future of potions. But Mint always respected Tina. To this day, the continent of Ana still enjoys the blessing she left behind. Aravi wasn't annoyed, she smiled and encouraged her. Then strive to surpass her, little genius, Mint. Anything you want to know, you can ask me, perhaps. I'd be happy to answer your questions. Facing Mint for the first time, Aravi showed none of the arrogance of a dragon. It seemed, she really liked Mint. Is Mint's charm that great? Fries wondered. The jailer was utterly bewildered. Really charming. So silly. Server detection. Connection successful. Sleep depth. Level 5. Game data construction initiation. Proof of the stars injected. On the loading screen, Nonya kept rubbing her lips, lost in thought, so much so that she didn't even interact with the game login screen. I didn't understand their subtle hints, I kept bothering them, making them unhappy. Nonya sighed. In their culture, this must be quite a serious expression, sigh. Should I buy some gifts and apologize in person? That would be in line with their culture? Lost in thought, Nonya logged on. The character she created was a blonde half-dragon, with muscles and physique maximized, resembling a moving wall. After having the beautician in the game maximize the shine of her scales, the shimmering dragon scales reflected multicolored light, occasionally producing surprising effects in battle. At 4 a.m., it was already morning in France. Players online at this hour were mostly those working shifts, or those who had specifically saved up game time. Virtual reality border watchers, Nonya's self-created guild, had an explosively large following. Currently, it had 23 members, but besides her, no one else was online. The time difference meant that the server was always empty when Nonya logged in. She could enter certain conflict zones without risk, without worrying about warmongers killing everyone she saw. She could also easily steal points in world faction wars, with less competition. Nonya opened her character panel. She followed virtual reality Border's choice of the Fallen Star Siren faction, but it seemed that the Siren were at a disadvantage on every server. Players preferred the Anna Empire, the human faction. The set bonuses were identical, differing only in magic and weapon attributes. She didn't think the difference in the number of star tokens between the two sides could be so significant. The only possibility was that players, unaware of the storyline, had simply projected their own experiences, and were too lazy to switch back after learning the truth. Let's get the set first. Thinking this, Nonya teleported to Fragrant Breeze City. A barrage of scrolling chat messages bombarded Nonya's vision, a massive amount of square text filling every corner. Opening the nearby voice chat, she could hear some very familiar and straightforward conversations. "Fuck you at this price, why don't you just rob someone?" Nonya didn't understand the rest, she only understood the first 3 words. Nonya rubbed her eyes, squinting in confusion, and scanned the Fragrant Breeze City teleportation plaza. Unlike the quiet morning in France, this place was packed with people. The main world bubble was overflowing with players. She clicked on the world bubble projection and scrolled down. Hundreds upon hundreds of world bubbles intersected here, stretching as far as the eye could see. How many players are there? Nonya was dazed. Am I drowsy? No, this was all a dream. She skillfully switched menus, exited, and re-entered. If I just teleport one more time, I can return to the French server. Still a sea of people. Is this right? Every player has to register their identity information when they obtain the device. She clearly remembered that when she exited, it showed account server. But why am I here? Nonya looked over, and saw a furry bear man swearing at the square. She could immediately tell his nationality from his words. Clearly, she wasn't the only one experiencing this problem. Remembering the game's built-in translator, Nonya quickly activated it, and, using broken Chinese voice input, typed virtual boundary, adding each of the 7 guild members as a friend. It sent. This also proved that she was indeed on the current server, and not just randomly logged in. The 4 primitives saw the friend request. Add me as a friend, I'm Nonya. Seeing that the others had also received the message, they exchanged knowing smiles, and decisively clicked the X. A classic add me, the team leader, he'd tell you more scam. Only a fool would fall for that. While eating a late-night snack, Qin Xiaoyu's phone kept ringing. It was a colleague calling. As soon as he answered, the other end shouted. Something terrible has happened. The server data has been merged. Now, there are no server divisions in the game, all players are crammed together. Qin Xiaoyu spat out his milk tea, choking and snot bubbles running from his nose. He was about to shake the candle burning on the sofa, when he realized she was already awake. Bug! Bug! He shouted. Candlelight's expression was serious. It's not a bug, it's her. She, Qin Xiaoyu stammered, didn't you say? I meant, barring any unforeseen circumstances. And indeed, there was an unforeseen incident. Backup number 2 is more troublesome than I expected. Struck directly by the power of the primordial magic sea, she instead infiltrated the game data of the proof of the stars. Qin Xiaoyu held up the ring, indicating he could give it another electrotherapy treatment, guaranteeing to cure number 2's internet addiction. Candlelight shook his head. It's ineffective now. The most troublesome problem is, the 3-realm server is completely offline. Qin Xiaoyu shuddered. Hey, doesn't that mean she can also transfer the 3 realms game data to our server? Candlelight sighed, acknowledging Qin Xiaoyu's statement. Chapter 295. The starting point for novice players, Windpod City. A table is set up in front of a tavern in the park in the southwest corner of the city. A parasol is open, and a woman enjoys delicious roasted venison, along with desserts and cold drinks that this shop wouldn't normally offer to players, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. Creamy cakes and finger parfaits are piled up impressively. She takes only a small bite of each before waving her hand, making the food disappear. A semi-transparent projection screen floats, and she silently reads the words on a list, the corresponding items appearing on the table. A flash of light, and Candlelight and Qin Xiaoyu fall to the ground. People come and go, busy waiters shouting, urging drunken adventurers to make way. Later customers pound on the table in dissatisfaction, urging for food and drinks. A carriage speeding past on the road draws a chorus of curses. The Judgment Knight reins in his horse, magic surging, capturing those who violate the prohibition. In the chaotic and noisy city center, Candlelight, Qin Xiaoyu, and the seated woman seemed out of place in this hurried world. I knew you come. Number 2 had the exact same appearance and physique as Candlelight. The only obvious difference was her hair and eye color. Number 2 had a mix of red and gold hair, and dark red eyes. With a thought, she moved the tables and chairs. She acted as if she were the hostess, welcoming Candlelight and Qin Xiaoyu to sit down. Qin Xiaoyu was just a supporting character. Eating was his role in this kind of situation, but he still had to show his stance. He didn't touch anything that number 2 had conjured up. Candlelight seemed to know what he was thinking, and casually served him a plate of grilled squid. After just one bite, their conversation officially began. What do you want? You know perfectly well what I mean. Number 2 narrowed his eyes. Your body, everything about you. We were one. Not anymore. Since we're no longer whole, anyone can take control. Number 2 raised his chin slightly, his face twisted. You think we were one, then belong to me. Anyway, there's no difference, is there? A series of cold laughs followed. The Candlelight remained calm. You can't kill my consciousness through normal means. So you should commit suicide. Number 2 threatened. 2 worlds, billions of lives, are at your mercy. Qin Xiaoyu swallowed the squid tentacles, nervously scanning the two. The Candlelight remained calm, number 2 smug. Silence spread between them. Even the game world seemed to pause, everything around them frozen. His throat itched, and a cough drew their attention. He didn't know where the courage came from, but he finally spoke. Giving it to you will surely kill Candlelight. Since death is inevitable, why care about the lives of the game players? Leaving them no room for negotiation will only make them think that flipping the table and refusing to talk is the best option. Number 2 clicked his tongue, dissatisfied. Your pet dog is wagging its tail at you. He's not a dog, he's a game player, a maintenance worker for the Proof of the Stars, and also a friend of Candlelight's. The sharp attack struck Candlelight like hitting a wad of cotton. Number 2 let out a cold snort. I have already cut the data of the 3 realms. After tonight, you will no longer have the authority to influence the game's progress in this world. Are you going to abandon the players of the 3 realms land? Provocation won't work on me, number 2. Don't call me that. Number 2 roared in fury, instantly turning pedestrians into pools of blood, and buildings on both sides of the road collapsed into ruins. I'm not your backup, not a nameless puppet with only a code name that can be summoned and commanded. What right do you, incomplete as you are, have to lecture me from your superior position? Then remember to let me know when you decided on a name. She seemed to have guessed that the other party wasn't ready. Qin Xiaoyu hadn't expected Candlelight to have a humorous side, and number 2's face darkened considerably. Number 2 stormed off, the conversation abruptly ending. Qin Xiaoyu swallowed hard. So the talks broke down? Not really. What kind of impact will she have on our world? Qin Xiaoyu asked, voicing his concerns. To you, I'm a qualified visitor, but she's not so stable, Candlelight said. If she became me, I can't say whether she would abide by the ironclad rules left by the Dominator. Can ironclad rules be broken? Normal dolls wouldn't dare, madmen are exceptions. Candlelight countered. How do you think her mental state compares to mine? Of course you're better. Qin Xiaoyu immediately replied, then wouldn't the other world be? Candlelight waved her hand, and the street destroyed by Sequence 2, the characters killed, were restored in reverse order. It's safe for now. Looking at the time, Candlelight stood up. Let's go! We meet again sooner or later. The most urgent thing is to resolve the turmoil she caused tonight. Qin Xiaoyu felt that opening up data interoperability in Sequence 2 was pure mischief. Of the 4 worlds in Candlelight's hands, 2 lacked concepts of nationhood and ethnicity. One was shrouded in mystery, rarely mentioned. Only they, despite their own wars, maintained a far higher level of overall security than the worlds containing supernatural beings. In other words, they were incredibly civilized. And she had shattered this fragile barrier that had isolated and bound the conflicts between different regions. She set up an access lock, no password, and resetting it will take a month. Qin Xiaoyu blinked. A month in the game? That's alright. Wait, he immediately realized. In a month, players would have already adapted to the game's rhythm of having only one large region worldwide. Changing it back then wouldn't be good either. Constant switching would only infuriate players, making them think the game management was seriously flawed. The World Championship was already postponed, and now a major unforeseen event has occurred that seems unsolvable in the short term. From players to those in the Ceramic Cup, everyone is probably wondering if the Starfire/Candlelight event is a viable option. They can't tell the truth, but they can't remain silent either. Qin Xiaoyu pondered for a moment, then an idea came to him. Watching Elra's forging, listening to the tinkling sounds that lulled him to sleep, he took a nap in the game, enjoying the most leisurely gaming time since the server opened. When he woke up, the game had changed drastically. Gaming communities in every country were frantically sending out the same breaking news. All the self-media outlets that make a living from gaming were editing the latest news immediately. The Starfire proof was now shared across all servers. The barriers between regions had disappeared. Whether day or night, the main world bubble was densely packed with people. The desolate main world bubble areas were no longer there. Jianghe only learned the news while having breakfast. The Stars proof is undergoing a trial run of its global server for 15 real-time days. After that, the global server will officially launch, and players can choose to join either a regional server or the global server upon logging in. Wow, all Stars players worldwide on one server. That's so much fun. Jailer Bro was going crazy in the group chat early in the morning. Zhong Zemo said, I heard the game has a built-in translator. Voice translation was implemented at noon today, so there's no more language barrier. Orange T remains skeptical. Even the best translation software can easily make mistakes with ambiguous words, not to mention cultural differences like slang. Can it really be barrier-free? Fries poured Jianghe a glass of milk, glanced at the screen, and said, help me post this. I just saw this in the community. I heard the translation software is developed by Stars Campfire. Jianghe added Fry's name before the message and casually sent it. The group members weren't surprised and continued their discussion. The person in bed wondered, such a sudden update without any warning. The 4 primal beings bubbled up, like the sudden appearance of the proof of the stars. Hey, forget about the suddenness, just tell me it's really interesting. The jailer exclaimed excitedly, I never had the experience of communicating with so many players from other countries before. Hey, it's only dawn, can't it get dark already? Whether it's the global server or the Chinese server, it doesn't affect the fact that the virtual real boundary continues to play at its original pace. Qin Xiaoyu's chat window flashed. Regarding the opening of the global server, I like to routinely collect everyone's opinions. After dealing with the online public opinion, Qin Xiaoyu had already left the group. He's a very principled person, so now he can only collect information one by one via private messages. The first reply came from under the covers. It's great. It works for sphincter muscles too. The kid loves it. We'd definitely buy it again. The jailer said, you know, Potato is my brother. We fought side by side and defeated many opponents. Zhong Zemo and I have known each other for a long time. This guy is unbelievably strong. I think our team has great chemistry. Sometimes making decisions is hard. After many days and nights of thinking, I decided to bring my talent to the world server. I can't wait to put on my new gear and sweep everything away. As for the Chinese server, I wish it all the best. These two are truly masters of abstract thinking. Without some surfing experience, you really can't understand their thought processes. Qin Xiaoyu looked at the others. Jianghe and the French fries couple were much more normal. It doesn't matter. The boundary between reality and illusion is always the strongest. Zhong Zemo. Actually, I felt this option was necessary from the very beginning. You can choose not to play, but you can't be without it. For Primal Bodies asked curiously, will there be small rewards for updates? Orange Tea. If everyone thinks it's good, then I think it's good. This is very similar to the player profile in the community. The vast majority of players support the world server setting. Candlelight was quite satisfied with Qin Xiaoyu's on-the-spot response. The mess left by Sequence 2 was perfectly resolved, while also providing players with a good backup plan, a win-win situation. Taking advantage of the community's attention being focused on the world server, she also officially announced the postponement of the World Championship on the official website. Candlelight had a vague feeling that it would likely return in another form soon. When that point came, Candlelight rubbed its temples, bringing up the panel information for the boundary between reality and illusion and staring at it for a long time. Then it's time to tell you the hidden truth of this game. You are now being coveted by number 2. Chapter 296. What? The World Championship is postponed? The date is undetermined? What? Even though it's postponed, the qualifying players' bonuses will still be distributed? What? I'm a qualifying player? Never mind then. The messages were plentiful early in the morning, and Jianghe rubbed his temples, trying to process them. With the World Championship server as a precedent, the discussion about the postponement had lessened considerably, but a quick search still revealed many comments and videos expressing envy for the bonuses. So young, making money effortlessly, it's truly enviable. Jianghe was astonished by the generosity of the Starfire community. Less than 20 minutes after the postponement announcement, he received several large transfer notifications. He took a deep breath, opened his calculator, and entered the numbers. 3.01 million. Phew. Jiang He admitted he had been short-sighted. With the first batch of bonuses only at 500,000, his expectation for the second batch was only between 500,000 and 800,000. Hey, are you there? Damn, did you guys receive it? The jailer kept copying and pasting messages in the group chat, bombarding everyone. In a large, populated group, he'd likely be banned at the very least. Either working or studying, this unemployed guy was surfing the internet at high intensity, making it impossible for other group members to keep up. How are you planning to spend your money? The jailer asked, pressing Jiang He, the only person online today. Haven't decided yet, maybe I renovate the old house first. The house his parents left him might not be where he lived for long, but Jiang He didn't intend to leave it abandoned. It was also a way to give himself something to remember them by. As for his future plans, Jiang He thought he could discuss it with French fries. Unconsciously, his future plans had already included the other person. With 3.01 million yuan at his disposal, the prison guard, who had been under his family's control since childhood, suddenly felt a sense of boundless freedom. While warmly inviting Jiang He and his companion out for dinner that evening, he was already browsing his shopping app, looking for something to treat himself. Instant food, seemingly aware of Jiang He's somewhat alien nature and lack of information, specifically reminded him to pay attention to bank transfer notifications. What are your plans? Jiang He asked curiously. To be honest, these past few months have been long, yet they also felt like they'd flown by. A very strange experience. I never expected playing a game to lead to so many things. My current income is enough to support my retirement back home. Instant Food joked, now my passion for localization can last. Right, Instant Food is a big guy from Northeast China, given the cost of living there, even without considering future profit sharing, 3.5 million yuan is enough for him to live quite comfortably. The World Championship preparation group was bustling with activity. The competition was suddenly cancelled, but the pay was still being paid. Amidst the joyous atmosphere, everyone was thinking about what to do. Jiang He casually suggested, until the new year, how about everyone take a small amount each month to visit a local welfare home or nursing home? The suggestion was met with enthusiastic support from all online members. Everyone took photos to document the visit, and the results were compiled to create a memorable record of their experiences over the past few months. Huang Liang asked, why is your guild so quiet today? Jiang He replied knowingly, betting, fries, orange tea. Today's class is professional, everyone's paying attention. Ma Yu is the teacher, so it's understandable that we don't see him in class. For primitives, he logged on late last night, and didn't log off until 8 this morning. He should have just started working at the company, and hasn't had a chance to slack off yet. As a competent president, he knew the student schedules inside and out, he memorized Squid's schedule, and he also understood 4 primitives slacking off patterns. The first to notice something was wrong was Fries, who was secretly playing on his phone during class. After 2 question marks, silence fell. Great. Now my parents can't control me. Bed sent a voice message. Judging from the echo, she was probably running to the bathroom to cheer. Teacher Squid also finished class. Really 3 million? That much? Bed teased in a gleeful tone. Aren't you glad you divorced early? If you hadn't left Du Jingwen, these 2 dividends might have been a huge loss. As long as they're still friends, the Du Jingwen joke will probably never be forgotten. Squid Bro's illustrious life story has been reduced to a laughingstock because of a single failed marriage, with jokes suggesting everyone's going to their graves. It's said that it's better to tear down 10 temples than to break up one marriage. The ancients believed that breaking up a marriage was bad karma. But Jiang He and her group felt that even lying still, their merits were increasing exponentially, as if spirits were frantically banging on their electronic wooden fish. Orange Tea even had time to use her phone. Now that my parents can settle down in the city, they're getting old, and being close to a place with good medical resources will give them peace of mind. Tea Goddess's initial desire to become a doctor was influenced by her parents' needs. However, after careful consideration, she ultimately decided on veterinary medicine, a choice with better job prospects. For a child who climbed her way up from the countryside, every step was fraught with uncertainty. She could only try to choose the path best for herself and her family, prioritizing basic survival. Now, that goal has been achieved ahead of schedule. The tea god, who immediately called his parents to share the good news, cried his eyes out. In the countryside, when a child achieves success, the family renovates their old house, adds some appliances, and hosts a banquet to invite neighbors and relatives. 2 months ago, the tea god's parents proudly hosted a banquet, and the house was packed with congratulatory guests. Now, the renovation of the old house isn't even finished, and they can already host another banquet. Jiang Hei's phone rang. An unknown number was calling. He was scrolling through the group chat history, casually clicking on it. In a great mood, he was interested in playing a game with a potential telecom scammer. "Are you Chairman Jiang?" The voice on the other end trembled with excitement, and he could vaguely hear whispers and the sound of someone nearby. Chairman Jiang, an awkward title. As Jiang He awkwardly scratched his toes, the other person introduced themselves. "It's Orange T's parents." He, who had been lazily lounging in his chair, immediately sat up straight. Orange T's parents were from a small town, somewhat educated, but not much. Initially, they didn't quite understand how Orange T had made his fortune, though they still didn't fully grasp the intricacies of the game's profitability. But hearing that their son had made a fortune again, achieving both fame and wealth, and was beloved by most players, they couldn't sit still. Their son was capable, but he also needed mentors and support. In their eyes, everyone else on the boundary between the virtual and real worlds was Orange T's benefactor. Under the guise of distributing local products, they obtained everyone's contact information and were calling them one by one to thank them for their support of Orange T. Jiang He remembered Yuan Huanai at the offline gathering, who had coldly berated the prison guard but secretly worried endlessly about him. The hearts of parents are all the same. Jiang He's heart was touched. "It's not that we're taking care of T Goddess. Orange T, it's that she's been so good to us. Our smooth start is all thanks to her. Although T Goddess's magic has faded somewhat since the game's launch, she's still far superior to the average lucky player." After hanging up, Jiang He shared the conversation in the group chat. Orange T blushed and wanted to call her parents to stop. "You're all grown up now, and your parents can't help you much anymore. They're just putting on a good show for you now, so just let them do it. We don't care anyway." Good heavens, this was actually said by the jailer? When did he suddenly become so perceptive? Does this 3 million yuan really have the effect of unlocking intelligence and improving emotional intelligence? Jiang He typed with a smile. "You're so understanding of the T-God's parents, you must understand your dad's disappointment in you, right? I always have, but I was too useless before, and I really didn't know how to respond. I could only let him scold me more, but I never held a grudge." The jailer, unusually, wasn't abstract. "I bought him a can of good tea. He might not appreciate it, but at least it was a gift I bought with my own money." Jiang He's lips curled up. Yuan Huanai would probably still criticize the jailer for his poor taste in gifts, but secretly, he probably wouldn't even drink a drop of that tea, just keeping it on the shelf with a label. It's strange, sometimes people can easily understand the good intentions of other parents for their children, but when it comes to themselves, that insightful understanding vanishes. French Fries pasted a link. Friendly reminder, the official website has released another update preview. What else? After a month or two of silence surrounding Proof of the Stars, this update is a massive, albeit slow, in-depth release. We plan to unveil some undiscovered explorable game areas in the coming days. The newly added explorable areas will include brand new sets, materials, and a completely new world setting. The level cap has been loosened. Some skill enhancement mechanisms will be implemented soon. The level cap is probably the least noticed aspect of this update preview. Players have already experienced the charm of Proof of the Star stats. Unveiling undiscovered game areas suggests that even the developers aren't optimistic about the possibility of discovering the mysterious territories that haven't been explored since launch. The newly added explorable areas are essentially a new map for the new version. The skill enhancement mechanism is clearly not for casual players, but rather for players who have accumulated some experience and equipped their specialized classes with suitable skill sets for the boundary between reality and illusion. Zhong Zimo rationally analyzed, "Do you think the developers realized the Temple of the Clarifier was too difficult, and only we could clear it, so they indirectly lowered the difficulty? After the boundary between reality and illusion, all the players attempting to conquer the Temple of the Clarifier stopped at level 10. Ask any of the players who had been trying to conquer it, and they all said that Gorkarin wasn't as oppressive as Freya, and not as strong as Black Cat. In actual combat, they simply couldn't beat him. On why Gorkarin is the most interactive boss in the Temple of the Clarifier." This wasn't a player's eulogy praising Gorkarin's brilliant design, but a direct scathing critique of the game's developers for being inhuman. A lich with infinite resurrections. A single mistake in the strategy means at least 6 game hours of wasted effort. All the top players on the server were figuring out Freya's attack patterns, copying Jiang He's strategy guides, and even after clearing level 9, they still remark, "Freya is so gentle, she hit me less hard today than yesterday." But with Gorkarin, there was only a brief comment. "You stupid lich, I hack your mother." The longer a player is stuck on a strategy, the more valuable the unique player's breakthrough at the boundary between reality and illusion becomes. Chapter 297. At noon, it wasn't just the translation system that went live on time. The real-time online information and in-game/out-of-game interactions that players had been requesting for months all entered the online testing phase. Offline players could communicate with online players via the app, albeit with a slight delay. In the guild-related updates, guild leaders could set up monitors in the app to receive real-time information about the guild's current screen. This was particularly useful for guilds with strongholds. Why isn't anyone questioning the boundary between reality and illusion anymore? The most well-known guilds with strongholds are them. This update just launched on the world server. It's practically tailor-made for them. They can stir up a lot of controversy. Right, what about Dragon Knight and Whale in the Basin? Why aren't they questioning the god-making thing on the Chinese server? Rumor has it that many of those who spread rumors about boundary between reality and illusion have received small gifts and are preparing to see them in court. No wonder the smaller players have been silent these past few days. It's not that the hype has died down, but rather they're afraid of getting hit in the head. Zhang Jingqing, the lawyer specifically handling this matter for boundary between reality and illusion, shared an amusing story with the jailer last night. Chen Lichao, the small-time streamer who's been hiding in his rented room, focused on smearing boundary between reality and illusion. He's the same genius of enlightenment who registered multiple accounts, 11 of which have VC ban records. After realizing boundary between reality and illusion was serious, he contacted Zhang Jingqing using the information he left behind, proactively admitting his mistake and hoping for mediation. So hey, can we reconcile? Is a work of documentary literature. The jailer posted it in the group chat, and Jiang He and French fries burst out laughing simultaneously. People really do laugh when they're extremely speechless. Why do some people think that hurting someone can be easily forgiven with a simple let's make up? It's like kindergarten children having a fight, the teacher giving each of them a piece of candy and coaxing them, come on, shake hands, we're still friends. This is their understanding of admitting fault. It's a concession and gesture of goodwill that the other person is likely to accept. If they don't, it's considered impolite charity. They fantasize that all their mistakes can end with a simple I was wrong, without having to pay any price for their past actions. It's like living in a fantasy world. Something's not right. He tilted his head under the covers and scrolled through his chat history. It's almost lunchtime. Where's the 4 primals? The 4 primals once saw a question. If you suddenly won 10 million, would you quit your job? At the time, he participated in the discussion with great interest, believing that this number was far from enough. Having a job that kept him in constant contact with society was extremely important. His words were confident and well-reasoned. But when he checked his phone during his lunch break and saw 3 million yuan had been deposited, Yuani fell silent. Without much hesitation, he walked into the manager's office and announced his formal resignation. The manager was surprised and puzzled, and asked again hesitantly. After receiving an affirmative answer, he unexpectedly said, Xiao Tang, the company recognizes your work ability. This is very sudden. Is there some problem you encountered at work? Tell me, the company understands and can help you solve it. Recognized? Well, one person doing the work of 2 or 3 cheap laborers must be considered a high-quality worker in the company's eyes. Once upon a time, Yuani fantasized about becoming rich overnight and showing off to his colleagues, like a lost fisherman. He wanted to see those annoying, inhuman colleagues' envious and resentful expressions. He wanted to trample on their faces and cheer wildly, giving them a good thrashing. Lost in thought, he would even clench his fist and wave it in the air. In many days and nights spent resigned yet unwilling to accept his fate, this dream was like a cool breeze on a sweltering summer day, sultry, but able to soothe physical and mental exhaustion. Like drowning his sorrows in alcohol. The dream became reality. The miracles sketched in his daydream silently came true. Yuani was surprisingly calm, as if he were back at his exam desk during the college entrance exam. Silence surrounded him, the rustling of turning pages and writing on paper rippled through his mind like flowing water. He poured all his energy from the first 18 years of his life into that fiercely competitive battle, gaining admission to his dream university. Since then, he hadn't won again. Until the day Zhong Zemo invited him to stay. The manager's offer to retain him filled Yuan with uncontrollable joy, though he didn't show it. Alright then, you can hand over your responsibilities to your department. The end of the year is the busiest time for the company. Normally, no one would forgo their year-end bonus and suddenly resign, but Yuan did just that. The heavy burden that had been weighing on his shoulders was about to be randomly assigned to a lucky person. Just thinking about it made him ecstatic. The receptionist pushed open the door, her gaze fixed on Cunt, who had just sat down and hadn't yet announced his resignation. "Hey Xiao Tang, are you busy? There's a job here." "Oh, I resigned." Everyone in the office put down their work and looked over. "Resigning? Now?" His colleagues looked incredulous. "You don't want your year-end bonus?" "No." He waved his hand casually, glancing around at his colleagues. "It's not much money anyway, don't let it affect my gaming." "What game is it that makes you give up your money?" The primal body tidied up his desk, packing up his computer files, preparing for the handover. Proof of the stars. Hearing this, his colleagues murmured amongst themselves. I know, isn't that a game you can play while sleeping?" "Sigh, I failed the lottery twice. I can only watch video clips to satisfy my craving. I remember there's a limited amount of gaming time per day. Even if you resign, you can't just stay glued to the game all day." The younger colleagues in the department seized the opportunity to join the conversation. Li Xiang, a colleague who had been thoroughly humiliated by the primal body last time, found an opening. With the handover process starting and seeing each other less and less, he quickly retorted, thinking that if he didn't get his revenge now, he'd miss his chance. Maybe Mr. Tang is aiming for gaming-related social media, wanting to become an internet celebrity? Becoming an internet celebrity means financial freedom, much easier than a regular job, right? The sarcasm was palpable. Their animosity was common knowledge in the company after their last conflict, so Li Xiang didn't hold back. He expected Yoshihara to respond with a barrage of insults, but instead, he just smiled, then slowly, in the relaxed tone of an old man basking in the sun and fanning himself, said, "Financial freedom might be out of the question, but I can certainly buy groceries without looking at the price and sleep until I naturally wake up." A colleague exclaimed in surprise, "Really? You're really making videos? You become a minor internet celebrity? Don't be so polite. Show everyone your work, get some views and favorites." Seeing that Cunt remained silent, only focusing on packing his things, Li Xiang chuckled. "Boss Tang was just teasing you guys. You actually took it seriously?" Cunt turned and stared at him. His mind had been exceptionally open the moment he saw the 3 million. Li Xiang's sarcastic tone didn't anger him. Instead, it made him want to laugh. The boundary between reality and illusion was their shared guild. From the moment they entered the public eye, they became public figures, even though his presence was faint, and few people noticed him. He didn't want to cause trouble for anyone with his actions, and he couldn't be bothered to argue with a loser he would never cross paths with again. But the other party's relentless pursuit made him change his mind. "What, Mr. Tang, are you serious? Then we really have to broaden everyone's horizons. We never seen an internet celebrity in person before. How many followers do you have? 1,000 or 2,000? The platform with the most followers, 1.6 million. A voice rang out in unison in the office. Huh? Everyone in the department stared at each other, incredulous. Li Xiang was even more shocked by this number. Aside from that one outburst, the usually reserved primal body put down what he was holding, hands in his pockets. His slightly raised head, his slightly disdainful sidelong glance, all exuded strong confidence. Completely different from the primal body they knew. His usual lethargy vanished, replaced by a sharp, intimidating aura. Our Mr. Li is very curious, so let's show everyone. The primal body took out his phone and pulled up his personal information on the Starproof app. 4. Primitives? The name was unfamiliar and difficult to understand, but those familiar with the game felt a sense of déjà vu. Where have I heard that before? Finally, someone noticed the guild name below 4 primitives. The boundary between reality and illusion? Ah, could it be that boundary between reality and illusion? The one nicknamed version T0? The department erupted in chaos, exclamations drawing curious glances from other offices, some even using the excuse of getting water to sneak over and watch. Holy crap, it really is. Huh? Little Tang, you're still a member of the World Championship Guild? Wake up, there's no World Championship anymore, it was just postponed today. It doesn't matter, I heard they got their bonuses in the photos. Look, there's a screenshot, 3.01 million. Another gasp escaped their lips. 3 million, how many years would it take to earn that at the company? The onlookers stared wide-eyed, some already taking out their phones to take pictures and videos. The 4 original entities' social media feeds were clean and tidy, except for a single post praising the game's excellence. When it launched, there was nothing else related to it. Who would have thought that a gaming pro was lurking in an inconspicuous corner of the company? It's truly amazing that he managed to keep quiet all this time. The four original entities gestured for silence from those around them. I'm not as good as everyone thinks. I'm only where I am today thanks to everyone in the guild who helped me play. It's just good luck. That casual mention of luck made Li Xiang grit his teeth. This damned luck, how could it fall on the four original entities? It's blatant boasting. At this point, no one cared about him anymore. Having learned that their company had a gaming pro, people using the excuse of watching them slack off at work to learn about the game had crowded the department office. The four primal bodies immediately ordered a milk tea for everyone present as a small gift to support the boundary between the virtual and real worlds. Giving the guild reputation boost was his duty. Oh, Li Xiang doesn't like milk tea, remember not to give it to him. The four primal bodies' words drew a burst of laughter. Just luck, Li Xiang stubbornly replied. That's right, I was lucky to meet friends willing to lend a hand. And very lucky to have found a guild with an unparalleled atmosphere. And very lucky to have become friends with all of them, meeting them both online and offline. The question is, Li Xiang, why am I the lucky one and not you? The four primal bodies mocked. Could it be because you don't have any friends? If it were you, even if you had the game qualifications, no one would invite you to a party, like the Berserker and Sorcerer of the Stars of Proof. The young people present who knew the joke about the Stars of Proof classes covered their mouths. Only Stars of Proof players knew the true value of this analogy. Seeing a bunch of berserkers and magic warriors volunteering when forming a team, I genuinely felt a pang of envy and doubt, wondering if my own skill level description was inaccurate. The files were packaged, and the milk tea was ready. Seiyuani stretched, feeling refreshed and ending his day's work early amidst the envious glances of his colleagues. A few more days of handover, and after receiving his salary, he wouldn't have to come to work anymore. Seiyuani walked down the street. November in Qingning City was still warm. The warm afternoon sun shone on his thin shirt-clad body, the warmth seeping into his skin, awakening every tired and weary cell. On the bustling street, he couldn't help but stand on tiptoe, stretching his arms, listening to the crackling of his lumbar spine, feeling as if it were firecrackers celebrating his departure from a phase of his life. After graduation, he'd been working tirelessly at his desk like a cog in a machine, finally facing his first maintenance shutdown. Seiyuani was a man of few words in the guild, though he possessed a passionate desire to express himself. How could someone who guided countless newbies into the world of real-world card games and the joy of offline battles be silent? But the guild was already lively enough. The ever-energetic Bed. The abstract master Jailer Bro. These two were enough to lubricate every topic, guaranteeing entertainment 24/7. So he became the listener. A guild always needs a diverse cast of characters to add interest and maintain order. For everyone's enjoyment, he didn't mind playing any role. His resignation wasn't entirely impulsive, he'd given it considerable thought. Now, the guild needed someone to be online at different times to ensure the base's safety until the fortifications were fully completed. He stepped up without hesitation. Thinking of this, Seiyuani quickly turned on his phone. In the virtual real boundary group chat, he received over a dozen mentions. If it weren't for the fear of disturbing him, his phone would have been bombarding him with calls. The news of his resignation was, unsurprisingly, met with cheers from everyone. The scene was comparable to the day Zhong Zemo and Du Jing when announced their divorce. It was truly a popular announcement. Going to work? What a load of rubbish. Rather than torturing himself by hanging around for a pittance, he'd rather go home and take care of his health. Jiang He asked, any plans? No, I start by enjoying sleeping in until I naturally wake up. Honestly, I haven't slept in ages. Regular sleep and wake-up times had regulated his routine, but occasionally, the primal body longed for that long-lost just 5 more minutes. It was like being urged to get up by his mother as a child, yet always managing to doze off a little longer. From worrying that one day the primal body would never wake up after sleeping in, to now giving himself a long vacation, both mentally and physically, the primal body had visibly improved. Alas! Jiang He sent a voice message. Why the sudden outburst? Good news. The jailer grinned slyly. Elaravia, you ruined one. Chapter 298. The function of online and offline information exchange has been implemented, allowing players to view projections of guilds and homes with a slight delay. Elaravia believed that the craftsman's workshop at the boundary between the virtual and real worlds couldn't utilize her full abilities, so she personally built a new workshop in the mining area, refusing the help of the puppets. With this workshop, the success rate will definitely improve. As she logged off, she patted her chest, patting the metal casing, making a clanging sound, assuring everyone that when they returned, they would see the material refining progressing smoothly. Given her height of over 2 meters, everyone had to look up to see her speak. Combined with Ayloradi's confident, composed smile that revealed a set of white teeth, it was incredibly reassuring. Then, the mining area exploded. The violent explosion leveled Ayloradi's workshop, mountains of ore flying like cannonballs, and a gray rain fell briefly at the edge of the large mining area. The poor pack animals, diligently working underground, were startled by the violent tremors, stumbling and jolting their thick skin, each bearing wounds. The shockwave of the explosion pushed a large rock, pinning down the tail of one of the pack animals. It had just been fed a nutritious meal by the puppets, and was dozing when this sudden calamity struck, causing it to howl incessantly. The Slime King initially thought the guild had been bypassed by strange sorcerers, who had invaded the large mining area. Upon arriving at the scene and seeing the enormous crater, comparable to a meteorite impact, he was utterly dumbfounded. Abundant elemental power dyed the gray-brown earth with vibrant colors, resembling a second-stage origin element from a monitoring perspective, a mixture of pizza and blocks. Clusters of multicolored crystals emerged from the core area, like bushes frozen by a sudden, extreme cold. As mentioned in Mint's little classroom, when magic explodes at the center of elemental mist, it often produces highly concentrated crystalline substances, though not in large quantities. The elemental mist products observed from the monitoring perspective are unusually dense, demonstrating the power of this explosion. Ilara, at the epicenter of the explosion, is unharmed. The metalkin has vanished, replaced by red-black gradient scales floating on her body. The fact that such a violent explosion, capable of altering the terrain, left her without a single scratch speaks volumes about the dragon's defensive capabilities. Her upright, well-proportioned physique, and the still powerful presence she exudes even in human form, are perfectly showcased by the curves of her body beneath the metal can. The red-black gradient dragon scales add a touch of ethereal beauty. Isn't she quite beautiful? From the scales to the muscle curves, from her posture to her leg shape, she conforms to both human and half-dragon aesthetics. Why was she covering it with a metal can? Ellery paced back and forth near the epicenter of the explosion, her thick dragon tail thrashing restlessly, her face hidden behind her hand, seemingly lost in thought. Through the guild doll, Garlic Sprout, the boundary between reality and illusion could transmit information into the game. Garlic Sprout approached Ellery. Oh, replenishing materials? Not for now, I need. A blue light emanated from Ellery's palm, and abundant water elemental energy splattered onto her dirty face, scrubbing it clean. I need to summarize. It's unlike any of the materials I forged. It's like a living thing. Garlic Sprout bowed respectfully, with utmost elegance. Lady Ellery, the masters have learned of your failed forging. Ellery shuddered. They want to ask, Lady Elleria, whether you choose to fund the repair of the damaged site, heal the pack beasts, and compensate with an origin element core, or... Garlic Sprout chuckled, covering her mouth in a human-like gesture, become our companion. Elleria stammered, could we discuss this in person? Master is adventuring in a very, very far place, and communication is difficult, but from this round of messages, we guessed you would say this. Huh? Hopefully, when they return to the guild, they will see the trustworthy dragon Elleria. This was Fry's prediction. Elleria's expression twisted, as if her vitals had been struck. The entire dragon crouched beside the crystal clusters created by the explosion, its tail lashing wildly at the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Garlic Sprout wisely excused herself, leaving her alone to worry. Honestly, if Elleria wanted to break her promise, the boundary between the real and the virtual world really didn't have a good solution. Killing a 9th-tier being is challenging, but not impossible. However, capturing a 9th-tier being and getting her to willingly help with forging. The boundary between the virtual and real worlds requires venturing into the Black Cat's dreamland, which is still uncompleted. Defeat the Black Cat's consciousness, revive her physical form, brainwash her into joining the boundary between the virtual and real worlds, and then... Go help us control Elleria. The Black Cat would likely tilt her head involuntarily upon hearing this command, uttering a soul-searching question. Me? She rather rot in the dream world. The gameplay of online and offline information exchange still has room for expansion. The jailer discovered that by issuing instructions to Garlic Sprouts, transactions with wandering merchants can be completed. And at this very moment, a wandering merchant from the werewolf clan is visiting the boundary between the virtual and real worlds, carrying a forging guide with information only the buyer knows. It's gold quality. The wandering merchants are a crucial part of the guild's stronghold gameplay, but it has a very unpredictable mechanic. Players have no idea when they visit, what goods they bring, or what the merchants will do, so There's no pattern. It all depends on the merchant's moods. After establishing the stronghold for several days, the only merchants contacting the virtual and real borders are the Lu Xian Fairy clan. Now, seeing everyone offline, and a merchant with gold-quality items appearing in their guild, Jiang He couldn't imagine how many skilled players had visited while they were offline. The merchants never list prices on their goods. Players with good bargaining skills can acquire high-quality items at prices closest to the merchant's expectations. Not so good. As soon as Swanmu asked the price, the merchant offered a gold-quality forging guide for a single piece of star sand. These wandering merchants must be in cahoots, right? Their offer to the Lu Xian Fairy clan revealed they had star sand in stock, so the werewolves started with the highest possible price. Wait, could this also be part of the setup? The wandering merchant knows the guild's financial resources, which is why he displays special items of corresponding value. Otherwise, it's hard to explain why the merchant Garlic Sprout mentioned has a high randomness rate, with his inventory starting at least in purple, and red making up the majority. When dealing with the fairy merchant before, her sales list was full of small green and white junk. Jianghe, a frequent market shopper, remotely guided Garlic Sprout in the conversation. Is this forging blueprint made of gold or silver? Starting with stardust? Business is business. I think it's an item you urgently need, so it's worth the price. The burly werewolf's small green eyes revealed a cunning glint when he discussed business. It turns out that observing from a godlike perspective reveals far more details than face-to-face conversations. A small glance, a subtle gesture, can glimpse a corner of one's heart. The werewolf merchant's words confirmed everyone's suspicions. They had connections with Lu Xian. It's highly likely the wandering merchant also had his own small circle, exchanging goods and information. Then I don't want it. Sell it to someone else. Jianghe sneered. Swanmu hesitated for a moment before asking, do I have to recreate the sneer? This message somehow broke down the dimensional barrier, making even the boundary between reality and fiction smile. Unexpectedly a bit silly, but also kind of cute. The cunning Jianghe emphasized that it was necessary, and Swanmu immediately put on a serious face, crossed her arms, and perfectly mimicked the expression. This caused another round of smiles from everyone watching on the screen. Remotely controlling a puppet is quite fun. In stark contrast to the mischievous master's cheerful atmosphere on the screen was the werewolf merchant's expression. He was somewhat surprised to see Garlic Sprout's turn and leave so decisively. He wanted to say something, but his werewolf companion quickly grabbed his shoulder and whispered something. They actually packed up and chose to leave. Garlic Sprout seemed flustered, but maintained a calm tone. Master, did I recreate it correctly? The jailer lamented. Potato, did you go too far with your pressure? They didn't buy it. They didn't even try to stop you. Jianghe didn't care, then consider it saving Star Sand. Star Sand was the highest value hard currency in the game, the real money that could make even the most powerful beings in the star world. Hold your cash and wait, the wait-and-see approach never hurts. Zhong Zemo said, I understand. Buy early and enjoy early, buy late and enjoy discounts, don't buy and save 100%. Lunch break was almost over, and aside from the unemployed, those who had quit, and the loafers on the street, the boundary between reality and virtuality was once again bustling with activity. As evening approached, the jailer arrived on time in his unassuming 7-seater car downstairs at the apartment complex where French Fries lived. In the car, he started rambling. Potato, after French Fries graduates, are you going to settle down with her, or go back to Chining? Jianghe facepalmed. You're really good at chatting. The subtext of this question was almost like, Potato, French Fries, where will you live after you get married? Expecting him to offer a thoughtful assist was impossible. It was most likely a slip of the tongue. Jianghe's brain was racing, and before he could think of an answer, French Fries spoke up. Qingning. Why? The jailer asked curiously. Far from mom and dad, there's lots of good food. Wow, how culinary desert is your area? It can't be that bad, right? The jailer couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Fries, looking dejected, said, name a local specialty right now, no thinking. West Lake vinegar fish. Fries remained expressionless, as calm as someone who had killed fish decades ago. Okay, very good. Next time you come to visit, I take you to eat it every day. Really? Thank you. She lowered her voice, mouthing the words to Jianghe. See? He even has to thank me. Jianghe, who had only ever been away from home for guild gatherings and trips since childhood, was shocked. He also lowered his voice. Really? It's that bad? The more authentic, the worse. They arrived at the restaurant where Yuan Huanai had treated them to dinner. After ordering, the jailer took out his large backpack. Here, these are tea leaves for you two young men. Jiang He hesitated to take them. Did you steal your dad's tea cabinet again? Who stole it? He asked me to deliver them. The jailer pouted. He said it was to thank you for taking care of my char siu. He added, everyone got one, it's already been shipped. Jiang He smiled and took the 2 tins of tea, looking the jailer up and down. Your Cantonese char siu, haven't you lost weight? I found a tall building nearby and climbed the stairs every day. Looks like it's working well. The jailer said, if I lose a little more, I can go to the gym. The jailer, who used to drift through life, had completely changed his attitude. The most obvious change was evident to his family. He now had a regular schedule, had restarted his almost worn-out body, a stable social life, and friends who verified his reliable character offline. When they met, Yuan Yuan couldn't help but joke, if you're a demon or monster, you better get off my brother. The jailer retorted, what, don't you like it when I'm not slacking off? Just kidding. After all, I don't like the possession trope in novels, and besides, no matter how bad you are, you're still my brother. Qin Xiaoyu also disliked possession tropes. He sat silently in his office, his hands covering his head, his legs shaking nervously. It was already dark. Through the glass, the bustling streets were a kaleidoscope of colors, the dazzling lights and vibrant street scene blending into a blurry blur, like the world seen through the eyes of someone with severe astigmatism. The intense tension left him mentally exhausted. On the table was the dinner he and Zhu Hui had only half eaten. A half-empty bottle of sweet vinegar, which she had carelessly knocked over while suddenly falling asleep, filled the room with its sour and sweet aroma. Qin Xiaoyu dared not clean. If I change, immediately activate the power within the ring, without holding back. This time, Candlelight didn't take Qin Xiaoyu into the game world. She sensed extremely unstable emotional fluctuations from number 2. No one could predict what would happen in this negotiation. To avoid a desperate act, Qin Xiaoyu remained in reality. Candlelight was truly kind. As an outsider, possessing extraordinary abilities unmatched in their world, she only wanted to play games with everyone. In a time when the Dark Forest theory had already entered the public consciousness through literature and become part of common knowledge, she and the ruler behind her seemed like a romantic fairy tale, pure to the point of being unreal. Even after learning from Candlelight that no gods existed in this world, and even the sea of magic, which nurtured magic, was a chaotic void, he still couldn't help but pray. He had never heard Candlelight mention the name of the ruler, and could only awkwardly use the cumbersome title creator of Candlelight. Candlelight's fingers trembled slightly. A fleeting glance from the corner of her eye made Qin Xiaoyu leap, like a startled rabbit, turning the ring and aiming it at the doll slowly rising from the darkness. The pupil color was correct, pale gold. But it still wasn't safe. As the silent standoff made Qin Xiaoyu sweat, Candlelight picked up the overturned bottle of sweet vinegar and took a small sip. Then, she casually gathered the spilled vinegar back into the bottle. Qin Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, it was the real deal. It's dirty, don't drink it. I'm a doll, I won't get sick. That seems to make sense. Sitting back at his desk, Qin Xiaoyu felt exhausted. The world had once again teetered on the edge of chaos. How did the talk go? She was reluctant, but she agreed to one thing, Candlelight said, a direct confrontation, killing my consciousness, she couldn't do it. The two had clearly fought fiercely. Candlelight's ease indicated that she had a slight advantage. But I can't control her presence either. Qin Xiaoyu swallowed hard. Then, what do we do? We reached a temporary agreement. An agreement? Candlelight said, let the game be the game, and reality be reality. Let's solve the problem with the game. Chapter 299. Using games to solve problems. Qin Xiaoyu carefully extracted the key information, then paused, taken aback. It can't be. Candlelight nodded, then shook her head. It's not the game type used in the preliminary rounds. She stood up, carrying a vinegar bottle, took another sip, and inhaled the aroma before continuing. She and I each control a server for a different world, competing for the title on a completely new game map. Did they choose us because of the boundary between the virtual and real worlds? Candlelight nodded. Number 2 not only wants my will, but also the possibility of the boundary between the virtual and real worlds. She paused, turning to look at the dazzling street seen through the floor-to-ceiling window. I talked to them about this personally. It's time they realized what kind of miracle they unintentionally achieved in the game. Qin Xiaoyu found it unbelievable. He stuffed 2 mouthfuls of cold fried rice into his mouth, speaking indistinctly. Can we really trust her? Would she cheat her own people just to win? Candlelight shook the vinegar bottle, finding it nearly empty, and returned to the table with some disappointment. She wouldn't dare go too far. What number 2 seeks is to replace me and possess complete consciousness. Whether it's me or her, we are both messengers of the Dominator. Although memories have become voids, some ironclad rules are still imprinted deep within our consciousness. Candlelight smiled and casually projected Chen Lichao's room. Chen Xiaoyu stopped chewing. Still using it? Can't you play without it? Chen Lichao was currently playing a new open-world sandbox multiplayer game. Many StarCraft players would play a game with friends before bed. Less than 3 days after the game's release, Chen Lichao had already acquired a new cheat, saturating himself with resources and items, using his clairvoyance to hunt down those with nothing, making him a veritable scourge of public rooms. He laughed as he killed. He would squat beside the corpses of defeated players, taunting them. Using the ID Cyber Potato, he stirred up hatred for the virtual real boundary, typing insults and inciting conflict to everyone he met. After receiving a court summons with no possibility of mediation, Chen Lichao became enraged, writhing like a maggot, desperately trying to disrupt the virtual real boundary, pathologically venting his inner unease and fear. After Candlelight returned, she reinvestigated everyone Chen Xiaoyu had dealt with. She felt little for those like Dragon Knight, who were just hype seekers, but after scrutinizing Chen Lichao, the whale in the basin, she felt a deep disgust. My lord once said that cheating in games is the most despicable act. Chen Xiaoyu felt there were many things even more despicable than this, but considering the Lord of Candlelight's passion for games, no problem, it was the most despicable. He was extremely curious about what would happen if he cheated while playing a game with that Lord of Candlelight. Cheaters are disqualified, Candlelight continued, this is the voice imprinted on us at birth. Unless number 2 wants to be disqualified by the Lord of Candlelight, she would never dare to taint the rules of the proof of the stars, and the purity of the game. Candlelight snapped her fingers, and on the other side of the screen, Chen Lichao's computer screen suddenly went dark. Having enjoyed the thrill of cheating, he was stunned for a while, stood up to check the screen, glanced at the computer case, and looked completely bewildered. Meanwhile, Chen Lichao's in-game close-up video was being uploaded in the background, passing AI review at an incredible speed and entering the traffic pool allocated to him by Zhuhua. Soon, he would become a famous streamer in a strange way. Another snap of fingers. Chen Lichao's computer case crackled, smoke billowed from the graphics card and memory slots, and in a flash of sparks, the only light source in the room went out. 2 or 3 seconds later, a flicker of light appeared, and Chen Lichao's scream, and the crack of the broken computer sounded like celestial music, making Chen Xiaoyu feel a sense of satisfaction from every pore. Compared to Zhuhua, his methods of punishing Chen Lichao were much gentler. Guessing what Chen Xiaoyu wanted to say, Zhuhua answered predictably. If the Overlord knew, he would also agree with my actions. Chen Xiaoyu gave a thumbs up. His thumb held an empty vinegar bottle. I bought a lot this time, not enough to eat. Do the dolls all like to drink vinegar? Chen Xiaoyu clicked his tongue in amazement. You're much more impressive than my friend from the coal city in college, drinking vinegar like a beverage. Candlelight tilted her head. Is that what you call liking it? I only ate a little bit. A bottle of vinegar every 2 days. One of us must have a problem understanding a little bit. If the jailer saw you dipping everything in vinegar, he nagged you for ages. Candlelight smiled. Then when I see them in person, I demonstrate eating rice noodle rolls with vinegar and drinking double-skim milk with vinegar, okay? Candlelight, quick to pick up online information, seemed to know how to make the jailer angry. However, the jailer didn't have time at the moment, silently mourning the rice noodle rolls and double-skim milk that might suffer a terrible fate. He stared wide-eyed, like a country bumpkin visiting a grand garden, surveying the vastly different edge of the mining area that had changed so much in just 1 day since he logged off. The explosion caused by Ellara's forging error sent shockwaves sweeping across the area, leaving white marks from stones scraping against the walls and shocking craters in the ground. The clusters of elemental essence at the explosion's epicenter were particularly striking. The Slime King was amazed. Shaw was astonished. Mint was eager to try it. This stuff, once broken, could be used in medicine and forging. It was excellent material. The explosion, great. Perhaps only she thought it was a good explosion. This blast had delivered high-purity elemental essence of red grade to the boundary between the virtual and real worlds. The Slime King and Ksha, 2 master elements, were mining it themselves. They chipped off a piece, patiently grinding it into powder, rubbing it between their fingers. The crackling of their fingertips created chaotic elemental reactions that rippled outwards. Both of them took a deep breath simultaneously, and a beam of light flowed into their bodies. The taste was pure, the quality was excellent. The evaluation was, It's almost reached a higher quality of gold. My apologies, I didn't know you, Elaravia, were not only a blacksmith, but also a deadly elementalist. Even a slight touch of your skill is a level that ordinary elemental mages can never reach in their entire lives. Creating elemental mist out of thin air, using the elemental mist to generate essence, fleecing the world's consciousness. Jianghe clasped his hands in admiration. Elaravia didn't understand the joke Jianghe was making. Like a delinquent, she casually spread her legs and squatted beside the exploding meteorite crater, her thick tail drooping motionless. She felt no joy whatsoever at the new spectacle and new materials she had created at the boundary between reality and illusion. The origin element core, truly a dreamlike artifact. Even the residual energy released in that instant is so spectacular. Glancing out of the corner of her eye, she noticed everyone watching. With nowhere to hide, she used her tail to support herself as she stood up. She walked gracefully to Jianghe. According to the agreement, the master craftswoman, Elaravia, will become our companion at the boundary between the real and the virtual, officially settling in. Elaravia's lips trembled. She couldn't bring herself to change her mind and break the agreement. As a young dragon who had grown up alone, Elaravia hadn't gone astray. She possessed her own pride and self-respect. She found an excuse. Well, that's not a problem, but one origin element core has already exploded. Before successfully forging another, I dare not easily inlay it into the finished origin set. That would be irresponsible to you. Seeing everyone deep in thought, Elaravia pressed her advantage. Look, I'm a master craftsman. I can only reach my full potential with the right materials. Ordinary little things aren't worth my time. How about this? Once you find the next origin element core, I stay permanently. Elaravia sounded incredibly guilty, her voice trailing off. This 2-meter-tall dragon humanoid spoke with less imposing presence than the jailer sharing his risque quotes. So, if we have a second origin element core, you definitely stay and stop making excuses? Elaravia blushed. What excuses? Jianghe and Fries exchanged a glance. Fine, we agree, but this time you have to sign a written agreement. If you keep making excuses, I have Kesha take the contract to the Fallen Star Sea and let the ancient sea monster sing its praises. Elaravia was solemn. To let a race as ancient as dragons know this, wouldn't that be tantamount to passing it down through generations until the world is destroyed and the race is extinct? While she hesitated, Kesha had already presented the contract with a beaming smile, expertly guiding Elaravia to press her large red handprint. Elaravia was still bewildered when the process was over. Jianghe took the contract with satisfaction and glanced at it. Everyone from the reality and illusionary boundary, welcome to our Grand Craftsman's Permanent Guild. After saying that, while Elaravia was still confused, he casually pulled out an origin element core transformed using divine forging universal material. It's alright, you can train slowly. We collect the materials for you outside. Elaravia's dragon eyes narrowed to tiny dots as she stared intently at the small ball containing surging elemental power, her mind filled with question marks. This is... Elaravia came to an absurd conclusion. You dug up the roots of the world tree and stole the very source of elemental power. After much persuasion, the group finally convinced the terrified Elaravia that they weren't demon gods descended to Earth, had no intention of destroying the world, and that no primordial element had been harmed. Having roughly grasped the absurdity of the realm of reality, her head was still spinning. By the way, Elaravia, since you're a guild member, there's something you need to understand. Jianghe projected the current state of the defenses under attack. The undead army was fighting against a surging tide of players. The existence of the global server had brought new guests from different countries to the realm of reality guild. Whether out of curiosity or ill intent, they converged to form a massive stress test wave. If it weren't for the 3,000 player invasion limit, the guild could have been wiped out in one fell swoop during their most dangerous 4 hours before going online. Elaravia scratched her head, puzzled. They can even take down the origin elementals, who would dare mess with this guild. Besides forging, I help burn them to death. Ilara paused. I have one more condition. You must provide meals. My appetite is enormous. Chapter 300. The jailer politely inquired whether Elaravia ate people. Why do you think we need to master miniaturized magic? Elaravia retorted. We became human to more easily enjoy pleasure, not to eat garbage. That's what rats do. He felt insulted, but not quite offended. Subtle. Elaravia the dragon, Kshari the siren, Deep Green the slime king, and Mint. Adding the puppets on the boundary between reality and illusion, and the necromancer defenses that had undergone 2 upgrades. As long as they maintained staggered online times, the 4-hour gap should be impregnable. Master, The composite ore produced today has been processed. Shall we open it? Jiang He glanced at the panel. He had already saved 47 portions. Just a little more, and he could get 100 consecutive draws. Resist, he couldn't help but ask, Garlic Sprout, is there a way to increase the number of pack animals? The guild only had 6 pack animals. The efficiency was still too low. Damn the Church of Eternal Night. They even kill those hard-working beasts of burden. The wandering merchants might sell it, or you could try asking them. Maybe one of them will be willing to help. Jiang He was pondering this when ripples spread through the space, and Chen Xiaoyu suddenly appeared. He looked around and, finding everyone missing, casually paused the world chat timer. Is anyone still offline? The 4 primitives, he logged on at a different time, Jiang He asked. What's up? Tomorrow, the founder of the Starfire Campfire wants to meet with you all. What? Everyone's eyes widened, and after receiving Chen Xiaoyu's confirmation, they exchanged bewildered glances. The founder of Stellaris, the game's creator, has been the subject of countless speculations since its announcement. The game's presentation is so groundbreaking, perhaps even ahead of its time. This game company, which seemed to appear overnight, managed to secure collaborations with multiple countries, receiving swift approval and smooth sailing in terms of censorship. It's simply unbelievable. Before that, Chinese versions of games were known for their oil-infused blood and green blood. Words like kill, corpse, and alcohol had to be censored to defeat, remains, and juice. But Stellaris, without a single censorship, remained untouched. In the Anna Rebellion storyline, the slaughter of nobles is a horrific event, comparable to Don't Speak Russian, where players can create mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Not to mention the necromancer's heart-ripping magic, the ability to manipulate corpses into family reunions, and the small details like offering up heads as a reward. It made people exclaim, is this something I deserve to play? This game only costs the price of the equipment? The founder, who provided a gaming feast for global players, has never publicly appeared. No matter how much people try to unravel the mystery, they only feel trapped in a fog, leaving them with a chilling feeling. French Fries asked, puzzled, oh why us? You know once you come. The tickets have already been booked for you. The sudden invitation ruined everyone's mood for the game. Sitting in the arena's spectator stands, watching Kshatriya torture Mint, everyone stared blankly. Is Guangfu some kind of auspicious place? Why did they choose it for both the offline event and this meeting? Bedside, hands on hips, said, you're getting a good deal and still acting innocent. Stop being so smug. What's wrong? They chose Guangfu because there's so much better food here. You mean we don't have any good food here? I don't mean any offense, but the information that popped up in the search bar shows that you're also a Cantonese ingredient. The 4 Qingning people on the boundary between reality and illusion fully demonstrated their peacemaking spirit. Everything's delicious, take us to eat next time. Go ahead and argue. Qingning people always bring their own bowls and chopsticks, never refusing any good food. French Fries rested his chin on his hand. It's so nice, we can even argue about whose food is better. The debate over hometown delicacies between the bed and the jailer seemed to be splashing damage all over French Fries. In the distance, Mint fell to the ground with her mouth open and eyes closed, her pained expression exactly like French Fries. Shaw's training intensity was very high. Instantaneous use of word of power to train Mint's reaction ability. Small skills released by ordinary magic power to bloom on the arena ground, training Mint's situational judgment ability. If Mint falters under attack and hastily deploys a magical shield, Shaw will gradually increase the speed of his magical input, creating a stalemate and honing her endurance. This cyclical training slowly increases the intensity of the confrontation. Compared to her initially pathetic state, Mint can now easily handle most of her peers at the Star Speaker Academy. However, Renee is not among the average fighters her age. She is on a higher level. You can't guarantee Mint will win? Shaw shakes his head. Falling Star has dealt with the Grelian family quite a bit. According to my companions, Renee's talent is enough to make even the Siren jealous. In a battle between geniuses, the key to victory lies in mentality, not in the casting of any single spell. To be able to quickly realize her talent and elevate her combat abilities in such a short time, Mint truly lived up to her boastful words. She was indeed a genius. Renee's precise targeting of her among thousands of students at the Star Speaker Academy was a perfect example of how strong individuals attract each other. I can improve her combat abilities, but her mentality. Kesha casually set up a soundproofing array, noticing Mint, who was spraying water mist on her face to cool it down, looking in their direction. Mint waved her hand dismissively. She says she's not afraid, but deep down, she still harbors fear. Perhaps she's improved since you first encountered her, but it's still not enough. Fries smoothed the strand of silver-white hair behind her ear. Is there anything we can do to help her? Jiang He breathed a sigh of relief. We've done everything we can. This is a hurdle she must overcome herself. The plot involving Mint seemed to have been fully explored. They had no further way to increase their chances of winning. They didn't want Mint to lose. The friendship forged since the server opened meant that the boundary between the virtual and real worlds never saw Mint as just virtual code in the game, but as a living, breathing person. Master, the wandering merchant has arrived. It's the werewolf we saw last time. Garlic Sprout's words drew everyone's attention. Oh! Did they bring any gold-quality forging blueprints? Garlic Sprout nodded. Jiang He turned to look at Jailer Bro, beaming with pride. Alright, we know you got a good bargaining strategy. Your cohabitation shopping skills are quite something. Wishing you two a loving and harmonious relationship. Everyone covered their mouths and chuckled, leaving only Jiang He and French Fries blushing. Arriving at the wandering merchant's reception room built by the guild, several muscular wolves were casually eating the jerky placed on the table. Upon seeing the arrival of the group from the boundary between the real and the virtual, the leader of the werewolves quickly slapped his companion's hand, who was still clutching the dried meat, and put on a serious, indifferent face. Don't these werewolves know we have surveillance? They're still acting all high and mighty here? They seemed completely unsophisticated, praising the dried meat and fruit made by the Squid Brother, which is dull, red and white, as delicious. The dried meat on the plate was pulled from the bottom layer and eaten, maintaining the facade of prosperity and abundance. This behavior, frankly, reminded everyone of sneaking a handful of offerings from the altar when they went home for Chinese New Year as children. Nice to meet you all from the boundary between the real and the virtual, the werewolf leader said, smoothing his fur, which was stained with juice from eating fruit, and continuing the conversation with an unchanging expression. After careful consideration, we can lower the price of the forging blueprints slightly, as a token of our sincerity for this first transaction. Jiang He didn't waste any words. How much? As far as I know, you take it over the composite or from the clarifiers. The werewolf leader held up 5 hairy fingers. 2,000 units of composite ore. Why 5? Each round of the game, the amount of composite ore entering the warehouse at the boundary between the virtual and real worlds fluctuates between 12 and 15 units. The werewolf leader asked for a 100-day supply. There's also a lottery system for composite ore. Giving it to Orange Tea might bring a big surprise. Jiang He pursed his lips. You guys seem to really like dried meat and squid. Have your family's puppets bring more. It's our first direct transaction. Even if it doesn't work out, let's maintain good relations. Eat your fill before you leave. With that, Jiang He got up and left without a second thought. Hey. Since he hadn't introduced himself, the werewolf leader could only hastily use hey to try and persuade him to stay. Well, 1,000 is negotiable. Jiang He was about to leave the reception room. 500. 300? President, if you're not satisfied with the offer, you can mention your bottom line. Jiang He stopped. You want me to talk about my bottom line? I make you give it to me for free. The werewolf leader's face darkened. But in business, it's all about mutual benefit, so 150, let's be friends. The werewolf leader looked troubled, but the werewolves behind him showed signs of interest. Isn't this a bit much? I believe you learned from the heart-piercing fairy that we possess star sand. Just the fact that we were able to replace the clear ones and occupy this place should give you confidence in the strength of the reality virtual boundary. Jiang He countered, as a wandering merchant, establishing relationships with powerful forces is beneficial to you, isn't it? I don't ask about the origins of your items, I'm only responsible for buying them. How many people in this world can buy high-end materials and equipment? Do you want to trade with a third-party intermediary whose credibility is unknown, or with us, who readily pay and deliver star sand? Jiang He's persuasive words shook everyone behind the werewolf leader. One werewolf couldn't help but nudge him, indicating it was time to stop while they were ahead. The werewolf leader sighed helplessly. You're more like a businessman than I am. Knowing this meant a deal was struck, Jiang He smiled brightly. It's a win-win situation. The werewolf leader took out the forging blueprints, unsealed them in front of everyone, and explained. This is what we obtained from an ancient tomb. Oh, of course, please don't mistake us for despicable tomb raiders. Someone else opened the tomb passage. We just stumbled upon it during our trade. The tomb raiders died suspiciously. The passage near the exit was littered with corpses and blood. This is what we found on one of their bodies. Twilight Vampire Blade is a weapon blueprint. It can be forged into a short sword or a dagger, depending on the forging method. It has two types of blueprints: blood and money. Mine, all mine. You are all mine, even in death. Hashtag. The preview of the finished weapon was quite interesting. You could almost hear a twisted soul screaming and shouting in your ears through the screen. Common elements like blessings failed to capture everyone's attention. The scream from the bed revealed the weapon's most unique feature to everyone. Twilight Vampire is an upgradable set. After transforming from a gold to a rainbow set, the weapon's damage can draw blood to create a shield. Additionally, there is a small chance to steal materials of purple quality or lower from the target. 3 known rainbow-colored equipment items. Jianghe's Tide Summoner is an all-around offensive, defensive, and support item with explosive versatility. The origin element currently being forged is adaptable to various situations, maximizing elemental abilities and resistances. The third item, Twilight Vampire, is different from the previous two. Its only notable contribution to actual combat is its lifesteal that boosts the shield. The rest is negligible. But it can steal. The armored rabbits in the ever-changing puppet nest deliver brutal, visceral blows, each attack designed to drain the player's bank account. The Twilight Vampire is even more ruthless. It directly steals the player's gold. Great. Clinging to the blueprints, Jianghe exclaimed, "This is practically tailor-made for me." The Shadow Walker's mobility, combined with the vampire suit, literally meant every strike would bleed the enemy. Joan Zimmel hurriedly asked, "Was the tomb hollowed out?" The werewolf leader hesitated, then shook his head. No, their exploration tools and personal belongings were all near the corpses. We went in a bit deeper, and saw a partially open tomb entrance. It was spectacular. We didn't dare linger after getting it. We left immediately. If you want the coordinates you need, 50 units of ore. Jianghe waved his hand dismissively. I'd buy them. Mark them for us immediately. The werewolf leader took out a fist-sized crystal and projected the map into the air. Jianghe realized they were missing an environmental map of the area surrounding the Clear One's underground temple. This was the perfect opportunity to complete it. What a win-win situation. After doing all this, the werewolf leader swallowed hard. Guildmaster, look at this. Hey, are we supposed to move the ore ourselves, or will you? Jianghe spread his hands. Regarding that, given the production capacity issues at the virtual real boundary, we can only pay you for 47 units of composite ore at the moment. Under the werewolf leader's green, bean-sized eyes, he continued without batting an eye. Now, let's discuss the installment payment issue. The werewolf leader's face fell. How can you do this, Guildmaster? Please return the forging blueprint to us first. We come back another time. He quickly stuffed the scroll into his backpack. Now it's safe. Once it's in the player's backpack, the NPC is practically exploding with gold. After some negotiation, the werewolf leader reluctantly accepted Jianghe's proposed installment payment. For this money, he would need to visit the virtual real boundary regularly to ensure they wouldn't secretly misappropriate it after mining. The jailer seemed to have realized something. You planned this all along? The wandering merchants have no fixed abode, and their visits are unpredictable. Jianghe's actions forced them to come, even if they didn't want to, just to collect rent. Debt collection is always punctual. Chapter 301. Jianghe found Sunrain Gloria, still wandering within the temple, and also called upon the fairy insect Mist. Neither the local insect Mist nor the well-informed Gloria knew the name Twilight Vampire. Considering the Clear One's temple was located in the desolate southeast of Anna, with vast unexplored areas, Gloria couldn't help but remind him to be careful at the boundary between reality and illusion. Sunrain's tragedy was still fresh in his mind. Orange Tea was curious why Gloria's spirit hadn't dissipated yet. Perhaps it's compensation from the world's consciousness. Ghost Rat and I can still move freely within the temple, but we can't leave. It's a pity that the two Sunrain members, as spirits, could only offer limited help. They were good at acting as encyclopedias of the Devilland continent. Back in the reception room, the werewolves devoured their food. The jerky served by the doll Red and White was grabbed and eaten clean, muttering, "Considerate interest." The werewolf leader couldn't really complain that they were just indulging their natural instincts, wanting to eat but finding an excuse. After all, Jianghe had really squeezed a lot out of them, making a killing on the border between reality and illusion. To repay the loan as soon as possible, could you provide us with some pack animals? The werewolf leader almost choked on the meat jerky. In this transaction, they gave up the blueprints, the tomb coordinates, and received installment payments. Now they even had to provide pack animals. That Lu Xian fairy is incredibly wicked. On the border between reality and illusion, her heart is black, yet she claims to have a conscience. She got caught in the rain herself, Yet, she insists on breaking someone else's umbrella. How despicable. We can use a pricing method other than, or, the guild has money. The werewolf leader had used a series of tricks on Jianghe, pleading and coaxing until he produced a storage box to demonstrate his wealth, before finally crossing his arms and considering. Carrying beasts is a general term for monsters with excellent carrying capabilities. The hippopotamus-like carrying beasts that work hard in the temple, identifying minerals and mining, are called fierce rock oxen. They are docile and easygoing omnivorous monsters. So where can we buy one? In the Anna Empire, fierce rock oxen, possessing qualities equivalent to those of the clarity beings and capable of quickly identifying minerals, are not for sale by the nobles who control the mining industry. The werewolf leader scratched his head and sighed, I try my best to find a way for you. I also keep an eye out for alternative carrying beasts. Jianghe was suppressing a laugh. He knew that this information should have been charged, and helping to find them should also have been charged. But the werewolves, hoping for the final payment from the boundary between the virtual and real worlds, had no choice but to reveal everything. What a solid relationship of interest between creditor and debtor. Don't look so gloomy. The guild is just starting out. Everything needs to be built up. Once it's stable, you can come and sell your goods. We offer absolutely fair prices. The werewolf leader, whose face was bulging with muscles, surprisingly joked. Fair prices? You mean you won't cheat anyone except children and the elderly, and you won't rip off us young adults? Jianghe warmly shook the werewolf leader's hand. This gesture made the werewolf leader break out in a cold sweat. His intuition told him he still needed to give something to leave the guild. Our guild base is newly built and has suffered greatly from invaders. Do you have any suitable treasures to broaden our horizons? He really didn't want to give any more information. Every extra word was a loss. But Jianghe's words left him speechless. If we're defeated by the invaders, how will you collect the remaining payment? The werewolf leader was speechless. I keep an eye out for you. After gritting his teeth and finishing his sentence, he shoved all the dried meat and fruit on the table into his backpack as if seeking revenge. Before Jianghe could speak, he dashed off, fearing that if he were even a second later, he would be killed at the boundary between the virtual and real worlds. The 3,000-person invasion limit was still too high. The boundary between the virtual and real worlds felt like it could be lowered further. Just like the Ratman's arm could randomly steal items after an intruder died, there must be quite a few items that strengthen the guild's defenses against invasions. Otherwise, defending against invasions would be far too difficult. The combat power accumulated at the boundary between the virtual and real worlds, despite having sufficient resources, was already straining them. No wonder guilds that had opened strongholds in the Chinese server had all quietly chosen to close them down. Everyone knows that continuous operation can bring in passive income, but who can withstand the pressure of the early to mid-game? The two of them, Beiwo and Zhong Zemo, went to the Twilight Vampire Tomb to establish coordinates, while everyone else had to engage in combat. Following the suggestion from Swanmyo, they attempted to establish coordinates, and the number of teams entering the guild stronghold surged. Alara's scorching dragon breath cooked a group of people, but it also made way for subsequent invaders. Only after the boundary between reality and illusion took over the fortifications could the forging of origin elements continue. If there's one victim of the world server opening, it's the boundary between reality and illusion. The pressure of preventing invasions was already immense. Now, they were targeted 24/7. The slightest lapse in concentration would instantly wipe out all their previous efforts. After a day and a night of fighting in the game, dawn was approaching outside. The 5-person team, seemingly emerging from a mountain of corpses, received 2 pieces of good news. Most players near the boundary between reality and illusion, who had considered clashing with them, fled after witnessing their power. Many solo players discovered that dying would result in the theft of small items from their inventory, and the news spread quickly, significantly reducing the number of people rushing to join the fray. Although those eager to pounce and devour the corpses were still waiting for a suitable opportunity, tonight was essentially over. Another piece of good news was that the 2-person team had successfully established coordinates. If the invasion problem could be resolved somewhat tomorrow, everyone should head out to start the new dungeon. Maybe we should meet with the big shots at Starfire and talk to them about this, Jailer grumbled. The invasion mechanism is too unreasonable. Aside from Arila and Ksha, Jailer was undoubtedly the god of war last night. The Necromancer was the MVP class in the stronghold defense battle, and Jailer, with his repeated corpse explosions, shattered the dreams of countless invaders. The scattered carcasses became the perfect material for his endless spell casting. After everyone logged off, the 4 Primarchs remained alone in the game. He only logged on at 1:30 a.m. last night, which will shorten the guild's defensive vacuum to 2.5 hours today. Shortly after waking up, he posted a screenshot in the group chat while still in bed. He really bought me a plane ticket for noon. Orange Tea also shared the flight number. It seems that at the latest this afternoon, everyone will have to meet offline again. While Qin Xiaoyu asked me where I usually like to eat, and we can decide the location. The boss's easygoing nature surprised everyone. They had even wondered in the game if the founder of Starfire would choose a high-end Western restaurant. Even the country bumpkin Jiang He planned to get up and watch some videos to practice using a knife and fork. Hearing that Fries would teach him at home first, Jiang He was genuinely looking forward to it. Sigh, there's no need to be so easygoing. Treating guests to meals is one of the jailer's specialties. But entertaining foreign guests is a blind spot for him. Nomya had eaten with them once, but this girl from the old revolutionary base area had no dietary restrictions, possessing a stomach and food tolerance as robust as a Chinese person, making her hard to compare with ordinary foreign friends. Ask them what country they're from first. I asked. What did you say? Celestial beings. Huh? The person in bed was stunned. Oh no, someone came from the far side of the moon? What year is it? Is the solar furnace finished? Zhong Zimo retorted. Idiot, obviously the big boss doesn't want to reveal himself now. He's just joking around, teasing you guys. Orange Tea agreed. Actually, it's not wrong. With the project approved and a game as excellent as proof of the stars created, isn't he a celestial being, a visitor from heaven, for the players? Seeing everyone doing reading comprehension, Jiang He pondered for a moment. Let's just have Cantonese food as usual then. The boss isn't putting on airs and let us order, he probably just wants some local specialties. Back in the familiar territory of the jailer, he immediately perked up. Leave it to me, I book a table right away. He didn't dare delay, worried about not getting a good spot, so he quickly went home and found his father, who hadn't left yet. A dinner invitation? Yuan Huai had just put on a sharp suit. It seemed he had business to discuss today, looking very formal. Your friend? We certainly can't neglect him. He's been working hard, bringing you along like a piece of char siu. I watched a lot of videos. Your performance isn't as impressive as Orange Tea's. Orange Tea is a support, you're the damage dealer. To better understand his son's interests and profession, Yuan Huai, with his family's help, had been cramming on game knowledge, repeatedly watching clips of the jailer. Thanks to his elder brother Yuan Yuan's vetting, he hadn't yet grasped the deeper meaning behind the jailer's ID. But given his current internet surfing speed, it was only a matter of time before he crashed into the jailer's screen. Not entirely, anyway, I need to entertain a distinguished guest, so give me some supplies, the jailer said urgently. How about some expensive red wine? Such a sudden request? We don't have any, Yuan Huanai complained. Next time, tell me about these things in advance. Here, take the mouth-eye from the house, you can choose yourself. Take a can of tea, except for the one on the top shelf. As soon as Yuan Huanai left, the jailer glanced at the tea shelf, his eyes unconsciously glancing upwards. He said that on purpose, he must be hinting at me. Without a word, the jailer grabbed a can. Only a little over a month had passed since their last offline meeting. The familiar restaurant, the familiar private room. If it weren't for the cold weather, perhaps even the clothes would have looked familiar. The group, who had planned to meet in the evening, chatted animatedly over cold dishes. As 6 p.m. approached, a sudden silence fell. Some checked their phones for the time, others peered towards the door, and still others, seemingly driven by ADHD, ran out of their blankets to observe from outside the restaurant. A clear sign they'd been playing too much Shadow Walker, developing a professional habit. At 6 p.m. sharp, the door to the private room opened. Behind the waiter stood a man and a woman. The group was somewhat stunned. The person next to Qin Xiaoyu was the founder? He was so young. After the waiter left, the woman introduced herself in a soft voice. Nice to meet you in real life. My name is Candlelight, the one who operates the proof of the stars in this world. The founder of the Starfire Campfire. Jiang He was the first to react. He rose from his seat, stood up, and clapped as a sign of respect, followed by the others. Although their self-introductions were undeniably childish, perhaps all geniuses are like this, just like Min has her quirks, it's understandable. The Candlelight's bright eyes seemed to hold the movement of stars. Her gaze swept calmly over everyone, and she smiled warmly. From now on, no matter what happens, please don't be too surprised. With that, she snapped her fingers lightly, and visible ripples spread, transforming into a semi-transparent light shield that enveloped the entire room. This is the same soundproofing array you saw in the game. Everyone at the boundary between reality and illusion tilted their heads, full of question marks. Chapter 302. What amazing magic! Orange Tea clapped again, asking curiously, "How did you do that?" Candlelight smiled without answering, instead talking about everyone's performance in the game. Starting from Windpod City, they unintentionally triggered the pre-event storyline of the Great Snow Mountain Demon during the Anna Rebellion, and then caused chaos in the capital through the Fallen Star Siren incident. Along the way, they formed bonds with Mint, Kshatriya, Metasequoia, and the Great Snow Mountain Demon. They made their mark before the leaders of continental forces, like Mirror Heart and Kurian. Speaking fluent Chinese, she told the story of the boundary between reality and illusion, and as everyone listened, they were all in a daze. In less than half a year, so much had happened both inside and outside the game. In comparison, their lives before this year seemed monotonous, dull, and boring. Candlelight seemed to have been following the guild's movements for a long time. She knew everything about the boundary between reality and illusion like the back of her hand, recounting it effortlessly. The dishes were served, and the story was finished. The room seemed to be protected by an invisible, intangible barrier. The sound of the waiter rushing in as he opened the door shattered the secluded tranquility. Politely confirming with the jailer that all the dishes had been served, Candlelight stood up and approached Orange Tea. "Take a sip of the coconut juice?" Orange Tea, puzzled, complied. "Now another sip?" A strange sensation slid from her fingertips to her wrist, the cup touching her lips. The coconut juice, which should have been room temperature, was icy cold. The smooth, creamy shaved ice slid into her mouth, sending a chill straight to the top of her head. Orange Tea's eyes widened, staring incredulously at the frosted glass. The others reacted no better. They watched as wisps of smoke rose from Candlelight's hand, and in an instant, an icy tray formed at the bottom of the glass. "Goodness, are we going to redefine magic now?" The jailer's mouth dropped open. Beware of seeing things, the girl in the blankets went over and touched it herself. What kind of magic could create ice in a second without any obstruction? Her mind raced. Oh no, is there really a Holy Grail? Is a Holy Grail war about to begin? The bizarre phenomenon shattered everyone's worldview. To convince you all of what I'm about to say, I hope you can completely accept the fact that I'm not human, therefore, please don't scream. Qin Xiaoyu wanted to offer some suggestions, but Candlelight had already acted. Under everyone's watchful eyes, she removed her head. The room fell silent. No one screamed, only heavy breathing remained. The worldviews, bombarded in a short period, were reflected back to the conscious level, leaving only numbness. The brain activated its protective mechanism, locking the threshold, mobilizing everyone's adrenaline, and the rumbling heartbeats resonated throughout the room. A rustling sound drew everyone's attention. Even the head on the table, held by Candlelight, swayed and turned to look. Fries was actually eating shrimp dumplings, she said, pouring some balsamic vinegar into the dish. This made Candlelight sniffle. "Sorry, I'm a little hungry." Qin Xiaoyu admired the composure of the boundary between reality and illusion. As expected of a T0 guild, their mental fortitude, displayed both online and offline, was enough to defeat 90% of people. Jianghe rubbed her tense brows, her mind in turmoil. "So you aren't from this world?" "No." Candlelight put her head back down, filling in the gaps in the information about herself that she could provide to the boundary between reality and illusion. An interdimensional visitor, a dream game. Everything that had been swirling since the server opened was overwhelming, leaving everyone bewildered, exchanging bewildered glances. The jailer couldn't hold back any longer. No wonder they kept distributing dividends even after the World Championship was cancelled. Cybertron invaded. Knowing the reason the World Championship couldn't be held, and also knowing about the backup doll's betrayal, his confusion deepened. "Why does this have to do with us?" Jianghe asked, puzzled. "We're just gamers. What's number 2 after?" Candlelight waved his hand, projecting a map of the Anna continent from the game onto the dining table. "This is the truth I must tell you today." After a pause, Candlelight said seriously, "The proof of the stars isn't just a game." The Anna continent projection shifted, and a video appeared. The woman in the video had changed appearance, but her delicate features and a sickly pale skin, like that of someone with albinism, revealed her identity. "Mint? Is this the grown-up Mint? Wow, she's not a little one anymore. She must be 1.6 or 1.7 meters tall. She's had some good nutrition." Everyone marveled. Wearing a filthy witch's hat, and around her neck a pendant players called the Good Luck Pendant, a keepsake from Granny Metasequoia. Looking ahead from Mint's perspective, the scenery presented a bizarre interplay of black and white and color. It was as if different shaped puzzle pieces had been forcibly pieced together in the same area. Countless jagged, upside-down areas were scattered. Like a shattered, chaotic dream, all order and logic were missing here. Due to memory loss, I cannot tell you the cause of this disaster. The current situation is that the world of Ana continent is experiencing a vicious cycle. The game storyline takes place 15 years after the Ana rebellion, with the world decaying as time flows. The Ana world only has 200 years left, cycling endlessly. Each cycle will increase the wear and tear on the existing world's logic. No one can predict the extent of this wear and tear. The world's remaining cycle time will eventually reach zero. The only thing we know is that at the moment Ana reaches zero, the world itself, including Mint, Kesha, and all those people and events, will be annihilated in the sea of information. It's as if they were never born. Silence fell. The description, delivered with the most concise language possible, left everyone's minds reeling, as if struck by a sledgehammer. Zhong Zimo clarified. Can I understand it this way? The Ana continent isn't something you created, it truly exists, and you made it into game content for players to experience. The candlelight nodded. Each continent in the game represents a world. Jianghe rubbed his forehead. So Mint and the others, right now, are living in that distant Ana. Yes, if you call repeatedly experiencing cycles within a limited time, accompanied by periodic world crashes and other malfunctions, living, then they are indeed alive. The Overlord's assessment is, they are a wisp of information existing on the verge of extinction, about to be annihilated. Their lives lost their biological meaning the moment the world shattered. To us observers, they are like ants locked on a Mobius strip. Not physical ants, but a string of moving words. The text contains all the information about their lives, from birth to death. A chill seemed to seep into the heated private room. Candlelight's calm narration sent a shiver down everyone's spine. You take pleasure in their experiences, turning them into a game for tourists? Fries clenched her fist, her face contorted with anger despite her quiet eating. Even knowing Candlelight possessed immense power, she couldn't suppress her emotions. Having spent so much time together, the boundary between reality and illusion had never seen Mint as cold data and code. Gazing at the anger on Fry's face, Candlelight smiled with satisfaction. Perhaps, this is why miracles are born here, she murmured, explaining. We included Ana in the game not out of a twisted sense of humor. The Great Overlord also had a connection with the world of Ana. It was the first civilization the Overlord encountered upon entering the cosmos. Out of curiosity, the Overlord personally visited this backward world. In this place, so similar to the world where the Overlord first achieved his success, the Overlord encountered, in your words, a prodigy. Tina, the witch Tina. The boundary between reality and illusion was stunned. This name, Arera's human friend, the youngest master of potions. The Overlord recognized her talent and extended an invitation to her. If she agreed, she could break free from her constraints and venture into the vast cosmos. Tina said to the Overlord, no. Ana needs me, and countless people here who don't yet need potions need me too. My path is not in the heavens, but beneath my feet. Tina believed that one day, the world beneath her feet would surely meet the Overlord in the cosmos. She promoted inexpensive and improved potions, laying the foundation for that romantic and beautiful future. Perhaps what we can't have is always the most beautiful. The Lord of Candlelight didn't force it, but silently left a guardian in this world, promising to return 100 years later to see if the world she left behind had become better. 100 years later, Ana is destroyed. The Lords are serious people. Since they formed a bond, they want to continue it. So, through my Lord, they decided to execute an exceptionally daring plan. Through the game, we filter out the possibilities for repairing the world of Ana, and then deceive the sea of information to reverse the cycle. The jailer's brain was already overloaded with idiocy. He asked blankly, what does this have to do with us? You are the ones who passed my Lord's probability test. If you wish, after death, your individual consciousness will be preserved and guided to the Ana world. Jianghe rubbed his temples. I still don't understand. Even if we meet all of your Lord's requirements, how can we save that world that is about to be destroyed? Will everything be alright just by entering it? Do you know about fairies? Qin Xiaoyu shuddered. The words of the candlelight echoed in his mind. Magic is born from the world itself. It is the framework and rules that construct the world. Ordinary people know the rules and utilize them, but that is their limit. Only a very few magicians can become individuals who glimpse the world's consciousness and communicate with it. Fairies are different. They can easily penetrate the surface rules and borrow the power of the world itself. He murmured, you want to infiltrate the world in the way of fairies? Candlelight nodded. to project the boundary between reality and illusion onto the eve of the world's destruction, to reconstruct the information of the Ana world, and to prevent the destruction from coming. That is the Overlord's plan. Just like fairies, making a wish to the world by modifying the rules. Chapter 303. Jianghe asked again, I'm not entirely clear on the specifics of the probability test, but you should have traveled through several worlds. Are we the only ones who met all the conditions? The memory loss prevents me from contacting the Overlord, but I think. Yes. After a brief silence, the four primitives, accustomed to being the listener, spoke. I figured it out for now. In computer terms, the Ana world's operating system has suffered a major malfunction. The system time is abnormal, with irregular time rewinds. Each time rewind, the lifespan of the damaged operating system shortens until it reaches zero. System self-checking and maintenance are no longer possible. Your Overlord wants to find a plugin with good compatibility with the Ana world to repair the damaged files. Candlelight, possessing powerful information acquisition and comprehension abilities, instantly understood the four primitives' analogy and helped to supplement it. The system failure also damaged the hard drive, creating bad sectors, rendering the stored data unusable and unrecoverable. Therefore, someone needs to connect the fragmented possibilities and events, forming a completely new possibility to complete the narrative. In a world that doesn't exist for you, write a completely new story, create a completely new history. You already rehearsed this process in the game. Jianghe's scalp tingled. The candlelight guessed what he meant. Yes, from the moment you enter the game, countless possibilities extend to each player, collapsing into the reality of their own world bubble with each choice. Amidst a massive number of possibilities of failure, you, in the name of the boundary between reality and illusion, throw countless dice. Every die that landed led you to the path most suited to Ana. You are the rare miracles of that shattered world. A deluge of information overwhelmed their minds, leaving everyone slightly dizzy, followed by prolonged contemplation. Another silence fell. So why is your puppet backup targeting us? Even the Overlord's hopeless search has yielded results, and she may even receive the Overlord's reward. In that case, replacing my primary consciousness and acting arbitrarily in the three realms might be overlooked. This is the possibility she, as a puppet, can secure for herself. The impending battle between the two worlds clearly meant that defeat would result in being replaced by the backup, the primary consciousness erased, yet no one could see any panic or fear in her. The candlelight maintained a faint smile. The Overlord won't force you. You have a lifetime to consider whether you want to become miracles of another world. But number two, she might not have the patience to wait for your choice. To grasp the hope of becoming whole, she will go mad. Killing you, sealing your consciousness into puppet bodies beforehand, is a thought I can foresee. If you are willing to accept this invitation, number two will be harmless to you. Treat my struggle with her as a game, and enjoy it. Fries was puzzled. Why tell us all this? Wouldn't it be better to lead us to the upcoming battlefield and win for you? I am different from her. Candlelight's eyes shone. I will not treat games and players as tools. Watching players progress in the game and find joy makes me happy too. I only want to tell you one thing. In the land of three domes, there are players just as pure as you are. You have the hope of rescuing them from their suffering. Whether you choose to become a hero is entirely up to you. The jailer, straightforward as ever, slammed his hand on the table. I choose Candlelight. She's wholeheartedly devoted to the players. Zhong Zemo took a small sip of coconut juice, glancing at Jianghe. Their eyes met, and they smiled at each other. They've been friends for years. A single glance was enough for them to understand each other. A dog-like operation that doesn't treat players like human beings versus an operation that provides the best gaming experience. He shrugged. I think it's a one-hit wonder. Their opinions were instantly aligned. Candlelight clapped her hands gently, adding a smoothie to everyone's drink. Thank you, she said. If consciousness returns to wholeness, as a personal gift, regardless of whether you choose to save Ana at the end of your lives, I assure you, you will die peacefully. At first glance, it sounded like a curse. Upon closer examination, everyone's faces showed surprise. For ordinary people, minor illnesses are minor ailments, major illnesses are major tribulations. The hardest hurdle to overcome in life is the constant onslaught of illness after bodily functions decline. Dying peacefully. What a luxurious wish. Now coming from someone comparable to a god, its weight was indescribable. This was a promise that would accompany the 7 people throughout their lives. Jianghe swallowed hard. Guaranteed? I never break my word. The 4 primal bodies hesitated. Could you give my share to my mother? His voice trembled. Her health has always been poor. We finally achieved a comfortable life, and I want her to enjoy it as much as possible. Candlelight gazed intently into the eyes of the four primal bodies. His gaze was as firm as iron. Candlelight was moved. She solemnly said, "It will get better." Then, she looked around at everyone. "The same goes for everyone's parents, I promise." Bed couldn't help but tease, like an ancient general promising his soldiers to take care of their families. Candlelight covered her mouth and laughed. "My promise lasts longer than those generals." Completely devoid of the imposing aura of a supernatural being, Candlelight's gentleness was like a breath of fresh air. The jailer cleared his throat. "There can't be two suns in the sky, but in my heart, there's only one sun, Candlelight. How can we manage the proof of the stars properly with a worm like Sequence too?" Joan Zemo chimed in. "Taking a heavy blow is a given, but how do we do it?" Orange Tea added, "Yeah, what are the rules for the World War?" Candlelight shrugged helplessly. "Sequence 2 hasn't finalized anything yet. When we negotiated with her, we kept scrapping and starting over. It's clear she wants the rules to favor the players of the three realms from the very beginning." Eating poached chicken, Orange Tea couldn't help but sigh. Playing the game, and suddenly you have to save the world? The three realms, controlled by Sequence 2. In Anna, where Mint is located, the land is increasingly damaged. In the distant depths of the Starry Sea, the fate of billions of lives rests on a group of players unaware of the game's significance. And a few who have just learned their mission, and are just lazy gamers. Your self-deprecating humor about being a bad gamer would probably make countless players blush with shame, Candlelight said. Since receiving the praise of being a T0 guild, you have never let that praise tarnish its luster. It has always shone brightly. Looking back at the four worlds I controlled, your achievements are unparalleled. A mixture of embarrassment and pride lingered on everyone's faces, their uncontrollable smiles betraying their true feelings. With great responsibility comes great responsibility. Even during the heated discussion about the future game content, Fry's mouth didn't stop. A tray of shrimp dumplings was stacked high in front of her. The jailer, sensing the situation was getting out of hand, had already called the front desk to order more food. "You like vinegar too?" Seeing Jianghe pour vinegar into Fry's dish, Candlelight sniffed. "Dumplings with vinegar, I always eaten them like this since I was little." Candlelight took a jar of sweet vinegar from Chen Xiaoyu's backpack, poured it into a small bowl, and took a sip. "I like it too." When the topic of food came up, Candlelight not only seemed closer to everyone, but also warmer. Especially after seeing her actually take 2 gulps from the vinegar bottle. If Candlelight were willing to endorse this sweet vinegar company, the next day, even the highest-ranking officials at the national level would be wondering what ingredients were added to make this otherworldly visitor so eager to try it. While eating orange tea, Candlelight suddenly remembered something and immediately raised her hand. "Candlelight, I want to know, did Mint beat Renee?" The jailer, who was about to serve Candlelight a rose-flavored soy sauce chicken leg, a dish meant to take Cantonese cuisine to the cosmos, paused. In the original historical cycle that had already repeated itself more than once, Mint's story was truly captivating. After turning 30, Mint became a potions master, renowned throughout the continent. Renee had shown interest, but Mint didn't accept, though they no longer clashed. Perhaps they passed the age of acting impulsively. Both have maintained restraint and haven't faced off again. Renee is also one of the sages who realized the truth after the world was shattered. According to the Overlord's observation, the two sides cooperated in the cycle. Past grudges vanished like smoke in the face of the fragmented reality. The sages of the Anna world, who have seen through the truth, are doing their best to find a way to save the world. After a meal, his stomach was full, and his mind was full too. For some reason, after sorting everything out, He felt a faint excitement. Was he expecting something? Life is short, no more than 100 years. If life could continue in another place, in the form of a legend, why not? If he failed, would he sink into the cycle along with everyone else, until his information was annihilated and he returned to nothingness? This didn't frighten Jianghe at all. It was nothing more than eternal death. Before Candlelight told him, he didn't even know that death was not the end. Life is long. I will ask again at the end of your lives. Candlelight's words still echoed in his ears. 7 people needed to give the same answer. Will the long passage of time change everyone's thoughts? Lost in thought, a slight itch ran down the back of her hand. A finger gently scratched it, making Jianghe's heart flutter. Do you want some? Fries licked the vinegar from the corner of her mouth, her gaze fixed on the shrimp dumplings in Jianghe's bowl, still wanting more. So close, the fragrant aroma of Fries' vinegar breath made Jianghe feel warm all over. He offered her the shrimp dumplings with both hands, urging her to enjoy them. Then, Resting his chin on his hand, he watched her devour the food. Life may be long, and many things are uncertain, but one thing Jianghe was certain of now. What are you looking at? You want some? I give you half. Nothing, I just think, you're so cute. I feel like I never forget how you look right now. Chapter 304. The jailer was a cunning fellow. While introducing Cantonese cuisine to Candlelight, he subtly inquired about the current progress of the game in the reality/virtual boundary. Mentioning the Twilight Vampire Blade's magical stealing ability, Candlelight's lips curled into a smile. That's a weapon with a very low passive trigger rate. Stealing it once can make you happy for a long time. The related tombs. I highly recommend you explore them. The process isn't long, and it's quite humorous. Describing a game dungeon as humorous in the current online slang is often derogatory, a roundabout way of insulting a monster. But Candlelight said he highly recommended exploring it, quite contradictory. Now we have to see for ourselves. Candlelight's name was added to everyone's game friend list in the reality/virtual boundary, meaning that in case of emergencies, they could directly communicate with him. Before the jailer could even enjoy his excitement for 2 seconds, he saw Candlelight dip a piece of poached chicken into sweet vinegar, coat it completely, and put it in his mouth. Oh. Sigh. 3 onomatopoeic words, 3 different emotions clashing fiercely. It's delicious. Soy sauce chicken with vinegar, steamed grouper with vinegar, even ginger milk curd is served with vinegar. Every dish was praised by Candlelight, but the jailer looked awkward. Just as the claypot rice, the main dish, was about to be poured into Candlelight's mouth with a torrent of vinegar, a surge of strength rose within the jailer. He stood up first to help stir the rice, remove the crispy rice crust, and asked Candlelight to taste it carefully. At the same time, he pulled the vinegar bottle further away. Jianghe sighed inwardly, he's like a war god. French fries remarked, typical Cantonese thinking. Sigh, people from my hometown, a culinary wasteland, just speak with such bravado. The jailer proudly puffed out his chest. Those who sit at the same table as Master Jing wouldn't understand. Orange Tea's curiosity exploded. Was Candlelight's preference set during its creation? No, just like in the game, a puppet is an individual that resembles a human, but isn't entirely human. And I was born from 2 special skills, spirit manipulation and flesh and blood alchemy. It also requires the combined use of puppetry, alchemical materials science, and flesh and blood reforging techniques, among others. The process is infinitely close to creation and rebirth. Orange Tea tilted its head. Infinitely close? Isn't that creation? You're a living, breathing life? Candlelight shook its head. Orange Tea was even more confused. But you have independent consciousness, you can live like a human, you're not a machine, and you're not dull. Candlelight still shook its head. Like, but not quite. We were not born from nothingness, but rather from the fragments left behind by those who were born. My flesh and blood were forged from the physical materials of countless powerful lives, tempered by the great craftsman. My core originates from the blessing of the supreme ruler. My soul comes from countless broken, yet undying fragments of consciousness. The puppeteer captures usable parts from lives that have returned to nothingness, eliminating the traces left by predecessors, like a seamstress, patiently, bit by bit, piecing together a whole, creating a human-like whole for us. Therefore, I like to be jealous. Perhaps it's the last echo of those faded souls remaining in the fragments, or perhaps it's a personal hobby that I accumulated over the years, uniquely my own. Candlelight spoke with anticipation. The puppet race has only one person, the supreme ruler. The consciousness of the ruler is conceived in chaos, ignited from nothingness, and that is birth. And we, strictly speaking, are creations, not life. Zhong Zemo pondered, that's why number 2 so persistently pursues completeness, to become you, to replace you. Candlelight nodded approvingly. The innate incompleteness makes the doll crave completeness. Qin Xiaoyu muttered, but I feel you're a living, breathing person, except for your tendency to dismember yourself at the drop of a hat. Candlelight, who had always maintained a gentle smile, burst into laughter, a rare occurrence. Only by performing surreal actions can I quickly prove I'm not an ordinary person. Doll repair also requires careful troubleshooting, and besides dismembering myself, I can't find a more suitable method. An idea came to him. Since you like being jealous so much, I have Dad make you some vinegar paste. Vinegar paste? What's that? The jailer turned to look at Zhong Zemo beside him with surprise. If you really want to explain, think of it as a high-class form of vinegar. How high-class? Expensive. Just looking at it makes my wallet ache. The jailer was taken aback. That's definitely high-class. I get some to try later. Sigh, there are 2 shameless young masters, and young ladies in the guild. Although everyone gets a little money from the dividends, this kind of non-essential item is completely beyond Zhong Zemo's reach. I don't know why you're squinting. You can send candles your own bedding, but I can't bring you some? The jailer glared at him disapprovingly, his face full of disdain for the winner in life. Escaped the fire pit, and fell into a sugar jar. Zhong Zemo's actions were blatant boasting. What do you mean my home? Zhong Zemo blushed. Beiwo ran off to Qingning to confront Du Jingwen for you, even asserting her ownership, and proudly posted it in the group chat. That's not my home, is it? Sigh, there's a dog, there's a dog. The noisy gathering came to an end. Until Zhuhua and Qin Xiaoyu left, everyone found themselves on the chilly streets of Guangzhou, gradually regaining their senses. Standing in a surreal atmosphere, they felt dazed, dancing with the mood. Leaving the private room, the aftereffects gradually took hold. Zhong Zemo murmured, there really is magic in this world. Beiwo thoughtfully said, there are worlds beyond worlds, and they exist in different forms. The jailer said, eating with someone like Zhuhua, you can brag to your kids before you die. Jianghe was amused by the jailer. Your train of thought is really something. You're already imagining a house full of children and grandchildren, circling your bed to see you off to heaven? The bed's precise etiquette kicked in. Is it possible you don't have a wife? The jailer, still chuckling, replied, what can I do? Given what happened today, if word got out, 9 out of 10 people would think I'm delusional and mentally unstable. Orange Tea smoothed her wind-blown hair and tightened her coat. And the last one? It's that online novelist who's out gathering material, idly listening to people chat. He just think it's a good idea, and I take it back and write it into my book. You're only a few years old, and you're already thinking about dying of old age. Yatsuhara said righteously, don't be so unlucky, and, judging by your age, if I were to die peacefully, I'd be the one to go first. Wow, saying it's not unlucky, but you're the first to be unlucky. Don't yell like that, Fries retorted. Jianghe stood with his hands in his pockets, the group walking and chatting, the streetlights casting long shadows that stretched ahead. Under the warm yellow streetlights, everyone's faces were flushed. A lifetime. By then, everyone's answer should be the same, right? Chapter 305. Upon returning to the Starry Campfire office, Candlelight immediately received a message from Sequence 2. With the ironclad rules and agreements in place, the probability of Sequence 2 suddenly going insane was low, so she brought Qin Xiaoyu along once again. Sequence 2 was waiting at a table next to the Wind Pod City Tavern. She no longer adhered to Candlelight's existing image. To stand out, she reshaped her appearance. The first step was to create a pair of gleaming dragon horns for herself. From afar, Qin Xiaoyu looked as if he were at a concert, with someone pulling out a light stick in the distance, a dazzling multicolored one at that. Not much different from sticking 2 LED light sticks on his forehead. High EQ, extremely cyberpunk, with a near-futuristic beauty. Low EQ, cheap, dogshit light pollution, that's it for life. Candlelight cut to the chase. This is the 5th meeting regarding the rules. If we can't finalize it in one go, at least each meeting should yield some progress. Are you telling me how to do things? Candlelight remained good-natured, surprisingly not retorting. Qin Xiaoyu's lips moved, muttering to himself. Number 2's eyes narrowed slightly, her gaze gradually sharpening. Your little dog seems to have something to say. He's not my dog. He represents the beautiful qualities of intelligent life in this world, someone worthy of being entrusted with the Primal Fairy's token. Candlelight spoke calmly, offering words of praise. In a daze, Qin Xiaoyu became the representative, thrust into the center of the two extraordinary beings' conversation. Number 2's verbal attacks consistently failed to gain traction. Tower World, drawing lots. Candlelight saw a cold smile on her lips. Qin Xiaoyu was confused, but he saw the celestial sphere float between them, its rotating sphere flashing across the chaotic scenery like fleeting shadows. You seem surprised by this proposal? Number 2 laughed, relishing the astonishment on Candlelight's face. It was good to rob Candlelight of her composure, allowing her to glimpse the future of dominant consciousness. I agree. The words had barely left her lips when the celestial globe spun even faster, the projected scenery completely blurred and unrecognizable. A few seconds later, the light and shadow froze. Chaos, the Chaos Tower World? Candlelight's lips curled into a smile. As an observer, I have a feeling it will be very interesting. Number 2 sneered. I hope you can still laugh after the game begins. Now that the map has been chosen, what about the rules? Candlelight asked. 4x4 challenges, a point system, a mixed point system? Number 2 slightly raised her chin, glancing at Candlelight with a half smile. Let's leave that for next time. Didn't you say to finalize things one step at a time? Ha ha ha. Number 2's figure vanished, and Qin Xiaoyu slammed his fist on the table in a rage. It was completely intentional. Number 2 had planned this all along, yet she deliberately used it to toy with Candlelight. Don't be angry, her reaction was within my expectations. Candlelight gently patted Qin Xiaoyu's shoulder. When I acted eager, she delayed. When I was indifferent, she pushed forward immediately. Qin Xiaoyu exhaled a breath of stale air, a rebellious child, so defiant. Everything contradicts me. This emphasizes that it originates from me, but is not me. What is the Chaos Tower world? Qin Xiaoyu asked. It sounds like a very special map? Candlelight patiently explained. The initial explorable maps for the proof of the stars are 3. Anna, testing the possible paths. Devil Land, the location of the Temple of the Clarities, which records the story of the Sunshower Squad. And the still unexplored archipelago Rutten. Numerous storylines, dungeons, and immersive gameplay provide enough material for players to explore for a long time. This is still not all the content of Proof of the Stars. Candlelight has taken over a massive amount of DLC from the Overlord. The decision on when to update rests with Candlelight. Among them, the Tower World is a general term for worlds constructed based on towers. The Chaos Tower World means that this round of Celestial Globe random results is, I want them all. The map for the duel will be a chaotic land stitched together from Tower World floors of vastly different styles. The floors may still be connected, but not necessarily closely. Qin Xiaoyu crossed his arms and nodded. I roughly understand. If you're a man, go up to the 100th floor. The question now is, what will be the main gameplay and rules for Sequence 2? Candlelight wasn't worried about this. She had full confidence in the boundary between reality and illusion, and in the players of this world. Candlelight was kind enough to give Jianghe a small hint at the end of the gathering. The key to making the guild stronghold gameplay less painful lies in the collectibles. In short, they're enough to make the boundary between reality and illusion work. The giant snail shell used to worship the guild statue is one such collectible, significantly increasing the daily shelter time limit upon acquisition. There are many similar collectibles, with varying effects depending on their ease of acquisition. Jianghe only logged in when he learned from Swanmiao that the werewolves had arrived. The werewolf merchant Bakken, who had been thoroughly ripped off, was no longer resentful. All he could think about was as long as payment is made on time. This reaction made the jailer sigh. That debt collector is a real coward, Orange Tea whispered, reminding him, don't say it in front of others, the werewolf is already upset. Oh okay, the jailer readily agreed, nodding repeatedly. Jianghe, though a swindler, wasn't a complete deadbeat. He paid for all the were mine today, including the prize money from the scratch-off lottery. This truly shocked Bakken. I thought. Realizing he let something slip, Bakken immediately fell silent. Thought I was going to use some underhanded tricks? Jianghe said, our guild isn't that despicable. With the first installment payment completed, Bakken's contorted face immediately relaxed. Jianghe's subsequent requests sounded much more pleasant. We try our best to help find pack animals, but as for items like giant snail shells or the nameless ratman's severed arm, items with strange effects, we're afraid we're willing but unable to. Willing but unable? Jianghe took out a glass bottle and shook it. Bakken, like a domesticated dog, sniffed furiously, his green eyes reflecting the light of the contents of the bottle, his gaze immediately fixed on it. French Fries was skeptical. Jianghe had said he'd give Bakken a bottle of star sand, and Bakken would wag his tail like crazy. No wonder it's the hardest currency in the game. The item we urgently need is a bottle of star sand, Jianghe laughed. Could you notify the other wandering merchants to increase our or production quota by 3 days? How about that? Still not enough? A miracle worker. The embarrassment on Bakken's face vanished instantly, and he solemnly replied, werewolves are always physically excellent. Finding people and directions is a piece of cake for them. Please leave it to us. Bakken decided to retract his inner grumbling about the heartless fairy. So, it turns out that the old man at the boundary between reality and virtuality just suffered an unexpected setback, resulting in a decrease in production. He's still a decent businessman at heart. After Bakken left, Fries reminded him. Only 4 bottles of star sand left. He couldn't resist spending it. They Will pulled a blade of grass from somewhere, and waved it around on Zhong Zimo's face like a cat toy. While teasing him, she asked, the battle between worlds is about to begin. What unknowns does the new map require? Should we stockpile resources and wait? Jianghe shook her head. Guild strongholds are crucial. As long as the battle doesn't prohibit players from using guild privileges, the stable resource production is enough for us to take the lead in the initial stages. Not only can we not wait, we must also accelerate progress during the gap in the candle-pulling phase of Sequence 2. Even after the battle begins, we must fight on two fronts until the stronghold functions are perfected, ensuring it's impregnable. The jailer patted his hands, which were covered in grease from eating barbecue. Okay, the 4 Primarchs won't be online for a while anyway. I go take a look around and ask someone I know to keep an eye out for guild-related collectibles. Even though it was in a game, seeing him casually wipe oil stains on his equipment still made Orange Tea uncomfortable, so she summoned 2 water spirits to quickly wash his hands. The cat toy was also put down in bed, and they started eating fries. Zhong Zemo's cooking skills were always amazing. The roast-suckling pig was crispy and delicious. One bite of the dark red skin, and the juices burst in your mouth, the warm juices sliding down your throat. The rich aroma of the sauce went straight to the top of your head, making your taste buds leap with joy. The meat was tender, with a touch of salt at the bottom. Eating it plain was intoxicating, but if you added barbecue sauce, honey mustard, the flavor would be even richer. If I known, I should have let Zhong Zemo show off his skills when we were entertaining the candlelight. The cooking doesn't seem to have the same impact as it did at lunch. Now it's just about satisfying our appetites. After all, it's not a numbers game. They aimed for realistic gameplay from the start. Jiang He sneered, a piece of freshly roasted pork slapping him in the mouth. It was so hot, but it smelled so good. Adding a few numerical elements is already a concession to the player's experience, right? Our tea goddess is getting more and more knowledgeable about games. Hey, don't eat the skin. Give some to Mint and Kesha too. Jiang He took a plate, picked out some, and instructed the dolls to give it to the guild's permanent NPCs. It's time to change our tune, Zhong Zemo said. They're not permanent NPCs, they're friends from another world. With that, Zhong Zemo started baking the next batch, deciding to treat everyone in the guild to a good meal. The one who only got a small plate of crispy crust, insect mist, arrived at lightning speed. Fairies' appetites are stronger than we imagined, ha ha ha. Everyone bet on who would be the first to arrive after receiving the news. Elarabi, Ksha Mint, and the Slime King all mentioned it, but Insect Mist, who wasn't named, was the fastest. Stared at by the drooling Insect Mist, Orange Tea couldn't eat anymore and fed her the last piece of crispy crust on her plate. No wonder you're called Insect Mist. You're not only a bookworm who steals words, but also a glutton, Bed teased. Insect Mist hugged the crispy crust, which was as big as herself, and ate it in big bites, too lazy to say a word. You never admitted you're a guild creation, but after eating this crispy piece, you're one of us, understand? Insect Mist looked up, crunching away. No way, he said firmly, at least. 2 more pieces. 3 crispy pieces, and he'd be transferred from the clarity to the reality/virtuality boundary. What a bargain. I bet the second one to arrive will be Ksha. She come in, eyes glued to the potatoes, tail wagging like a dog, Zhong Zemo teased, checking the suckling pig's appearance. Because you personally ordered it for her, Ksha's bound to conjure up some weird images. His guess was wrong again. The 4 Primarchs came online. Although they didn't know why everyone was gathered here eating, sitting down was definitely the right thing to do. Everyone burst into laughter, leaving the 4 Primarchs bewildered. It's nothing, just a feeling. Guesses always contradict reality, it's kind of funny. That's just how plans never keep up with changes, like how we initially just wanted to play games in our dreams. Even the jailer got back earlier than Kesha. Anna only needs to answer the question of whether or not to become a hero at the end of her life. The Land of 3 Domes, however, is the battlefield they will soon set foot on. A grand feast at the boundary between the real and the virtual, everyone is present. The puppets smile as they distribute the blessings from the Lord. The repeated calls of Master inevitably remind everyone at the boundary of the real, and the virtual of the candlelight, and the ruler behind her. An unconscious smile appears on their faces. Knowing the backstory, the more they hear Master, the more excited they become. Even the Slime King, who only absorbs magic power, is here, admiring the various delicacies laid out on the long table. Although it was a last-minute decision, a spontaneous banquet, Jiang He and Zhong Zemo both pitched in, and the table was still overflowing. Even more lavish than the sage's meals after the sacrificial ceremony during the time of the clarifiers. She took a small sip of the mushroom soup, and the more she drank, the more she wanted. She ended up hugging the pot and gulping it all down. Much better than the black cat and the magic filtering soup. She lifted the lid of a dish, honey-glazed lamb chops, made with black goats bred by the clarifiers on the ranch. The Slime King frowned. She reached out and picked up the insect mist. The insect mist had a corner of the lamb chop in its mouth bulging, its hands covering its mouth, as if afraid it would fall out. She used all her fairy's strange talents for stealing food and playing pranks. There was some noise around the campfire. The jailer had traded some brewed mead from a crafting player. He intended for anyone in the guild who needed it to take it, but Jianghe laughed at him the moment he arrived. Mead Skeleton King, you changed your tune since you can't get honey water? It suits your name perfectly. What, Eastern Han Hakimi? If this weren't mentioned, everyone would have almost forgotten the pun on the jailer's real name. Most people don't crave alcohol, but Ellerby is an exception. She eat or drink anything offered. She was slightly surprised by the unusual phenomenon of Ksha using her tail to tie Jianghe up tightly, and looked at her own thick tail. She couldn't help but think to herself, the people in this guild are really strange. They even like being tied up by tails? She took a big gulp of mead with a ladle, her dragon eyes immediately narrowing into slits, and her tongue sticking out. After a pause, she smacked her lips, nodded slightly, and drank another large ladleful. She casually grabbed a rose-suckling pig from the oven, which wasn't quite at its best eating temperature yet. With one bite, the pig's snout disappeared. Ellerby's hearty eating style completely captivated everyone present. Delicious, human. Oh, what's your name again? Fly up, Squid Bro? Why so many names? Never mind, I just call you Squid. That's the real reason you became humanoid. What's so good about dragons? A race, enormous bodies, dull sense of taste, and lacking in emotion. My parents didn't want me, they kicked me out at birth. It's more fun to shrink. Saying this, Elaravia took another big gulp of mead, her face flushed. Tina's so much better. Tina's so good. Fries whispered Mint, can you trust dragons' drinking habits? Mint shook her head repeatedly. Don't ask me, there's no written record of dragons being drunk. Chapter 306. Jianghe had a feeling this was all an act, but Ilara's acting was just too convincing. Her speech was slurred, repeating the same phrase over and over, her eyes glazed, her body burning hot, and as she drank, wisps of flame shot from her mouth. After she staggered and sat cross-legged on the ground, she suddenly hugged her enormous tail, and began rubbing it, occasionally licking it with her tongue, the stringy saliva making her scales gleam. She muttered incantations, seemingly treating her large tail as something, constantly talking to it. What? You gave me the wrong jar? It's not mead. The jailer was bewildered, replying to a message while saying, then what kind of wine is this? The raw liquor that can see villains? The four primitives, who knew a little about wine, spat out a mouthful of juice. With such low-quality alcohol, it's no wonder Ilara lost her composure after just a few sips. The after-effects came on really fast. The origin elements are still slow roasting in the workshop. Another explosion is unacceptable. Mint is the key at this crucial moment. She returned to the warehouse, retrieved a bottle of liquid potion from the bottom of the stash, and, while Elaravia was licking her tail, shoved the bottle against her and downed it all. Elaravia coughed violently, her face flushed, and the liquid churned in her stomach. She didn't vomit as expected, and after a while, her dazed eyes regained their light. Coming to her senses, she found herself standing in the center of the world, clutching her tail, surrounded by knowing glances from everyone around her. Elaravia was stunned. Dragons are indeed powerful. They can even recover memories from a brief period of amnesia. Candlelight wept. Realizing what had happened, Elaravia inwardly cried out, I can't stay here any longer. She turned and left. Jianghe had already prepared comforting words, such as saying everyone didn't care, and that she was very individualistic. Suddenly, Elara turned back aggressively and then grabbed two freshly roasted suckling pigs from the oven, one in each hand, and strode away. Jianghe sighed. So it's not just the sirens who are funny, the dragons of Anna are funny too. After eating and drinking their fill, and setting up the necessary resources for their defensive outpost, the entire virtual real border team set off for the Twilight Vampire Tomb. But before that, Beiwo suggested they first check out the player gathering area on the surface of the temple. Since the world server opened, they hadn't witnessed the grand spectacle of player interaction. In the World Championship Preparation Group, everyone believed that Starfire should extend this service outside the game. Easy to Eat, which deals with all sorts of resources, both talkative and unspeakable. Crimson Music Box, which routinely transports and translates various game information, all believed it could effectively assist their work. Amazing, the game companies tinkering with translations. Was this all part of their plan for cross-server play from the start? Potato, aren't you curious? Their translation accuracy is ridiculously high. They can translate a lot of obscure slang. I played AUV with people from foreign servers, and they understood the authentic slang perfectly. Besides the perennial problem of contextual difficulties, it's a common issue with all translation software on the market. Previously, people on the boundary between virtual and real worlds would have been curious. After seeing the candle that could twist its head off and place it on a table, they were relieved. A physical server, an interdimensional visitor, it's not surprising she can do it. If she were willing to share this data, language barriers might disappear. On the surface of the Temple of the Clarities, a vast, player-generated marketplace has sprung up, merging with countless world bubbles. Players from different world bubbles come and go, the chat history of the current area flashing by so rapidly that even skimming through it is difficult. One must manually freeze the window. The candlelight system has added a new feature to the global server. Players can choose whether or not to display their country information. Biometric authentication prevents impersonation and eliminates the possibility of players using pseudonyms to incite conflict. After walking only a few steps, I saw two people arguing in front of a small stall built by a crafting-focused player. That's right, this is dying. They can call pig feed organic, pollution-free, green, and healthy food, deceiving themselves into believing it's the ultimate delicacy. Opening a can, pouring it out, plating it, and microwaving it makes a feast. Fish and chips are delicacies. Oh, I forgot, this is the ration you ate when you were attacked by the Sandetsi. That's really steeped in history. The Stukas are here. The player with the dying badge turned pale. Spittle flew, every word piercing. Whose troops are these, so aggressive? Oh, it's the French old guard. Now I understand. The jailer leaned closer, hands behind his back, to admire them. At this moment, Dying's counterattack began. Indeed, French cuisine is world-renowned, but I heard that the people who get to taste the finest creations by French chefs are Germans. By the way, was that the French president taking a photo with you at the Eiffel Tower during the military parade? I heard that the first thing French men did after the war was to try women. Then I have reason to suspect that historical records are wrong. Was it you who had Joan of Arc tried by the Inquisition? Women charging ahead, Frenchmen hiding behind. It's an old historical tradition. Doesn't that have more historical weight than our fish and chips accompaniments? As expected of arch-rivals, both knew exactly how to break through the other's defenses. Amidst their verbal sparring, the tension escalated, with each side pushing the other's defenses to the limit. A challenge to a duel brought the audience's enthusiasm to a fever pitch. It had the feel of "come on, let's fight." Thanks to Candlelight for providing the translation software, allowing everyone to enjoy such a thrilling battle of wits. Watching Ingfu's farcical antics, the jailer was puzzled. We're on the world server now. Why haven't we seen Nonya? Oh yeah, Orange Tea also wondered. She said she was coming to see me a few days ago and wanted me to show her around Qingning, but then she suddenly disappeared. Why don't we contact her and take her to the Twilight Vampire Tomb? Jianghe suggested. After all, she's a longtime fan. She traveled all this way to visit, and we even met in person. After asking around, no one had Nonya as a friend. Crimson Music Box usually only contacted them offline, and didn't quite remember her game ID. Trying to enter Nanai yielded a dense barrage of similar results, essentially meaning no such person was found. There's no way around it, we just have to wait until we meet in person. Ingfu's antics attracted so much attention that by the time those present realized the boundary between reality and virtuality was blurred, it was too late to get a group photo. Everyone entered the coordinates set by Zhong Zimo's inkstone, instantly arriving at the entrance to the Twilight Vampire Tomb. It was a downward-sloping tomb entrance. The Tomb Raiders must have discovered unusual bluestone steps, digging their way down until they finally found the tomb passage hidden beneath the ground. The passage was spacious. 10 people holding hands in a line were needed to touch the walls on either side. The walls had no special patterns, just a dull gray. The once polished stone walls had absorbed some green over time, their surfaces mottled and uneven. The jailer reached out and touched it. Stone chips fell in a flurry. Compared to the damp, muddy surface, the interior of this underground tomb, located on the edge of woodland and swamp, was very dry. Sensing the magical aura emanating from the group at the boundary between reality and illusion, the crystal lamps embedded in the walls lit up. About 200 meters from the entrance to the steps, in a more open plaza area, stood a gray wall. At the boundary between reality and illusion, the corpses of the Tomb Raiders mentioned by the werewolf Bakken were visible. They lay scattered within a 50-meter radius of the passage, all but 2 lying face up. This discovery was alarming. They had undoubtedly died one after another during their retreat. No one could react. Almost instantly, they were all dead. Some seemed to have died of fright. Orange Tea chanted softly. Unknown revelation activated. A voice echoed in his mind. You are, for now, safe. Temporarily, a word that warranted caution. The group stopped moving forward as Orange Tea crouched down. She parted the clothes of several Tomb Raiders, examining their chests and backs, even prying open their mouths, meticulously and patiently checking them over. While such an examination would likely yield no results in a magical world, its professionalism was undeniable. The jailer said, Tea Goddess, are you a veterinarian? Some knowledge can still come in handy, Orange Tea said. I originally wanted to study medicine. She added, no fatal wounds were found. Magic should always produce some effect when applied to a person. While advanced mental magic can instantly annihilate consciousness, these Tomb Raiders' corpses were far too intact. If it weren't for the exaggerated state of their deaths, they would have mistaken them for simply falling asleep. Everyone died with their eyes wide open, face up as if they had witnessed something horrifying. One hand stretched out, seemingly in a death throes, trying to stop the approaching enemy. No wonder Bakken fled immediately after examining the bodies. There was an eerie atmosphere here. Everyone activated their elemental barriers. Orange Tea was used to summon spirits and strengthen the elemental barriers. Mint gave everyone a general-purpose antidote potion. Wearing rainbow-gray gear and sporting T0 titles, they conquered the Clarifier dungeon. The achievements and honors didn't make them as carefree as they were during the boundary between reality and illusion challenge. This dungeon must have something special to be mentioned by candlelight. A humorous dungeon? What's humorous about it? Humorous in quotes for players? Everyone couldn't help but imagine. Jiang He entered strategy mode, commanding Jailer, summon the spirit to scout ahead. Alright, by the way, I still have a spare skill I haven't selected. Ask if you need it, it might come in handy. The spare skill granted by clearing the Temple of the Clarity wasn't just something the Jailer still had. Having a spare skill saved allows for more flexibility when encountering difficulties in a level. A vengeful spirit resembling a ball of blue flame floated forward, reaching the plaza without triggering any traps. Switch to a zombie. The zombie also passed safely. Cautiously cautious, the anticipated traps didn't appear. At the end of the open plaza, a thick layer of rock embedded a circular, gray tomb entrance. The muddy ground, like that of a tank tread, with varying depths and uneven ruts, cut the tomb entrance along its central axis. After thinking for a while, Zhong Zemo found an adjective. This tomb entrance looks like a tunnel boring machine. Cognitive association. After Zhong Ziming said that, no one could see it as a tomb entrance anymore. There was a recessed opening in the center of the tunnel boring machine-shaped tomb entrance. French Fries jumped up and glanced at it. It looks like the coin slot of a piggy bank. Zhong Ziming laughed. You guys, a perfectly good tomb exploration, and you're talking about tunnel boring machines and piggy banks. Bed, hands behind her head. It's unbelievable that you can say that. I don't know who suggested tunnel boring machines first, making it sound like we're some kind of civil engineers. We're the spiritual heirs of Prime Minister Chow now, so be respectable, don't embarrass ourselves. The plaza was empty. If you had to pick one, there was a lot of rubble and dust piled up on the ground on the tunnel boring machine side. Upon closer inspection, French Fries also saw some marks on the wall next to the tunnel boring machine, possibly left by magic, varying in depth and radiating outwards. Apart from that, there were no other useful clues. Facing the tunnel boring machine tomb entrance, which seemed designed for deciphering a mystery, the jailer succinctly stated, Kill! Potato, give it 2 hits with Tide Summoning, forcefully break down the door. Fries said, those Tomb Raiders probably died by forcefully breaking down the door. The marks left at the scene are proof. Jiang He sighed, no hints, no clues. We can only do this for now. Anyway, we won't die. At this point in the game, everyone's tacit understanding was unquestionable. As Jiang He stacked Tide Summoning layers, the entire team applied all available buffs at once. I blast you apart. A tidal wave emerged from behind Jiang He, merging with the blade, condensing into a blue light, and slashing at the tunnel boring machine. Abundant water elements overflowed, a deep blue halo rippling, transforming the plaza into a shimmering deep sea. The water elementals, which should have erupted with passion, failed to explode as expected. They seemed absorbed by some strange force, seeping into the tomb door the instant they touched it and vanishing. Even so, the damage was astonishing. Water elementals splashed along the slash, tearing apart the tunnel boring machine and leaving scratches like those of a ferocious beast. So tough? Everyone was astonished. French Fries' gaze was fixed on the small pebbles on the ground. They were trembling, the source of the vibration located behind the tunnel boring machine. The clunking of gears meshing echoed in the silent space. The coin slot expanded in a strange way, like a Minecraft player smashing a circle of blocks. The neighing of horses rang out, the thick walls unable to block the thud of hooves, each thud evoking the image of 1,000 horses charging. A ghostly blue light shot out from the expanded coin slot. He was engulfed in flames, landing on the ground alongside his warhorse. Flames leaped from the gaps in the deep black armor, its carved pattern swirling, and within the eerie blue flame seemed to roar in anguish. The knight's lance, a full 3 meters long, thudded heavily upon impact. The knight was headless, his right leg, gripping his horse's belly, was missing its foot, and his left hand was merely a skeleton. The mangled body lay across the tomb entrance, as if backed by 1,000 armies. Jiang He noticed the anomaly. He landed heavily from the height, yet not a speck of dust rose, nor were any hoofprints left. No physical form, he said immediately, be careful. With that, the headless knight's charge began. In that instant, banners fluttered behind him, and 1,000 armies surged forth. A uniform line of headless knights. On the spacious plaza, they poured forth from 3 corners, pouncing like wolves at the boundary between reality and illusion at the center. Now I know why those guys were so scared. Chapter 307. In front of the Wind Pod City Tavern, Candlelight and number 2 met again. The second time in a single day. Just as Chen Xiaoyu said, she was deliberately causing trouble. Unfortunately, after watching for a long time, she couldn't find a trace of impatience on Candlelight's face. Beside them, the Twilight Vampire Tomb projection was broadcasting a live walkthrough of the boundary between reality and illusion. Having been baptized by the Temple of the Clarity, ordinary dungeon monsters were no match for them. Although the Headless Knight had the characteristics of being unkillable and repeatedly resurrecting, it was only a matter of time before the mechanism and techniques for dealing with it were figured out. Candlelight had turned on the projection, and she didn't intend to turn it off. Therefore, after the meeting, both sides were strangely calm for a while, watching the actions of the people in the projection for quite some time. Did you hint at this? The Wandering Merchant will trigger dungeon events. Besides that, monster drops in the wild will also direct players to the tomb, although these are extremely low probability events. However, using Stardust can increase the chances of triggering them. By ironclad rule, the only information I can provide is that this dungeon is humorous. Candlelight's words were impeccable, effectively shutting down number 2. Number 2 instinctively retorted, "This is humorous? Dark humor is humor too. If you lack this understanding, I apologize." His words were simply stated plainly, yet number 2 could still sense the aggression. Candlelight tapped the table. "What are you planning to finalize this time?" "Rules," number 2 said, "a comprehensive scoring system. Within 6 months, the player with the highest score in the Chaos Tower world wins." Candlelight's gaze was drawn back, looking at him with slight surprise. "Since none of us can participate, let's leave the refereeing to Shilu, whom the master left in the game." Number 2 nodded, indicating he had no objection. Both fell silent, their gazes fixed on the boundary between reality and illusion in the projection. They had finally discovered the correct way to kill the Headless Horseman. Orange Tea's summoning spell easily purified the group of twisted spirits. Knowing their weakness, they could wipe them out instantly. Jailer wiped the sweat from his brow, so it takes purification spells to kill it completely. That weird thing, infinite resurrection, I thought it was even more cheating than Gore Crone. He still couldn't forget the legendary, incredibly durable king. The others turned back to ponder how to open the tomb door, while Jailer stared thoughtfully at the spot where the Headless Horseman had vanished. "What are you standing there for?" Orange Tea asked curiously. "Well, I have a feeling, like I'm summoning some little vengeful spirits here." As he spoke, the summoning action was complete. A ball of blue flame rose from the ground, hovering in midair. Unlike the necromancer's traditional summons, this little vengeful spirit has more defined facial features. "Why is it riding a horse?" Hey, look what I summoned." Realizing the necromancer's skill had a surprising effect, the jailer hurriedly summoned everyone. The Headless Knight, who was originally an enemy, had become a controllable entity. The jailer sensed this and immediately asked, "You can speak, right?" The Headless Knight paused, then answered in a deep voice, "Yes." Now everyone guessed that the necromancer would be very useful in the current dungeon. "How do we open the tomb?" "If you are willing to find our corpses after entering the tomb and burn them to ashes, I am willing to tell you everything I know." After receiving a satisfactory answer, the Headless Horseman gave a reply that left everyone bewildered and frowning. "Inject a massive amount of magic crystals, gold coins? Really? The tomb entrance has become a piggy bank?" The Headless Horseman's deep voice suddenly rose, and he angrily recounted a past event. The Headless Horseman, who was at odds with the boundary between reality and illusion, was originally a craftsman from the surrounding tribes and city-states. One day, several eloquent and knowledgeable mages offered them a large reward, inviting them to build a castle. Many craftsmen from neighboring areas hesitated, but seeing the mages' extremely generous deposit, they accepted the job. As far as he knew, the craftsmen recruited by these mages were spread throughout the entire continent of Deadland. Originally, the craftsmen thought it was a wonderful deal, but upon arriving at their destination, everything changed. The planned castle turned into an underground palace. Listening to the mages' grand blueprints, the vast underground palace complex heaped fear into the hearts of many craftsmen. Many craftsmen offered to quit, but without exception, they were all killed. The mage dragged the corpses of the dead craftsmen and threw them before the remaining craftsmen. Build or die. With no choice, all the craftsmen were forced to begin work. At first, some craftsmen tried to escape, but soon they saw the fleeing craftsmen return, their eyes lifeless, and worked listlessly. When night fell and everyone was resting, the craftsmen examined the bodies and discovered that the men had been dead for some time. Panic made the remaining craftsmen afraid to move. Most of them were of low rank and utterly powerless against hundreds of mages. Hundreds? Jiang He exclaimed in surprise. The Headless Knight affirmed, although our strength is weak, our daily observations are usually accurate. They have at least 200 to 300 mages. Besides the mages, there are about 500 to 600 civilians. Fries quickly asked, were they also captured? No, they're all in one group. What race? Human. Where are they from? Have they unintentionally used any unusual self-designations? The Headless Knight asked sorrowfully. I'm sorry, great adventurers, but we were slaughtered the moment we finished building the underground palace. Our corpses were thrown into a cyclical magic circle, molded into headless horsemen who wanted the earth. That's all I know about them. Perhaps you find more information if you delve deeper. The jailer hesitated before asking again, the method to open the door is really to throw in high-value items? Yes, valuable monster materials, magic crystals, gold coins, silver coins, anything goes. Only items that meet the magic circle's criteria will open. If you intend to force your way in, the chain magic circle will collapse the space within the area, causing the underground palace to sink and become difficult to find. The person in the bed clicked their tongue in amazement. Wow, isn't this like paying to clear a dungeon? I played Stellaris for so long, and I never seen a game where you have to spend money to clear it. It sounded so unlike Stellaris. After some questioning, confirming that there really was no other solution but to spend money, Jiang He couldn't help but scratch his head. French Fries stared thoughtfully at the coin slot. This design is practically blatant robbery. In front of the projector, Candlelight, sipping his tea, couldn't help but smile. Her expression, which had remained impassive throughout her conversation with number 2, gradually became more animated. That's it, that's the reaction, she said. Isn't it hilarious? Number 2 glanced at her, but didn't say anything more, continuing to watch. The 4 Primarchs returned to the guild, dragging back 6 boxes filled with white and green junk materials, thanks to the Dragon Knight and the players who invaded the guild. With a nameless ratman with a severed arm, whether for sightseeing or malicious intent, anyone who died in the guild had a chance to give the guild a small gift. The materials slid into the coin slots, heading towards the end of the deep passage. Box after box, the coin slots like gaping maws of an abyss, greedily devouring the money at the boundary between reality and illusion, yet showing no sign of opening. The 6 full boxes emptied, the door remaining unmoved. Everyone looked back at the Headless Knight. Not valuable enough. TSK. She checked herself and found a spare purple-grade dagger, which she stuffed in without a word. Consider it my 6 yuan first-time purchase. The clanging sound of daggers hitting the tunnel wall echoed, but the door still said "No" to everyone. The jailer waved his hand. I go get the purple material boxes. They still hadn't used up the generous items and materials they looted, thanks to the Dragon Knight Guild's generous sponsorship. A total of 121 purple materials, filling 3 boxes, were roughly shoved into the coin slots. Watching the jailer stuff the first box in, Jiang He felt a pang of pain. What if the dungeon didn't drop the Twilight Vampire equipment blueprint at the end? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Fries also realized the situation. A Twilight Vampire blade blueprint was thrown in, telling you that there was a top-tier item with explosive effects. Upon reaching the gate, they immediately collected the toll. The first purchase of the green and white material boxes was a trial run. If no luck was found, they spent heavily, hoping to change their fate through spending money. I think we should probably stop, the two said almost simultaneously, trying to dissuade them. Stop. Zhong Zimo was helping the bed empty the second box. We already thrown in so many, and now we're stopping? That sounded like a typical pay-to-win scenario. The tomb entrance was like a gacha pool with no pity system, no probability of success, and no visible progress. Zhong Zimo was now at the point of regretting his sunk costs. Fortunately, the great teacher was still sane and immediately realized his mistake. He turned and glared at the headless knight, but the headless knight was completely innocent. That's how it was designed. With a knife to his throat, what could he do? If he couldn't provide a solution that satisfied the mages, they would be eliminated. If he wouldn't do it, plenty of people would. Necromantic magic resurrects flesh and blood, manipulating them to continue working. Tell me, where do these materials poured into the coin slots go? The central warehouse that maintains the magic circle's operation, the headless knight replied immediately. They're sorted neatly according to rarity, then further filtered to determine whether to directly decompose them into energy. How long will the process take? If the magic circle isn't operating efficiently, it'd be consumed in 2 or 3 days. Is the area where the central warehouse is located easy to navigate? The headless knight sighed. We designed a very sophisticated modular palace. Got it. Every area of this underground palace can be moved within a certain range. Even finding a map now isn't very useful. Wow, why did you design the map structure so well? The quilt complained. To avoid being eliminated first. The headless knight said honestly, the quality of the landscape, art, and map structure is quite obvious. There's no way to sabotage it. After weighing the options, Jiang He gritted his teeth. Fall? The jailer said cheekily, really fall? You said it yourself. It's a sunk cost. Jiang He clenched his fist. If I don't fall, how am I supposed to get in and kill that beastly palace master? It's no longer about whether it's a dungeon or not. The palace master's actions were inexplicably infuriating. It wasn't so much about his ruthless massacre of craftsmen. Everyone vaguely sensed that the anger came from somewhere else. They could do without blueprints, but they couldn't let their anger die down. At this moment, what was poured into the coin slot wasn't materials, but the rage of everyone on the boundary between reality and illusion. Fine, 3 boxes in, and you still won't open the door? The quilt jumped up and kicked the door. Come on, let's see how many resources you can devour. Unable to wait for Zhong Zimo to return to the guild to rummage through his resources, she began sifting through the items she carried, seeing which ones were worth a try. The jailer did the same. Even French Fries was rubbing his hands together, cracking his knuckles, and rummaging through his backpack. The headless knight dared not breathe, even though he couldn't breathe. The aura was abnormally eerie. The people on the boundary between reality and illusion seemed possessed by demons, ready to explode at the slightest spark. Even though they were dead, he could still sense it. Zhong Zimo returned. Min and Kesha thought we were in big trouble, and they kept clamoring to come and help. He said, I never seen us use up materials so quickly. Even Elena thought we were in serious trouble and needed help. The woman in the quilt laughed loudly, ha ha ha, help. That's invincible. 2 red materials and 32 purple materials entered, and a rumbling sound echoed from the gate. There was no joy, no celebration. Everyone simply drew their weapons and drank potions in silence. The headless knight cautiously reminded them, remember to burn the corpses for me. Before he finished speaking, the 7 people rushed in through the gaping tomb door, moving with lightning speed. The skeletal guardians that had just revived behind the door instantly turned into a shower of bone dust. They didn't even lift a hand before falling into eternal slumber. Anything that moved was an enemy. All the undead creations along the way vanished in an instant. The candlelight before the projection believed that this was the peak of combat power at the boundary between reality and illusion since the Temple of the Clarity. As the Overlord said, the power of the mind is limitless. Number 2 couldn't break her habit of opposing candlelight. When candlelight was happy, she felt uncomfortable. She retorted, what's so funny? It's ridiculous. If it's boring, why did you stay to watch? The narration was still straightforward, but to number 2, it carried a sarcastic tone. Humph. Number 2 angrily stood up and turned to leave. Qin Xiaoyu, squatting by the table eating snacks, muttered. She really insists on contradicting you. She clearly wants to keep watching and gather more information about the current boundary between reality and illusion. Speaking of which, I also feel this dungeon is a bit. Candlelight prompted, a bit different from the other dungeons in the stars? Yes, is there really only one solution? Yes, Candlelight replied, you can only clear it by spending money. In your words. If you don't spend money, don't play. Qin Xiaoyu pondered, I have a feeling your lord is doing this on purpose. Of course it's on purpose. Not only that, this little dungeon also hides a lot of the lord's perverse pleasures. Chapter 308. Following the Headless Horseman's clues, a map was found at the boundary between the real and the virtual. The Twilight Vampire Tomb was called Wanderer's Paradise by its builders. All told, the functional and residential areas of the underground palace were equivalent to the size of the 9th floor of the Temple of the Clarity. Upon entering the 9th floor of the temple, Jianghe and his group fought their way through for a long time before reaching the core area. After the Slime King joined the party, they learned that there were pastures, grasslands, and orchards outside the core area. Without comparison, there is no harm. The palace owners did not have enough resources to build a more magnificent underground wonder. Even if they whipped their whips until sparks flew, exerted force, and generated heat, without materials, there were simply no materials. The craftsmen could not conjure matter out of thin air, so the connecting passages between areas were extremely perfunctory. The rough, unpolished rock walls were like walking in the stairwell of a 30-year-old house. The peeling paint revealed the coarse particles of concrete, and the corners were forever covered in dust that could never be swept away. The granular texture of the gray rock cascaded down, with each forceful slap of Zhong Zimo's hand. At least this paradise is in the hallway. It feels like my neighborhood. Everyone knows that the house Jianghe's parents left behind is in an old, dilapidated residential area, designed with complete amenities for renovations, house layouts, and property management. The jailer had recently introduced him to a renovation team to help him give the old house a fresh new look. Due to the modular design, before stepping into the giant blue crystal door at the end of the passage, Jianghe specifically checked the ground and indeed saw well-hidden dividing lines. Each area was like an exquisitely packaged matchbox. The craftsman needed to create a grand spectacle within these confined spaces, fulfilling the magician's fantasies of a paradise. The large door slowly opened. The interior was pitch black, seemingly due to some light-absorbing substance. The light from the crystal chandeliers in the passageway couldn't penetrate the doorway's barrier. The four primitives casually tossed a low-level illumination orb. The orb crossed the barrier and quickly dimmed, illuminating an area less than half a meter in diameter. Zhong Zimo led the way, and the others cautiously stepped inside. A dense darkness, like a thick fog, filled the vast space. Sensing everyone's entry, the rising crystal door crashed down with a deafening roar, making everyone's heart skip a beat. At the same time, a pale red ripple spread in midair, and white light illuminated this eternally dark place from above. The milky white marble arches were covered in moss. Cracks spreading through the decay, many collapsed and broken, the shattered stones piled up to form upward steps. At the end of the arches, a church with beige exterior walls and a red-painted dome came into view. The group traversed the ruins, stepping over the rampant vines and vegetation clinging to the arches, the air thick with the smell of dust and mud. This place had clearly been neglected for a long time. Time had allowed the grass, hidden beneath the brick walls, to violently and savagely overturn the stones, stubbornly sprouting and stretching out. French flakes brushed her fingertips against an unknown weed, rubbing them together and sniffing. A faint smell of blood alerted her, yet also puzzled her. The church had long been abandoned, never attended to. The pews inside were rotten. A jailer casually kicked one, sending it clattering and crackling into a pile of wood. Brightly colored stained glass windows shattered on the floor. A series of popping sounds came from under the covers, startling Orange Tea beside her, who was about to offer her a summoning gift. It doesn't look like anyone's been there. Jianghe looked at the hole revealed by the broken glass of the dome's skylight, suspecting that a huge light source had once existed there, like an artificial sun on each level of the clear sky. Now, the light in the area seemed to be ignited by magical energy from a magic circle, spreading into every corner, shining very evenly. It's really incongruous. He hugged his chest, looking up at the skylight, which was surrounded by a scarlet ring, like a mineral water bottle cap on a mineral water bottle. It was indeed somewhat incongruous. The colors used in this place of worship and prayer were mostly warm tones, but mostly soft. Only this one spot was a bright, shining red. Hey, I found this. The jailer found a thick book on the priest's altar in the church. It had no cover, only wrapped in the leather of some kind of magical creature. He subconsciously blew on it, but not much dust rose. Everyone crowded around to look through it. Most of the book's content relates to sacrificial prayers, including how to recreate the prayers of ancestral times, continue the faith, and the details of sacrificial rituals. It seems like a tribe with a glorious past, Orange Tea murmured. The jailer asked, "How did you figure that out?" "From the sacrificial rituals," Orange Tea replied. "Small, Unstable tribes often use whatever they have for sacrifices. Only large tribes can be so adept, selective, and precise, down to the size and scale of the sacrificial implements, the number of sacrifices, the timing of the rituals, and so on. The owner of the Wanderer's Paradise explicitly recorded 4 types of sacrifices in the book: small, medium, large, and rain. The Rain Festival is the largest scale ritual. On this day, everyone in the Wanderer's Paradise must complete a purification ritual, bathing 3 times until their bodies are completely free of dirt. They must wear new clothes made from old fabric, and these must be white. If anyone falls ill on this day, the patient must be locked in a dark place, drinking only water to prevent the defilement of the devout spirits from resonating with their ancestors. Fish and rabbits are forbidden among the essential offerings. Anyone who has had daily contact with fish or rabbit meat must fast for 2 days, and cleanse themselves for 2 days. The sacrifices primarily consist of livestock such as cattle, sheep, and chickens, but the proportion of demonic meat must be equal to this. Up to this point, the boundary between reality and illusion is still understandable. Some customs and habits are similar to those during the Lunar New Year. Fish and rabbits are like dietary restrictions, holding special significance in religion. They cannot be killed or eaten indiscriminately and are taboo. Then things get a little strange. All sacrifices must have their eyes gouged out and be burned before slaughter. The blood of the sacrifices is then drained using magic. During the process, the priest must hold strong liquor in his mouth, and all members of the tribe must drink alcohol beforehand and keep it with them at all times. The Rain Festival officially begins at dusk. Everyone submerges their valuables, such as gold coins, silver coins, and crystals, into a special container filled with fresh blood. The page depicting the container's design is torn off and disappeared. The priest will drag the drained prey across the sacrificial plaza, chanting a prayer that is only passed down to the priest. Finally, the priest will prick his finger and draw star patterns on his face, leading all the tribe in chanting "Not of my will," until the blood in the container rises into the air with magical power, transforming into mist and raindrops that fall with a thud. Everyone dressed in white had to be completely soaked, every corner of their clothes stained red. Finally, they took strong liquor and shouted, "The demon god will perish." Having only casually flipped through a few pages, the details of the ritual were frighteningly intricate, and the process was far from simple. They seemed to be exorcising? Strangely, even in the ritual texts, this tribe hadn't left their own names, uniformly using a single, overlapping star pattern, with a missing center as a designation. It was as if revealing their tribe's name was taboo. The more he read, the more puzzled he became. Zhong Ziming took the book and quickly flipped through it, trying to find useful information. Drip, drip. The sound of dripping water was particularly jarring in the church, where only the sound of turning pages could be heard. Without hesitation, everyone drew their weapons, looked up at the dome, and prepared to cast a spell. The dome was empty. The expected dramatic confrontation didn't occur. The dripping water came from outside. Wait a minute. French fries reacted first, pointing to the skylight in the dome. Where did that red ring go? It's raining. No funds to build an artificial sun, yet they have a rainmaking magic system, creating a cycle? The sound of dripping water grew louder, and sticky, foul-smelling raindrops pattered down through the skylight. A dark red mist instantly rose outside the church. Holy crap, red mist. It's an anomaly. It's an anomaly. Bed pulled Zhong Zemo, shouting excitedly. Except for Orange Tea, who couldn't keep up with Bed's joke, everyone else was struggling to keep their composure, barely suppressing their laughter. After all, Zhong Zemo's current in-game appearance was a muscular, blonde-haired male elf, dressed in black and white. Inkfish, choose a magic warrior, an elemental mage, as your second class. Learn Elemental Fusion Torrent. It suits your look perfectly. While remaining on guard, Fries couldn't help but joke. Without shields, you can't protect me. Something slimy and sticky wriggled in the pouring blood, its nauseating, sluggish sound growing louder and louder, gradually drowning out the furious rain. Holy shit, what the hell is that? The jailer suddenly kicked out, sending the fist-sized red shadow flying several meters away. Startled, he jumped back 2 steps. It wasn't the jailer's scream. The sound came from beneath his feet. This time, it wasn't just the jailer who was frightened. Everyone stared in horror at the rain-swept area below the skylight. What the jailer had crushed was a piece of flesh resembling a shoe insole. The blood inside had burst open, leaving a shoe print. Its flattened body extended a multitude of tentacles, sucking up the surrounding blood. In a moment, its body inflated like a balloon, returning to its original size. The jailer, drenched in raindrops, vigorously patted his body. Tiny, blood-red insects, the size of grains of rice, swarmed around him like startled ants. French fries quickly summoned a fire spirit to scare them away, but the insects were too fast and had already burrowed into his clothes. Seeing this, Jiang He had a sudden inspiration. "Take off your equipment and put it back in your backpack." The jailer's eyes lit up. The instant he did so, a swarm of insects fell to the ground, having lost their anchor. The jailer leaped away, dodging the insects' pursuit, and instantly switched to his equipment. Looking at the sizzling monsters being burned by the fire spirit, he felt a chill run down his spine. The ordeal wasn't over yet. More and more rainwater poured in through the skylight, condensing into clumps upon landing, rolling like spheres. A stench of decay assaulted his senses, making his eyes water. "Assemble!" Jiang He commanded. With Zhong Zimo as the vanguard, and the 4 primal bodies as the rear guard, they maintained a 2-meter distance from the church wall, tightly clustering at the boundary between reality and illusion. The rain fell in clumps, and the flesh and blood balls rolled at high speed like wheels. To avoid triggering death trigger skills, Fries and Blanket were held firmly in place, with Jiang He, Jailer Brother, and Orange Tea handling the cleanup. The effectiveness of the corrupted corpse explosion was further enhanced. With the necromancer mastering this skill, the flesh and blood balls exploded upon landing, never surviving the rolling phase. The more minions there were, the stronger the necromancer became. After about half an hour, the rain gradually stopped, and the surroundings returned to calm. The thick red fog still shrouded the area, and visibility was no longer sufficient for everyone to see outside the church. Jailer Brother sent out a spirit to scout, but it lost contact shortly after entering the red fog. The walking corpses and skeletons were summoned one after another, and all lost contact. It was as if a monstrous creature, capable of devouring everything, lurked within the thick fog. "Let's go, let's meet it." Jiang He was certain that something strange had been born from the red fog. With the equipment they had at the boundary between reality and illusion, and given the candlelight had stated this was a small to medium-sized dungeon, it was probably just a powerful visual effect, not something they couldn't defeat. The red fog, unsurprisingly, possessed the power of a corrosive elemental shield, but its strength was far from destructive. They forced their way out of the church a few meters, when a gust of wind suddenly blew through the swirling fog, stirring up wisps of mist. "Ugh!" Zhong Zimo, walking at the front of the group, gagged. It stank. It smelled like a rotten, fermenting garbage heap that had been baked in the sun all day. "Ah!" A low, chilling groan sent shivers down their spines. Pushing aside layers of mist, they approached and saw the monster's outline. At first glance, Orange Tea's heart stopped, and she was pulled back from the brink of collapse by the jailer. It was a massive, elastic mound of flesh. Its dark red skin secreted a brownish-red mucus, tightly adhering to the silver coins, gold coins, magic crystals, and gems scattered across its body. Large swaths of these multicolored, valuable items formed the monster's scales. But strange leather scrolls also appeared, like fabric used to mend this hideous, grotesque body, scattered haphazardly. Its soft flesh, compressed like well-kept paste, spilled from the gaps in its scales, forming humanoid arms that scraped the ground, leaving white streaks. A piercing screeching sound bombarded everyone's eardrums. Suddenly it spoke. "Money, the contract. Give it to me, give it to me." It was a breathy sound, but no one could find its mouth. The speech grew faster and more urgent, like someone whipping it, the voice gradually becoming painful. "Give me your money, give it to me." It didn't immediately show aggression, but the command in its words was unmistakable. Jiang He swallowed hard. "How much do you want?" "All of it. All of yours." "Money, money, money." The attempt to establish communication was successful. Jiang He took a deep breath. What if there isn't any? A throbbing heart, raised on the surface of a mountain of flesh, pressed against the armor forged from money. The sound of hundreds, even thousands, of hearts beating resounded like the booming of a great bell. "I can hear the pulse of your lives. Health, completeness. Flesh, and money too. Give it to me, give it to me." As if triggering the wrong conversation, this time, the mountain of flesh didn't hesitate, and foul-smelling blood sludge poured down. It was black blood. Chapter 309. A thunderous roar echoed, as a scorching blue blade of light sliced through flesh like butter, effortlessly cleaving the mountain of blood and flesh in two. Like cutting open a molten pastry, a foul-smelling, dark red liquid, carrying a pungent odor flowed out. A stench, mixed with the eerie aroma of burnt protein, mingled together. French Fry's hand holding the knife trembled, Zhong Ziming's shield swayed. The strange smell choked his nostrils, the immediate physiological reaction sending shivers down his spine, followed by a torrent of tears and snot. The overwhelming reaction triggered the perception suppression of the star's proof. It lacked strong defensive capabilities. Each attack tore gaping wounds into its body, splattering flesh and blood. Money, give me money. Flesh and blood, your flesh and blood. Fresh, living flesh and blood. Like a bloated patient, it howled morbidly, shifting its excessively obese body, desperately patting its surroundings. Each strike splattered countless fleshy worms. This-sized tumors of flesh rolled to the ground, some sprouting human-like legs, racing across the surface towards the boundary between reality and illusion. Fingernail-sized and grain-of-rice-sized granules of flesh wriggled rapidly, surging forth from the flow. Holy crap! The blanket, like a startled cat, leaped 3 meters high. She jumped from the shadows, frantically slapping her arms to shake off the attached worms. They can penetrate shadows. No spell needed, they easily infiltrated the shadows. These eerie little dots, without eyes or organs, seemed to sense the presence of life. The spirits and skeletons summoned by the jailer weren't their primary targets, while walking corpses were instantly devoured. Healed? Fries watched in astonishment as the blade, embedded in flesh, was enveloped by swarms of meat, the wound vanishing in a few breaths. The body, previously severed in two, reassembled itself, while everyone focused on attacking. For primal bodies. Jiang Hei's words were enough for the 4 primal bodies to know what to do. Enjoying the benefits of orange tea, they unleashed elemental fusion torrents, unrestricted by mana, maximizing their output. A thick stream of light instantly pierced through flesh, the intense heat from the collision of fire and lightning scorching the fleshy hill from the inside out. With limited attack methods and weak defense, relying solely on its regenerative abilities, it was even worse than Gorkarin. As long as the elemental fusion torrents worked, everything would be alright. The light stream, several times its own size, swept across the flesh with difficulty, crimson mist rising, dispelling the surrounding fog due to the surging mana. In a moment, the fleshy hill was reduced to ashes. Huff! The primal took a breath, quickly swallowing a mint potion to restore its magic power. Indeed, against something this tough, sustained damage is most effective. Forcibly interrupting its recovery solves the problem. Blood gushed forth, and the rain poured down. In an instant, the blood at the boundary between reality and illusion was ankle-deep, the stench of pus assaulting their nostrils and stirring up unpleasant memories for everyone. In the downpour, the outline of the mountain of flesh was silently sketched. In the blink of an eye, it returned to everyone's sight unscathed. Money! Money! Roared, and the mountain of flesh changed its appearance. On its uneven, slimy surface, ghastly human faces protruded. Like drowning people, they reached out their hands towards the flesh, waving wildly, trying to grasp at a straw. Hands became the oars propelling the fleshy mountain forward. Using hands as feet, it charged like a spider. The group narrowly dodged, as swarms of fleshy worms crawled across the ground. The fleshy mountain rhythmically swayed its massive body, and more lice fell, growing larger and larger, vaguely resembling human figures. Orange Tea couldn't dodge in time, and was bitten on the finger by a fist-sized worm. The fire spirit promptly breathed fire, scorching the attacker, but healing magic couldn't heal the wound. Blood gushed out. Behind the covers noticed the anomaly. What's going on? Orange Tea panicked. I don't know, I can't stop the bleeding. Zhong Zemo quickly pulled out Mint's healing potion. It would have been better if she hadn't drunk it. The potion had just taken effect, causing Orange Tea's injured finger to swell and bleed, the blood gushing out like a pump. A wave of intense dizziness washed over him, and Orange Tea lost all control, collapsing to the ground. Unable to maintain his elemental shield, his blood began to corrode his equipment, emitting a horrifying sizzling sound. Orange Tea's splattered blood gathered in midair, forming a small bead that merged into the flesh mountain's body. Instantly, all the lumps of flesh on the field appeared as Orange Tea's face. Orange Tea bled from all 7 orifices. What kind of magic is this? Fries was stunned. Just one bite, and he could manipulate the blood within someone else's body. Fresh flesh, a fresh shell, a beating heart. I want it! I want it! Money, money, money! Jailer Brother waved his hand, and a chain of corpse explosions once again cleared out the flesh worms surrounding the support team. His casting speed was fast enough, and the AoE effect was strong enough, but it couldn't stop the flesh mountain's production speed from being even faster. He caught his breath, and his defenses crumbled. Glancing at the jubilant mountain of flesh, oblivious to the attack, he hesitated briefly, then opened his backpack, revealing several magic crystals in his hand. He had just traded some with other crafting players today. The magic crystal struck the mountain surface, hesitated for a moment, then with a whoosh, slid deep into its flesh. The distorted faces floating on the surface, their eyes previously closed, suddenly opened. A morbid madness flowed across their pale, twisted faces. Crystals, crystals. Mine. No, they're mine. They're all mine. Screaming and roaring, the mountain's body trembled, a violent, chrysanthemum-like sound emanating from within. The dying orange tea suddenly couldn't feel the blood escaping his body, the stinging pain of flesh tearing at his flesh. Healing magic quickly took effect, rapidly healing the wounds on his fingers, and color returned to his pale face. What did you do? Fries turned his head in surprise, seeing the remaining crystals in the jailer's hand. It seems money is its weakness. Hearing this, everyone pulled out the crystals they still had, along with copper, silver, and gold coins they kept as collectibles, throwing them all out. Money! It's money! Our money! The voice inside the mountain of flesh couldn't contain its joy. The crystals, coins, and scrolls clinging to its surface rapidly burned, igniting the massive mountain of flesh. The slime, like grease, greatly aided combustion. In an instant, a huge fireball formed, the raging flames tearing through the red mist. Money. So hot, money, so hot, money. No intruders. This is our paradise. Fight back. Get out. This is a divinely granted paradise. They seemed to only just realize what had happened, clumsily turning around with their charred, stiff bodies. Jiang He's blade, brimming with the power of summoning tides, flashed, splitting the fried meatball in two. Worried it wasn't dead yet, the newly recovered 4 primal bodies swept the area again, meticulously, leaving not a single scrap of flesh. This time, there was no sign of resurrection. Zhong Zimo wiped the sweat from his brow. This thing is a bit strange. His anti-magic shield could only force the flesh worms to deter. To eliminate them, he still had to smash them. Shouldn't it be a harmonious gate? The jailer chimed in. You can kill them with money, how mysterious. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone at the boundary between reality and illusion couldn't help but scratch their heads. The tomb's entrance seemed to be opened by inserting a coin. The monsters here also had their infinite resurrection mechanism disrupted by inserting a coin. Why does it feel like you have to spend money to clear levels? Otherwise, what's the point? Wanderer's Paradise is completely different from the game style of Proof of the Stars, directly equating money with the key to clearing levels. Since its launch, Proof of the Stars has primarily relied on the various costumes and furniture sold by the system, and the crafting item point vouchers. Lifestyle players who want detailed DIY customization must purchase these. In terms of combat, the option to become stronger by spending money is simply non-existent. If you really want to mention something, Candlelight seemed to have mentioned at a dinner party that special sound effects might be implemented soon, allowing players to further customize attack effects. A sword strike hitting a speaker, the future may become reality. Wait a minute, wait a minute. The jailer's shout made everyone think he had resurrected, so they quickly drew their swords. He pointed to the spot where the mountain of flesh had disappeared, reminding them, where did the loot drop? We fed him so much money, and he didn't even give us a single orb. Yeah, you don't even get gold for monsters. What a load of crap. You have to pay to enter the dungeon. You have to spend money to weaken the boss mechanics. And even after spending money, you don't get anything good, or even anything at all. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang He's lips twitched. A humorous dungeon. He was stunned. The same complex emotion surfaced in Fry's big eyes. Jailer Bro slowly realized, this dungeon isn't the culmination of the Candlelight Master's complete understanding of pay-to-win games, is it? Now I know what's humorous about it. Zhong Zimo facepalmed. They all been pay-to-win pigs in pay-to-win games before. No wonder it felt weird from the moment they entered. A tribute, all tributes. Having sensed the Candlelight Master's hidden perverse sense of humor, no one wanted to continue. They already seen enough of that in daily life. Candlelight transmitted a message, barely able to contain his laughter. Don't give up. The masters have different wicked tastes. Jiang He sighed. So you're just kidding us into coming here for fun? Candlelight chuckled. Some masters couldn't bear to hurt the players too much, so they gave us a little surprise. A bit of hardship followed by reward. Is this kind of hint okay? That asked. The Wanderer's Paradise mini-dungeon originally had a special guide NPC designed to remind players at key points that the hardship would eventually end and not give up, Candlelight said. I'm just replacing its function, doing it right the first time. With that, Candlelight's voice faded away. The boundary between reality and illusion rested and regrouped. The master's little surprise, That must be the Twilight Vampire set, right? What a nice guy. If there were no reward, it would be a morbidly bad experience all the way through, guaranteed to leave you with high blood pressure by the end. Forum posts would only be filled with condemnation of the idiotic level design. Recording coordinates, the jailer is sent out to exchange for crystals. Everyone has a strong feeling that the unkillable wall of flesh will reappear. We need to be prepared. The second area reached at the boundary between reality and illusion is a grain warehouse. The densely built barns are empty, but the four Primarchs, peering down, are the first to spot the surprise. The wall of flesh, slumbering at the bottom of the barn, is awakened, and a rain of blood falls. It has the ability to change the weather. What an amazing weather master. The player in the bed marvels, casually scattering a handful of magic crystals. A genuine splurge. Tie Collar and Raging Lion are nothing compared to throwing money at it here. The coins seep into its body, and the wall of flesh's movement speed visibly decreases. After consuming far more coins than the previous Roshan, the barn Roshan finally spontaneously combusted. Why has its appetite increased so much? The jailer wondered. It's almost double the pre-order amount. Jiang He quipped, thinking along the lines of the Overlord's sarcasm. This is called forcing players to spend money. You already defeated one. Are you going to let all your initial investment go down the drain? Forcing you, with sunk costs, down a dead end. Jiang He felt that under the Overlord's rule, someone had catered to his tastes and created an excellent game. The Overlord, who loves games, plays it silently, then turns around and uses these negative examples as Easter eggs in the game. That's right, which game-loving player hasn't been scammed by a terrible game? To practice the principle that no experience, no right to speak. Some players, knowing it's a terrible game, see everyone criticizing it, and even if they weren't initially curious, can't help but download it to experience it for themselves. Then he sincerely commented, yeah, it really is shit. In the boundless Starry Sea, there's always a civilization that can resonate with his stone-like feelings. Look, this is the stinky dog shit I tasted. Everyone should try it too. The jailer was relieved. Looks like the Overlord isn't a cold god after all. He's quite similar to me. When I see disgusting things outside, I think of you guys. Good friends should taste things together. Everyone said in unison, only at times like this do we not want to be your friends. Zhong Zemo said self-deprecatingly, it's only because the Overlord of Candlelight doesn't play card games, otherwise he'd create a monster to satirize us. I sincerely hope you don't jinx it, Jiang He sighed. I hope the next level will randomly lead to the warehouse door, so we can clear it directly. I don't want to try every shit monster. Fries remained unusually silent. Orange Tea peeked out. Are you still looking? Fries took the book stored in the church. She carefully chose her words, hesitatingly expressing her feelings. They're hiding from something. This race has wandered, living in constant fear. They are angry and desperate, and they tried to rebel. But these attempts have certainly failed, so in the end, they didn't even dare mention the name of that being. The group, who had been mocking the Candlelight clan's masterful satire, were pulled back to the game's context. The backstory of the Wanderer's Paradise is filled with the bizarre and fantastical. The craftsmen identified them as a group of human mages, but what they saw upon entering the boundary between reality and illusion was chunks of flesh. I suspect that they used fragmented symbols to represent their existence, also to avoid the thing they both fear and hate. Ultimately becoming this inhuman, mangled, stitched together form is probably related to the taboo subject mentioned in the text. Jiang He wondered, isn't this the result of their sacrifice? The consequence of invoking the gods. The phrase "not what I wished" appeared in the sacrificial prayers. They are lying about the content of the sacrifice, denying its outcome, said French Fries. The largest scale ceremony, performing sacrifices while simultaneously denying, it's inconceivable. Chapter 310. This isn't just a prank or an Easter egg instance. It's the boundary between the virtual and real worlds defining the Wanderer's Paradise. If Fries hadn't looked closely, they wouldn't have noticed the backstory. The Lord of Candlelight actually planted a plot here, Fries explained as they moved forward. This is abrupt. It's meant to be satirical, heavily satirical, essentially a form of domination, or rather, game design interacting with the players. This is a form of interaction that breaks the fourth wall, interrupting the player's immersion. It's not suitable for serious narratives. A lighthearted atmosphere is the more common main theme. But he's planted a suspenseful and exploratory story within it, as if using abruptness to pique the player's curiosity, prompting them to search for details and piece together the original narrative. Jiang He understood, stroking his chin and muttering, the overt plot is satirical rubbish. The covert plot is the story of these vagrants. The jailer, hands behind his head, casually remarked, It sounds like two different people wrote two separate stories and combined them into this instance. The candlelight before the projector smiled, taking a sip of tea. It's feedback worth recording. She snapped her fingers. Oh, what bad luck, the map just changed. The room originally located directly in front of the boundary between reality and virtuality was the warehouse they were trying to find. Once inside, they could retrieve the materials and equipment that hadn't been neutralized by the magic circle. However, just as they were about to arrive, the modular underground palace completed its rotation. Pushing open the door at the boundary between reality and illusion, vast stretches of wasteland came into view. Long neglected, the weeds along the roads were already as tall as a person. An unnamed fruit tree, unattended, was laden with fruit, though each leaf was withered and wrinkled. It was hard to tell if it was due to the variety or a peculiar plant disease. Approaching and sniffing, a musty smell filled the air, making one nauseous. Amidst the overgrown weeds, the betting found a wooden hut. A leftover booklet confirmed that this had once been a designated cultivation area for the wanderers. To meet their survival needs, only 3 areas within the vast underground complex of the Wanderer Palaces were designated for human habitation. The rest were dedicated to planting and animal husbandry. They were so afraid that they avoided interaction with the surface world. Within the entire Wanderer community, only a few professions were granted permission to contact outsiders and conduct trade, but even these required authorization from the priest. Rustling. The wind rustled the leaves, creating waves of green. The primal didn't enter the hut to join the fun. He preferred others to summarize the plot and feed him. He paced back and forth, arms crossed, a slight frown on his face. He seemed to sense a fleeting fluctuation of magical energy emanating from his surroundings. Tea god, give me a hint. Orange Tea, who had just picked a moldy fruit to study its variety, quickly complied, asking hastily, what's wrong? A strange feeling. Disgusting. Disgusting. The voice responding to her sounded like a child's, a groan of disgust. Orange Tea hurriedly threw away the moldy fruit in her hand, but the other person wasn't referring to the fruit. The ground trembled. This time, without the 4 Primarchs needing a reminder, everyone went outside the wooden hut. In the distance, in the woods, a towering tree plowed up the surrounding fruit trees like a plowshare, giving the Wanderer's orchard a long-neglected cleanup. Orange Tea got goosebumps. Now she understood why the unknown revelation had cried out in disgust. If the blood and flesh hill subtly told the player where everyone in the Wanderer's paradise had gone, then the towering tree before her, striped in red and white, covered in fascia and displaying muscle-like textures, was rather brutal. It greedily stitched the dead from the Wanderer's paradise to its trunk. They were hung in neat rows, categorized according to the order of human anatomy. Starting from the roots were the feet, followed by the severed thighs, all the way up to the stomach, liver, kidneys, and heart. Everything was there. The canopy was laden with fruit, teeming with people. During the gathering, Candlelight had mentioned some minor details about the proof of the stars. The in-game threshold balancing system could suppress feedback based on the player's current physiological and psychological values, preventing reactions exceeding the threshold limit. For players assessed as having poor psychological tolerance, certain special scenes would be presented in a special way, and their memories would be blurred after logging off. The corresponding game memories would only be restored upon logging back in. As for the video recording, it was naturally unavailable. This was special strategy content that could only be discussed within the game. The jailer laughed heartily. I've been surfing the internet for so many years. What haven't I seen? I don't believe my psychological threshold can be exceeded. Now he was certain that some things, viewed through a screen, were completely different from being there in person. Zhong Zemo knew that in ancient times, victorious forces used human heads to build mounds of skulls, but that paled in comparison to what he was witnessing. Even the members of the Corn-chosen guild would have to say, you're going a bit too far with corn. The towering trees resembled dining plates, revealing the intricately segmented human anatomy in a stark contrast. With even signs and price lists on each level, these organs were openly priced. It was chilling. It moved like a millipede, using the arms of countless dead as legs, its path strewn with blood. Want to buy some? Want to buy some? The flesh and blood tree uttered a harsh, unpleasant voice, like sawing wood. It showed no hostility, but rather a mercenary, merchant-like manner. As it spoke, the eyes, now priced, all rolled around, their gazes fixed on the boundary between reality and illusion. Jianghe was grateful to the threshold balancing system forcibly alleviating his shock and fear. He might not even remember it by tomorrow morning. This couldn't be the work of the Candlelight's master, could it? The Candlelight's gentle and kind nature was ingrained in its very being. Only by living in a warm and gentle utopia could the soulless puppet be willing to remember the ironclad rules and never forget the light it cast upon it. How could someone like that possibly commit such horrific acts that would make Korn exclaim, "You're really good at this. Want to buy some? Want to buy some?" The flesh tree continued its sales pitch. It's been picked a long time ago, but it's been kept fresh, guaranteed to be used immediately. The puppeteer will love it. A vine drooped down. Jianghe glanced at it and realized she was no longer surprised that it was a piece of intestine. The flesh tree used the intestine to curl up 2 eyeballs and shook them. It was so thoughtful, even having a product demonstration. French Fry's lips moved, and she smiled. She gained a completely new understanding of the humor that Candlelight spoke of. Dark humor is still humor. She seemed to understand why the people from the Wanderer's Paradise had fled, and also why they had died so tragically. Really don't want it. The flesh tree spoke with extreme regret, its eyes blinking rapidly. Thank you, really no. Orange Tea waved its hands repeatedly. Candlelight, observing the threshold balancing system, discovered that Orange Tea actually had the highest resistance to gore among the 7 people. That's strange. I'm staring at it too. Why don't I feel nauseous? Is my threshold that high? Qin Xiaoyu touched his face incredulously, then patted it. Candlelight said, I was managing your threshold. The moment you saw it, your threshold exploded. Rejected, the flesh tree turned and continued forward, swaying, its fruits colliding and shaking. Suddenly, it abruptly turned back. What, does seeing something mean we have to start a fight? Blanket warily picked up a dagger. What are you looking for? Do you need my help? Huh? After a moment's hesitation, Jianghe revealed his intention to head to this underground palace warehouse. I can provide a full-time guide to help you reach your destination. However, you need to buy something. Silence spread, then everyone burst into laughter, one after another. Damn it! Jianghe was genuinely amused. People really do laugh when they're extremely speechless. It's just like paying to unlock the auto-pathfinding function. She realized she could perfectly understand the Dominator's thought process. It also has a bit of a recruiting, forcing, and uncomfortable attribute to spending money. Fries added, the modular area design, the constantly shifting map structure, without map navigation, it would be nauseating. Buy something? Flesh Tree urged at the opportune moment. For some reason, Jianghe could already see it as a pop-up at urging players to make their first purchase. Everyone looked troubled, unsure what to buy. In this situation, it wasn't appropriate to complain that the jailer liked jailers so much, suggesting they buy him one. That was a bit too hellish. Zhu Zicha poked her chin. How about a heart? Everyone turned to look at Zhu Zicha, making her shrink back. She cautiously explained, well, at least it doesn't look that scary, and it seems pretty cheap. Look at the price, the listed number only. Wait, why is it dynamic? To everyone's astonishment, the clearly priced heart changed from 10 high-purity magic crystals to 20 purple materials. Not just hearts, the prices of all the goods were changing. Wow, this is blatant ripping off. What does this mean? The jailer asked, bewildered. What's this supposed to be a sarcastic remark? There was no time to think, all the numbers were rising. If he didn't buy soon, the navigation function's price would skyrocket. Buy it, buy it. Jianghe pulled out 20 purple materials, and tossed them to the flesh tree. The flesh tree also delivered, shrinking its heart to the size of a fist and placing it in Jianghe's palm. With just a touch, a guide map appeared in his mind, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. It was like having a god's eye view, finding the warehouse's location. Fine, at least spending money actually works. Compared to some games that offer useless items or even zero improvement after spending money, at least it provides feedback. Thinking about how he could actually stick with a game like this for a while, Jianghe couldn't help but sigh, these are all mistakes I made when I was young. Just as the flesh tree was about to leave, French Fries called out to it. Is there anything else you want to buy? If it were a person, Jianghe estimated, he could see its eyes gleaming. A greedy eye comparable to the one he had seen when he first met Mint. Why kill the people here? French Fries asked. That question. Costs extra. 3 purple materials pried open its mouth. I thought they liked it, but when I did it to them, they ran away in terror, screaming. That's strange. That's strange. With that, the flesh tree swayed away, leaving behind skeletal wings pieced together from the skeletons of the wandering race. The fascia covering the trunk could wrap around and cover the skeleton at any time, forming membranous wings for takeoff. Have you figured something out? Jianghe asked. There's still a little information to fill in, French Fries said thoughtfully, but I'm pretty close. Crossing the orchard, walking along the long corridor, the gate to another area opened towards the boundary between reality and illusion. The agricultural and pastoral area sign lay fallen on the ground, its surface covered in messy footprints, a testament to the chaos of the moment. The disaster struck suddenly. No one in the Wanderer's Paradise had time to react. After taking only a few steps, the map that had appeared in everyone's minds began to flicker and dim. The voice of the flesh tree echoed faintly in their hearts. The next feature requires further payment to use. Please pay. A few seconds of silence followed. Jianghe sighed. Is it okay to not collect the full amount at once, but intermittently cultivate your habit of paying? I feel like other interpretations are also spot on. Anyway, we had enough of this disgusting stuff, it all fits. French Fries sighed as well. Is it fun? You're like an idiot. Candlelight laughed heartily on the other side of the screen. This was the first time Chen Xiaoyu had ever seen the reserved Candlelight laugh so brightly. She explained, my creator, when playing the level where the Overlord sent me down, also said the same thing with a dark face. Indeed, even though we were born and raised in different environments, our emotions are still the same. He was very grateful that the great Overlord, having played so many terrible games, hadn't thrown a single one of those terrible elements into the regular gameplay of Proof of the Stars. The only thing worth criticizing is that forging high-rarity weapons will fail and destroy materials, but that's probably based on actual game mechanics, so there's nothing to complain about. Jianghe didn't plan to renew her subscription for now. She checked if there was any combat in the current area, leave, and then start playing again to save money. This meticulous calculation instantly brought back memories of using various apps and playing all sorts of games in college. The agricultural and pastoral area was significantly larger than the previous two. The cultivated fields stretched as far as the eye could see. Though barren, Jianghe could imagine the scene of gentle breezes and rolling waves of wheat during the harvest season. In the grazing area, another discovery was made. Not only were there surviving livestock, but also an unopenable cellar door. What do you mean unopenable? Jianghe, who had come after hearing the commotion, was puzzled. He tried to open it himself, only to find that the cellar door seemed to be cast into the ground, impossible to budge, no matter how hard he pulled. After a short struggle, he took a deep breath and reconnected with the flesh tree. Are you there? Oh, you're in front of that door. The flesh tree saw the scene through his heart. This door cannot be opened from this side. Please look for a shortcut nearby. Jianghe facepalmed. Isn't this the shortcut? Taking the long way around is my shortcut. This is really exciting. Chapter 311. Entering the cellar, Jianghe casually fanned away the dust that glittered in the light. The cellar was deep, filled with a pungent stench of decay and mold. Ju Zika's coughing was abruptly interrupted by the jailer's sudden scream, turning into a pigeon-like coo. She couldn't catch her breath, and her coughing intensified. What's all that yelling about? Zhong Zemo patted his heart. If it weren't for the game, you scare me to death sooner or later. The jailer clapped his hands, and a ball of light transformed into a small sun. Rows of cabinets and boxes were neatly arranged. Wood, gray iron, crystal, various materials. Treasure chest. This time it was Beiwo's turn to exclaim. Great! After all this awful game design, I can finally eat something good. Pushing aside a large wooden treasure chest, she eagerly bent down to look inside. Huh? Still bent over and peering inside, Beiwo froze. She slowly took out the glowing orb from the bottom of the box. Touching it, a white material fell to the ground. The enormous box contained only one reward, and it was the lowest tier white item in the game. The sounds of rummaging through boxes rose and fell. Fries didn't participate, he just crossed his arms inside. Bed kicked over the treasure chest. What a jerk. It's either white or green, and this crystal box only has one purple item. I just came out of Windjammer City, and fought some tough monsters, and I wasn't this poor. Zhong Zemo chimed in. Not to mention you can't even get in through the front door, you have to find the side door. A pure waste of time, providing a completely uninspiring reward. The jailer chuckled dryly, using loot to attract players, then stuffing a bunch of basically useless items into the loot to play games. It's so reminiscent of déjà vu. Everyone couldn't help but wonder. Could it get any more disgusting? Bang! The sudden explosion startled everyone. Rushing to a corner of the cellar, they found orange tea, covered in dust, rummaging through chests, healing her wounds. I was trying to collect the materials, but the chest suddenly exploded. Why is all my equipment suddenly running low on durability? Orange tea was utterly aggrieved. Dust fell from above. Everyone, who was about to chide the tea god, fell silent, looking up and listening intently. Thump! Thump! A dull footstep, like the scraping sound of dry branches scraping the ground. The dust settled louder, the giant creature drawing closer. Concealing their presence and returning to the surface, there was no need to search. At the edge of their vision, a gigantic white-boned dragon with eyes burning with black flames pounded the ground as it moved forward. The jailer's eyes widened. Holy crap, it's even bigger than Eloradia's true form. If Eloradia was a hill, then the bone dragon before them was a mountain range. The massive skeleton reflected a ghastly phosphorescent light. It moved a short distance, then stopped, letting out a long howl. Amidst the spatial ripples created by the rolling sound waves, the boundary between reality and illusion saw a blurry dragon spirit bound within the skeleton. What are those white dots behind it? Orange T wondered. Looking closer, like large water ants swirling around a light source before rain, tiny particles of light, the size of a fingernail, circled the back of the bone dragon's body, repeatedly performing simple harmonic motion. Further away, the enormous dots of light formed a swarm, like fireflies on a summer night, emitting a faint, eerie blue glow. Having learned from the precedent of the flesh and blood tree, the boundary between reality and illusion did not launch an attack first. They approached cautiously. The bone dragon had clearly also noticed the boundary between reality and illusion. The two black flames that served as its eyes left their empty eye sockets and floated into the air, casting a black and white ink-like halo. Before the initial gesture could be finished, a deafening dragon roar erupted. The thunderous sound, so close yet so far, pounded into their eardrums, making everyone dizzy. The bone dragon thrashed about on its skeletal frame, devoid of flesh and membranous wings, spiraling upwards. Prepare for battle. Its bone wings crossed and intertwined, forming a tightly locked shield of white bone in front of it. The bone dragon spun into a ball, the pale moon hanging high, its eerie blue light illuminating the earth, a chilling aura sweeping over them. The jailer felt a tingling sensation all over his body, a powerful urge to cast spells surging within him. He couldn't help but stare at the orbs of light abandoned by the bone dragon, still undergoing simple harmonic motion. As if due to the observer effect, the instant his gaze fell upon them, they collapsed one after another into blurry humanoid outlines. Within seconds, the incomplete, tattered details of the spirit forms were pieced together. They retained the gruesome state of near death, the grotesque spectacle of their final moments. Some were disemboweled, their intestines spilling out, pooling on the ground. They moved constantly, trying to stuff their intestines back into their abdominal cavities. Some had clear gnawing marks on their heads, half a skull dangling, hands groping, screaming incessantly the moment they touched it. Some had their abdomens emptied, completely bare, their hands searching aimlessly, sluggishly howling in terror. The cries rose and fell, each one piercing, scratching at the heart of everyone on the boundary between reality and illusion. After death, their spirits were immediately stripped away, their consciousness frozen. The moment the bone dragon was freed, its clear awareness of death, its spirits, recalling the process of dying, danced wildly like demons. The cold moon shone on the earth, its eerie light flickering at an unsettling rate. The frenzied spirits, about to attack each other, suddenly turned their heads, their eerie, empty eyes locking onto the boundary between reality and illusion. Jailer, hold on. Oh. The jailer whirled around, only to find that everyone except Zhong Zemo, who was on his side, had retreated. What do you mean, brother? That's right, we're brothers. Jiang He nodded vigorously. I believe you can hold on. No, I mean, what do you mean, brother? Fries stared intently at the cold moon, the avatar of the bone dragon in the sky. Did we fight for nothing at the Temple of the Clarity? Think about the grandeur of the 9th floor. Only by defeating Freya can we stop the endless monster spawning in the nest of the ever-changing puppet. Bet applied a light enchantment to her dagger and licked her lips. The bone dragon can manipulate spirits, it's a necromancer. You're a necromancer too. Every game I make you play support, coordinate, and be a greenhorn. Are you worse than him? Orange Tea clenched her fist. Go for it. You're the strongest. Saying this, she distributed blessings to Jiang He, Fries, the 4 primal bodies, and Bed. Hey, you keep saying I'm the strongest, but why won't you even let me have a sip of soup? The jailer was shocked again. Team Master, aren't you lying? Because you're the strongest, team resources can be prioritized for the weaker members. With great power comes great responsibility. Why could the Team Master say such things so fluently? Who taught him? After a moment of stunned silence, the jailer felt as if he swallowed a bitter pill. Oh, it was me. There was no time for idle thoughts. The army of spirits had already reached him. The jailer used his necromancer's innate skill to summon. A spirit. Come on, hold them off with me. As hundreds upon hundreds of undead surged towards them like a tidal wave, the cold spirits surprisingly showed expressions of confusion, almost human-like. Inkfish, you're so calm. The jailer, true to form, conjured will-o'-the-wisps with his bare hands, crushed a spirit with a fiery fist, and still managed a casual chat. No wonder Huang Liang Yiming from the neighboring guild thought his second job could be a bard, chatting and singing from start to finish, transforming into a battlefield songstress, maximizing his role. Can't you focus a bit when you're raiding? Inkfish's anti-magic shield remained a magic-based no-go zone, wiping out entire groups with a single strike, a mowing down you can't eat affair. Is this the first day you met me? The undead tide engulfed the two, severing the battlefield. From this moment on, the two had to fight independently. You necromancer, besides AoE skills like corruption and corpse explosion that are incredibly effective against flesh and blood, what can you do against spirits? There haven't been any dungeons before that require dealing with massive numbers of spirits, the jailer complained, feeling wronged. I chose corruption and corpse explosion as practice for the World Championship, not wanting to hold everyone back. Who knew the World Championship would suddenly be cancelled, replaced by a different kind of World Championship? Against the magic ceiling, the spirits gave the same answer to all mages in this world. If you can't hit them, there's no point. Just circle around them. Realizing the danger of magic ceiling, Zhong Zemo became like a boulder in a torrent, the rushing water flowing past his shield, indirectly increasing the jailer's strength. The little spirit summoned by the jailer was torn apart by several times its number of evil spirits. It was no match for the overwhelming resentment accumulated by the horrified undead. Think of something. The undead are going through us to find Potato. The jailer shouted. Selected skill, activate. The jailer, who had initially intended to choose Soul Fire, froze. Beginner Spirit Control? Was this in the selectable skills list before? It was actually in the category, and even one of the advanced knowledge areas. A product of the version update? In that case, let me try it out. The moment he selected it, knowledge related to beginner spirit control flooded his mind. The skills and knowledge of the stars of proof all have real-world prototypes. In another world, with a suitable environment, one can restore and use them to a certain extent. This was something Candlelight had revealed during the dinner party. Information surged through his mind, and the jailer, in a daze, understood the skill's wondrous uses. So that's how it is. Consuming magic power grants control over spirits, but it's tiring? No big deal. The jailer pulled out a mint-flavored potion pack, popped it into his mouth, and tilted his head back. Tun tun tun. He whirled around, shouting incoherently through his slurred mouth at the spirits rushing towards Jianghe. Hanging up. Several spirits slammed to the brakes. He spat out 2 medicine bottles and burped. Self-destruct? No, can you self-destruct? The tone of his voice carried an affirmative effect. The spirits burst into flames, writhing and struggling within the inferno. What's the fun in self-immolation? You're going to die with the other spirits. The jailer clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. The remaining individual consciousnesses of the spirits tried to resist the jailer's absurd command, but the powerful magical output crushed their thoughts. Suddenly, several illusory blue flames appeared in the torrent of spirits. Spirit to spirit, in an instant, dozens of spirits broke free from the bone dragon's control, and also from the jailer's control, roaring and fighting. What skill? Mind control? Zhong Zemo exclaimed in surprise. The jailer was overjoyed. A fun skill. I feel like it'd be incredibly useful in the World Championship. Being able to control spirits only forces them to speak, allowing him to obtain information. Dead people can't talk? I don't think so. Just as the jailer was feeling smug, Zhong Zemo shoved him behind him, raising his anti-magic shield high above his head. Brilliant moonlight descended from the sky, the anti-magic energy contained within the shield forming a narrow magic field, struggling to resist. The chilling light, carrying the desolation of death, froze the anti-magic shield, the coldness creeping up Zhong Zemo's hand and arm. A direct attack could be blocked, but the secondary magic effect was still in effect. The jailer, ever reliable at crucial moments, reacted quickly with a powerful flying kick, sending Zhong Zemo tumbling away, ending the one-sided wave exchange. Jianghe hadn't expected that the two of them could stop the surging tide of undead. Even delaying the attack for a short time was already a feat for the jailer. With their excellent equipment and the Monkey King buff, a single 3-hit combo could crush most monsters. The Bone Dragon was an exception. The first tide summoning strike landed squarely on the high-hanging moon, shattering the Bone Dragon's transformation and causing it to lose its balance and plummet into the air. French Fry's full-force attack, combining the rage lion's fury and bloodlust frenzy, shattered the bone dragon's head, extinguishing the black flames in its eyes. But it recovered so quickly. Just before hitting the ground, the shattered bones healed, and the moonlight shimmered before it. A dagger pierced through the blanket, revealing the true form of the shimmering moonlight up close, countless spirits bound and enslaved by the bone dragon. Beneath the shimmering milky white light were countless hideous human faces. The fusion of the four primal bodies, torrent swept across the spirit shield without catching a spark. Undeterred, Blanket dove back, darting in from the flank of the bone dragon, ascending the ladder of its spine, stepping on its skull, and stabbing down. She longed for the standard combo of dragon slayers in literature. Today it's my turn to slay a dragon. Blanket raised her dagger, and stabbed again. 2 strikes in quick succession, but the bone dragon beneath her showed no reaction. Blanket looked at the dagger. Enchanted, and with the skill bonus of breaking stealth, where was the damage? Run! She heard Fryza's roar. Run? The dragon's head was its absolute weak point. Its massive size meant it couldn't clear obstacles overhead with any part of its body. It could cast spells on its own head? Her hair stood on end. Her body reacted first. Blanket leaped off the dragon's chariot. Turning nimbly in midair, she saw a scene that chilled her to the bone. The dragon's spirit broke free from the skeletal shell, levitating into the air. Its massive claws pierced the bone dragon's skull, surging magic crackling and distorting space. If she had been a second later, she would have been a sitting duck. The bone dragon, in its detached state, continued its attack, crushing towards the boundary between reality and illusion. The mountains were charging. You can do this? Detachment of the soul, dual-threaded operation? Jiang He realized the gravity of the situation. As long as there's a spirit, it's invincible. The bone dragon controlled thousands upon thousands of spirits. The jailer, nearly burned to ashes in the undead tide, exhausted, repeatedly controlled spirits to spontaneously combust, rekindling the flame. From initially controlling a few spirits, to now controlling over 20 at once, his mastery was rapidly improving. But compared to the total number of spirits controlled by the bone dragon, the two were on completely different scales. The predicament of fighting on 2 fronts compressed the operational space at the boundary between reality and illusion. After the Temple of the Clarity, this was the first monster that could truly make them sweat profusely. Save me, tea goddess, give me a blessing to eat. The jailer was still trying his best. The tea goddess wanted to help, but the battlefield was divided, and the blessing couldn't be accurately delivered. Seeing that this unfortunate fellow and Zhong Zemo were about to be torn apart by the spirits, the tea goddess came to her senses. She took out the ingredients she had prepared beforehand and swallowed them whole. A blazing light burst forth from the orange tea's body. The sun hung high, and raindrops fell. Chapter 312. Gloria's phantom appeared, her dazzling radiance repelling the approaching army of undead. With a casual wave of her hand, a pillar of light descended, enveloping the jailer, its warmth seeping into his body. The undead attempting to approach burned and evaporated, turning into dust. Orange Tea summoned an avatar, selecting the Gloria substitute skill. The avatar transformed into a substitute form and descended. Without requiring the player's distraction, the weakened substitute Gloria acted like a summoned creature, briefly providing relief to the avatar's user, and unleashing skills learned in life as needed. The burden is mine to bear. Are you ready? Gloria asked. Orange Tea nodded vigorously, commanding, priority target, protect everyone. Second target, eliminate the bone dragon. Gloria interlaced her fingers, clenching them tightly, her palm overflowing with holy light. Warm specks of light permeated the area around the 7 people at the boundary between reality and illusion, transforming into streams of light that entered their bodies. Exhausted, Zhong Ziming felt as if the heavy, anti-magic shield in his hands was weightless. His legs, already weak, moved with a light step. With a light touch of the ground, he seemed to sprout wings, soaring over the undead and ignoring all obstacles to reach the jailer's side. As he helped the jailer up, Zhong Ziming murmured, I feel full of power? The jailer predicted. I feel the same way. His magic power had long since failed to keep up with the recovery speed of the mint potion, leaving him dizzy and collapsed. But after being gently soothed by Gloria's light, his body felt like a computer that had been running for a long time had been restarted, and everything became smooth again. The other 3, exhausted from fighting the bone dragon, felt this even more deeply. The overflowing power made them feel as if they could fly to the moon and pluck stars from the sky. This is the golden holy word. Fries gazed up at Gloria's closed-eye prayer, her ethereal form hovering behind the group, like an 8th member of the team, casting boundless holy light to dispel all evil. She and Orange Tea had both read the Sunrain Squad's diary, noting every detail. Whenever the team fell into a disadvantageous position, Gloria would unleash this family's innate secret technique, like a siren's incantation, turning the tide of battle in an instant, enhancing physical and magical damage, increasing damage resistance, becoming a heroic spirit chosen by the world's consciousness, also granting enhanced recovery and a slow, self-healing effect for non-fatal injuries, a kind of soft invincibility. If nothing unexpected happened, this should be the ultimate power of Gloria's innate bloodline, the pinnacle of growth the Golden Royal family had strived to reach. Historically, no one had ever used this miraculous power of incantation. Reality and the game, the boundary between the virtual and the real, became the first witnesses. Knowing that the Bone Dragon's invincibility stems from its spirit form, and that the boundary between reality and illusion shifts, it unleashes its mowing down enemies mode. The elemental heart dagger once again takes center stage. This little cutie, obtained at launch and repeatedly teased for lagging behind the growth of the reality-illusion boundary, only reveals its power beyond its quality against spirit enemies. TIE Collar is a rainbow tier set, requiring the infusion of surging elemental power into the dagger to activate the blessing effect of spirit-based counter. The TIE Collar, through the dagger's slashing motion, unleashes a tsunami that engulfs the nearby spirits, dimming the eerie white light shimmering on the Bone Dragon's skeletal body. This power. Awesome. The tide upgrades to a tsunami, its power and coverage significantly enhanced. Golden Holy Word is too strong. French Fries swung his sword, and the raging lion phantom was covered in blood. In the blink of an eye, a path of blood stretched for over 10 meters, sword energy surged, and all spirits within range were torn apart by the crimson blade. The raging lion's roar was incessant, and crimson ripples spread. French Fries swallowed hard. Not only had the skill's power been upgraded, but the visual effects had also changed. The Sunrain Squad is eating too well. Chosen support bloodline, top-tier talent on the continent acting as babysitters. So cool. Bed's joyful shout drew attention. She leaped out of the shadows, followed by an identical Bed Phantom, breaking stealth with a single strike, instantly becoming a dual wielder. Did you see that? Did you see that? My shadow version. Bed was overjoyed. The 4 primal bodies also felt the enhancement effect brought by Gloria. He could actually bind the power of the elemental fusion torrent and transform it into a sword blade. A massive, ship-slaying blade, dozens of meters long, swept through, instantly reducing a swarm of spirits in the distance to ashes. It's a bit tiring on stamina and mana. Phew, to better coordinate with my substitute, I have to boost my stamina and use potions. The jailer was stunned. Everyone showing off. Are the enhancements this powerful? Then necromancers must be incredibly strong. Necromancer creation, spirits. The summoned spirits increased from 1 to 3. The jailer pursed his lips. It's a buff, I guess. Corrupted corpse explosion. Damn, there are no corpses here. Spirit control. Seeing dozens of spirits in the undead army stop at his shout, looking around blankly, the jailer felt satisfied. While it didn't have the visually stunning upgrades of other classes, at least the number of powerful spirits he could summon increased. This was the most summons he ever had in all the time he played Necromancer. Watching other players' classes show off, Jailer Bro scoffed. It's okay, Necromancer is pretty good too. Love is T0, not envious at all. Phew, Jailer Bro, look at me. My giant shield got a free light enchantment. It can even transform into a flash shield to unleash small light magic to repel enemies. Zhong Zemo cheerfully showed Jailer Bro his shield set, unaware that Jailer Bro couldn't help but cover his face. The shield with the light enchantment, the shimmering visual effect was dazzling. What about mine? What about mine? He couldn't help but ask. The spirits were powerless to resist the frenzied onslaught of the boundary between reality and illusion. The desire to experience the new gadgets drove everyone to fight tooth and nail for monsters. Realizing they were being weakened, the Bone Shell and the Bone Dragon spirit split up. Orange Tea, watch out. The Bone Dragon spirit pointed its sword at Tea Goddess, cleverly realizing that the sudden surge in combat power at the boundary between reality and illusion was all thanks to her. Gloria, in her stand form, was expending all her energy on spellcasting, and her stamina was rapidly depleting amidst the laughter and chatter of the others. Orange Tea was now feeling weak in the legs. Bone Dragon, let me take you down. The jailer roared as he charged forward. Since the number of ordinary spirits he could control had increased, and the power of his skills had clearly improved, why couldn't he control the soul of the Bone Dragon's true form? They're all spirits anyway. Bed was speechless. The bone dragon's true form, capable of manipulating thousands of spirits and forming an army single-handedly, could be controlled by such a simple trick as spirit control? This must be... What? The bone dragon's spirit had already unleashed a devastating claw strike at Orange Tea, the magic distorting space, making it difficult for those trying to rescue the tea goddess to see her clearly. A beam of green light erupted from the jailer's hand, pointing at the head of the bone dragon spirit. The spirit control precisely locked onto it, completing the connection. Don't you dare attack tea goddess. How can I control the spirit without her? Don't you know how awkward the necromancer profession is? Don't make us lose our presence. The jailer roared, stop! Like a fisherman who had encountered a giant fish, the jailer assumed a reeling position, suddenly raising the hand connecting the two and flinging it behind him. The spirit control only required a thought to transmit the information. The jailer's actions were more like playing a motion-sensing game, but it actually worked. The bone dragon spirit's head truly looked like a fish with its mouth twisted up by a fishing line, its head tilted, its body leaning towards the jailer's direction, almost falling to the ground. Holy crap, jailer! The invincible Joe King cried out, as he princess carried the exhausted tea goddess and carried her away. So powerful, jailer bro, truly a master of the jailer. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, and even Gloria's doppelganger, who had been casting the spell with her eyes closed, reacted. With Orange Tea's permission, she reached out into the void. Ripples spread, and a dazzling blade of light shattered space, appearing in her hand. Golden. Holy sword. She concentrated all her power into the blade and swung it. The golden holy sword, highly effective against spirit-like life forms, expanded into a towering pillar of light, slashing down heavily. The sword energy pierced through, splitting the bone dragon spirit in two. A moment later, the bone dragon spirit twisted. Oh! A deafening howl and a low growl of extreme pain alternated. After the great cleansing of the boundary between reality and illusion, the massive army of spirits had already suffered heavy losses, and the power protecting the two main bodies of the bone dragon had weakened, no longer able to achieve immunity to damage. The golden holy sword shattered the bone dragon's mechanics, destroying its proud spiritual barrier. Jianghe and French fries, entangled with the bone dragon's body, suddenly felt a significant reduction in the pressure. The claw strikes and collisions that had previously been as powerful as a collapsing mountain, each imbued with the force of an avalanche, now only left shallow dents on the ground. Losing its spiritual body, not only was its defense greatly reduced, but its power was also rapidly dissipating. They exchanged a glance, and two dazzling beams of light, crimson and azure, intertwined to form a cross, carving down fiercely along the bone dragon's skull. The skull shattered, and the massive, mountain-like skeletal body staggered backward, swaying before crashing to the ground. Finish it off, quick! Jianghe, without even catching his breath, immediately warned. Hearing this, the jailer, whose magic power had been depleted from briefly controlling the bone dragon, disregarded his exhaustion and hurriedly got up to forcefully cast a spell. He was a beat too late. The bone dragon, already at its last gasp, suddenly lunged forward, engulfing the nearby blanket in a stream of cold light. When the jailer forcefully pulled the bone dragon away, interrupting the spell, he looked closely. Holy crap! How are you still alive? The blanket hugged itself, shivering from the cold, its body covered in frost. Hiss, hiss! Okay, it seems so. The shield and injuries have been forcibly pulled back. The power of the golden holy word spell was proven. As long as there's a breath left, it can be pulled back for another. The body and spirit, once again severely damaged, the tenacious bone dragon was completely annihilated into particles of light, dissipating before the boundary between reality and illusion. Phew! What a powerful monster! It's been a long time since I encountered a boss of this level. Zhong Zimo placed the giant shield under his buttocks and sat down directly on it. The blanket wiped its sweat and brushed aside the hair that obscured its eyes. Feels much harder than Gorkarin. French fries corrected. Gorkarin is just disgusting, not hard to beat. Its difficulty is comparable to Freya's. Without Golia's avatar, it's really hard to break. This forces players to fight on three fronts simultaneously. Fighting an army of undead, fighting bone dragons that manifest as spirits and corpses at the same time. A team without the ability to handle both simultaneously will probably lose their hands on the keyboard when faced with this tricky mixed 3-on-1 fight. Nestled in the blankets, pinching Orange Tea's face, she, who already liked tan skin, couldn't help but rub her cheek against it. Tea God, Tea God. The avatar is too strong, Tea God. Carry us. The jailer, who had been spreading his legs on the ground, suddenly stood up. What, Am I not crucial? I used the Bull Spirit's skill to forcibly interrupt the Bone Dragon's attack. Am I crucial or not? Jiang He suppressed a laugh. Crucial, absolutely crucial. Spirit control, just say spirit control. Stop with the bull stuff. Even T-Goddess doesn't understand what it means. T-Goddess was indeed completely bewildered. Ever since the jailer shouted to save her life, she had been trying to find traces of the bull. Although there was a pasture behind her, the animals had all fled by the time the battle started. It wasn't until the quilt chuckled and whispered an explanation in her ear that she understood what it meant. Necromancer, the future is bright. Fries also offered praise. The jailer's way of thinking was always unconventional. In a crisis, instead of using a spirit or a zombie to save people, he boldly attempted to control a bone dragon several times stronger than himself. Was it a gamble, a clever idea, or simply a lack of thought, a reckless act born from the right atmosphere? If it were a real-world championship, it would be quite difficult for his opponents to understand his battle strategy. What's the interval between using the avatar? In the game, once every 4 days. Jiang He helped recall, judging from Orange T's condition, ensuring Gloria can cast Golden Holy Word is no problem, but getting her to use Golden Holy Sword is a stretch. Next time, let's not summon in substitute form. Let's just use Golden Holy Word directly. This is the most important skill. During its duration, everyone can happily deal damage. The bed couldn't forget the wonderful feeling of combining swords with a shadow. The jailer, suppressing a laugh, said, at this point, I still want to nominate a peculiar avatar with 5 passive abilities, one that only produces miraculous effects in specific scenarios, mostly just sitting idle. Jiang He said seriously, don't talk nonsense. We gluttons can fight into the future. See the avatar list where no one has unlocked the 2nd or 3rd stage yet. The fully unlocked form must be incredibly powerful. Forget it, the jailer shrugged. We might not even see what the 3rd stage avatar looks like by the time candlelight shuts down the proof of the stars. We only have 2 avatars so far, Jiang He said, spreading his hands. Who knows when everyone will have one? Jiang He occasionally wondered why the gluttons' avatars were so bizarre. The 5 passive abilities, aside from enhancing the perception of besteered teammates, were all specialized. They weren't even worth a special meal to activate. Thinking about it, his own weapon was the same, only when encountering a spirit could it unleash power beyond its own quality. Hey, there's a drop! There's a drop! The voice of the 4 primal body shocked everyone. Having witnessed the disgusting setup of this lair, they thought the bone dragon wouldn't give them a single thing. It actually dropped, and it's even a golden orb? Undead Master Scepter Blueprint. Chapter 313. What's called a blueprint is actually a fragment of a skeletal dragon's skull. The illustrations and text engraved on the skull of the mysterious skeletal dragon. Detailed and clear. No one knows why this nightmare creature, hovering on the edge of life and death, appears. Like a gift from the gods. Scrolling down the item description, the information for Necromancer's Scepter appears. Forging the scepter's core with bone fragments, acquiring the condensed power of the skeletal dragon to control the undead. Blessing of spirit manipulation, greatly reduces the magic power and stamina required for spirit manipulation, increases the number of controllable spirits. Necromancer talent advancement, the base number of zombies, skeletal guards, and raids summoned increases by 3, and their strength is increased. Common gold quality equipment usually has 4 blessings, either selectable, fixed from the start and unchangeable, or a combination of selectable and fixed blessings. The Undead Messenger's Scepter is somewhat special. Even after successful forging, it only grants 2 fixed blessings, the remaining 2 blessings have unlocking conditions. The Echo of Vengeance skill questline unlocks after defeating 10,000 intelligent beings. This seems to be a special magical skill. The remaining blessing requires using Echo of Vengeance. Defeating enemy units has a chance to yield a unique item for reforging. Based on the information shown on the blueprint, Jiang He boldly guesses that this is a weapon that can be upgraded. Gold is not its final quality level. There are no selectable blessings, they are all locked. It doesn't matter, even with one less piece of equipment, he won't be as slow as a tortoise. The jailer's eyes are red with envy. Since the server opened, he can finally change his equipment. With the completion of the Clearcaster's Temple raid, only he and Orange T remained, still wearing tattered purple sets. T-God always wore the clarity set he got at launch, so his support needs were low priority. But he was still a DPS. He said his passion made him T0, but who wouldn't want to contribute more to the team? If everyone hadn't been saving their second-class options and turning him into a meme by Chinese necromancer players, he might have casually said, I want to try a different class. The good thing about Proof of the Stars is that it's not a pure stats game. There are no DPS lookup plugins. Otherwise, if anyone checked his DPS percentage at the edge of reality, Jailer Bro would be begging them to stop. Do you think I don't know how low Necromancer DPS is? Please have mercy. Don't crush us little rats in the gutter. Jailer Bro's lips trembled with excitement. After all the suffering, now I have a weapon, and I feel like a human. Seeing his expression, everyone tacitly refrained from joking. The formidable bone dragon only dropped one item, not even worth complaining about. The jailer's happiness is what matters most. Jiang He reluctantly recharged his account again, activating the navigation function that had crashed almost immediately. Defeated the bone dragon? Impressive. The flesh tree's voice, devoid of inflection, sounded as if it had been run over by a steamroller, showing no surprise whatsoever, quite perfunctory. I paid, so asking questions should be free, right? Of course, you are a valued customer. Quite the service spirit. If I don't move in the current area, when will the warehouse move to the exit? This? Jiang He's lips curled up. What? Is my question difficult to understand? But it's random. Then I purchase a notification service. Connect the warehouse to the current area and notify me immediately. With that, he pulled out 20 purple materials and stuffed them into his heart without further ado. The flesh tree hesitated for a moment, then agreed to the deal. Jiang He smiled and closed the communication. Seeing everyone still somewhat confused, he explained, its navigation function is like entering a destination on a map. If the destination keeps moving, it can keep making money. The quilt clicked. A black cab driver going in circles, huh? Driven by the ingrained perception of navigation, Jiang He only realized this after the battle. If they chased after the warehouse, they would encounter every monster inside the palace along the way. Then the swallowed materials would be lost forever. After waiting for nearly an hour, the flesh tree's notification arrived. The warehouse's stone doors rumbled open to both sides, and the group at the boundary between the virtual and real worlds easily found the material gift pack that had just been categorized, and was about to be teleported to the magic array maintenance area. To experience the game content, we spend a fortune on in-game purchases, have our fill, then regret it, and immediately request a refund. The woman in the blankets let her imagination run wild. Isn't what we're doing similar to a miner requesting a refund? She was still as good at making connections as ever. Don't bother with refunds, we're robbing you. Our main focus is on people regretting their in-game purchases, breaking into the database, and modifying the back-end code. Zhong Zemo inhaled rapidly, making his backpack bulge. The four primal bodies joked, "Don't mess with me, I'm a Java expert.jpg." Coming back to their senses, everyone looked around. The huge warehouse was completely empty. Aside from the materials they had invested, it had been empty for a long time. The magic circle had already drained the wanderer's resources. Jiang He contacted the flesh tree again. This time, I need to know the location of the treasure. This was the easiest way to conquer the wanderer's paradise. Make a request, wait for a quote, spend money to get the hints, and sit back and wait for the level to come to you, instead of laboriously advancing. This wasn't the Temple of the Clarities, where you had to force your way through each floor to clear the level. The only downside to this plan was the cost. But it didn't matter, the Great Dragon Knight was still footing the bill. I really wanted the Dragon Knight to open the guild again, not for any other reason than to express my gratitude in person for his unprecedented sponsorship of the construction of the virtual real border outpost and the dungeon strategy. The flesh tree remained silent for a while, but finally gave the price. 100 purple materials. The materials just retrieved from the warehouse were about to be devoured by another monster, and everyone was in an uproar. So expensive. The person in bed cried out. Orange Tea also said with a pained expression, "Can't you lower the price?" The flesh tree's attitude was firm. If you don't defeat the bone dragon, it'll only be more expensive. Oh! Fries chuckled. So, you're not as good as the bone dragon? The flesh tree didn't answer. In the end, Jiang He made the decision, pay up, lottery. With 100 purple materials clearing the way, the flesh tree said, "Actually, if you just follow the passage straight from the warehouse exit without turning, that's the treasure vault." Huh? Run. The distance to the area is limited, there aren't many minutes left. Everyone at the boundary between reality and illusion instantly felt younger. It's like going back to school, thinking you sleep a few more minutes, only to oversleep and realize you're likely to be late. A frantic rush to put on shoes and clothes, grabbing a steamed bun from a breakfast stall on the way and stuffing it in your pocket, then sprinting into the school. Physical fitness test scores don't reflect everyone's true abilities. You're about to be late, but you're not. Suddenly, the school bell rings in the distance, and the leisurely students on the street transform into superheroes. This moment is truly about giving it your all, leaving no regrets. The jailer, panting from running the physical fitness test, clutches his heart and shouts, "You did it on purpose, didn't you?" Speaking so slowly, even using silence to mark the time, just to annoy people. Business, business, willing to tell you there's a chance to catch the last bus, very conscientious. Look at all these people hanging around me. Every single one of them is better at business than me. The jailer grits his teeth. Business, huh? I want to buy something that can kill you. Will you sell it? I'm not one of these pathetic creatures, no. Strangely, its intelligence is unusually high. Give it to me. Fries darted forward, taking the heart and continuing the conversation. You mean, those vagrants you killed were all businessmen? They call themselves the wisest race, the greatest merchants, the flesh tree said. I respect the dead, whatever the dead say is right. Respect the dead? Jiang He's lips twitched. This instance, indeed, had a strange feel to it from beginning to end. Fries filled in the last gap in his mind. Rushing, everyone jumped onto the passage entrance one after another in the last second before the area module rotated. School inspection, and you stepping in at the last second, that feeling is so youthful. A gentle breeze rippled through the wheat fields. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Suddenly jolted from a bloody, violent, and somewhat ironically humorous environment, they stepped into a treasure trove, where as far as the eye could see, an endless expanse of wheat fields stretched before them. Beneath the azure sky, the pale golden ears of wheat, half ripe and tinged with green, swayed gently in the wind. The rustling sound was incessant, soothing the nerves numbed by the bloodshed. A clear dirt road stretched straight ahead. At the end of the road, a two-story wooden house, enveloped by the wheat field, stood out starkly in this world. It was as if a map designer had filled every corner with wheat fields, idly placing a central point as a decorative element. Its existence, like the treasure trove itself, was utterly incongruous with the overall design of the Wanderer's Paradise. It's like a forced, added Easter egg level? French Fries wondered. Are Easter egg levels really that easy to find? Just pay the flesh tree, and you can get there directly. There are no messy puzzles, no complicated mechanics, and you don't even need to wait for special events to trigger them. Jiang He looked at the surrounding wheat fields and couldn't help but sigh. It's like a free gift package from the designers, specifically to compensate players for the emotional trauma they suffered in the Wanderer's Paradise. The Lord of Candlelight is truly a strange person. Pushing open the wooden cabin door. The interior furnishings and decor were unremarkable. Everyone was dumbfounded. Jiang He rubbed his eyes, and the blankets had already closed the door. What's wrong? Nothing, it's just, it feels like there's some special mechanism, like what you see at first glance isn't real. Pushing open the wooden cabin door again, 2 rainbow orbs and 6 golden orbs came into view. They lay quietly in boxes, arranged in 8 locations around the cabin. Jiang He felt that any player who pushed open this door would be stunned for a few seconds. Having experienced the malicious design of the Wanderer's Paradise, this sudden generosity would only leave one with the bewilderment of, is this the Last Supper? Don't rush, the jailer's voice trembled. One of the lousy designs is putting seemingly rare drop indicators with worthless items, leaving players disappointed. Game expert Zhong Ziming also took a deep breath and spoke. Look at these boxes arranged in 8 directions. Doesn't it look like the 8 trigrams? Maybe there's a mechanism that getting the reward will immediately trigger a boss battle, or the floor will collapse, giving everyone a big surprise. The person in the quilt looked around confidently. I think if we take the reward, this wooden house will immediately turn into a monster, and we need to attack it before being swallowed whole. The 4 primal beings beckoned everyone to the second floor. Come here for a moment. Upon reaching the second floor, everyone was stunned. The second floor was empty, completely devoid of furniture, except for the landscape paintings hanging on the walls. How suspicious. There are wheat fields all around, but here's a cornfield? What's this, potatoes? And rice too. The quilt pointed to a large, mud-covered mass on the ground. I don't recognize this. Can anyone confirm? The quilt glanced at it, and said confidently, Jisai, a type of sweet potato. Oh, there are sweet potatoes here too. Pumpkins too. I think the most suspicious thing is this painting. The jailer stroked his chin. Everyone here eats staple foods. How did a banana grove get mixed in? Wake up, there are chili peppers here. The blanket reminded him. And they're all jumbled together in one painting, a kind of 100 schools of thought contending kind of beauty. Everyone else is focusing on the main dishes, so how dare these chili peppers sit at the same table as the immortals around them? What's the deeper meaning behind the Candlelight Master's design? For a moment, everyone was so engrossed in the painting that they forgot to check the glittering orbs of light. Jianghe stroked his chin, pondering, let's ask the Candlelight Master later. Perhaps it's a warning to other civilizations. Some kind of message with special meaning? Back on the first floor, everyone had recovered to their peak condition. Come on, no matter what kind of mechanism the lottery presents, they have a fighting chance. Orange Tea gently rubbed the rainbow orb. The blanket shadow was wary of a possible collapse of the floor. On the second floor, French Fries drew his long knife, on guard against any plant-based monsters that might jump out of the painting. Zhong Zimo stared intently at the chain of mechanisms triggered by the tea god, one of the 8 trigrams being opened. Twilight Vampire Blueprints. A set? Orange Tea picked up the dropped item to examine it. Not some trash drop, it's really rainbow-colored. Includes a complete set of materials for crafting with Twilight Vampires, providing extra materials to compensate for forging failures. A bonus of a gold-quality universal material. The anticipated traps, malicious attacks, and heartwarming drops all failed to materialize. The excessively generous material drop shocked everyone. A rainbow-colored orb contained multiple items, each incredibly valuable. Several seconds passed before Jianghe once again understood the meaning of humor as described by Candlelight. So, this dungeon truly contained a treasure trove of content, devoid of any malice, only the designer's goodwill. The purest positive feedback. I don't care about this or that. Who says an orb can only hold one reward? I'm going to fill it to bursting. Chapter 314. The other rainbow sphere contained 3 simple divine forging universal materials. Erira was overjoyed. With the guild's reserves insufficient to support her consecutive failures, her ammunition was replenished once again. The first golden sphere she opened brought a surprise. Guild Stronghold Collection Random 2 items. The boundary between reality and illusion just happened to lack enough collections to offer to the guild statue, further consolidating the stronghold's strength. Short-term magic suppressing scroll 2 items. Huh? As soon as the lottery results were announced, everyone rushed forward. It suppresses the flow of magic within the area, causing magic to distort and interfering with the caster. The effect is exactly the same as the shield in Zhong Zimo's hand, but its advantage lies in its instant usability. It feels like it could be very useful in high-difficulty dungeons. Blessing of the Stars 6 items. Wow! Inside the wooden house, a chorus of frogs filled the air. An item that grants instant full health resurrection. Sigh, even now, in the realm of virtual and real worlds, we only have one given as a gift upon account creation. We dare not use it. We simply dare not use it. Even after suffering repeatedly in the Temple of the Clarity, everyone is holding their breath. It's common knowledge that if a rare item disappears upon use, and is extremely difficult to obtain again, players will involuntarily tell themselves, wait a bit, the situation isn't urgent enough. This should have been a rainbow-level item, but the Lord of Candlelight crammed it into the golden sphere, 6 of them at once. Blessed Doll 7x2 based on the guild's current doll data, mirrored replicas are created, allowing players to customize their doll's appearance, abilities, and strengths. The higher the original doll's development level, the greater the feedback from using the Blessed Doll. As far as Jianghe knows, they are at the forefront of the world server in terms of guild doll combat power enhancement. After all, since the server opened, the puppets of the reality virtual boundary have been nurtured by Mint, trained in combat by Ksha, and raised on the Slime Ranch. Now, with the addition of the master craftswoman Ellerby, their potential for learning and growth has been greatly expanded. Great stuff. Could it get any better? Avatar fragments 120 pieces. What? Even Orange Tea couldn't help but rub her eyes. She pointed to the golden ball, as if to say, my eyes are probably right, this is gold, isn't it? 120 pieces, enough for the reality virtual boundary to raise another brand new avatar. The Sun Rain squad can be further completed. Too generous. Jianghe couldn't believe his eyes, fearing that the Overlord's mischievousness might kick in, and that players would only find a pile of junk after collecting it. The jailer, Sirius, declared, I declare that Wanderer's Paradise is the best dungeon I ever played. It boasts unparalleled dungeon design, fully embodying the creative spirit of bitter before sweet, suppressing before triumphant, bringing players to tears of emotion. The imaginative and breathtaking moving levels perfectly exemplify the saying plans can't keep up with changes, with the master using only subtle ingenuity to vividly portray the capriciousness of fate. The monster art design is perfect. Look at this fleshy tree, look at this skeletal dragon, look at this. The jailer hesitated, unable to continue his tale. In short, he suddenly lost his memory. He couldn't remember anything about Wanderer's Paradise except for the treasure level. The game items given by the master were very interesting, covering various dimensions that could make players stronger. Random guild collection and Blessed Doll enhanced the rich guild gameplay. Anti-magic scroll increased real-time combat power. Divine Forging universal material for targeted enhancement. Twilight Vampire package for a one-shot power boost. Blessing of the Stars for a free boost after a failed challenge. If a player accidentally stumbles into the Wanderer's Paradise dungeon and happens to encounter a treasure chest, they're instantly upgraded from a slingshot to a cannon. Does this count as having finished the dungeon experience? The player, trying to suppress a laugh, said, "We had our fill of the bad and the good, but we're not even thinking about clearing the whole map. We're just getting beaten up by the Lord's twisted sense of humor. Does this mean we should just run away?" Their game time for the day was indeed almost up, but Fries was still a little unsatisfied. She said, "Let's go up one more level. I want to see if there are any details related to the story." While Jianghe and his friends were blinded by the items, Fries was captivated by the story. "Still thinking about the Wanderer's backstory?" the bed said. "It looks like a botched ritual, summoning twisted life and creating purgatory with their own hands." While reading the priest's notes, they noticed the unusual style of the rituals here. Intricate, lengthy, and frequently using words related to flesh and blood. Even the grandest celebrations involved artificially created blood rain to heighten the sacrificial atmosphere. It was hard not to think they'd gone awry. With the Fries, the group entered the next level. It wasn't a spacious area, but a dimly lit, musty-smelling place. Releasing an illumination orb, they determined it was likely a basement. In a corner not far away were rows of bookshelves and a desk. A person slumped over the desk caught their attention, and they approached to investigate. Rustling. The sound of clothes rubbing against pages stopped them in their tracks. Stiff, the person slumped on the desk slowly turned their head. Jianghe felt a chill. Jianghe habitually observed a person from head to toe. The jailer habitually observed a person from feet to hands, then to head. But faced with the bizarre humanoid mass of flesh before them, their habits were shattered by the shocking visual impact. Their gazes darted left and right, as if every part of the other's body contained a vast amount of information, enough to overwhelm the brain with just a glance. He could no longer be called human. His features were like melting wax, fused into an unrecognizable mass. Even a novice artist's palette was more chaotic than that. The colors of the indistinct face were clean and clear. The eyes were merely narrow slits less than a finger's width wide. They blinked forcefully, a faint light shining through, a near-mad desire visible to everyone. A huge blood bubble rose in his throat with each breath. His neck was severed by a sharp weapon, the conspicuous stitches making him resemble a doll. The exposed skin was like flowing lava suddenly solidified, uneven and gruesome, like a field plowed by a raging bull. The turned-out flesh, with its bloody slime, bubbled repeatedly, repeating the process of breaking apart. Small, rice-grain-sized worms could be vaguely seen swimming beneath the skin, the flesh, somewhere between stiff and soft, being squeezed out by the worms into dense, protruding bumps. Just watching their movements was enough to send shivers down one's spine. He opened his already rotten, tongueless mouth, the oral mucosa also covered with a massive amount of white, plump, maggot-like creatures. They were satiated with blood, each one radiating a surging life force. It was as if the very essence of a human being was contained within them. Suddenly, the monster, barely identifiable as a man by some physical features, bent over. A harsh, dry retching sounded like a hard object scraping a blackboard. Ugh! Blood clots, no chunks of flesh, were vomited out one after another. Jianghe swallowed hard. He realized that the person before him was a survivor of the main ethnic group in the Wanderer's Paradise. And this person was slowly approaching death in a way that defied description. Truly, a living hell. The worms lurking within his body, having already taken over his bodily functions, mimicked the functions of his organs. Using power drawn from his body, or from other living beings, they crushed his flesh and blood while simultaneously prolonging his life. His heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, some intact, some mangled, leaked from his mouth, from the molten, blurred mass of flesh in his abdominal cavity. He struggled to raise his hand, trying to bridge the gap between reality and illusion, when a cracking sound rang out, his arm twisted and snapped. French Fries took a deep breath. "You're the survivor?" A glimmer of hope shone through the narrow gap in his already dim eyes. It was as if French Fries was a saint who could save him. "What happened to you? Is there any record?" A powerful will to survive made the man stronger than ever before. He transcended his physical abilities, pointing with his still intact arm to a bookshelf not far away, indicating that everything about them was there. Then, he tried to move his lips. Save me. Orange Tea was already prepared to fight death for him. But French Fries, who understood his lip movements, did nothing. Instead, he walked straight to the bookshelf, ignoring his life or death. The man knelt in despair, his already decayed knees cracking with a sharp plop, shattering completely, and turning him into a lump of flesh that seemed to melt into the ground. Books and documents representing the markers of their nomadic people filled the shelves. French Fries randomly pulled one out. Even the dates were clearly marked on the cover. This was the history of their exile, passed down through generations and constantly updated. Jiang He glanced through some of the contents and couldn't help but marvel. How come they're treated like stray dogs wherever they go, kicked away by the dominant ethnic group? A quick scan revealed that the most frequent word Jiang He encountered was persecution. They attributed it all to the jealousy of other groups over their own excellence. They were always being exploited to the bone by other groups, always forced to take up arms to defend their land. However, a subtle feeling welled up inside him. He looked up and found French Fries looking at him too. It seemed their feelings were aligned. Why is there no description of this people's production and construction? Even if they were persecuted and their resources taken away, shouldn't the process of creation be worth recording? I searched through history books, and every line can be condensed into 2 words: business. Candlelight suddenly appeared, casually wiping away the disgusting chunks of flesh on the ground, his eyes filled with revulsion. French Fries was stunned, and hurriedly stepped forward to ask, "This can't be actual history, can it?" Candlelight nodded. This is the race that the Overlord personally slaughtered before embarking on his journey into the vast starry sea. Extinction order? French Fries swallowed hard. Candlelight continued to nod. Even children? Zhong Zemo was somewhat surprised. If you truly understand their history, it's not hard to understand why the Overlord is so tyrannical, Candlelight said. The Overlord simply treated them the way they treat others, equally. Chapter 315. As an Easter egg hidden within the game's hidden levels by the Overlord, the explicit rewards and the implicit story coexist. Driven by the generous rewards, most players will follow the clues in the game to piece together the hidden truth behind the fragmented story and unravel the secrets of the Wanderer's paradise. The Candlelight shouldn't disrupt this part of the game experience that blurs the line between reality and illusion. However, given that Jiang He and her group of 7 will most likely become the solution to another world in the future, and will more or less come into contact with the Overlord's will, she felt it was necessary for everyone to fully understand the Overlord's motivations, avoiding cognitive biases caused by the fragmented plot, and thus misunderstanding the Great Overlord. The Candlelight waved casually, causing the pages of the books on the bookshelf to flutter and converge into a screen of light. Within the screen of light, the Wanderer's literature described themselves. They called themselves the Chosen One, blessed by the gods from birth, possessing innate charisma and admirable virtues. Relying on their intelligence and resourcefulness, they always managed to overcome adversity, rebuild their clan's bloodline, accumulate wealth, and create a paradise for their people. During the period of hiding and evading pursuit, they dared not mention the name of their own clan, Candlelight said. They are widely known by 2 names, Twilight Vampires, and the Scoundrels. The former is a distillation of their knowledge from numerous clans they have encountered over a long period. The Scoundrels are highly skilled at lending and borrowing, and they specifically choose the twilight hour to pursue their debts, making life unbearable for families and individuals. Because they always manage to manipulate contracts in a cunning way, causing countless families to be destroyed, wives and children to be torn apart, and accumulating wealth, they are called vampires. At the same time, this nickname also has another deeper meaning, but please allow me to discuss it later. Jiang He suddenly realized. So that's what the vampire in the Twilight Vampire instance meant. No wonder we haven't seen any similar monsters along the way, they all been ugly, stitched together flesh and blood monsters. Zhong Zemo clicked his tongue. Candlelight smiled. Once upon a time, there was a vampire clan living on the same continent as them. Due to their infamous nickname, they declared that their entire clan was forbidden from consuming fresh blood outside of combat, and instead used magic supplements. Huh? Everyone at the boundary between reality and illusion was stunned. Yes, the kind of vampires who can choose professions through the stars approve? Asked the woman in bed. Candlelight nodded. They didn't just talk the talk, they walked the walk. After witnessing the atrocities of the lowly, they were the first to declare war, protecting the imperial bloodline that had been nearly wiped out by the lowly. Incidentally, historically they haven't been particularly friendly towards non-vampire groups. Judging by your values, you probably call them chaotic neutral? To force vampires, who held the belief that those who are not of our kind must have different intentions to take action. To think you're being a bit too extreme. What incredible feat did they accomplish? The projection on the screen was telling the story of their suffering, the destruction of their paradise, and their subsequent escape. The lowly described it as the suppression of a rising, superior race, a bloody and horrific atrocity committed by mediocre people, those unfavored by the gods, who feared those guided by the light. The documents left by named scholars, supported by detailed historical information including dates, lend credibility to every line, making each word seem to echo the weeping cries of the lowly race. They seem to have truly suffered immense oppression, experiencing unprecedented genocide and horrific systematic persecution. If players simply browse the game information left on the bookshelf and don't find any hidden details within the game, many might readily accept the characterization of they are persecuted good people. However, in the words of the Candlelight, their image changes. In the original paradise, the lowly ones, relying on the devastating natural disasters brought by the magic tide, gained a golden opportunity to rise to power after the destruction and reshuffle, becoming a super empire that ruled the entire continent. However, within just 100 years, this vast empire was engulfed in popular uprisings. The reason was simple. Apart from the lowly ones themselves, all other living beings on the continent were considered inferior. Inferior race, in the mouths of the lowly, is not a derogatory term implying insult or contempt. They genuinely believe it to be an objective and impartial statement, an indisputable fact. Because they are the chosen one, and all others are inferior. Under the dominance of an extremely extreme ruling ideology, it's less accurate to say that the lowly established a continent-wide super empire, and more accurate to say that they treated all living beings on the continent as slaves, taking from them at will, enslaving and exploiting them. This exploitation is indiscriminate. They show no mercy because you are a woman, a child, or the elderly. From food, clothing, and shelter to funerals, marriages, taxes, and contracts, everything hangs over the heads of every citizen of the lowly empire. The periodic magical tides bring natural disasters, constantly reshuffling the power structure of each continent, making it impossible to form a stable political structure. Therefore, everyone's governance system is in chaos. Except for a few continents that can rely on powerful leaders to suppress their territories, almost everyone inevitably falls into a spiral of chaos. Throughout history, no other race in that era could have achieved such a system where the entire empire's governing ideology was enslavement and exploitation of other races. This was done openly and blatantly, codified into law and rigorously enforced. They snatched beautiful elves from their parents, packaged them up, and sold them to other continents for immense wealth. They nearly drove the long-lived forest elves to extinction. The orcs were physically strong. They manipulated contracts, forcing orcs to constantly sell their physical strength and cheap labor. Only when they died from exhaustion in the workshops were they allowed medical treatment. This was not out of kindness, but to find suitable organs while they were still alive, harvest them, and sell them to puppeteers and alchemists on other continents. If any were found to possess exceptional talent during examinations, they would invariably become experimental subjects for lowly potion-making masters, used to test the limits of new potions. To satisfy the enormous demands of the nobles on other continents, they tacitly approved the unwarranted trials and hunting of other races. The wings of the butterfly clan are coveted and are a crucial ingredient in potion-making. Thus, on the continent ruled by the scoundrels, butterflies and hybrid butterflies are confined to prisons from birth to death. Their only form of entertainment is mating. After offspring are born, their wings are harvested, their organs taken, all profits squeezed dry, and then they are casually burned. Excellent potions can heal lost wings and regrow new ones, but to control their numbers and create scarcity, they choose the most vicious methods. The scoundrels treat all races equally in oppressing and abusing them. Therefore, the entire continent is unprecedentedly united in resisting them. Continent, sky, sea. From humans to orcs, from dragons to winged beings, from sirens to sea monsters, without exception, they all harbor deep hatred for the lowly. Finally, when an unknown farmer, with a pitchfork, killed a lowly merchant, and rallied the masses, the sparks of rebellion quickly spread across the continent. Ordinary people, without magic, used sticks and pitchforks, relying on their flesh and blood, to relentlessly attack the ruling centers of various regions. Magicians, wielding magic, emerged from their mage towers, and went among the masses they had once distanced themselves from, unleashing secret spells to overthrow the rule of the lowly empire. Children, carrying supplies, braved the magic and plunged into the battlefield, hoping to deliver blood-stained food, weapons, and potions to the warriors on the front lines. The greedy merchants, hearing of their impending downfall, refused their requests to board their ships and escape. Even with rewards offered 100-fold or 1,000-fold by the lowly, the merchants remained unmoved. Everyone was stunned. Candlelight said, "Magic is like a key. Those who possess the key inherently possess more possibilities." It can be said that a mage, at the moment of awakening, can no longer be considered human in the strict sense, but rather a life form that has completed its evolution. The collapse of the lowly empire was truly, historically recorded, the first instance of mortals defeating a number of mages, built entirely of flesh and blood. The crushing power of higher-ranking mages over lower-ranking mages is an indisputable fact. After that, scholars added a new sentence for the sake of rigor: rank does not represent combat power, numbers can change the course of battle. Before that, mages considered it a joke. These are the words left behind by countless heroes of that continent, using their own blood and flesh, as ordinary people, to mark their existence. Since then, the neighboring countries' rule over ordinary people has become much more lenient. The lowly people, who had struggled to escape their paradise, finally found a place to settle after many twists and turns. Taking advantage of poor communication, they used their wealth to create a narrative, portraying themselves as victims of war, gaining the sympathy of the local people, and securing a new home. Over 100 years, they gradually infiltrated and eroded the land, eventually hollowing out the country that had allowed them to live. They launched a coup without pause, publicly whipping the remaining bloodlines of the empire, disemboweling their bodies and hanging them as lamps. Damn, even Sima would be shocked by this. The jailer was speechless. Candlelight continued. After seizing control of their new territory, they officially declared it the new paradise guided to them by the gods. Then, they replicated everything they had done in their original empire. Huh? Although they were somewhat prepared, hearing that they were replicating their actions still elicited the same reaction from everyone. To be able to consistently act inhumanely, to learn absolutely nothing from their wandering history, and to remain unchanged for a century, that takes skill in itself. While systemic extermination descended upon the New World, the lowly remained attached to their homeland. They sent spies disguised as merchants back to their homeland, employing assassinations, sowing discord, and various other means to sow discord among the major powers. Under their instigation and manipulation, the parties that had initially maintained harmonious relations through uprisings and oaths began to drift apart and become increasingly estranged within a century. The overwhelmingly repressed past made French Fry's face turn pale. In their culture, such scenes were unacceptable. Good people should be rewarded, and evil people should have their entire families die. But the lowly race always managed to escape, destroying everything others had painstakingly built, replacing it with carnage and bloodshed. It was infuriating, making one wish they could travel back in time and kill them on the spot. The candlelight flickered the light projected from the lowly race's history book. This page was clearly titled, "The Descendant of the Demon God." This continent, plagued by internal strife and severe racial divisions, should have been easily crushed by the lowly race. But the nightmare for the lowly race had arrived. A mysterious sorcerer appeared out of nowhere, single-handedly reversing the tide of war, devouring thousands of elites, and leading all the alien races on the continent willing to fight against the lowly race to an unprecedented victory. The defeat in localized wars wasn't enough to cause the collapse of the lowly one's national strength. What truly gnawed at them was the demon god himself. Through his powerful personal charisma, he united several major factions on the continent. From then on, these factions united, forming an alliance against the lowly ones. This battle forced the lowly ones to shift their strategic focus to defense and consolidating their existing territory, making them unable to launch proactive attacks. Needless to say, everyone had already guessed the demon god's true form. The candlelight made no attempt to conceal it. The overlord was still weak at the time, and couldn't destroy the nation. He could only do this temporarily. From that time on, the overlord's name for them was fixed as Lowly Ones, though he never officially uttered it. The Lowly Ones were essentially a blood-sucking nation. They didn't produce anything themselves, but instead seized the vast wealth of surrounding nations through contracts and trade for their own use. Once their expansion is curbed, internal conflicts immediately surface. In the more than 10 years since the Lord of Candlelight departed, they have fragmented, but each branch has maintained the same old ways. 2 consecutive lessons have failed to instill in them any remorse. Instead, due to limited resources, they have become even more ruthless. Unable to expand, they resort to banditry, plundering, and killing. Avoiding full-scale wars, they instead use localized skirmishes to drain the energy of neighboring countries, finding this increasingly troublesome. This self-destructive behavior ultimately led to the return of the demon god and the rise of the continent's native gods. Perhaps the lowly ones only chanted slogans, and never truly believed in the gods of mythology. They never truly formed a unified faith. The moment the two gods descended, the lowly ones once again lost their homeland, and were ordered by the Lord of Candlelight to wander forever. Why not kill them all? The jailer had already guessed that the lowly ones would act recklessly a third time, this time inevitably leading to even greater casualties. If the Lord of Candlelight were wise enough, he should have taken preventative measures and exterminated them completely. The Lord is also human, not a lowly being. Years later, the Lord repented. If he could go back in time, he would not hesitate to exterminate the lowly race, leaving not a single bloodline. Regarding the third rebellion, Candlelight didn't elaborate, only mentioning one point. Half the continent's inhabitants vanished forever because of the lowly. Body and spirit, all were annihilated into nothingness. Even the already incredibly powerful Lord could not save them. After a day and a night of silence, the Lord issued his only extermination order. Exterminate the lowly race, regardless of gender or age. Candlelight said, "My Lord, who has followed the Lord for many years, once said that that was the day he saw the Lord most like a devil. It was the lowly who made him completely lose control." Chapter 316. As an Easter egg level, the game's design, evident in its explicit content, is rife with malicious intent. Knowing the designer is the Overlord, Fries vaguely guessed that the hidden plot was also intricately connected to the Overlord himself. "Did you interrupt our game experience because of me?" she asked. Candlelight didn't hide anything. The mystery of the dungeon's background story exists in a dedicated level. "I don't want the current fragmented information to mislead you or cause you to misunderstand the Overlord. After all, you are special. Anna's fate rests in your hands." The jailer couldn't help but say, "Let's not talk about that now. I just want to know, were they all wiped out this time? The current dungeon you are experiencing is their doom." Fries connected all the information. The source of the lowly's anxiety is your master. To evade the master's extermination decree, they hide and attempt to disguise themselves through special rituals to evade the pursuit of the flesh monsters. The sacrificial rituals seem like a disguise, making it difficult for your master to find and descend? Candlelight smiled and nodded, indicating that she was right. But they still failed. The master's power descended upon this paradise, and all punishments became material. Orange Tea murmured, "Materialized, so that flesh tree is covered with dismembered organs, and they even have price tags." Everyone suddenly understood. The sins committed by the lowly have returned to them in a visible way. They abused and kept other races, harvesting their bodies as material, and the flesh tree completed its judgment in the same way. And what about the manipulation of the bone dragon spirit? Souls are also high-value materials. Necromancers, puppeteers, and even some special array masters have a high demand for them, Candlelight said. Immaculate spirits with high plasticity are extremely rare, so children under 6 are their primary hunting targets. Bed felt relieved. So the bone dragons restrain their spirits, repeatedly tormenting and ravaging them? Jailer Brother scratched his head. "Oh no, if we kill the bone dragons, wouldn't that be aiding and abetting them, letting them get away with it?" Candlelight laughed. "This doesn't change the fact that they were exterminated by the overlords in history. Including them in the game is just to make the lowly race infamous for eternity. If it can provide some warning to certain civilizations and inspire those brave and fearless rebels, that's excellent. Players are free. They can do whatever they want. The most important thing in a game is to have fun, isn't it?" Candlelight is so understanding. No, it should be her overlords who are understanding. If the overlord truly cared, considering the sheer amount of malice in the Easter egg level, he probably wouldn't mind adding another mechanic, making flesh and blood creatures unkillable, to thoroughly annoy war-crazed players. But he didn't do that. Instead, he designed loot drops. Maybe he should chop down the flesh and blood tree sometime. Even the bone dragon has good treasures. Maybe it has some too? Candlelight, you said you could do whatever you want, but why didn't the nun give me her nun's habit when I asked her at lunch? Jailer Bro asked, puzzled. Candlelight was speechless. Although the game is very free, I still hope Jailer Bro can control things a little. Suppose, in the future you choose to become Anna's solution, and you encounter those alien races. Touch their ears right now, check the feel, Jailer Bro blurted out, and their tails. After a 2-second silence, Candlelight didn't reply. She waved her hand forward, and a portal appeared. Why is everyone silent? Don't you want to touch them? Jailer Bro asked, puzzled. The group followed her through. Exactly the same as the special level with 8 chests, under the sky, wheat swayed on both sides, and a church-like building stood at the end of the only road. Candlelight stopped. What you want is all here. Knowing the candlelight had given them a shortcut to understand the lowly one's final moments, Fries couldn't help but be curious. Is this considered cheating? The Easter egg level is an exception, Candlelight said, covering her mouth. In the Lord's words, the Easter egg is dessert. Jailer Bro. Before he'd taken a few steps, Candlelight called out to Jailer Bro. Never mind, it's nothing. Jailer Bro looked puzzled. Only after he walked away did Candlelight reveal an evil smile. Qin Xiaoyu, witnessing this scene, felt a chill run down his spine. What did you do? Candlelight's lips curled into an uncontrollable, almost triumphant smile. Pushing open the building's heavy stone door, the interior space that came into view was significantly larger than the visible exterior. This was a library, with an endless collection of books spiraling upwards along a central pillar, reaching towards the sky. The area around the pillar was unusually empty. Only upon closer inspection could a graceful figure be glimpsed from the darkness. The nun's skin was exceptionally fair, illuminated by the warm light streaming from the dome, making her skin appear like solidified cream, beautiful as white jade. Silver hair cascaded down to her waist. She swayed slightly, like a waterfall cascading over her black nun's habit in the night. The lowly library appeared eerily behind the nun, blocking the jailer's view as he searched downwards. Damn it, jailer's attack! Jianghe reached out and pressed his shoulder, stopping him from offending this important NPC. Who do you think I am? I'm not some idiot with a horny head. Of course, understanding the plot is my top priority. The noise made the nun turn around. Flawless features, an alluring figure, and a pair of captivating pale blue eyes that seemed to ripple with water. French Fries, an amateur writer, gave a precise summary. A succubus in a nun's habit. A monster who teases players with the contrast of ascetic attire. Just being stared at by her made one's heart race. Her charm transcended gender. Everyone present felt their temperature rise. Gamers love debate, and naturally, they love creating various ranking lists and tables. This is how the boundary between reality and illusion earned its T0 guild name. A ranking of game character looks also exists. If Jianghe remembered correctly, Shi Lu and Freya were currently considered T1 beauties by all the star players. This one in front of him, could she possibly be on par with the boundary of illusion as a T0 beauty? To cram such a ridiculously beautiful monster into a small level of the Easter egg dungeon, the Lord of Candlelight truly understands the principle that beauty is justice. You're good looking, therefore you're right. It seems you're adventurers who have stumbled into the judgment scene. Her voice was equally melodious and captivating. It didn't sound like a deliberately strained, forced tone. Her voice was soft and natural. She snuggled closer to Zhong Zemo. Looks like a bed. Voice also reminds me of a bed. This guy's a succubus, isn't he? She and the Fries shared the same initial impression. The game Proof of the Stars, so realistic, had a lack of succubi that many games lamented. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Jianghe was the first to react, nodding. He feigned ignorance and asked, "What happened here? Were you the one causing the massacre?" Massacre? The nun tilted her head in confusion, a small gesture that accentuated her charm. You didn't happen to have perused the history books of the lowly and mistakenly believe we are demons, did you? The lowly, are the race most adept at writing history. They gloss over the persecution of others, dismissing the hatred inflicted by cruelty as mere jealousy. They laugh as they raise their knives, then cry foul when the knives fall on themselves, open their mouths to discriminate, close their mouths to persecute. The nun sneered, "My lord is merely reenacting their deeds upon them. Why can't the lowly bear it?" As she spoke, the nun picked up a pen and paper from the table and began to sketch in the air. At the same time, in the empty space behind the boundary between reality and illusion, two different projections appeared. One was the manifestation of what the lowly people originally wrote in their history books. The other was the true history depicted by the nun, contrasting various races and civilizations. Completely opposite to the lowly people's own account of being envied and persecuted. A total of 107 countries participated in the total purge of the lowly people, the nun said. History resides in the hearts of the people. A civilization can be hated by hundreds of times its own size over a span of millennia. I think it's not that our Lord has a problem, but rather that they do. Gentlemen, you wouldn't support the lowly, would you? The nun tilted her head again, a dangerous red light flashing in her pale blue eyes. No, I just think you're not killing them fast enough. The jailer replied immediately. The nun paused for 2 seconds, then said regretfully, "This isn't our problem. To achieve judgment, I can't let the lowly die too peacefully." She summoned a light screen. In the light screen, a group of lowly beings hiding deep within the wanderer's paradise were being devoured by flesh and blood vines. The thorny vines pierced into flesh, relentlessly absorbing their life force. Even as they were drained to a pulp, their consciousness remained clear. The light screen suddenly changed, revealing a group of people fleeing in vain across an endless wasteland. From God's perspective, the boundary between reality and illusion was clearly visible. Every time they were about to see the scenery beyond the horizon, a huge finger would gently nudge the ground. Like gently pushing a globe, in an instant, the lowly being's progress was reduced to zero. Endless torture. Do you think the punishment is severe enough? Jiang He sensed a choice at play. It seemed to stem from the jailer's comment, "I don't think we're killing fast enough." The choice was clear. Not enough. The seven answered in unison. The incredibly high synchronization even made the nun blink. They all saw a joy in those captivating eyes. Correct choice. The prize pool is still piling up. The nun projected a new image. This was no longer within the instance. It seemed to be some city-state located in the outside world. The sky was dim, and a blood-red pillar of light descended from the heavens, shooting to the ground and forming a dark red swamp that stretched across the land. The indescribable sea lily leaped from the abyss-like pool of blood, its body covered in gore and bits of flesh, smashing through seemingly impenetrable walls like a cleaning robot. The mages attacked with all their might, leaving only a few insignificant bumps on its surface, which healed instantly. Blood splattered everywhere, and wherever it touched, the lowly wretch wailed in agony. In a few breaths, the sea lily's body was covered with captured lowly wretch, dressed in ornate garments. It didn't devour them directly, but instead grabbed bits of flesh from the ground, shoving its tentacles into their esophagus and stomachs, churning them violently. The nun smiled. The rulers of the lowly, for their amusement, captured their own children, forcing them to kill each other, to eat each other's bones. Tell me, is this how the Lord judges? On the other side of the screen, a scene of the rulers committing atrocities around a pitiful mother and child was playing. The stark contrast was so powerful that even someone without a conscience, not for the sake of the accumulating prize pool and rewards, would find it hard to say wrong. Gritting her teeth, the nun gritted her teeth and said yes, then continued the projection. A bizarre model chariot, seemingly blessed by corn, forged from flesh and bone, led a motley crew of flesh and blood creatures across the land, staining every corner of the lowly civilization with bloodshed and calamity, staining the end of their history a morbid crimson. Watching city after city fall, seeing them struggle and pray desperately before their deaths, only to be met with no divine response, and instead witnessing the descent of flesh and blood creatures, a strange sense of satisfaction washed over her at the boundary between reality and illusion. The visual impact of the nun's contrasting projection was overwhelming. The atrocities of the lowly had reached a point where even a pig with a conscience would weep and have its eyes bloodshot with rage. Even saints, well-versed in morality and etiquette, could only remain silent in the face of their atrocities. Reason is for humans. Beasts understand only fists and violence. The nun posed 10 questions to the boundary between reality and illusion. The boundary between reality and illusion responded with 10 affirmations. The projection faded, the crimson light receded, and the library returned to tranquility. The dust motes floating in the air shimmered, and the nun smiled, as holy as an angel. Amazing. The Lord should be pleased with your answers. Blessed. With that, she opened her arms to the crowd. In the dazzling brilliance, the rainbow light shone even brighter. 5 rainbow orbs landed with a thud. Wow! A chorus of croaking frogs echoed in unison. You deserve this blessing. The nun seemed amused by the crowd's reaction. Orange Tea stepped forward to announce the winners. Divine Forging Universal Material 2 sets. Another ball with double rewards. Divine Forging Universal Material 2 sets, Avatar Fragments 60 sets. Divine Forging Universal Material 2 sets. Divine Forging Universal Material 2 sets. Jianghe was stunned, and couldn't help but swallow hard. This is too awesome. A total of 8 sets of Divine Forging Universal Material, plus the rewards from the previous treasure chest level, made Elena Vi ecstatic. With her abilities, she shouldn't have failed 10 times in a row with hammering, unable to even forge a single guaranteed item. The avatar fragments are even more divine. If she collects them, the guild's 4th avatar is almost ready. The candlelight leading them here was indeed for a reason. Although no hints were given, everyone still followed their instincts and gave answers that perfectly suited the nun's wishes. It doesn't seem difficult for Chinese server players. Most people would say should, even if it's against their conscience for the reward. Since everyone passed all the tests perfectly, I have a small reward for you all. The jailer licked his lips. Could I have your nun's habit? Chapter 317. Both inside and outside the game, a long silence fell over many. Qin Xiaoyu swallowed hard, noticing the meaningful smile on Candlelight's face. Really, you can give it to me? You want to see it too? This question choked Qin Xiaoyu. It wasn't what he wanted to ask at all. Candlelight rested his chin on his hand, tilting his head to glance at the game. Your tastes are quite similar. Aside from the world where number 1 resides, the other 3 worlds would probably be tempted. However, her clothes are indeed a very powerful item. Huh? Qin Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. In the game, the nun, who had been under hard control, also came to her senses. She covered her mouth coquettishly and chuckled. Your eyes are completely filled with my clothes. Do you like this appearance that much? The boundary between reality and illusion made the same reaction as Qin Xiaoyu. That reaction, it's promising. The woman in the blankets muttered softly. Could the jailer have actually stumbled upon some magical dialogue option? Orange Tea explained in surprise. It can even be like this. His luck is even better than mine. Do you want the clothes I'm wearing? Or the little gift I prepared for you? The nun lightly touched her red lips, her alabaster skin flushing a hot red, making her even more beautiful, every frown and smile captivating. Zhong Zemo pushed up his glasses and swallowed. The woman in the blankets? You're right. This guy just standing there makes you think of a bed. He's practically a succubus. French Fries took a deep breath. Stop looking, make a decision. Saying that, she grabbed Jiang Hei's hand. Jiang Hei's somewhat dazed mind gradually cleared. She had actually daydreamed. He surveyed the crowd, gleaning the answer from their eyes. When a character jumps out from A, B, C, and D, and suddenly you're presented with an obtuse angled option. Whether it's out of amusement, choosing whatever's available, or pure curiosity, wanting to see the consequences, in short, throughout history, human curiosity and rebelliousness have always driven people to the boundless wilderness, to explore the mysterious unknown. Even if the outcome isn't always pleasant, it's impossible to refuse. The clothes. Jiang He made his decision. Since that's the case, the nun's habit slipped down, revealing half of her bare shoulders. You have to come and get them yourselves. A soft voice laced with madness. The nun's eyes flashed red. Only those who are recognized can receive my gift. Come, fight for the exquisite taste of flesh and blood. Without warning, she entered battle, the empty library echoing with seductive panting. As the chilling voices converged to a single point, a pool of blood formed at the feet of the nun, bathed in holy light, the pungent stench of blood assaulting the nostrils. Holiness and bloodshed, the two elements intertwined, creating an eerie atmosphere. Great adventurers of this world, whisper the name given to me by the Lord. Flesh Priestess. In an instant, the empty library was engulfed by a swirling tide of blood. Vision cleared, the booming echoes reverberating in their ears. Even the usually composed primal being, seeing the scene around them, exclaimed, "Holy crap!" The cracked city walls were littered with corpses, mangled bodies hanging haphazardly from flagpoles, battlements, and weapons embedded in the brickwork. Ahead, its eyes wide with resentment, rolled slowly downwards with the tremors of the ground, tumbling down the crumbling wall into an abyss tens of meters deep. Manta rays, spraying blood and flesh, flew overhead, leaving behind layers of fungal carpet that instantly formed dense, plant-like root systems. On the ground, flesh and blood chariots, wielding thousands of tentacles, led tens of thousands of twisted flesh and blood creatures, easily crushing the human ranks of mages and warriors. Like lambs to the slaughter, they were devoured, sliced, and consumed. Eerie screams and cries of escape echoed across the land. The distant city walls shook violently. Tens of meters high, the thick black stone walls crumbled like tofu, powerful flesh and blood vines sweeping across the ramparts, smashing hundreds of resistors into clumps of blood and gore. The kneeling believers, praying to the gods, escaped annihilation, but received no salvation. A colossal flesh and blood sea lily unfurled countless tiny synapses, sucking up all the survivors, and trapping them on bodies constantly dripping with blood and mucus. Like a demon god, it smashed through thick walls, shattered magical barriers, and paved the way for subsequent flesh and blood creations to conquer. Endless magical radiance flickered on its body, yet it didn't hesitate for even a second. One step, a bloody footprint, one step, a mass of flesh. Wherever it went, death and bloodshed followed. Jiang He realized. The great purge within the Wanderer's paradise, and the extermination order projected by the flesh priest took place simultaneously. She shifted her battle against the boundary between reality and illusion to the flesh and blood battlefield of the lowly. The surrounding flesh and blood creations paused at a distance, then, recognizing the flesh priest, quickly retreated. Their mixture of reverence and fear revealed her position within this terrifying legion. French Fries felt a chill run down his spine, This is the most interactive battle map I ever seen in any game. Zhong Zimo explained in admiration. Even if other players don't know the game's background, being suddenly teleported to the flesh and blood battlefield and battling the priests behind you, the immersion must be incredible. Is there any difference between this and actually participating in the Extinction Order? Jianghe reminded him. Yes, we got involved in the Extinction Order to steal the flesh and blood priests' clothes. We can't really participate. French Fries praised. I love the phrase participate. The flesh and blood priest, as the core boss of the Easter egg level, was unhurried, allowing ample time to perceive the boundary between reality and illusion. Adventurers who hate evil, please share with us the lament of the lowly. To the sound of these beautiful groans, empty prayers, and futile pleas, let's fight. Enjoy the desperate melody played by the lowly, let's dance together. The flesh and blood priest grabbed a lowly corpse beside him, and casually waved it around. The shattered flesh coalesced into several tangible streams of energy, swiftly brushing past the boundary between reality and illusion, past the group. The opening move was remarkably gentle, enough to bring the deeply shocked players back to their senses. Treat her as an opponent on par with Shi Lu. Jianghe shouted. She's the soul of this flesh and blood legion. Her status is only higher, not lower. Bloodlust frenzy. A burst of red light erupted, and French Fries froze. The Berserker's core skill, isn't its power a bit too great? The instant the spell was cast, explosions resounded, crimson ripples overturned wall bricks, shattering the hard black stone beneath their feet. This is different from ordinary spell casting. In an instant, she understood. The Berserker's epic buff. In the dungeon environment teeming with flesh and blood elements, skills containing these elements received a significant boost. The roar of the raging lion echoed, and merely sensing the surging power of flesh and blood, the shadow of the raging lion hidden within its weapon couldn't suppress its killing intent. A red light enveloped Fry's right arm. It manifested prematurely, its entire body crimson, its majestic, sacred pale golden fur stained with blood droplets, as if it had traversed a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Holy crap, Fry's is completely red hot. Everyone was stunned. The raging lion urged it on, with its roar, every corner of Fry's body flowing with inexhaustible power. Its fighting spirit soared. Knowing that Fry's was likely the dungeon's strongest opponent, the others hurriedly tried to stop the flesh priest from attacking, letting her continue her antics. The Soul Torrent, a move that had been a surefire way to defeat the four primals, was effortlessly blocked by the flesh priest. She absorbed the two lowly mages, who were on the verge of death, beneath the city walls, melting their arms into a bloody mess, and then injecting them into their bodies. Beneath the skin of the lowly mages, visible bulges rose, their bodies displaying incredible resilience. Even with these large bulges, they didn't burst. Ultimately, they watched helplessly as their bodies merged with their opponents, transforming into an indistinguishable mass of flesh and blood. Maintaining bodily consciousness, they could only watch as their bodies were used as shields by the flesh priests, channeled with magical power, triggering their previously learned knowledge to block magic. The jailer was the first to realize the shift in combat strategy brought about by the change in terrain. This is item-based combat. Huh? The ward was stunned for a few seconds before realizing it too. For the flesh priests, fighting within the lowly city meant that usable items were everywhere. Adapting to the specific circumstances can bring countless mechanics and combat variations to players. She looked at the dagger embedded in the flesh priest's waist, noticing no blood seeping from it, and quickly escaped. The flesh priest casually compressed the surrounding corpses into a ball, transforming it into Exopolis armor, with massive tentacles forming on his right arm. With a powerful swing, he easily cleaved through the fusion torrent of the four primarchs, delivering a solid blow to the primarch himself. Zhong Zimo remained reliable. He used his large shield to block the tentacle's attack path, mitigating the damage and saving the primarch. Weeping blood. The sound of French Fries delighted Zhong Zimo. Great, it's the final step of the monkey show self-harm. It's tomato-flavored French fries, we're saved. The primarch unusually echoed. He had stabbed himself solidly, blood gushing out. Normal weeping blood would provide players with a stinging, tingling mechanic feedback. But Fries felt no pain. Not only that, she felt very comfortable. The blade sliced through her body, and every corner, every cell in her body rejoiced. Blood sprayed, and the exhilarating sensation on a spiritual level almost overwhelmed her consciousness. What a strange mechanic shift. Otherwise, berserkers would always be eliminated because of untimely self-harm. In the current instance, the berserker's perception would become disordered, giving the player a strange illusion You self-harmed at the perfect time. Jianghe had already fully charged up the Tide Color's power. The moment Fries reached its maximum, he unleashed a slash, clearing a path for her. Unexpectedly, the Flesh Priest didn't dodge or evade, taking the full charge of the Tide Color's power head-on. Her body was cleaved in two, with only a few bits of flesh holding it together, her ambiguous smile frozen on her face. Upon closer inspection, flesh buds were writhing and rapidly merging at the crack. This thing, the jailer exclaimed, stunned. This wasn't the kind of nun he wanted. A blood-red, furious lion roared and charged out, unleashing a powerful claw that crushed the Flesh Priestess beneath its foot. A sudden, chilling sword aura sliced the Flesh Priestess in half at the waist, countless whirlwinds slicing through flesh like mud, instantly crushing her body, leaving only shattered limbs. Looking at the Flesh Priestess, now finally chopped into mincemeat, Jianghe couldn't help but feel confused. That's it? It seems, not as good as Shi Lu. Blood and flesh writhed and rolled, gathering together like a rewind tape. In 2 or 3 seconds, the Flesh Priestess, now sewn back together, was alluring and seductive. She licked the blood on her arm, that wasn't her own. Slurp. Adventurer's blood, so delicious. Fries felt a chill run down his spine, as if the Flesh Priestess had licked his arm from afar. A pool of blood churned beneath her feet, the blood of the surrounding dead having somehow coalesced into a single mass. Flesh and bone, absorbed by the Flesh Priest, detached from her body and fell into the blood. A giant sword, forged purely from blood, flesh, and bone, its surface crisscrossed with human veins, slowly rose. You can play with this toy for now. With that, she floated lightly, descending towards the city below the walls. The battlefield, recently cleansed by the flesh and blood creation, was littered with corpses. In the normal game's design, one couldn't advance to the next stage without defeating the giant flesh and blood sword floating in midair. The design of the star's proof. I don't care about this or that. The 4 primals hold him off here. We're going after the Flesh Priest. With that, the boundary between reality and illusion leaped off the walls, like dumplings, landing lightly thanks to Orange Tea's summoning power. On the city wall, the 4 primal bodies took a deep breath. Brother, you're just a temporary creation. You shouldn't have the power of those world-destroying flesh and blood creations, right? Seemingly understanding his words, the flesh and blood giant sword crashed to the ground, embedding itself in the brickwork. From the blade as its center, crimson roots spread and grew wildly, corrupting the surrounding city wall into a breeding ground. The earth shook. I want to switch to Berserker. Saying this, the 4 primal bodies chanted loudly and began casting a spell. Below the city wall, the jailer, who had tracked the Flesh Priestess, stood frozen in place. The Flesh Priestess's nun's habit, a symbol of holiness, as she said, was merely a shell. It was an ornament made from the surface flesh, actually part of the Flesh Priestess's body. Everyone watched as the Flesh Priestess, like a Venus flytrap, split open along its central axis, its gaping, blood-red maw enveloping the fresh flesh and blood body, slowly closing. She slowly turned around, transforming once more into the charming and alluring nun, who instantly evoked images of a bed. However, seeing the humanoid figure writhing beneath her skin sent chills down everyone's spines. What a formidable adventurer. He beat me so badly, I won't recover without some good food. Jianghe didn't believe a word she said. Just like how she had used the dying, lowly mage on the city wall as a human shield, with her abilities, she could have easily shattered the flesh and blood to create a shield from the start. But she deliberately went to the extra mile, forcibly prolonging the life, making the lowly mage suffer a fate worse than death, and even using that person's appearance to fight. It was just like the Overlord, who had designed the hidden surprise level in the Candlelight's words. To design the reward for this twisted, contrasting nun, should we say he's clever, or just has a twisted sense of humor? Round 2, let's begin. The first time everyone hurt me a lot, now it's my turn. The Flesh Priestess's spine split open, countless vines of flesh spreading and reaching towards the sky in all directions. She was like a spider weaving its web, or a suddenly blooming, vibrant flower. Chapter 318. It wasn't an illusion. The stench of blood in the air was fading. A faint fragrance of floral tea wafted through the air, soothing the soul. French Fries paid no attention to her surroundings. She had only one thought. Come on, let's fight to the death. Jianghe suspected that the furious lion sword in Fry's hand was a modified, oversized flashlight, starting at 20,000 lumens, capable of waking up the entire neighborhood. The blade danced wildly, the red light filling the sky, as if she were the messenger of the flesh and blood army, bringing apocalypse and sentencing the lowly to death. French Fries channeled her inner energy, leaving behind streaks of crimson afterimages, and in the blink of an eye, she was locked in combat with a flesh and blood priest. Two streaks of blood-red lightning collided fiercely, separated, and collided again. The boundary between reality and illusion wanted to help Fries, but the two had already created afterimages, their positions flickering rapidly during their interactions. Orange Tea managed to cast a defensive Earth Spirit spell, but nothing more. As the two fought further and further apart, everyone was dumbfounded. Berserker? A Berserker god. Berserker players had no reason not to love this dungeon. Free visual enhancements and skill power, with Bloodlust Frenzy activated, their physical attributes were comprehensively boosted, allowing them to fight the Flesh Priest to a standstill. What was once a disliked toxic class in teams had transformed into a must-have, highly sought-after class. Once the news spread, every Berserker would probably be tempted to take out loans. Don't underestimate a young man's potential. You know you're wrong when you raid the Wanderer's Paradise, and no Berserker is in your party. Help me. A faint voice, and a sudden touch on her foot startled Orange Tea. She looked down sharply, and a pair of bloodied hands gripped her tightly, leaving streaks of blood on her white socks. Amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, some had miraculously escaped. A man with graying temples and a weathered face pleaded and cursed, outrageous atrocities. Justice has vanished. The world will surely suffer divine punishment, retribution. Ugh! The man, helped up by the blankets, abruptly stopped. A sharp pain in his lower back interrupted his curses. He looked down in disbelief. Blood gushed from his waist, soaking the blanket's small, white hands. Without hesitation, the blankets gently twirled the dagger. Ah! How can you not die? Why aren't you dead? I stabbed you to death. First the waist, then the chest. The blanket stabbed repeatedly until the man coughed up blood, his eyes lifeless, before finally letting out a long sigh. The Flesh Priest's videos weren't for nothing. Witnessing firsthand how the lowly lured and murdered children as young as a few years old, picking out still-breathing infants from their dead mother's arms to discuss maximizing profits, alchemy, doll materials, and so on, her rage exploded. Would the Lord of Candlelight even create a dungeon? Only letting flesh and blood creatures kill to their heart's content, not letting players vent their anger. Who would fill that void in the players' minds? Zhong Zemo reached out and patted the blanket's head twice, his face full of confusion. The blanket tiptoed, realizing it couldn't reach, and simply jumped. Just touch it if you want. When have I ever forbidden it? The blanket added, it's okay in real life too. Do you have a hairstyle you like? Having been in a relationship for several days, Zhong Zemo was still adjusting to the blanket's personality. While he'd gotten used to being teammates for a long time, being lovers was a different story. He touched the corner of his mouth, concealing the smug smile that had crept up his lips, but his brain's warning brought him back to the important topic. There seemed to be some strange red threads in your hair just now. The woman in the quilt was about to jokingly remark, the teacher is just making excuses, when a strange red glint flashed in the corner of her eye. It was like the bloodshot veins crawling across the eyes of someone who's been staying up all night, faintly visible. The others also noticed the anomaly. Wisps of red lines permeated the surrounding space, like smoke or vapor. Before they could think further, a figure descended from the sky, crashing down with a muffled thud. The Flesh Priestess? Jiang He exclaimed in surprise. Jiang He stared blankly at the two figures locked in fierce combat in the distance. The newly arrived Flesh Priestess gave everyone no time to think, licking her lips. Two still-breathing lowly beings appeared in her hands. The Flesh Priestess gripped their ankles tightly, her gaze fixed on Jiang He. The others reacted swiftly, activating both offense and defense to their maximum before Jiang He could make a move. The azure waves temporarily repelled the grinning Flesh Priestess. The two she had wielded as weapons were now nothing but blood and gore. Leaping atop the ruins and looking down at the crowd, the Flesh Priestess licked the blood from her palms. Still so energetic? Jiang He gasped for breath. No, he had only cast Summoning Tide once. Why was he so exhausted and out of breath? The same reaction occurred to the others. Aside from Orange Tea, whose actions required less maneuvering, those who had provided assistance, including those from Beiwo, were also mentally and physically exhausted, feeling dizzy and lightheaded. In the distance, the sword flashed as the battle raged into the edge of the city-state's densely populated area. A sharp sword aura swept across the area, annihilating the lowly one who couldn't dodge in time. To clear the battle area, the flesh and blood creatures deterred, surrounding the lowly one from other directions, allowing the two powerful figures to unleash their full power. The more she fought, the more excited she became, feeling an inexhaustible flow of power coursing through her body. Her blood boiled and roared, her fighting spirit increasing every second. It was as if bloodlust had no limit, stacking infinitely. As a Berserker player, French Fry's gaming experience was unprecedentedly good. The Flesh Priest, of similar strength to Shi Lu, could only fight her to a draw. Her relentless attacks, aided by the Raging Lion, had even forced the opponent to interrupt her spellcasting. Like a divine blessing, the child who could only run, walk, and jump suddenly became capable of anything, leaping through the air and plunging into the earth. The thrill of wielding power, the surging surge of dominance, constantly washed over her heart. Too strong. Shi Lu? French Fries recalled the scene from the challenge level of the Temple of the Clarity, the visual effects of turning clouds and rain with a flick of her wrist, the earth-shattering power, all were awe-inspiring. She stopped her offensive rhythm, and stood leaning on her sword. The Flesh Priest paused slightly. What? Not continuing. His slightly provocative words only deepened Fries' suspicions. As the mastermind behind the game's design, why amplify the advantage of a single class here? The Berserker was far too overpowered, instantly gaining the ability to single-handedly fight a challenge boss. Something was wrong. Such immense power, don't stop so easily. The Flesh Priest grinned wickedly as he approached. Exhausted. So tired. The mint potion couldn't be stopped. Once its effects wore off, his legs felt like lead. His stamina was severely depleted, and the accuracy of his skills was also declining. Zhong Zemo tried using the anti-magic shield, but found it didn't effectively alleviate the fatigue. It wasn't the Flesh Priest's magic that was working? The jailer's eyelids drooped. If it weren't for the summoned spirits frantically buzzing in his ears, he probably would have collapsed. It was more tiring than finishing his own craftsmanship. A voice, seemingly from nowhere, guided him to look up. The Flesh Priestess was only a few steps away, seated atop a broken wall. A beam of holy light, seemingly from nowhere, shone through the misty air, making the drifting dust glitter. Gone was the ferocity of her battle. Her eyes were filled with tears, and her nun's habit added a touch of holiness and kindness to the gentleness in her features. She slowly opened her arms to the jailer, as if welcoming a lover long separated from home, tears glistening in her eyes. Yearning, eagerness, and overflowing love. No one could resist such an embrace. The impulse to hold that holy and pitifully charming woman in his arms was like a roaring river. Enough to overwhelm the threshold of reason, allowing indulgence and pleasure to take over his body. The oldest, most eternal, and sweetest impulse of life, the yearning etched in the very genes of existence, rejoices. The jailer's gaze slowly shifts, away from the nun. He sees the scene beyond. Unexpected dew. A misty haze blurs vision, obscuring everything. Fine rain falls, wetting the leaves. Water droplets roll along the veins of the leaves, converging into the branches, meandering along the trunk, dripping and pattering, wetting the tree hollows, startling the squirrels, and dampening the pine cones. The home that would nurture new life the following year is suddenly a swamp, squirrels leaping and bounding, utterly adorable. Inhaling the rich, earthy fragrance after the rain, his eyes are glazed. The scene is beautiful and serene, a harmonious blend of movement and stillness, captivating the viewer. The jailer slowly walks forward, the alluring fragrance of the Flesh Priest dancing at his nose. Simply open your arms and embrace, and you can possess everything. The Flesh Priestess grinned slightly. Rotten corpse explosion. Suddenly, a corpse appeared in the jailer's hand. The lowly corpse, used as a weapon by the Flesh Priestess and carelessly discarded by the roadside, exploded with a deafening roar. A sudden, close-range explosion. Caught off guard, half of the Flesh Priestess's body was a bloody mess, her mangled body stained with the rotting green. Forcefully straightening her neck, broken from the impact, she heard the jailer's furious voice. You don't understand a single thing about the attributes of a nun. You have a narrow understanding of nuns. Just because someone wears a mask doesn't mean they possess the attributes of a nun that I like. Imagine her praying, devout and serene, calm and still, like an unchanging ancient tree. She, who should have dedicated everything to God, has reserved her own burning passion for you. Stealing all of God's taboos is like poison injected into the body. The blood is burning. The possessiveness that desecrates taboos consumes each other. Snatch her back from the ascetic constraints of strict rules, with your own strength. Let your love permeate her cold world. There are different kinds of nun fetishists. Some are into eroticism, some are purely into uniform play, some just want to desecrate holiness. But whatever it is, you incongruous, lewd cosplay enthusiast, don't try to fool me with this stuff. The eerie mist surrounding the jailer dissipated, and the weakened figure at the boundary between reality and illusion stared wide-eyed at him. The flesh priest had cast a powerful negative status effect and selected the jailer to enter the mechanism, forcing everyone to watch. Except for a brief solo performance by the flesh priest and the jailer that couldn't be seen, they experienced the rest from the audience's perspective. Honestly, with such an overwhelming temptation, even if he was thinking about fries, Jiang felt he would have succumbed. The jailer's ability to pass was truly superhuman. His impassioned speech after passing was worthy of inclusion in a nun's Bible. Zhu Zika looked up blankly at Jiang beside him. What is he saying? If you could understand it, your life would be hopeless. Jiang covered his face. Zhong Zemo's lips twitched, while the blanket beside him nodded repeatedly. I can understand it. He looked down sharply, seeing the blanket's knowing expression, and was utterly astonished. The jailer had done a great service, shattering the flesh priest's body. It wasn't appropriate to say he was just a virgin's fantasy. Strange. Even though the flesh priest's mechanics were clearly dispelled, why does the fatigue still linger, showing no signs of abating? The Suitor Heart Stones showed no signs of mental magic affecting the body. As the flesh priest's tentacles pierced the throat of yet another lowly survivor, draining their flesh to recover, Jiang searched his surroundings. The flesh priest once again seized living people as weapons, this time with four. Faced with the four-sword style wielded by the tentacles, Jiang held onto the blanket, ensuring she conserved her strength for future support, while he once again bravely took the lead. There must be a detail we overlooked. Find it, he reminded everyone. Details? How do we find the details? Ah! The aftershocks of Jiang clash with the flesh priest sent everyone staggering. Zhu Zicha, protected behind the bone guard, slipped and fell, her white robe stained crimson. She coughed as she sat up from the blood-soaked pool, catching a glimpse of the flower she had crushed. Delicate and vibrant, yet oozing blood. She mustered her courage and plunged her hand into the pool of blood. The hard, slightly fleshy texture sent chills down her spine. She tore off a small piece of orange tea, the tender pink, tendril-like structures, resembling lung tubes or the roots of a fungal carpet, wriggled in her hand like earthworms, almost alive. She picked up the crushed blood-soaked flower and sniffed its stamen. The pungent odor assaulted her senses, then instantly transformed into a soothing tea fragrance. Fire spirit, burn this area clean. Several blessed fire elementals leaped out, spewing flames that evaporated the blood pool. Beneath the blood that had reached her feet, the terrifying tendrils writhed, coalesced, and gradually coalesced into the outline of a flower bud. This looks like what the manta rays that flew overhead spewed during the initial siege, she remembered. Having said that, amidst the sea of fire, her fatigue lessened considerably. In the distance, Fries, fighting the flesh priest, suddenly felt a loss of power. She smiled. Looks like they found the key to the problem. The tide of battle turned, and she smiled as she suppressed the flesh priest's clone. Don't go, let's play a little longer, I haven't had enough fun yet. In many deep, blood-filled pits lay layers upon layers of the still-living lowly beings, their bodies penetrated by mycelium, transformed into living cordyceps, nurturing immense ritual magic. Because time was short and their numbers were large, they could share the damage. So many, upon seeing the light of day again, desperately cried for help. So many living people? Orange tea swallowed hard. What do we do? Zhong Zimo rolled up his sleeves, glancing at Jiang who was recovering his strength and fighting with increasing ferocity not far away. Flesh priests can recover their condition through flesh and blood, and the effect is even better on living people. To avoid aiding the enemy, we must make a difficult decision. The jailer pulled out the elemental firebomb combo set that Min had given him. I understand. We must purify Stratholm. Chapter 319. French Fry's power gradually diminished, eventually leveling off. She still possessed an exceptionally strong dungeon amplification effect, though far less exaggerated than a few minutes ago. This ebb and flow broke the stalemate. The flesh priest swung the intestines she had torn from the lowly, strengthening them with flesh magic, like a cowboy lassoing a horse. The charging raging lion was caught mid-flight, shattering into countless particles of light. When French Fries swung her sword again, it was no longer responsive. Sealed? The bizarre secret technique was unpredictable. Seeing the flesh priest try to bind her, with the disgusting intestines as well, French Fries felt goosebumps rise all over her body. Recognizing the opportune moment, she switched to a new weapon. Using offense as a form of defense, she successfully earned the flesh priest's respect, retreating rapidly and raising her flesh shield. Realizing it was a feint, she was about to pursue when an invisible blade sliced her in two at the waist. Spatial/Dussel was an ultimate scumbag, but this skill he left behind is incredibly useful. Returning to the battlefield near the city walls, it was now a sea of fire, the violent elemental forces colliding and crackling with dangerous energy. Following the source of the sound, French Fries found Zhong Ziming, who was dealing with the lowly ones. Shields pounded the ground, flesh ground into mud. Prepare for battle, the flesh priest is returning. Jianghe, who had just slain the flesh priest's clone, was playing with the lowly one's insect grass when he heard this. He quickly added layers, and briefly explained what had happened on this side. At this point, French Fries understood the mechanics. Classes and magic close to flesh and blood are strengthened. Over time, the flesh priest will use ritual magic to overdraw the team's power, continuously increasing individual combat strength. Overly powerful individuals become increasingly difficult to coordinate with as a team, and may even cause damage to teammates in the aftermath of battle. Therefore, they must proactively divide the battlefield and assume one-on-one responsibilities. If players are unaware of the dangers of this mechanic, the one who kills their teammates is inevitably the lone wolf caught up in the thrill. The higher the damage output, the weaker the teammates become. The challenges are multifaceted. The lone wolf must strike the right balance, ensuring they can hold their own against the flesh priest's main body without overexerting themselves. The team members, weakened layer by layer, must simultaneously fight off clones with abilities identical to the main body, capable of control, attack, and healing, and simultaneously destroy the environment. The lowly insects and the fleshy fungus carpet covering the ground are the source of the flesh priest's power, the foundation of her magic. Considering the ongoing battle on the city wall against the flesh greatsword, Fries warned, "Be careful, the flesh priest's characteristic is likely to be dividing the battlefield." "Well said." The flesh priest's sweet voice approached from afar, as she landed heavily, shaking the dried-out fleshy fungus carpet. "You guys are really good. None of you made any serious mistakes. Very impressive. Decisive in killing the lowly, worthy of praise." The flesh priestess spoke, dragging a long string of intestines with both hands. "That's her weapon, you all be careful." Fries felt a chill run down his spine, just looking at it. Before the boundary between reality and illusion could even register what was happening, the intestines, like whips, trembled and lashed out in midair, leaving a horrifying whip mark on the ground that stretched all the way to Blanket's side, separating her from her companions. In an instant, the light and shadow blurred, and an intense pressure pressed down on everyone's shoulders from above. Blanket slowly raised her head, and a blanket suddenly appeared. Its body was like an absolute shadow, reflecting no light. Caught off guard, the boundary between reality and illusion watched helplessly as she was wrapped in the blanket, vanished from her spot. Given no chance for rescue, the blanket swallowed the blanket, rapidly disengaging from the fight. The space inside the blanket was peculiar. Boundless darkness surged in from every corner. In the previously empty abyss, the roots of plants were vaguely visible, crawling across the ground in an S shape, like vigilant snakes in a hunt. Morning Glory. The blanket recognized the plant's name, and silently raised its dagger. The Morning Glory vines rapidly expanded, their thick tendrils rising high, like a lamprey's massive, thorn-covered maw. Before the blanket could make a preemptive strike, her vision went black. In the last second before losing all sight, she vaguely saw countless walls rise around her. Her gaze, however, remained fixed on the Morning Glory vines behind several walls, seemingly oblivious to the emptiness between them. She reached out and touched the hard, thick walls. The texture felt incredibly real. Her eyes pierced through the walls, ignoring the surrounding space as she stared at the distant Morning Glory vines. Was it all an illusion? While the two sides remained locked in a stalemate, the battle outside had already begun. The boundary between reality and illusion, now reduced to 5, still had to fight. The depleted force didn't hinder the team's performance. Jianghe and French Fries' seamless combined attacks repeatedly shattered the flesh priest's body. But the flesh priest always responded with a melodious, bell-like laugh, transforming from piles of minced flesh into whole individuals. Jailer Brother and Zhong Zimou were desperately trying to destroy the wildly growing fungal carpet on the field. The jailer, a necromancer, was also enhanced in the current dungeon. His devastating corruption explosion left craters with each blast, blasting the lowly minions into oblivion with screams. But the efficiency was still too low. The flesh priestess casually summoned the unburnt insects of the lowly minions, invisible threads connecting her to her slaves. With just a glance, a soft hum, life and death were stripped away. The puppets, bound to the flesh priestess's whim, were forced to self-destruct one after another to please her, creating a more complete and bloodier spectacle. They didn't want to die. But just as with killing others, the decision wasn't in their hands. Mint's elemental incendiary bottles were rendered ineffective, as one lowly minion after another sacrificed themselves. Jianghe reassured everyone, "Don't worry, although it's a challenge level, it's in an Easter egg level, there's no reason it should be too difficult for players to pass. Trials definitely have a limit, as long as it meets the evaluation criteria," Fries added. Currently, the reason she's more troublesome than Shilu is that she's too domineering. Standing on the fleshy ground, the Flesh Priestess felt as if she had a spring of water behind her. She didn't need to display any fancy mechanics or excessive magic. Her savage, unreasonable vitality was enough to build a wall of size for the players. Bang! A loud thud, as a heavy object intimately collided with the ground. Everyone turned to look, and seeing the 4 primal bodies appear in their field of vision, covered in wounds, Orange Tea couldn't help but shout, "There's hope!" The others in the fierce battle couldn't help but cheer with joy. Before they could catch their breath, the 4 Primarchs immediately plunged into cleaning up the fungal carpet. Here comes the AoE boss, at the boundary between reality and illusion. As the elemental fusion torrent swept through, the crimson faded, and the earth returned to its original thick, earthy yellow. Jianghe and French Fries each severed one of their large, flesh-covered exorbitant hands, causing the Flesh Priestess's pretty face to swell. Countless dark tentacles surged forth, lashing and whipping, halting the two's further pursuit. Quite a well-organized adventurer team. That little guy who was eaten didn't even get lost in the maze. Amazing memory and perception. Zhong Zemo was overjoyed. The blankets are alright? Oh no, the blankets are indeed alright. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the Flesh Priestess reached for her chest, her fingertips like sharp blades, slicing through her chest cavity, straight to her heart. The bloodied heart, tightly bound by slender fingers, was detached from her body, yet still beating powerfully. After using living people and intestines as weapons, the Flesh Priest finally turned on herself, tearing out her heart. The 4 primal bodies' torrent of attacks went silent. Before they could even grasp the situation, they heard a fierce gust of wind, followed by 2 urgent warnings. The Flesh Priestess's body unfurled like a Venus flytrap, sweeping across the battlefield with incredible speed, heart in hand. The jailer's corrupted corpse explosion failed to trigger. Jianghe's ice spikes, which had been slowing her down, dissipated in midair. The 4 primal bodies reacted quickly. Their self-preservation temporary overdraft was already brewing, just waiting to be released. For a period of time, spells cast would no longer consume mana. Each mana cast would accumulate fatigue points, which would directly affect the player's stamina upon the skill's end. Perfect for dealing with the Flesh Priestess, who was clearly fighting to the death. However, the flow of mana around her body froze. It's like carrying a glass of water into the -4 or -50 degrees Celsius outdoors. The water freezes instantly. Whoosh! With a snap, the 4 original forms vanished, and a writhing humanoid figure appeared inside the Flesh Priest's body. To fit the prison tailor-made for the 4 original forms, she visibly swelled up. The Flesh Priest raised her heart, grinning wickedly. Hee. A little toy bestowed upon me by the Overlord before my journey, possessing the power to twist magic. How about it? Isn't it rare? Never seen anything like it before? Destroying the dining hall, I won't allow that. Sizzle! A sharp pain in her lower abdomen startled the Flesh Priest, causing her to lower her head. The blood-soaked figure gritted its teeth and forcefully stabbed the dagger deep inside. Ouch! You stabbed me. The 4 original forms cried out. It was intentional. I just wanted to see if you were still salvageable. The blanket shouted. I'm so clever. Anyway, just bear with it, it'd be over soon. The blanket adjusted the depth based on the dagger's feedback and forcefully slid vertically. The sharp blade sliced through the Flesh Priest's lithe waistline like tofu, across her stomach, and swiftly carved across at her navel. Blood gushed out, the melted flesh of the lowly being, bound within the Flesh Priest's body, spilling out in a torrent. Jianghe, seeing this, took advantage of the Flesh Priest's pain and momentary daze, severing her head with a single stroke and kicking her far away, slowing her reaction time. Zhu Zicha, disregarding everything else, casually pulled out a small dagger she had kept for play in the warehouse, and extended the wound along the existing surgical scar all the way to her sternum. She reached out and grabbed one of the 4 primal bodies' hands, which were stuck tightly together with flesh, guiding him towards escape. With a series of gurgling sounds, the primal being, about to suffocate, smashed its head through the Flesh Priest's body, scrambling and rolling away from the body that had nurtured it. It emerged from the bed, just in time. The sudden backstab prevented everyone from tearfully licking the primal being's bag. Still want some? Fries? Its eyes bloodshot, saw the flesh priest grabbing two lowly beings, preparing to smash their heads one by one. Spatial/dance wildly, blasting the struggling two into a bloody mess from a distance. Orange tea swiftly enchanted fries, with fire spirit, flames filled the sky, charred and stinking flesh fell dry. The flesh priest's mouth gaped open, stunned. They're still alive. What does that have to do with us? The boundary between reality and illusion shouted in unison, "Kill!" The resounding words made the flesh priest laugh heartily. Good, good, good. This makes it even more fun. Her voice rose in crescendos as the flesh priestess laughed maniacally, manipulating her tattered body to leap into the air, quickly creating distance with a few bounds. The boundary between reality and illusion was not to be outdone. Everyone benefited from the tea god's summoning blessing, and they followed with lightning speed. The siege and sweep of the flesh and blood creations continued. The fleeing lowly fell like wheat being harvested, dragged into the blood, either used as part of ritual magic or devoured on the spot. The arrival of the flesh priestess froze the frenzied army. They silently retreated, following her forcefully waving hand, teetering around her. Like a queen, commanding thousands. From this moment on, this would be the flesh priestess's hunting ground. No one could covet her prey. Thump. In the boundary between reality and illusion, a colossal sea lily, forged from flesh and bone, stepped onto the edge of the hunting grounds. With a sweep of its tentacles, it swept away a large number of lowly beings hiding in the houses. As if in defiance, it carried these lowly beings past the flesh priest, slowly moving into the distance until it was obscured by the towering buildings and disappeared from sight. French fries sensed an undisguised rage on the flesh priest's face, which always held a frivolous smile. The moment the boundary between reality and illusion reached the residential area, a scarlet barrier rose up, isolating the inside from the outside. The dull thuds of countless lowly beings pounding on the barrier came from all directions, a cacophony of despair, anger, and hysteria. I already know the adventurer's strength. If this is all, you can't defeat me. The flesh priest suppressed its anger at being disturbed by the sea lily. Its lustful, flirtatious demeanor was now a deliberately crafted contrast with its dignified composure. Her rosy lips were touched by pale fingertips, and she couldn't help but lick them. For the treasure, you must strive harder, become stronger. This ritual magic works for both of us. A hazy red mist enveloped everyone, and crimson light flashed, surging into their bodies. A gushing heat flowed through their blood, a burning pain spreading from the inside out. Flesh and blood writhed, forging the very foundation of life in this world. The exquisite beauty that bursts forth in the moment of its destruction is enough to stir the hearts of even the most accomplished painters. Enjoy it. The flesh priestess transformed into a blood-soaked sphere, hovering in midair, countless tentacles extending in all directions. One by one, screaming, lowly beings were dragged from houses and fed into her body, melting and dissolving. This power is equal for both of us. The prey is limited. Are you sure you want to continue watching? A fleeting shadow caught her eye, and a shadowy figure appeared beside her. Save me, we are nothing. She slit his throat, and a line of blood flowed into his body. His power has been enhanced? Having learned of this new discovery, the boundary between reality and illusion understood the theme of the current mechanism, a killing contest. Chapter 320. The initial space was too small, and the items meant provided hadn't yet reached their full potential before the battle entered the next phase. Now, he grabbed an elemental fire bottle and casually tossed it into a house clearly hiding several people. With a deafening boom, accompanied by the lowly's miserable howl, lines of blood, symbols of power, rushed into the body. Skill power, speed, mana regeneration, the amplification was all-encompassing, as if personally blessed by the Supreme Lord who wielded flesh and blood magic. Jailer, it's your turn, Jianghe said. When it comes to killing, necromancers are. The jailer immediately replied, I understand. Great. No need for further explanation. If you talk to the jailer about PvP, about the necromancer's performance in boss battles, he nodded obsequiously, yes, you're right. But if you talk to the jailer about group battles, his middle finger is raised straight up, pointing directly at his face. How many is this? Tell me, how many is this? The necromancer, the only designated group combat class at the boundary between reality and illusion. Class trait. The more enemy units there are, the better they perform. Grabbing a corpse torn apart by zombies, infusing it with a deep green, rotting, purulent liquid, he hummed as he arrived at a cellar entrance found by a spirit. Opening the cellar door, he stuffed in a perfectly fermented corpse. Without lingering, the jailer casually picked up another corpse and began to prepare it. As he turned to walk towards another hideout of the lowly, red light erupted from the cellar, and the vibrant aura of flesh and blood permeated everyone's bodies. Juzika caught a glimpse of a reddish mark under the skin of her arm out of the corner of her eye. 1. She had just burned a lowly creature who was about to fight to the death with her fire spirit, and her arm had undergone a strange change. After her reminder, everyone noticed this strange change. This was something Zhong Zemo hadn't expected. It actually displays the kill count. Jianghe happened to walk into a manor, following the spilled wine on the ground, and the rich aroma of wine in the air. He found the entrance to the underground wine cellar. He had no patience for hide and seek, charged up his tie-collar blade, and swung it heavily at the dark wine cellar. After the tide surged, the wine cellar collapsed. His kill count jumped from 0 to 39 in an instant. Facing Jianghe, who was showing off his kill count, French Fries said, "This is the real theme of the bonus level. Participate in the Great Purge of the Lowly, and join in the grand event." It was purely a reward level. The torture by the flesh priest in the early stages was just a small appetizer. Passing the test, one step at a time, entering the enjoyment phase. French Fries wiped the blood splattered on her mouth and spat disgustedly at the corpse on the ground. After watching the flesh priest's cutscene, she felt that the lowly one reeked of nausea. Her kill count was currently 61. "No way, it's only been a blink of an eye. How did you get 61? Jianghe asked incredulously. French Fries proudly puffed out her chest. She followed the flesh priest's tentacles, drawing her sword whenever it made a kill, using both the angry lion and spatial slash to clear a path, striving to send the lowly one to hell before the flesh priest succeeded. Enjoying the blessing of the orange tea all to herself, she moved back and forth effortlessly. The flesh priest even offered a special compliment for this. Thief. For primal bodies, 29 people. The 4 primal bodies found a high point, using themselves as the center, and released fire magic, creating a sea of fire. Under the scorching heat, lowly creatures occasionally escaped from the shadows. He only needed to aim at these harmless moving targets, calculate the lead time, and cast his spell. Deaths were within his grasp. At this very moment, Beiwo and Zhong Zemo were shouting loudly near a church. "I'm an adventurer here to rescue you. Come with me to the cellar, or it be too late." "Yes, that's right, we have a safe cellar. Stop asking questions. Stop asking questions. If you dawdle any longer, you all die." Beiwo was jumping up and down when a giant tentacle swept across the sky, followed closely by the phantoms of Fries and the angry lion. Bright red light flashed, and the crimson ripples from the collision destroyed high-rise buildings. Bricks and tiles rained down, and a poor escapee nearby was struck and killed instantly by falling debris. "That's my companion. She's fighting against the flesh and blood creatures. Why are you still hesitating? You're driving me crazy. Trust us, the boundary between reality and illusion guild stands with the lowly. I swear to the gods." The woman in the bed was so anxious she was pounding her chest and stamping her feet. Her desperate posture moved the still hesitant lowly ones. Descending the steps, walking through the dark passage until it reached the end, the woman in the bed opened a thick, heavy iron door. The rumbling sounds of battle overhead quickened the group's pace as they rushed into the safe house. Seeing that the safe house was already crowded with people, the lowly ones who arrived later breathed a sigh of relief. The sense of security brought by being together dispelled their fear, and they chattered excitedly. "Adventurer, please find my husband and my child quickly. Please bring back more food and water. There are too many people here. We must ensure an adequate supply. If the adventurer is defeated by that deformed monster, they won't reveal the location of the safe house, will they?" Beiwo's fists clenched tighter. Originally intending to stockpile more, but hearing this group's utter lack of gratitude and their even more condescending attitude, she took a deep breath and exchanged a glance with Zhong Zemo. "Here, take it all." Zhong Zemo's words were full of doting affection. "Great." Noticing Beiwo's return, one of the lowly ones couldn't help but ask, "Why did you come back again?" Beiwo rummaged through her backpack, found the poison gas canisters that men had previously made for everyone's self-defense, and shoved them into the person's hand. "Good stuff. Trigger, close the door, lock it, all in one smooth motion." Zhong Zemo activated his class trait. The immaculate light condensed into a thick shield, seamlessly fitting the door and blocking the only exit completely. The poisonous mist, which meant called a failed attempt, was surprisingly effective. The first batch of users gave it 0 negative reviews. The numbers on the arm of the woman in the blanket kept jumping, finally settling on 102. I must be the kill king now. Let me see everyone's stats." She excitedly returned to the ground, a white mist drifting past her eyes, and she instinctively leaned back. Looking closely, she saw a mansion not far away, with spirits hovering around like 100 ghosts walking at night. When she arrived, she saw the numbers on the jailer's arm and couldn't help but gape. 722? The jailer was bathed in a scarlet glow, and as he cast his spell, swirling blood mist could be vaguely seen behind him. More and more units he killed were being transformed into controllable spirits, gradually turning from white to red. Sometimes, Chinese celebration and Chinese horror are merely slight differences in their forms of expression. During the day, seeing a beautiful woman in red gliding past a street corner in the distance, barely touching the ground, one might think it's a wedding, how festive. But what if the same scene happened in the middle of the night, right now, watching the sky filled with red-robed spirits resembling vengeful ghosts, orange tea swallowed hard? Where do you get your magic from? The jailer chuckled. I don't know, I just feel like my magic is inexhaustible as I kill. Look, my army of spirits is growing bigger and bigger. I don't need to manipulate it, just give the order to hunt. He held out his arm. The numbers were still ticking. Jiang He and French Fries exchanged a glance. Good thing. The two discussed it briefly. Since the mechanism is that the more lowly beings you kill, the better the enhancement effect, the most logical approach is to pile as many kills as possible onto one person. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. The two of them already possess considerable combat power. If they create another powerful support, the dungeon difficulty will essentially be zero. The tentacles that had spread across the entire area retreated, the boundary between reality and illusion sensing the mechanism's imminent end, and followed suit. The large sphere of flesh floating in midair writhes and shifts, once again revealing the original form of the flesh priestess. Without any warning, she raised her hands high above her head, as if supporting the entire world. Veins extended from the creeping earth, connecting to her legs, and a continuous flow of flesh energy flowed into her body, causing her pale skin to swell and turn red. Between her raised hands, a blood-red sphere of light slowly rose, like the sun, rapidly expanding. Sensing the aura of world-destroying destruction, Jiang He immediately realized that this was the inevitable liquidation phase that would follow when the mechanism ended. If it can't be stopped, a team wipe is highly likely. French Fries confidently stated, game experience tells me this is a DPS test. If the team can't produce a carry with decent DPS, it's a wipe. All eyes were on Jailer Bro. With a total of 839 hunters, he was undoubtedly the kill king. With great responsibility comes great responsibility. 6 attacks aimed directly at the flesh priestess. Zhong Zimo couldn't join the duel. The short-armed shield bro's only weapon was his flying shield, which was smashed to pieces by French Fries' angry line mid-flight. The corpse Jailer Bro casually tossed out, tainted with the aura of corruption, shone with a dazzling emerald green light. He seemed to possess the power of turning stone into gold. The moment his hands touched the corpse, it gradually turned a dark green, resembling a beer bottle. Touch, and it's refined. The flesh priestess, in the chanting phase, neither dodged nor evaded. The corpse easily landed at her feet. The green sun blazed with dazzling light, its blinding glare piercing the eyes. The earth shook violently. Seconds later, a fierce wind howled through the city walls, and the crumbling ramparts collapsed with a deafening roar. The explosion ripped away surrounding buildings, scattering bricks and tiles high into the air before raining down. The enhanced physical attributes of their bodies, amplified by the power of flesh and blood, allowed them to maintain their composure at the boundary between reality and illusion. Facing the nuclear bomb concocted by the jailer, their only damage was to their equipment, its durability nearly reduced to zero. If this were real, they would all be completely open and honest with each other right now. Having been giving up kills to his bedmate, Zhong Zimo immediately planted his giant shield on the ground the moment the explosion occurred. Even so, the blast wave still slammed him against the ground like a small boat. In the final second before his consciousness left his body, as he watched the battle from a godlike perspective, his blanket pulled him into its embrace. A warm embrace. Using his enhanced body, the blanket, with its back to the explosion, held Zhong Zimo tightly, ensuring that the swaying Zhong Zimo, along with his beloved shield, remained firmly beside him. Always standing at the forefront of his teammates, he experienced the feeling of being protected for the first time. Aren't you tempted? After the explosion, the blanket couldn't help but ask. Zhong Zimo blushed slightly. Having dated, married, become a teacher, and witnessed the awkwardness of first love, he thought those bittersweet, hazy, ambiguous feelings were long gone. Feeling the sweet scent emanating from the blanket, he couldn't help but smile. To hide his joy, he could only keep making excuses to organize his equipment. But this couldn't stop the blanket from circling around him. Finally he spoke, his face flushed. Okay, actually, if it were like that in real life, I really would look forward to it. The blanket let out an excited aha. Laugh. You're so blunt, just say you want it. I give you a hug next time we meet. Jianghe glanced at the fries, noticing she was also secretly glancing at him. The two tacitly looked away. The jailer was yelling loudly. Wow! Did you see that? Did you see that? Brother, that's a necromancer, that's me. The flesh priest isn't invincible. With 839 enhancements, without needing anyone else from the reality/illusion boundary, the jailer alone could probably crush the flesh priest to ashes. The jailer, hands on his hips, yelled, Flesh priestess, where are you? I know you're not dead yet, come out and hand out the rewards. Gurgle, gurgle. The wheels rolled over the cobblestones, making a clatter sound. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and was stunned. It was a war chariot, with a huge metal drill at the front. The wheels were giant skulls, making it seem like spoils of war. Countless tentacles sprouted from the sides of the chariot, constantly slapping. The axle joints of the chariot were lifelike, still rotating eyeballs. Countless pale, ghostly hands were faintly visible on the chassis. At the midpoint of the chariot, a deformed, ugly, huge tumor, like a flower bud, was half open. Most strikingly, the tentacles extending in all directions were wrapped around the flesh priestess's waist, lifting her high into the air. The boundary between reality and illusion dared not be careless. They had witnessed the terrifying power of this strange-looking vehicle as soon as they entered the current scene from the dungeon. It easily crushed the defenses of the lowly, commanding a massive amount of flesh and blood creations, smashing through city gates and barriers, turning obstacles into a smooth road. Is a new mechanism coming? The flesh priestess surveyed the crowd, remaining silent for a long time. Finally, she commanded the flesh and blood chariot behind her to lower herself. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she approached slightly. You have passed. Huh? Stunned for several seconds, Jianghe finally realized that the flesh priestess wasn't bluffing, but serious. Because as she spoke, she began to undress. The nun's habit, which clung to her body and sculpted her graceful figure, slipped away little by little through her slender fingers, becoming a bloody, mangled lump of flesh. In her hand? Here you go, this is the nun's habit you wanted. This is the most special, the most enticing reward, you must treasure it. Chapter 321. The process of the flesh priestess undressing didn't stir any blood. The flesh covering her upper body writhed and bulged. She gently pulled along the edge of the bulge, as if there were hidden zippers, and the entire piece of skin peeled off cleanly. The clothes were merely a mimicry of the flesh and blood creature. When the players demanded them, the final outcome was already decided. The flesh priestess gently stroked her skin. As the tentacles of the war chariot behind her continuously injected blood plasma, the granulation tissue rapidly grew and healed. After a breath or two, everything was restored to normal, and the nun's habit was still securely draped over her body. She smiled brightly and presented the nun's habit to the jailer, tilting her head expectantly. What's wrong? Isn't this the reward you wanted most? Why won't you accept it? The mass of flesh in the flesh priestess's hand trembled with a movement, detaching from its original form. Its vibrant scarlet color gradually became translucent, like a giant piece of jelly. To an unsuspecting observer, holding it at the boundary between reality and illusion, it would likely seem like a tiny slime pet. What I want is a nun's habit, the jailer said, looking troubled. The flesh priest nodded. This is it. From any angle, it was clearly a chunk of flesh shed from the flesh priest. Orange tea was nearby. She looked at it, then reached out and cradled the lump of flesh in her arms. The wet, sticky texture and the soft, smooth flesh felt heavy in her hands, deforming and denting under Orange Tea's grasp. The crimson faded, as if someone had poured a bucket of water onto a canvas, washing away the oppressive hues and revealing a pale white background. The lump of flesh rolled and expanded in Orange Tea's hands. To everyone's astonishment, Orange Tea held a long, flowing silk robe, as thin as a cicada's wing, that fluttered in the wind, perfectly fitting her figure. Mimetic flesh, Orange Tea softly uttered the equipment's name, and a black grade. Never seen it before. Huh? After a 2-second pause, everyone rushed to her side. Mimetic flesh. The color symbolizing its grade was indeed black. A strange mass of flesh, retaining its vigorous vitality even after being separated from its original form. Perhaps blessed by some strange being? Its effect was as wondrous as its item description. Mimetic flesh is shared equipment for the dungeon clearing team. Anyone in the team can equip it. It doesn't belong to any of the players' existing 6 equipment slots, but rather has its own special equipment space for Blessing of Flesh. Depending on the wielder's class, the effects it provides will also change. French Fries personally tested it. After equipping it, Mimetic Flesh enhanced the attack effect of Raging Lion, allowing Raging Lion to inflict a bleeding status on the wounded, and also enhanced Fry's subsequent damage to injured units. Zhong Zemo gained a brand new skill after equipping it, Flesh Barrier. Using the remaining life force from materials already on the battlefield, a temporary shield is forged. A new skill, Cruelty, can be acquired even in bed. When dealing damage by breaking through defenses with daggers or short swords, the user absorbs the power of flesh and blood, comprehensively enhancing their own status. Basically, it's a variation of gaining power through a killing contest with a flesh priest. Like French Fries, Jianghe doesn't gain a skill, but rather enhances her equipment. The standard Tide summoning stacks to full tidal wave, offering offensive, defensive, and support capabilities. On top of this, the Mimic Flesh adds a new stacking effect. Crimson Tide, in battle, wounding enemies stacks tidal waves. The 2 layered attacks don't conflict, so if Jianghe's operation is precise enough and his hand speed is fast enough, he can unleash a combo of Spatial / plus Tide Summoning plus Crimson Tide. 3 strikes per second. The skill gained from equipping the 4 primal bodies is Blood Resonance. After consuming a large amount of mana in battle, by sacrificing oneself to mimic flesh and blood, allies will gain an equal amount of mana shield. Zhong Zemo was stunned. Now, who is the real powerhouse of the reality/illusion boundary? No wonder that so far, only the 4 primal bodies require a price to trigger the effect. The practical effect is too good, truly a jack of all trades. After equipping the Jailer, the skill gained is Flesh Plague. Based on Corrupted Corpse Explosion, it adds a large area splash of blood carrying corrosive poison. Enemy units killed by Flesh Plague will be transformed into flesh worms ranging in size from grains of rice to fists, as seen in the reality/illusion boundary dungeons. They have 2 attack methods, Possession and Life Drain, and Self-Destruction. An epic upgrade. It's like getting 2 effects with 1 skill. The Jailer exclaimed with delight. Finally, it was Orange Tea. She was the first to receive the item, but the last to experience it. Draping the robe over her shoulders, she suddenly felt a wealth of new information flooding her consciousness. I think I can summon spirits, communicate with some entirely new spirits. She paused, then continued, they're all creations of flesh and blood. Everyone understood then, mimicry flesh and blood was a divine artifact that could be adapted to different situations and circumstances to maximize its benefits. Its value couldn't be measured by the existing grading system, it depended entirely on the team itself. Unavailable to non-fixed teams. Owning it is equivalent to the entire team having a top-tier, best-in-slot, gear. The 1-day cooldown after use is negligible. Many large dungeons cannot be cleared in a single run. The Flesh Priest explains, its abilities are not limited to what you see at this stage. With prolonged use, you will discover its other mysteries. Jianghe hesitated for a moment, then asked curiously, I feel you still have the strength to fight. Why didn't you continue, but instead gave up? The Flesh Priest spread its hands. You already met the hidden conditions for a direct clear. Otherwise, I really wanted to play with everyone again, right, Flesh Chariot? The monster tumor called Flesh Chariot spewed out bursts of blood mist, like fireworks. Hidden conditions? Everyone exclaimed in unison. No wonder Jianghe felt something was amiss. The Flesh Chariot, with the priest, returned to the battlefield, seemingly setting off a mixed doubles battle, but it abruptly ended. But what exactly is the hidden condition? If we can deduce it, it will save the other 3 guilds a lot of trouble when they come to challenge us. After all, judging from actual combat performance, the Flesh Priestess's violent regeneration ability, backed by the fountain, is likely enough to break through the defenses of players who find Gorkrone disgusting. You are already powerful enough, ordinary people can't easily deal with me. The tentacles of the Flesh Chariot wrapped around the priestess's head, binding her like a dumpling. Alright, I understand. She nodded and immediately turned towards the boundary between reality and illusion. We and everyone else must continue to cleanse the lowly, a thorough cleaning. Distinguished guests, I will escort you back to the safe zone. The Flesh Priest changed the subject. We can help too, Jianghe tried to trigger more subsequent events. However, the Flesh Priest casually waved his hand, light and shadow flashed, and the boundary between reality and illusion returned to the hall where the dungeon had been triggered. I sensed your attitude. You helped enough. I had a lot of fun today. Just promise us that if similar despicable villains, like the lowly ones appear on your continent, don't show them mercy. The jailer was still straightforward. There's a wandering tree here. If you defeat it, will it give you anything good? The flesh tree and the flesh priest were from the same faction. To think of asking a priest such a question was simply genius. If you attack the bone dragon, you can obtain a scepter. He actually answered? Was the jailer really a genius? Jiang He understood the implication. The bone dragon could drop loot, the tree was worthless. The flesh priest, radiating a holy light, his figure hazy, was about to depart. Her gaze fell upon the jailer again. Now, do you think I fit your image of a nun? She tried hard to maintain a dignified posture, her brows furrowed with a sorrowful expression, as if she were grieving for the fate of humanity. No matter how many times, my answer is the same, the jailer said with unwavering conviction. You don't understand a single thing about nuns. The candlelight outside the screen had already burst into laughter for the second time at this statement. The usually reserved woman laughed unusually heartily and unrestrainedly tonight. I will keep this information and bring it back to the Lord for his perusal and review. Qin Xiaoyu was astonished. Was the jailer going to be a legend? The logout time arrived, and except for the 4 primal bodies, the guild members gradually returned to reality. They had experienced too much in one night, and needed to process it all and take a break. What other uses does that strange black-grade item have? Chen Xiaoyu couldn't contain his curiosity. He didn't have the necessary permissions to access the information within the Wanderer's Paradise dungeon. What he could find was that there were only 2 ways to obtain the prerequisites for the Wanderer's Paradise quest. One was to build a guild stronghold and run it stably for a period of time. The wandering merchant had a small chance of revealing information during daily conversations. The second was to trigger the event by defeating monsters in the mountains surrounding the Temple of the Clarity. But the probability of obtaining information was incredibly low compared to the first method, and there was a limit to the number of attempts compared to the first method. If you failed, you would need to obtain an entry ticket again. Candlelight explained, mimetic flesh's effects change depending on the player's equipped gear, class, and skills. It's a versatile, all-purpose piece of equipment. The effect experienced when wearing it at the boundary between reality and illusion will change over time as the mimicry flesh undergoes its cyclical upgrade. Chen Xiaoyu murmured, a true, endgame outfit. You could say that, Candlelight suggested, take me to some restaurants you think are good. Teleporting between starfire branches around the world was Candlelight's daily routine, otherwise, she rarely strayed from her work area. The sudden change of topic caught Chen Xiaoyu off guard. Why so suddenly? If I'm not mistaken, number 2 will finalize the remaining details in the next couple of days, and we'd probably be very busy afterwards. Candlelight said softly. She's cheating. Cheating, cheating, Chen Xiaoyu exclaimed. Looking at Zhu was unusually calm expression. He was agitated. How did you know? From the moment she chose the Tower World, I had a suspicion. Her back-and-forth maneuvering wasn't just to contradict me, but also to buy time, lay the groundwork for cheating, and gain an immediate advantage once the World Championship begins. Zhu Hua hesitated for a moment, but I can't guess how she'd do it yet. Isn't that a foul? Don't your ironclad rules include corresponding penalties? Exploiting loopholes and cheating are 2 different things, Zhu Hua said. Personally, I feel that what she did harmed the interests of this world, so I chose the term cheating. After a long silence, Chen Xiaoyu said gratefully, Thank you for protecting our world. Before Zhu Hua could speak, he interrupted. I know you might bring up the Overlord, saying that the Overlord shaped you, but I prefer to believe that this was a choice you made based on your inner judgment and sense of belonging. In the Overlord's eyes, you might be a puppet, but here, neither I nor the boundary between reality and illusion treat you as something inhuman. Even if I don't descend in the form you're familiar with? Perhaps it would require more communication, but emotions should be reciprocal, right? Chen Xiaoyu applied what he had learned immediately, like how we treat the lowly. Candlelight smiled wryly. Indeed, like treating the lowly? Waking up somewhat groggy, Jiang He subconsciously pushed open the door to the French fries room. By the time he realized how abrupt his action was, it was too late to stop. Fortunately, Fries was already up and was currently tying his hair in front of the full-length mirror, biting a hair tie. Their eyes met. Fries continued tying his hair without hesitation, while Jiang He blushed slightly, frozen in place, gripping the doorknob, unsure what to do. Do you remember the content of last night's dungeon? He asked. Fries replied, aside from the background story of the lowly ones and some reward-giving scenes, everything else was blurry. The Easter egg level couldn't be shared on social media, and even gameplay information was difficult to share. It was only because Candlelight, This visitor from another world had the privilege of a lenient review process. Otherwise, most people would probably have hesitated to even look at the lowly one's information. Not to mention the limited time challenge event where the flesh priest forces you to play a killing contest, recreating history, after you delve deeper into the Easter egg level. Only by returning to the game would these memories awaken. In the chat group, everyone was already chatting. Orange Tea said, the ruler of the candlelight, if we didn't understand through her, everyone would probably think she's an evil god, right? Although the remaining memories were only echoes in their brains, like bloody, it's very bloody here, don't think about it. It didn't prevent everyone from sharing the same opinion and understanding. Stop talking about the ruler, have you all forgotten my amazing performance? I beat the hidden conditions to clear the game, absolutely. Sigh, too bad I can't download the recording. Hey, where are you guys? I finally got my highlight moment. Why is the group so quiet? Jailer Bro anxiously waited for praise in front of the screen, only to find that no one except Orange Tea agreed. Jianghe sent a voice message. Tying up French Fry's hair. Okay, thanks Jailer Bro for helping us get through the Easter egg level, awesome. French Fries read it off emotionlessly. Zhong Zemo. Sorry, I'm on a voice chat with my bed, I praise you later. Jailer Bro, ? Chapter 322. Community players always come up with some strange ideas about games. Today's popular topic is, the more content you experience in the game, the stronger the sense of distortion when returning to reality. At a 2-to-1 ratio, the game's proportion is too large, making it hard to distinguish between the game and reality. Although everyone knows the original poster is joking, discussion is inevitable. Sigh, it would be nice to live in the world of Proof of the Stars. The inevitable longing for the fictional world of Proof of the Stars is a common topic, almost a daily occurrence. Not seeing 1 or 2 posts a day is considered a lack of active surfing. Because there are always many posts discussing this kind of thing in the community, a veteran player has already succinctly pierced the illusion. Infinite resurrections, infinite trial and error, that's why you yearn for it. Living in such a world, you probably want to die. The chaos of the Anna and Devilland worlds is immediately apparent. In the world of Anna, the dominant empire's aristocratic system is bloated, and local governance is corrupt. Aside from military might, the only thing Jianghe can praise is Emperor Kurian's personal charisma. Even the mighty lion has its day of reckoning. What will happen then? According to Candlelight, in the original timeline, the Empire inevitably entered into a full-scale war with the Siren. Both sides suffered heavy losses. The Empire declined, the Siren weakened, ultimately leading to the collapse of order on the continent and at sea. On the continent of Devilland, the Church of Eternal Night ravages the land. According to Gloria, who is still lingering within the guild, a third of the continent has been seduced by the rhetoric of the Eternal Night's decline. The people have become decadent and corrupt, indulging in pleasure rather than production, and are prone to plunder and destruction. A full-scale war is imminent. Even in a game, you can't finish it in one life. How long could they survive in these two worlds about to face chaos? Playing games is fine, but if you're going to send me to another world, I choose a visual novel world. Visual novels are so pathetic. Terra is better. Excuse me, which Terra did you choose? No, which Terra are you talking about? The discussion continued, eventually culminating in the topic of which game world was best suited for transmigration. While others were simply letting their imaginations run wild, the people on the boundary between reality and illusion saw the post as a mirror. The future at the end of their lives was already unfolding. It was a true promise of transmigration to another world. They bore the heavy responsibility of rewriting the fate of a world. There were no infinite resurrections, and it wasn't a game. They had to finish it in one life, creating a miracle. The Candlelight didn't force them, and the Overlord granted them the choice. The boundary between reality and illusion had a lifetime to consider whether to gamble their afterlife peace for a strange world. They met for lunch, and out of curiosity, the jailer brought up the question, wanting to see Jianghe and French Fry's opinions. Things after death, we think about them after death, Jianghe said. We're only in our 20s, our lives have just begun, don't think that far ahead. The jailer took a bite of half a small pigeon. We can't help but think about it. Number 2 will soon be deciding on the theme for the World Championship. If we lose, and we disagree, we die, right? A brief silence fell over the table. French Fries took a sip of tea, then let's win. Jianghe felt French Fries' fingers wrap around his hand, under the table, and gently pulled them away. The two smiled knowingly. That's true. Have we ever lost since the server opened? Jianghe said. Haven't we always been considered T0 by other players? Candlelight also said that among other servers that opened at the same time, we were number one in all aspects of progress. Not only number one in the national server, but also number one in every world. Why can't we maintain that? Fries added, don't overthink the worst case scenario. It's probably because your real life isn't fulfilling enough. The jailer clicked his tongue and pouted. How is it not fulfilling enough? I'm saying this because I'm afraid of being eliminated by number two, and then I won't be able to continue looking at pornographic images and commissioning artists. That's all you're good for, oh my god. Jiang He covered his forehead. Is that all you care about in life? Of course I have more. What is it? Watching Jailer. Jailer's words always left people feeling powerless. Jailer's family suddenly started pressuring him. He used to be a lazy bum, lying around in his room, a nobody who didn't care about anything, just lounging around and waiting to die. Suddenly, he turned his life around, his stiff body regaining its elasticity. Everyone started looking at him differently, and couldn't help but use the usual line for younger people his age. You're not getting any younger. It's always a troublesome and dangerous opening line, no matter where you are. I'm going on a blind date this afternoon. Huh? Jiang He was dipping shrimp dumplings in vinegar with his fries, when he heard about the dumplings, and almost dropped his chopsticks. My family introduced me to someone, saying we share some interests, the jailer added. And I heard we also love playing video games. He actually wanted to refuse, but he couldn't turn down his family's good intentions. Jiang He understood. This guy's sudden overthinking stemmed from some anxiety about his blind date that afternoon. Even social terrorists have this side. After some casual conversation, everyone went home. Was the topic of settling down a bit too early? Jiang He's mind started wandering too. Potato. It's New Year's Day today, aren't you going home? A single bowl and chopsticks represent a family reunion dinner. Describing someone else would be a curse, an insult, but for Jiang He, it was the true picture of his New Year's Eve dinners for years. His uncle would only come to check on him on New Year's Eve, bringing some New Year's gifts. After no longer living with relatives, he had gotten used to being alone. Suddenly, someone asked this, and Jiang He was surprised for a couple of seconds. French Fries immediately explained, I'm asking if you don't need to visit that uncle, right? He smiled and said, of course not. He used to avoid visiting because his aunt felt uncomfortable. Now, he was afraid she'd feel even more uncomfortable. Uncle Wei Xingqiao already knew about Jiang He's fame, but his aunt knew nothing about it. It was impossible. Thinking back to those years when he lived with his aunt, how she treated him with disdain, she was probably too embarrassed to speak now. Then why don't you stay with me? If I go home, will you come back with me? French Fries' tone was casual, but her expectant eyes and upturned lips betrayed her. Why if I go home? Jiang He chuckled. Is there an option not to go back? It depends on my mood. It's not bad for the two of them to spend the new year here. It'd be convenient for them to be all lovey-dovey. French Fries snorted. This couple has a long history of being overly affectionate. Jiang He couldn't help but put his hand on the back of his neck. For some reason, it was unusually itchy. Would it be a bit? You can bring a gift if you want. Fries clearly misunderstood. They probably don't know we're living together yet, right? They do. Oh. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Jiang He's eyes widened. Ah! Fries covered his forehead, and they known for a long time. Jiang He's voice trembled. Being caught sneaking into someone else's garden and stealing some cabbage by the person in charge sent chills down his spine. Although he took good care of Lu Xinxin and Lu Jihong in the game, occasionally giving them scraps from his inventory as a way of preparing for the future. But this meager reward wasn't enough for a large order of fries. First, he needed to determine the time of the incident. When did they find out? I don't know, but I estimate it's been a long time. Fries sighed. How did you know? Mom let it slip. During the lull after completing the Clearcaster's Temple raid, the guild account wasn't updating very frequently. After all, aside from the raid guides, the guild's main video series was the Sweet Siren Love VLOG. And the main characters were Jiang He and Kuxia. The material was still plentiful. As the guild's dating guru and the inspiration for internal relationships, Kuxia's tactics had already brought two couples together. In their daily conversations at home, the lovey-dovey couple would always intentionally or unintentionally mention the content of the video, and then the topic would inevitably turn to Kuxia, with the unspoken message being, if Kuxia were in real life, Xiao Fei, you'd be utterly defenseless. As parents, we always understand our children's Achilles heel better. A few simple words are enough to make French Fries hang up the phone with a cold face and gritted teeth, while the other end laughs heartily. We know their reactions because once, French Fries accidentally didn't hang up immediately. Since then, she always delays, listening to what this lovey-dovey couple has to say about her. And this time, the content was, Xiao Fei is really something. Even though we've been living together for so long, it sounds like there's still very little progress. She's definitely not as good as Xia. After confirming her relationship with Jiang He, the impact of the not as good as Xia comment plummeted. No matter what others say, Jiang He is right beside her, in the next room. She's the one who wakes up groggily in the morning to a delicious breakfast, while Xia is far away in a game. She could only manage to eat grilled fish with mint. She won by too much. Fry's reactive acting was just a perfunctory attempt to appease the couple. After all, they had a mischievous sense of humor in teasing their daughter that rivaled even the masters, and their specialized approach was irresistible. If they knew they developed a resistance to the not as good as Kesha comment, they invent new tactics, research new strategies, and refine new tactics. Perhaps it was because of their constant nagging. Kesha had done them a small favor, exposing the overly smug couple. Jiang He rubbed his forehead, gradually calming down from his earlier anxiety. Why be anxious? He hadn't wronged Fries, he genuinely liked her, and he'd have to face it sooner or later. It didn't matter whether he was exposed sooner or later. Maybe that lovey-dovey couple would even think they'd done a good job. Discovering they were living together might even lead to applause, cheers, a drink at home, and a discussion about whether they were doing the same thing while still in bed. Although the evidence was practically non-existent and the arguments were utterly absurd, the couple opposite her weren't normal either. The absurdity was the obvious. Thinking this, Jiang He calmed down completely. The air conditioning and heating had been turned on early, and with the doors and windows closed, the room was pleasantly warm. Wearing a thin white short-sleeved shirt and shorts, she lounged lazily on the sofa, clutching freshly fried fries, seemingly still agonizing over how to resolve the situation. She was so engrossed in her thoughts that she didn't notice Jiang He staring at her. Think about what Kesha would do. In her mind, Kesha's phantom image appeared, poking Jiang He's head with its finger, then whipping its tail, sending a slap that twisted Jiang He's face. Jiang He didn't know how her mind had conjured up such an outrageous scene. It was as if Kesha himself was there, the expression, the movements, a perfect replica. But the chubby tail did indeed snap Jiang He out of a certain thought. Without a second thought, a sentence flowed effortlessly from her lips. Let me taste what fries taste like. Fries, preoccupied with the couple's antics, naturally shifted her body, switched the freshly fried fries in her hand, and offered them forward. Before her vision could focus, a figure gradually loomed larger in her eyes. Before she could react, the novel taste of fries filled her mouth. She subconsciously raised her chin slightly, responding to the other's gesture, and shyly closed her eyes. The oil was a bit too hot, the fries were scalding red, and perhaps due to lack of oxygen, they were slightly soggy. After a while, the sticky taste disappeared from her mouth. Jiang He took a deep breath, casually picking up a fries and savoring them. The taste is similar to what he tasted earlier, only salter. The fry shriveled up, his mind filled with the thought, let me taste what fries taste like. As expected of you. You completely fooled my brain. She blushed and panted as she complained. Jiang He wanted to say that it was because of the image of Kesha in his mind, but considering the current situation, he decided against it. He wondered if Zhong Zemo, while chatting intimately with his wife, would recall Kesha's sharp, strangely direct tactics. Historically, what kind of person was Kesha? If they chose to save Anna, would Kesha really come after them for their involvement in altering history? Jiang He had never considered this question before. At this moment, someone who had also never considered this difficult question sent a private message invitation to the Crimson Music Box. Nonya, wow, I was just looking for you. Crimson Music Box chuckled. We haven't gotten together to play together since the World Server update. Give me a friend slot, a lot of people are looking for you. Nonya sent a wry smiley cat emoji. By the way, in your culture, if you do something wrong or say something wrong, how do you usually make amends and apologize? Crimson Music Box wondered, who did you offend? Nonya didn't answer, but continued to press. That varies from person to person. My suggestion is to bring a gift they like, visit them in person, and express your apology, Crimson Music Box said. Like, bringing 2 cases of milk. Just that simple? That depends on how serious your mistake was. If you don't understand the atmosphere and someone dislikes you, does that count? Crimson Music Box became increasingly confused. Could it be the boundary between reality and illusion? After Nonya's explanation, Crimson Music Box was left speechless, both amused and exasperated. What an absurd misunderstanding. Those who study abroad and do science popularization Can't you do something decent instead of doing things that are easy to misunderstand? But seeing how serious Nongya was, she couldn't resist teasing her. Chapter 323. The moment the Wanderer's Paradise instance ended, although the boundary between the virtual and real worlds didn't exchange many words, they all felt a sense of unease upon returning to reality. These leisurely days might become fewer in the near future. With the same thought in mind, and on their day off, everyone was enjoying their relaxation. The true World Championship, even more intense than anticipated, would likely require everyone to put aside their other real-world affairs and gather briefly for easy communication once it began. It concerned their future, so they couldn't afford to be careless. After much deliberation, Jianghe sent his contingency plan to the group chat. This would require the 3 students to suspend their studies and disrupt their current routines, so Jianghe offered an explanation. The pressure is immense, that's why we come to this. Beiwo was the first to reply. I'm fine with it. I talked to my dad, he should agree. Since becoming famous, Beiwo's family's support for her had skyrocketed. It's said that Beiwo's father is a big fan of Jianghe's gameplay and has downloaded and watched many of her gameplay videos. But he didn't choose the mage class for either his first or second job. Being in bed, she asked him curiously, and he replied, I'm not an idiot. He was clearly a player who listened to advice, a stark contrast to his father Fries. She wondered if her family knew about her relationship with Zhong Zemo. Orange Tea hesitated for a moment. I should be fine with it, I can make the decision. Jianghe had already received Fry's answer, so this meant everyone agreed. Oh, he hadn't posted in the chat group since the 4 Primals game went offline, so he still needed 1 vote. Jailer Bro joked, didn't expect it to end up being a very nostalgic studio mode? Jianghe emphasized, this is just a contingency plan, better safe than sorry. Alright, where should we choose? If your family can provide a vacant house, we pick this one. Otherwise, Fries and I will figure something out. You and Fries. Sigh. The jailer felt a chill run down his spine through the screen. Just thinking about having to eat dog food every day under this backup plan. The bed added fuel to the fire. Forget it, the jailer is too useless. It's better to look forward to me. Wow, are you looking down on me? A grand mansion, a small villa, you name the type, I call it out immediately. The jailer's arrogant tone turned humble in a second. I asked my dad for help. The discussion of the contingency plan was over, but the 4 primal bodies still hadn't shown up. See, that's why we need to gather offline. That way, we won't be unable to find someone when we need them, Jianghe said. Why are there 99 plus unread messages as soon as I log on? You guys have so much chatter on your day off. Don't you go out for a stroll? The primal body chimed in, eagerly sharing a funny, yet frustrating, story that had just happened. At Nongya's request, he went out. Upon meeting, Nongya, carrying 2 boxes of milk, sincerely bowed and apologized to him. The translation software in her hand contained a pre-prepared, clearly polished text. Upon closer inspection, the primal body couldn't help but facepalm, truly at a loss for words. What a bizarre misunderstanding. Nongya had met many international students from China during her university years. Although her major had never involved languages, out of curiosity and the need for communication, she had still learned a lot about related topics. This included some aspects of Chinese customs and culture. That evening, after the primal body asked her the time, he immediately offered to invite her for tea. Nongya didn't understand at first, but the more she thought about it, the more something seemed off. I recalled a friend saying that serving tea to a guest is a very subtle and tactful way of expressing politeness. Here, it was just a minor misunderstanding. Unfortunately, the student who taught Nongya back then didn't explain it comprehensively. The example of serving tea to a guest was hinting that the annoying guest understands the atmosphere and gracefully gets up to leave. Cultural differences are often like this. Those familiar with the local culture can accurately avoid pitfalls and understand the original customs. Those who are completely ignorant have no taboos, and the mistakes they make are often common, providing textbook-like reference value. But those with only a superficial understanding often create misunderstandings that baffle both parties, leading to both amusement and exasperation. In the end, it often becomes so absurd that both parties, after clearing up the misunderstanding, involuntarily think, oh, I see. If only the student had been more patient and explained that serving tea to a guest has multiple meanings, requires specific analysis of each situation, and that in modern society, such hints rarely appear in everyday communication, at least not in ordinary interactions. Nongya felt increasingly uneasy. She felt she had not only wasted the 4 primal bodies' time, but also misunderstood the subtle coded messages making her actions extremely offensive. She wanted to add them as friends and explain, but the entire guild at the reality virtual boundary rejected her friend request. Nonya was troubled for a whole day. She wondered how something as small a delay could make the reality virtual boundary so angry, truly befitting a T0 guild with such strong time management skills. No wonder this country is known for its seriousness. The Crimson Music Box, the first to hear Nonya's story, was equally amused and exasperated. It seemed this misunderstanding was mixed with subtle stereotypes. Even someone like Nonya, who had personally visited the country, couldn't change that perception overnight. For example, she believed that everyone in China was a highly capable individual with exceptional learning and execution skills. The group of overseas students she interacted with back then were all top-notch academically, and had impeccable self-reliance. Her affinity with them stemmed from a private gathering of these overseas students, where they invited her to a casual meal. Nonya didn't have high expectations for the casual meal. Simply put, the old French Manchus were always confident and proud of their cuisine. The bloodline of the old guards, who could even improve military supplies on the battlefield during Napoleon's conquests, was far superior to their neighbors, who were still eating inferior canned food during World War II. When it came to war, everyone raised the white flag and surrendered. Photos of famous historical figures with the Eiffel Tower were a triple hammer blow to France, leaving them speechless. But when it came to food, they would only stand up, raise their middle finger, sweep across Europe, and ask, "How much is this?" With no expectations, Nonya took her first bite with a perfunctory attitude. However, after the second bite. Later, she heard from a friend that she had tasted all the dishes that day, and her favorite was still the tomato and egg dish. She devoured half the plate, and even had rice with it. It didn't make sense. She was a very picky eater, and had tried all sorts of delicious food. Nonya refused to believe it, and decided to attend the gathering a few more times. Thus, she ended up being the one contributing to the donation. The impressions Nonya had formed during her student days were deeply ingrained, so when she stood up for the boundary between reality and illusion, aside from her rebellious nature, she also harbored some goodwill. This was also true for the international students who had fed her, and for this unfamiliar Eastern power. For Nonya, the Crimson Music Box contained a complete encyclopedia of stereotypes. Her sources of knowledge were diverse, even including short videos. After being thoroughly exposed to harmful influences, much of this tainted knowledge became part of her beliefs. For example, her understanding of Qining and Guangfu was that they were breeding grounds with a strong military atmosphere, constantly preparing for war, boasting exceptional combat capabilities and outstanding field fighting abilities. It was as if people from these places were all capable of free climbing, possessed maxed out survival skills, and would be wasting their savage physiques if they didn't sleep in trees. The latter was simply that the people there ate everything, made soup from everything, and were eager to chase after fresh ingredients to devour them, eating raw meat and drinking blood while sitting at the same table as their neighbors. It was too stereotypical, a stereotype that would leave the locals either helpless or angry. Nonya, judging from her background, was from an elite middle-class family, yet her understanding possessed an unusually simple side, bringing tears to the eyes of the Crimson Music Box. Given the combination of factors, it's no wonder she could readily believe that this series of bizarre and fantastical fragments of information, piecing together a misunderstanding, was the truth. Fortunately, the Crimson Music Box told her, "Where we come from, the most sincere way to apologize is to bring 2 cartons of milk to someone's door, bow deeply, and say I was wrong." The 4 primals, upon seeing the timely message from the Crimson Music Box, were even more speechless. He could only patiently explain the whole story, and assure her that he had never been angry. A full half-hour passed, the translation software was practically smoking, before Nonya finally recovered. "So, you rejected my application simply because I stated I was Nonya?" "Sister, I don't understand things in France, but where we come from, if someone immediately says I'm XX, they're probably a liar. In a game setting, it's most likely a prank. Who would approve that?" As she spoke, the 4 primal bodies pulled out the game app and added Nonya as a friend on the spot. This action completely dispelled Nonya's last remaining doubts. She glanced at the 2 large boxes of milk she was still carrying, and felt an urge to kowtow to them. So capable, after explaining things clearly, everyone went their separate ways. Nonya, having successfully gained friend slots with everyone in the virtual real boundary, was completely satisfied. The 4 primal bodies sharing broadened the horizons of everyone in the guild. The translation accuracy of the candlelight's built-in game is high enough that even in her situation, it was unavoidable, Bedside explained in amazement. "I told you AI can't replace humans. This is proof enough, said Jailer. Candlelight had already promised to ensure everyone's safety, including their parents. So upon hearing the details of the filing, he agreed without hesitation. All done, I be heading out now. Isn't Jailer supposed to be a homebody? Where are you going? Orange Tea asked curiously. Having spent so much time together in the guild, everyone knew each other's schedules very well. Take Jailagu as an example. Before he had a job and wasn't teaming up with the guild members, his daily routine was roughly wake up around 11 a.m. He'd leisurely scroll through his phone for a while, and if he got really hungry, he'd drive out for a meal. If he wasn't feeling like it, he'd wander around nearby and find a well-known, long-established restaurant to eat at. Back home, he'd turn on his computer, go online, chat non-stop, and play PC games. This routine usually lasted until evening. He'd repeat the food hunting routine, then the gaming routine, then go to bed, and the day was over. A purely mundane life, just killing time. Understanding this double-cycle lifestyle so deeply, it's hard not to empathize with Jailagu's parents and feel helpless. The words dejected and listless were stuck to his forehead, impossible to shake off. Now it's much better. At least he's added a workout to his routine, and with consistent effort, his weight has started to steadily decrease. His double chin, which he used to have, is barely noticeable now, according to Jianghei's close inspection at the gathering today. To put it bluntly, this guy was ruining his natural good looks. He clearly has a very handsome face, but he's been working day and night like a night owl, completely destroying his body. Yuan Huanya's keen eye for the boundary between reality and illusion is precisely because of the transformation. The seemingly hopeless loser is now running around performing CPR on himself. It's like something out of a science fiction movie. Upon learning that the jailer was going out on a blind date, everyone was in an uproar. A real blind date? I thought you were just joking at noon, Jianghei exclaimed in surprise. How could I joke about something like this? My family introduced us, you know. If I stood them up, they'd be relentlessly nagging me. Zhong Zimo retorted, then why did you always stand us up when you teamed up for games? Sigh, those are mistakes from my youth. Don't even mention them. Now I'm stuck on this boundary between reality and illusion chariot, destined to be in a guild for life. Although they often teased the prison guard, when it came to important matters in his life, everyone enthusiastically offered him advice. The prison guard found it strange. He didn't like the interference of his relatives. But these words, coming from the mouths of the people from the boundary between reality and illusion, suddenly sounded pleasant. He was way past his rebellious phase, so why was this happening? The prison guard, who was naturally easygoing in social situations, only had one suit in his wardrobe, a piece his family had bought for him when he first entered university. Because his physique had long since changed, the prison guard only briefly walked around in his suit on the live stream, prompting Fries to immediately inquire about the brand. The buttons didn't even pop off. He's so dedicated, so responsible, Bed couldn't help but remark. Jianghei was surprised. She hadn't realized the prison guard from her first year of university could fit into such a slim fit. What changed the prison guard? University? Sigh, university life. Stop messing around with that shabby suit, wear something casual. With your goofy face, you look like a comedian in formal attire, Zhong Zimo offered crucial advice. After changing into casual clothes, the prison guard instantly looked better on camera. Some people are just like that. They just don't look right in formal wear, no matter how you look at them. Some people offered advice on clothing, others on makeup. Everyone's enthusiasm warmed the prison guard's heart. Sigh, it's just a blind date. No need to make such a fuss. What if you hit it off? Jianghei said, fate is a strange thing. I even developed feelings for her through voice chat. Wake up. You'd be a fool to think you could develop feelings for her in your French fries water goes form. It's clearly the proof of the stars that brought you together. The jailer retorted, scoffing, is there no basic law to showing affection these days? Always so blatantly smug. Orange Tea cheered. It's okay, if the blind date is a good match, you can have a magical showdown. Orange Tea is keeping up with the times, spouting one witty remark after another. Nice to meet you for the first time. Should I bring a souvenir? Bed, puzzled, why a souvenir? For Primal Bodies laughed. There are cultural differences here. Nongya is very pleased. So should I bring a gift? For Primal Bodies offered advice. You can bring one. I have 2 boxes of milk here. Do you want? Get lost. Chapter 324. The water monster jailer hadn't spoken in the group chat for several hours. He didn't reappear until 8 p.m. Jianghei, who was lying on the sofa playing video games with Fries after a good meal, immediately perked up. Like a guy in school, who went to confess to someone in the next class. Whether successful or not, there would always be a chorus of cheers in the classroom upon his departure and return. Everyone's reaction was the same, except that the jailer, amidst the endless question marks from everyone waiting for a response, sent a leopard-shaped emoji. Don't just send emojis without saying anything. Say something. Jong Zimo urged. I really don't know what to say. Didn't you like each other? Not really. We didn't click. Not really either. While everyone was getting impatient, the jailer described some details of his blind date. The other person was a girl the same age as him, who had just entered the workforce. He was indeed good-looking, his relatives hadn't exaggerated in their descriptions, and they genuinely cared about him. He appreciated it. They had a fairly lavish meal at the restaurant where they met. The prison guard was slightly nervous beforehand because of the blind date theme, but in reality, he was still the socially adventurous guy he always was, keeping the conversation lively and pleasant throughout. During the meal, the prison guard confirmed that the other person did indeed share his hobbies, enjoying playing games to pass the time, and they found several common topics to discuss. Orange Tea wondered, isn't everything fine? Maybe our brainwaves aren't compatible. A light chat is fine, but I feel like if we delve deeper, I'd be disappointed. It's just a gut feeling. The four primal bodies skeptical. Maybe putting on a nun's habit will change your mind. Jong Zimo sighed. That's it, the jailer is destined to be single. There's no way a girl in a nun's habit would come and love him, or make him love her. He's just dreaming. Jiang He complained. I don't think the jailer can't distinguish between reality and virtuality. I suspect it's because the other person's legs aren't good, causing him to use these excuses to fool everyone. The jailer was also frustrated, regretting that he hadn't read more books, his rhetoric was poor, and he couldn't describe his feelings. Now he couldn't even refute his friend's sarcastic remarks. In short, the blind date went smoothly, but ended in failure. Never mind that, let's talk about what to do online tonight. Jiang He said, rest, relax. Since the server opened, the boundary between reality and virtuality has been rapidly advancing through dungeons and storylines, leaving no time to experience other gameplay. Now that there's a break, it's time to slow down and prepare for the upcoming World Championship. For several days, both inside and outside the game, things remained calm. The boundary between reality and illusion had fallen silent for a long time. The player community, accustomed to being bombarded with major news about the boundary between reality every few days, suddenly felt a little uneasy. With the gossip makers no longer active, players could only fill the void with stories of incredibly skilled players within the game, resulting in an unbalanced experience. Fortunately, the official boundary between reality account maintained its update frequency. Videos and guides for various dungeons since the server launch, including optimized versions and images, were released one after another. Romance vlogs were also updated regularly, every 1 or 2 minutes. In their spare time, everyone gradually finalized the details of the account's first commercial order. A while ago, Jiang He suggested that after receiving their dividends, everyone should visit local welfare homes and nursing homes. Zhu Zicha was very efficient. She implemented it within 2 days. When everyone learned that she had actually brought 50 gene, 25 caddies, of fruit and agricultural products, they were speechless. The various agricultural products were all grown in Zhu Zicha's hometown. Because of the low prices, her family had given her a lot. While they were talking, Tea Goddess was already packing and shipping for everyone in the guild. A huge package, overflowing with fruit, was quite a burden for everyone in the virtual real boundary group. Upon opening the package, the 3 giants of the Rutaisi family, tangerines, oranges, and pomelos, immediately caught everyone's eye. Next, inconspicuously tucked away in a corner, were some slightly cracked monk fruit, squeezed by the Rutaisi leader. Zhu Zicha had also thoughtfully prepared a lot of dried tangerine peel for later use. Even now, the aroma of fruit still lingers in everyone's homes. With only a few months until the Lunar New Year, she specifically asked her family to reserve some fruit for everyone, to which the virtual boarder hurriedly replied, "That's enough, that's enough." The fruit for the prison guard was delivered home, and the family thoroughly enjoyed it, praising it highly. This puzzled the prison guard. How come such good stuff isn't selling? Jiang He explained, the biggest cost of fruit is transportation and storage. Buyers in the countryside often offer very low prices, so we often see fruit farmers selling their produce from small tricycles on the streets here. This year, the family had heard that the lowest purchase price for pomelos was 90 cents, and the highest was no more than 1.5 cents. Oranges ranged from a minimum of 60 cents to a maximum of 1.1 cents. These purchase prices led many people to prefer holding onto their produce, and waiting to see how the market changed, rather than selling it easily. The jailer readily offered his suggestion. Then we helped sell them. Players often talk about everything being sold through a single reroll, and since they became famous at the server launch, they've been waiting for this day. Let's satisfy them. The Stars Approved Player Group has a competitive edge. They're a well-known guild in the Chinese server, recognized as a top-tier guild globally. Whether they gain fame through personal influence or guild account management, they inevitably have to step into the world of product promotion. Everyone bet on the boundary between reality and illusion that it would happen eventually, just a matter of time. The initial bet post received tens of thousands of comments, with everyone guessing it wouldn't last 3 months. But the boundary between reality and illusion stubbornly held back for almost 4 months, with no activity even as the year drew to a close, leaving many exclaiming incredulous. The idea was there, but execution wasn't a given. They needed to consult experienced players. The elders in both the bed and the jailer's family suggested finding someone to oversee quality control. The idea of helping farmers was good, but it shouldn't become a double-edged sword in its implementation, harming both the fruit farmers and the reputation of the boundary between reality and illusion, a business model. Ultimately, Yuanhua and I made the final decision. You two brothers will make the trip yourself. This was the most considerate thing he ever said to the prison guard's pride. It was clearly a way of letting the older brother, Yuan, who had been trained for a long time, show his younger brother the ropes and give him a lesson. The family also arranged for 2 people to accompany him through their connections. The prison guard had been told those things by his superiors that day, so he couldn't find a reason to stay home. A man should be responsible for his words. You said you help, but you only want others to do the work? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Even the best ideas are just empty words if they're not put into practice. If I, your father, had been as indecisive as you back then, would you have been lying in your room playing games day and night, wasting your time? Everything you eat, wear, and live in, wasn't it all earned by your father? If you have an idea, you have to act on it. If you don't, you only regret it when you're old, muttering, if only I had done it that way. These words left the jailer speechless. Although he was now wealthy and famous, in terms of life experience and insight, 100 of them combined couldn't compare to his father's. So, the jailer went straight to Orange T's hometown and wandered the mountains with a group of people. That evening, he went online and complained to everyone about how much better his sleep quality was. Orange T laughed heartily. How could it not be good? An orchard often means an entire mountainside. Don't be fooled by the farmers carrying heavy loads of fruit down the mountain, making it seem light and quick. Those are experienced, well-trained farmers. When they actually do it themselves, one walk is equivalent to a full workout at the gym. His family had already told Orange T that the prison guard, feeling confident in his training results, insisted on practicing carrying an old farmer's shoulder pole. He hadn't even walked 1,000 meters before his face was flushed red. If his older brother, Yuan, hadn't been so understanding, saying, "Don't push yourself if you hurt your back," and telling him to back down gracefully, he would have wanted to disappear into a hole in the ground. Working like crazy, only earning 60 cents a pound of fruit. Stepping out of the warm house, the prison guard received a harsh lesson from reality. Yuan corrected him. It's not earning 60 cents a pound, it's taking 60 cents a pound. Personal hard work, getting up early and working late, it's hard to quantify these things. You can only assess them based on the changing market. How much do you think your physical strength can sell for? The prison guard was speechless. If he could, he'd price it at 10,000, but he knew no one would buy it. How much do you think we should sell it for? He asked. 60 cents a pound. The prison guard's eyes widened. Yuan sighed, I'm a consumer. The price increases at every level before the goods reach me. Consumer demand needs to be taken seriously. Low prices hurt farmers. As for high prices, well, that's just something to complain about. It's always been that way. He continued, so don't think about setting the price too outrageously. What you need to do is sell your inventory at a price that the villagers can accept, and the market can accept, so everyone can benefit. That sounds difficult. These past 2 days, dealing with different people, the prison guard deeply felt his father's hardships. The value of his father's self-made success was finally fully validated in his impulsive act. If you find the path you chosen difficult, finish it this year, and you don't have to come back next year, Yuan shrugged. Dad only asked me to help you for this year. Many in the prison guard's family thought he might give up halfway, so they handed the work over to Yuan and watched from the sidelines. Although the prison guard had turned his life around and gradually become more self-disciplined, he still lacked the courage to face challenges head-on in reality. Unlike his family, The boundary between reality and fiction trusted the prison guard. No other reason than that. Although the prison guard complained every day about dealing with different people, he gossiped about how some people smiled obsequiously but secretly stuffed bad fruit into the high-quality fruit he selected, trying to pass it off as good quality. But he never said, "I can't do it anymore. I don't want to do it anymore." Jiang He hit the nail on the head. He just lacks a quantifiable goal. Someone just needs to help him break down the tasks. Yuan Yuan is currently helping with this task. Orange Tea suggested, "Tomorrow's a day off. I go back and help. Tea God save me." Seeing someone in the group offering help, Jailer Bro dropped the act and directly cried for help. The game started that night, and Jiang He first inspected Ellervy's forging progress. Since Ellervy failed at forging and became a member of the guild, she has failed 3 times in a row. Ellervy sat casually in front of the forge, one hand supporting her chin, legs spread, staring intently at the fire with bloodshot eyes, her expression ferocious. A faint dragon roar could be heard squeezed out from between her teeth. As expected of the game's top-tier equipment, the origin element has driven the continent's top craftsmen to the brink of collapse. Jiang He looked down at Mint. How many days has she been like this? I can't remember. It's almost become the norm. Mint, holding a large bite of Zhong Zimo's freshly baked pizza, chewed contentedly. Compared to the struggling Ellervy, her practical experience was incredibly smooth. Since overcoming the hurdle mentioned by Kesha, her subsequent progress had been phenomenal, easily applying what she learned to other situations. This meant that Kesha's first reaction upon seeing Jiang He wasn't to cling to her with her tail, but rather to look on, with astonishment and admiration. Well, she really is a genius. I didn't expect that besides potions, she also had such a unique talent in practical combat. Considering the shattering of the Anna world, and Mint's ability not only to realize the truth of the world's end but also to walk in the collapsing world and resist extreme magical phenomena, Jiang He felt that this was merely a partial realization of her talent. As the group approached Ellervy, she suddenly turned around, her muttered words still unspoken, but upon seeing Jiang He's face, her anger vanished completely. The mighty dragon revealed a humble, ashamed expression. An accident, I know. Forging is always full of accidents, especially with rare materials at the pinnacle of the world. No one has any forging experience. It requires trial and error. Jiang He's interruption left Ellervy stunned, her shame deepening. Having spent time with this dragon, the boundary between the real and the virtual had come to understand its temperament. She was proud, but not arrogant. After repeated failures, she was somewhat dejected. After this forging, whether successful or not, let's rest for a while. We're not in a rush. Ellervy, however, became anxious. How can that be? Didn't you say you were about to participate in some important adventure, that you urgently needed to be armed to the teeth? She felt deeply uneasy about her broken promise. She had been so certain during her visit that if she lost, she would belong to the boundary between the real and the virtual. Obtained belonging to the boundary between the real and the virtual, she had again been so certain that the next forging would be successful. Then the next time. Failing to forge the equipment the employer needs within the allotted time, leaving the employer to face the challenge in a damaged state, is a great disgrace for a craftsman. The latest news is, you have half a month left to forge. Elleravia murmured, that's 3 forges. Half a month? She realized, the guild's uncertain hunt, the timing has finally been set? Jiang He nodded. All matters concerning the true world championship were finalized by nightfall. Serial number 2, who had been dragging on for nearly 10 days, produced the final piece of the puzzle. Half a month later in the game, 1 week later in reality, the collision of the 2 worlds officially began. According to the information revealed by Candlelight, the boundary between the virtual and real worlds has been discovered. Serial number 2 cheated. Chapter 325. 3 hours ago. Candlelight, number 2, and Evening Dew gathered in the world of Proof of the Stars. Scene, Chaos Tower World. There are 2 winning conditions. 1. Within 3 months in real time and 6 months in game time, the world with the highest score under the mixed points system wins. 2. Clear the Chaos Tower World. Host and referee, Evening Dew. Do you agree? After Evening Dew finished reading, both expressed their agreement. Then, let's proceed to the second item, adding rules. Under the basic principles, both sides could add 3 rules that did not violate Evening Dew's ruling and could not conflict with each other. Candlelight's choice was, 1. Players are allowed to save their existing equipment and items when entering the Chaos Tower world. 2. The guild system can still operate in the Chaos Tower world. 3. The Chaos Tower world cannot generate any choices that increase or decrease the match time. After reviewing the 3 new rules, Evening Dew approved them all. Number 2 officially used her chosen name during Shilu's inquiry. Shifeng. Shifeng provided 3 rules. 1. Add level suppression to the initial 3 levels of the Chaos Tower world. 2. From the 4th level onwards, each player has a maximum of 2 challenge slots. Death deducts a challenge attempt. 3. Players have no time limit to play in the Chaos Tower world. Qin Xiaoyu, who had been granted the right to observe, was bewildered, but he noticed a significant change in Zhu Hu's expression, his brows furrowing with intense disgust. Shilu also hesitated when reviewing the rules submitted by Shifeng. But after checking, she nodded slightly. Passed. Now, both parties may question the newly added rules once. Candlelight bowed slightly to Sunset Dew. I want to ask Windweaving. Please. She raised her head and said in a deep voice, how much time did you change? Windweaving sneered, 9 hours. Candlelight's lips moved, but she said nothing. Windweaving was eager, seemingly expecting a rebuttal. Seeing that Candlelight held back, she was disappointed and somewhat annoyed. She had already rehearsed this scene in her mind, guessed Candlelight's reaction, and prepared a countermeasure, eagerly anticipating the moment when Candlelight would be rendered speechless and embarrassed. Windweaving wanted to win, to shatter Candlelight's composure and calmness, to trample her into the dust. But she still didn't give her the chance. Not even a little emotional satisfaction. Candlelight, do you want to use the veto power? The veto power means that both sides can exclude the new rules submitted by the other side in the final stage of the game. The veto right is mutual. If one party adopts it, the other party also has the right to exercise it. The countdown ended, and Jifeng's smugness deepened. Your first 2 rules were all paving the way for them. Easy enough to guess. Zhu Hu closed her eyes, silent. Shilu announced. Based on the Chaos Tower world background, map, and rules, the competition is now set. The competition will officially begin 7 days after this announcement. Player data, begin sealing, countdown. 1 hour. Zhu Hu suddenly looked up, and Jifeng laughed heartily. She nodded slightly. Your memories are fragmented, but I happen to still retain them. That's why I'm more complete than you, more suitable to dominate consciousness. Zhu Hu, you're doomed. Jifeng continued trying to provoke Zhu Hu, but only received her contemptuous, cold gaze. Without hesitation, she politely bowed slightly to Shilu, then turned and left without a second thought. No arguing, no rebuttal. No anger, no regret. Jifeng clenched her fists and pounded the cotton, the frustration of having nowhere to strike again engulfing her. Under Shilu's watchful gaze, she also bowed, symbolizing her acknowledgement of the supreme authority the game referee held in the Chaos Tower World competition from this moment forward. This was an ironclad rule etched deep within the puppet's heart. The referee possessed the right to interpret the game's progress. Unless the Overlord appeared, she was the supreme embodiment of maintaining the game's fairness and impartiality. The 3 domes are far more than just 3 domes. The number of players is far beyond your imagination. Candlelight, you will ultimately belong to me. Consciousness returned to the starry world he controlled, and Qin Xiaoyu swallowed hard. Gazing at Candlelight's retreating figure, he hesitated, unable to speak. Notify the boundary between reality and illusion, she said softly. Once everyone was present, Candlelight calmly described what had just happened. The sheer volume of information left everyone bewildered, exchanging bewildered glances. There were too many confusing points. They didn't know where to begin asking questions. Jiang He spoke first. What exactly is the Chaos Tower world? Candlelight clasped his hands together, then slowly opened them. The illusory image in his palms expanded, revealing the ever-changing nest of puppet masters. You already witnessed its power, arranging and combining countless puppets to create a vast array of possibilities, forming different combat forces. The Chaos Tower world is similar to it. Each level is a small world. It might have the same game style as the existing Proof of the Stars, realistic yet less focused on numerical values, or perhaps, more focused on numerical values and more game-like. The styles are quite different. French fries? Fries whispered Rogue. Candlelight nodded. I don't mind if you try to help us understand it this way, but it will make the presentation more complex. She paused, then continued, because the tower world is prefixed with chaos, the connections between floors will be weak, and some obtainable items may become useless due to reduced relevance. Players need to focus purely on clearing levels, solving one unrelated, individual level after another. The conditions for clearing each floor are different and varied, requiring players to explore them. The jailer raised his hand. How many floors are there? I don't know. Huh? Candlelight sighed. The tower world generates at least 24 floors, with an unknown upper limit. Bed was confused. So, of the two conditions for clearing the level, only the first one is actually feasible. From a probability and expectation standpoint, yes. Jianghe then asked, what are the points mentioned in the completion conditions? Candlelight replied solemnly, as the referee, Shilu will adjust the point coefficients based on various factors to balance the point acquisition values. In each world, the points of the top 500 teams will be calculated and tallied. The higher the ranking on the leaderboard, the higher the point gain for the world at the end of the match. Hidden point bonuses are unknown until the end of the match. The only thing known is the point score. A special leaderboard displays it within the game. The four primitives swallowed hard. That sounds complicated, and it really tests your mental fortitude. Hidden point bonuses mean that simply looking at the leaderboard is useless. No one knows what will happen at the end of the match. All players can do is try their best to earn more points, complete more tasks, solve more events, increase hidden stats, strive for the top, and maintain their ranking. For unsuspecting players, the pressure shouldn't be too great. At most, they lose rewards. But for us, the jailer's heart pounded. Jianghe took a deep breath and clenched his fist. Take first place, become the undisputed T0, our destiny is in our hands. I believe that since the game master designed it this way, it means the benefits of the top-ranked guild's points bonus are unparalleled. If other guilds on our leaderboard don't have high points, and their bonuses aren't high, then we fight harder. 10,000 points isn't enough, then 100,000. 100,000 isn't enough, then 1 million. Fries licked his lips. That's right, if killing one more person doesn't win, kill two. If two don't win, then kill them all. Kill them all. And even when our teammates are lying on the ground, we can hear the victory celebration music. In this situation, Zhong Zemo really wanted to chime in with a husband and wife in harmony, but hearing his wife start speaking up, he wisely kept quiet. Agreed. Agreed. With great responsibility comes great responsibility. This is how our T0 guild should be. The atmosphere is contagious. The jailer, who was initially a little apprehensive, suddenly felt that if he went down and started attacking the opposing team, he could easily kill several players. Strange, why is it not? Sigh, I guess I've been playing too much Necromancer. Summons have gotten into my head. The bold words brought a smile to Candlelight's face. She couldn't help but cover her mouth, saying with satisfaction, I believe in you, from the very beginning. Therefore, the two rules I added are tailor-made for you. Allow players to save their existing equipment and enter the Chaos Tower world looking at the three normally functioning worlds. The equipment and item accumulation in the reality/virtual boundary is astonishing. This is an advantage they built up through a frenzied snowballing since the server's launch, unshakable by anyone. The guild system can still operate in the Chaos Tower world among the three worlds. Very few guild strongholds can maintain their existence. Even fewer can be as strengthened and modified as the reality/virtual boundary, making it as impregnable as it is now. Not to mention the various NPCs within the guilds, and the enhanced puppets, their presence also contributes to the reality/virtual boundary's chances of victory. A heavy sense of responsibility weighs on the shoulders of everyone in the reality/virtual boundary. The Candlelight entrusts its own survival to them, without reservation. I know Jifeng could guess my choice, but I didn't change it, Candlelight emphasized, because I believe. That's the biggest difference between her and me. Candlelight pressed her hand to her chest. I'm willing, and I dare to believe. For this trust, I'm willing to gamble everything I have. Everything I, as a puppet, can offer. You will win. The players of this world will win. You can definitely do it. You can take the Three Realms land back from Jifeng. You will end the deception and manipulation of fate by innocent players in the Three Realms land. Everyone's bodies were truly aroused. Being unconditionally believed in, being given an unparalleled sense of mission, made that heroic spirit in their chests soar to the sky. French Fries felt that releasing Bloodlust Frenzy at this moment would have power beyond usual. After everyone calmed down a bit, Candlelight began to recount the little tricks Jifeng had used within the rules. You might find the first 3 levels very difficult after entering the tower world. Under the level suppression stat, higher level units have a significant advantage over lower level units. And Weaver Wind exploited a loophole in the rules. Once they enter the game, they will most likely have a level advantage. Chapter 326. The referee seals player data, the duration depending on the amount of data. This brief window gives Jifeng room to maneuver. Players in the Three Realms may have received hints from her agents to conquer some special, experience-rich dungeons, without taking the final reward from any of them, until she gives the order. Jiang He understood. Experience capping. Fries asked, puzzled, but our levels have a cap. Once we reach the cap, experience stops increasing. The Tower World level cap is 50, Candlelight said. When she Lucille's data, she gradually transforms into a Tower World referee. Therefore the data she stores will also be tagged with the Tower World. The probability of success and failure is 50/50ths, but given the base number, there will always be lucky ones. Orange Tea panicked. As the referee, Lu should realize this, right? Shouldn't she be punished? Unfortunately, I don't think so, Candlelight sighed. This isn't cheating, so it can't be punished by the rules, only by morality. And Weaving Wind? She has no morality. If we're going to trace it back, we can only blame myself for losing this part of my memory. I dragged you all down with me, and this world. The jailer, still straightforward, grumbled, what does this have to do with you? Your lordship can leave such a loophole, he's a god. Before he could finish the word human, Orange Tea quickly covered his mouth, a layer of white sweat already beading on his forehead. Candlelight wasn't angry, instead, he chuckled. The lordship won't mind. This piqued everyone's curiosity. From Candlelight's words, the lordship's kind and gentle image was already deeply ingrained in everyone's minds. The question arises. Jiang He asked curiously. What kind of remarks would the overlord mind? Candlelight pursed her lips, slightly raised her head, and gazed at the sky for a long while before murmuring. Since my birth, serving my master, I have never heard the overlord show anger. According to my master, the last time he vented his anger was on the lowly. If the description is true, it's no wonder the lowly one is included in the game, forever subjected to being whipped, if the overlord could force the good-natured Candlelight to issue an extermination order. However, if you criticize the overlord in front of his creations, you might be quite shocked. Creations? Jailer Bro looked completely bewildered. Orange Tea reminded him. The flesh priests. Jailer Bro immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Why is it that the overlord, with such a good temper, has subordinates who are all inhuman lunatics? Shouldn't the creation's personalities be like pets, following their masters? The topic was steered back on track by Candlelight. Debating whether there are loopholes or not is pointless. The problem exists, and there's only one solution left for the boundary between the virtual and real worlds, to face the challenge head-on. The four primal bodies joked. The responsibility has become even heavier. The number of deaths under Rule 2 of Wind Weaving is understandable, automatic elimination after exhausting one's qualifications. Candlelight believes this isn't a problem for the boundary between the virtual and real worlds, because there are ways to increase the number of qualifications within the Tower world. The core issue is Rule 3. Players' playtime in the Chaos Tower world is unlimited. What does that mean? You get 6 hours, they get 9 hours, Candlelight said. 9 hours is the maximum playtime we can decide. Therefore, players in the 3 realms have more time to experiment. Jiang He facepalmed. He could laugh off Jifeng's other tricks, but facing the 3 realms land, where the average game time was undoubtedly longer, he felt a chill run down his spine. The jailer asked blankly, can't we just increase the game time? Candlelight replied, yes, but I must respect the ideas of the world's leaders. This involves economic and social issues, far more complex than you think. The jailer suddenly understood. Right, players with the star-proof device are unlikely to choose other forms of entertainment. Increased game time means they go home and sleep immediately. For individual players, this is incredibly enjoyable, but a large player base making the same choice inevitably causes unnecessary turmoil and disruption. The 3 realms land is dominated by various scattered forces. It's a cultivation world without a powerful central authority, each acting independently. They inherently have fewer concerns than worlds with stable order. Jifeng only needs to guide them into dreams to conquer cities and fortresses in the game, while Candlelight has much more to consider and weigh. Those who can play the proof of the stars are basically extraordinary beings, never lacking food or drink. They can stay home and dream, not doing any productive work, as countless ordinary people will do everything for them. These two have completely different attitudes towards the civilization of their world. Jiang He swallowed hard. Disgusting. Although it's supposed to be a competition in the game, Jifeng had no intention of a fair fight. Her cunning and cheating were unmistakable, scheming both inside and outside the game. Seeing the indignant expressions on the boundary between the virtual and real worlds, she laughed. Don't make that face. Imagine encountering someone cheating and spying in a game. If she still couldn't win, what would you do? Jiang He clenched his fist, type in the public chat, or use voice chat if possible. Send sincere greetings to him and his family, centering on his lineage. Zhong Zimo abandoned his refined demeanor. What else can we do? We can only wish him a swift death, so he can reunite with his parents in heaven who are helping us with our online activities. Candlelight chuckled, covering her mouth, then looked forward to that day. I leave weaving wind for you to enjoy. Right now, all you need to do is stay calm and not get angry. I handle things. You just need to focus on playing the game and enjoy everything in life and the game world. French Fries had once speculated that the master behind Candlelight was actually a bewitching evil god, and those flesh and blood creations reflected its true nature. But Candlelight's actions made her involuntarily believe that the paradise Candlelight described truly existed deep within the vast universe. After explaining some details, the boundary between reality and illusion temporarily disappeared. Candlelight also set off to find the enamel mug chatting with players in the Fragrant Wind City Square. 1 leads to 2, 2 leads to 3. The enamel mug, initially reluctant to enter the game, had become a regular player due to the allure of the boundary between reality and illusion. The walkthrough videos for the boundary between reality and illusion hadn't been shown in a long time. He missed the grand spectacle of the Wanderer's paradise. This long period of rest and recuperation allowed the enamel mug to seek new pleasures. He frequented the bars and plazas of Fragrant Breeze City, observing players from all walks of life from different countries, occasionally striking up conversations with them. Older and less interested in conflict, he was a pure scenery enthusiast, a life-oriented player. When found, the enamel mug was leisurely sipping wine from a tavern, a broad smile on his face, basking in the warm sunshine. Candlelight revealed the purpose of his visit. Since the World Championship has been cancelled, I will be hosting a similar competition in the game. At the same time, to reward players, I will add an option to award game time. Players who receive the reward will gain 1 to 3 hours of additional game time each day. The event will last for 3 months. Enamel Cup frowned upon hearing this, remained silent for a long time, then his brow gradually relaxed, and he nodded slightly. Candlelight was merely informing him, but clearly intended to hear his feedback, a respect that Enamel Cup appreciated. It was only a short-term change. He believed the other leaders would react similarly. When will the announcement be made? Tonight? So soon? Enamel Cup was taken aback. When does the event start? 7 days later. Enamel Cup was stunned again. There had been no warning. He hesitated, then tentatively spoke. As I said before, what we can get from the World Championship. If we win this event, I keep my word. The Enamel Cup, oblivious to the oddity in those few words, felt a renewed surge of anticipation. Candlelight conjured a roast duck out of thin air, and handed it to Chen Xiaoyu, who was drooling over the food the players were eating in the distance. Then suddenly asked, "Are you still following the boundary between virtual and real worlds? I've been watching the videos, but they've been too quiet lately." Candlelight's lips curled into a smile. They won't be so quiet tomorrow. They're going to do a live stream. A game live stream? A product live stream. The Enamel Cup naturally exclaimed, "Ah." Candlelight led the Enamel Cup into a godlike perspective, finding the group of jailers in another world, soaking in the Fragrant Wind City Square, introducing tomorrow's live stream to players from all over the world. The much-anticipated live streaming sales segment is finally here. Want to see us fail? If you do, you're in the right place. Tune in to the official virtual reality Boundary account's live stream tomorrow at noon. The jailer's unique way of introducing the product was truly hilarious. Enamel Cup asked, "What are they selling?" "Fruit," Chen Xiaoyu emphasized. "Fruit that's been forced to sell at a low price." Hearing this, Enamel Cup, who had been amused by the jailer's sales pitch, narrowed his eyes slightly. Where did they get their supplies? The orange tea is from a nearby town. They had a lot of unsold stock this year, and they wanted to do what they could, but they didn't make much money. Enamel Cup's expression softened further, and he asked again, "Can they control the quality?" The jailer's family is helping, and he personally oversees the quality control, so there shouldn't be any problems. Watching virtual reality Boundary mobilize and promote their products energetically, Enamel Cup suddenly burst into laughter. Young people want to do something meaningful for themselves, for society, and for farmers. We elders should also do our part. The enamel mug floated on the breeze. Xiaoyu, could you tell them to pre-order 100 Gene 50 caddies? With the year-end approaching, it would be a good choice whether to keep it for themselves or give it to old friends. Chapter 327. After a night of a game promotion, players who had been closely following the dynamics of the virtual real Boundary were basically aware of the product promotion. After logging off, Jianghe's immediately updated status was flooded with inquiries about the existence of T-God's blessed lucky bags. Jianghe couldn't quite understand this kind of thinking. Did they really need lucky bags just to buy fruit? The more questions she received, the more curious she became. Were they just joking around or genuinely interested? Jianghe, with his wide social circle, looked around and discovered. Oh no, they really want them. Orange Tea, on her way home, saw the message in the car. She tilted her head, staring at her phone. Huh? The Guild War lottery video that made Orange Tea famous has now garnered 12 million views. A veritable cyber temple, with incense burning daily. This pragmatic don't worry about whether it works or not. Just believe a little mentality meant that every now and then, new prayers would appear, occasionally interspersed with replies of fulfilling vows. Good fortune, the most unassuming attribute. In the courtyard of the two-story house in the tea god's hometown, the spotless ground was once again sprinkled and swept by Orange Tea's parents. Outside the stone brick wall, a large crowd thronged, too many strangers present, and the big yellow dog in the yard howled. After being thoroughly thrashed by Orange Tea's father, he wagged his tail and lay down with a soft woof. Young people and elderly people from several nearby villages, who had stayed in their hometowns instead of going out to work, had all come. They whispered among themselves, discussing the matter. Some were talking about live streaming sales. They were both hopeful and apprehensive about whether live streaming could solve their sales problems. Most of the elderly didn't understand what the game Proof of the Stars was. If the younger generation hadn't explained it to them, they would have had a hard time grasping the immense influence a gamer could have. Some people envied Orange Tea's parents' good fortune. Their child was inexplicably successful, excelling academically, and becoming a celebrity shortly after the start of the school year. It seemed unlikely they stay in the village much longer. It was only a matter of time before the child took his parents away to enjoy a comfortable life. Excuse me. Orange Tea struggled through the crowd. Her usually quiet house was now surrounded by people who had come to see what was happening. She squeezed forward for a while, before finally managing to escape through the throng. The gate opened and closed, and as soon as Orange Tea entered the yard, the big dog bared its teeth and howled. It grabbed her head and rubbed it vigorously, its tail spinning like a propeller. Seeing the jailer and his brother piling up the best pomelos into a magnificent little mountain, Orange Tea quickly went to help. Where are my parents? She wondered. Not welcoming or helping guests wasn't their style. The jailer, working hard, explained, I told them to rest. We're about to start the broadcast anyway, no need for the uncles and aunties to get tired. Yuan retorted, you're so good at socializing, yet you always make your family so angry. After completing the final software and machine adjustments and successfully testing the stream, Orange Tea quickly settled into her role, mascot. For some reason, everyone had a great enthusiasm for the fruit from Orange Tea's hometown, as if buying it would indirectly bring her blessings. Before the live stream even started, the official account's live stream room was already packed with people. 10,000 people watched the black screen live stream, chatting enthusiastically in the chat. No need for a host, the chat itself created the entertainment. Yuan, holding a prepared script, stood behind the camera, quietly providing off-site support, completely giving her place to the two main streamers. At midnight, the live stream started. The black screen became a picture, and at that moment, the barrage of comments from the players, who had been lurking, almost crashed the live stream. Without saying a word, Jailer Bro had to get close to the screen, squinting to see what the dense barrage of comments was saying. We're here to see the Tea God, who are you? Tea God, my Tea God. Tea Gate. More exciting and hot content, please add V. The barrage exploded, and Jianghe and Fries, who were remotely monitoring, were busy. First, kill Oatmeal Bro. The prepared script was momentarily interrupted by the overly explosive opening. Jailer Bro forgot his lines. Yuan quickly grabbed a script. But seeing the screen full of comments, Jailer Bro had a new idea. These were all internet surfing experts. It wasn't a commercial order with strict requirements. Forcing some stiff, formulaic lines would only make the viewers feel bored. Since it's a live stream, interaction is definitely the priority. Selling all the fruit is a successful sales event. Tea Goddess, they want to hear you speak. Huh? This completely unexpected arrangement left Tea Goddess bewildered. She smoothed her hair, which had become messy from the crowd, still clutching a half-open pomelo in her hand. What do you want me to say? Taking advantage of the still brewing chat, the Jailer brother seized the opportunity to clarify the theme of the Virtual Real Boundaries Agricultural Assistance Program. For this, the Virtual Real Boundary only earned 100 gene of fruit per person, without charging a single extra penny. Pomelo lovers are disgusting? She saw many comments on the screen saying this, and couldn't help but repeat it aloud. Orange Tea looked at the pomelo in her hand, puzzled, and said, Don't you guys like pomelos? But our pomelos here are delicious. A series of question marks flashed across the screen. The pomelo fan is here, run. Hello everyone, I'm an orange fan. Yes, I'm a lily fan. Orange tea, unable to understand, panicked. These internet veterans were bullying the newbie. Jailer Bro quickly regained control. Let me see. Can Tea Goddess break a pomelo with her bare hands? Jailer Bro turned to Orange Tea. Tea Goddess, my commenter is asking you a question, can you? More question marks appeared on the screen. Making up comments, huh? Jailer Bro is shameless. Who asked you? Orange Tea couldn't see any of this. She found a perfect, brightly colored pomelo and rubbed her hands together. With just a little effort, she embedded her fingers into the peel, penetrated deep into the flesh, and with a forceful pull, the pomelo split in two. A few seconds later, Jianghe detected a large number of donation messages. He couldn't help but cover his forehead. The live stream veered off course into a bizarre talent show segment. Looking at my face, wouldn't anyone not want to eat a couple of bites? That's a miracle. To be fair, the jailer, who's been consistently working out, isn't fat anymore. His extensive surfing experience finally came in handy, and he nonchalantly joked about it. Bro, you're just eating pork head meat plain? Can you order some fruit to enjoy after your meal? The moment he finished speaking, the order data suddenly surged. Sales of oranges at 30 yuan for 10 jin, 5 caddies, were impressive. Also climbing the sales charts was the pomelo that Orange Tea was eating. She instinctively handed a peeled, ready-to-eat pomelo segment to the jailer, who was arguing with the chat. After the chat was flooded with question marks, pomelo orders skyrocketed. The initial 23,000 jin, 11,500 caddies, of fruit was completely sold out in just over 10 minutes. The jailer was sweating in front of the camera because the chat was full of comments asking why they couldn't place an order. This was their first time live streaming sales, and everyone at the virtual reality boundary lacked a basic understanding of monetization. Jianghe had initially thought of stocking less to create an illusion of scarcity, but now it seemed unnecessary. After restocking, pomelo sales skyrocketed. Poor oranges, because the jailer hadn't mentioned them much during his interactions with Orange Tea, were only bought as a bonus by some players when they were adding items to their carts. Suddenly, the chat started flooded with content completely unrelated to the live stream. Virtual Reality Boundary will definitely participate in this competition, right? The new World Championship is coming. The jailer immediately realized that Candlelight had updated the competition information. Chaos descends, who will be number 1 in the world. The official announcement title instantly piqued the players' curiosity and enthusiasm. After browsing the details, the StarCraft players were even more agitated. The Chaos Tower World, a brand new region, can be seen as the first limited-time event location for the Proof of the Stars, or as a variation of the postponed World Championship. It features a built-in leaderboard, accessible to everyone in real time. Server-wide competition, with the highest score winning. Top-ranked players not only receive generous in-game rewards, but also have the opportunity to share in the profits, becoming true winners. The title Chaos Tower World Competition feels even more significant after a detailed understanding of its content. It seems the official team deliberately brought to the forefront that topic that has been hotly debated by players countless times. Who is the strongest guild in the Proof of the Stars, representing the highest level of skill in the game? After the Temple of the Clarifier was conquered by the boundary between reality and illusion, the answer was undisputed. However, the end of the Temple of the Clarifier also means that there is no longer a track to challenge the boundary between reality and illusion, leaving countless guilds, who have been striving to take its place still holding their breath. Now, the opportunity is before everyone. In the Chaos Tower world, let's compete. Any guild that feels the boundary between reality and illusion isn't worthy of being T0 can launch an attack on them for 3 months. Jailer, are you feeling the pressure? Jailer chuckled. Pressure? Us? He shrugged. Are you underestimating the boundary between reality? Orange Tea deliberately stepped in front of the camera to emphasize. We're definitely number 1, definitely. If Jailer had said the same thing, many viewers in the chat would have been eager to engage in a heated discussion. But if it was T-God is right. The boundary between reality is number 1, it's T0. Anyone who disagrees with T-God will have their head smashed. T-Clan. Orange Tea felt she had grasped a trick. She stared intently at the screen and said softly, every piece of fruit you buy enriches the New Year's Eve dinner table of the farmers in the towns, and it's also the greatest encouragement to the boundary between reality. Jailer interjected at the opportune moment. Let me add something. This is basically another form of the World Championship. Don't you all want to see the Chinese server at the top of the leaderboard, representing the boundary between virtual and real. Give us some points, give us some points, give us some points. Every penny you spend on in-game purchases will be our motivation to reach the top. Give us some points, give us some points. We work hard to write more and better free guides. Jianghe, far away in Guangzhou, watched helplessly as the back-end data exploded. The inventory balance he had just entered was instantly wiped out. Such beautiful numbers. Chapter 328. The live stream had just ended when the jailer hurriedly inquired about the data from Jianghe. Zika, standing nearby, was also anxious. Her fellow villagers, just a wall away, were waiting for good news, and she was worried the expected figures wouldn't be ideal. Sales reached 2.17 million, Jianghe said. All sold out. You need to find a way to make up the shortfall, but I think it shouldn't be a problem. Zika's parents had originally instructed her to prioritize their own village when shipping, since they all saw each other frequently. Upon hearing the results, she immediately felt her perspective was too narrow. In just 1 hour of live streaming, the inventory that had been pressured by buyers to sell at a low price was completely cleared out. After sharing the good news with the villagers, the waiting fruit farmers cheered and wouldn't let Zika's parents leave, insisting that she appear so they could properly thank her. Reluctantly, Zika had to show up. The jailer didn't join the fun. He sat in his chair, leisurely sipping his cola. Drink less soda, you're exercising, Yuan cautioned. The jailer spun the bottle and chuckled, sugar-free. The infectious laughter outside the wall made him feel refreshed, knowing he'd done something meaningful. Yuan then reminded him, it's not over yet. Selling the goods is just the beginning. Quality control during shipping is paramount. You don't want your reputation ruined, do you? I know. I stay here until it's all over, the jailer emphasized. Later, I talk to everyone about working day and night, packing and shipping. I personally subsidize your overtime bonus, okay? A smile broke out on Yuan's serious face. You know, if you want to do something, you can do it well. The jailer pulled up a swivel chair and sat down in front of his older brother. If you hadn't meticulously listed all the things I needed to do and made me follow the steps, I'd probably be completely overwhelmed. In the end, it's you who's really capable, brother. It's just that you lack practice. While you were lazing around in the house day and night for the past few years, I was seriously working with Dad, Yuan sighed. The jailer clutched his head. Stop cursing, stop cursing. Brother, you're destined to inherit the family business, so just let me coast along. Shouldn't you be happy that I'm not competing? Yuan slapped him on the head, annoyed. He never learned how to talk. Orange Tea suddenly returned to the courtyard. Hey jailer, come on, it's time to eat. Jailer's eyes lit up. Out to eat? Any good farmhouse restaurants around here? Zhu Zicha shook her head. Large pot meals, please. Zhu Zicha's parents had thought things through. Regardless of the final outcome, Jailer had come all this way to help, so they couldn't leave empty-handed. They hired a chef specializing in preparing banquets in the village early on. The chef had been busy in the village square since their live stream began. Now that the job was done and good news was pouring in, the banquet naturally turned into a victory celebration. Jiang He and the others, who were far away, couldn't attend, so Jailer naturally became the guild's representative. The fruit farmers who had been waiting outside the courtyard greeted him politely, and with smiles, some he knew, some he didn't. He only taken a few steps when all sorts of cigarette boxes were offered to him, with many offering cigarettes and lighters. The jailer doesn't smoke or drink. Hearing this, those around couldn't help but praise him, calling him well-behaved. Self-disciplined, well-behaved, truly promising, much better than our kids. If my kid were half as successful as him, I'd be laughing in my sleep. No wonder he's a celebrity. He even makes a name for himself playing games. No smoking, no drinking, his brain is just sharper. The jailer couldn't believe that words like self-disciplined, well-behaved, and promising could be used to describe him. Just a few months ago, at the Yuan family's gathering, he was the main target of criticism. Even after his comeback, some still felt it was due to the support of others in the guild, not his own ability. These privileges had always belonged to his older brother. Suddenly they were his. The jailer felt a warm glow throughout his body, as if a current of energy was coursing through his limbs, sending an uncontrollable surge of pleasure straight to the top of his head. It was like gulping down a carbonated drink after a workout on a hot summer day. Yuan watched, smiling, and took 2 steps back, letting him show off to his heart's content. A dozen tables filled the small square, each covered with a layer of red plastic sheeting as placemats, and cigarettes, alcohol, and drinks weighed down. It was a rural banquet, with one table finishing before the next. The chefs were mostly renowned for their skills in the surrounding area. Their culinary expertise might not rival that of a hotel chef, but when it came to large-scale cooking, they were absolutely top-notch. Moreover, these chefs generally didn't have to worry about the ingredients. Freshness was their priority. A reputation for cheating or dishonesty would be ruined, and they never get another order. Rural areas have their own mechanisms for correcting mistakes. There weren't many unnecessary formalities. Once seated, the meal began. Besides the village chief and village party secretary, the group at the jailer's table consisted mostly of teachers from the village. Knowing that the young people didn't smoke or drink, and worried that the enthusiastic villagers might have a few drinks and then insist on toasting them, ruining the pleasant atmosphere, they stayed with them throughout the meal, preventing any potential unpleasantness. They even specifically emphasized before the meal, eating is the priority. Please put out your cigarettes, afraid that the smell of smoke would bother their side. While enjoying the delicious fish belly, the jailer couldn't help but remind everyone the orders are huge, and everyone needs to work overtime to pack them. I have a few red envelopes here. Could you all help me supervise? I also give those working overtime a tea allowance tonight. The village chief quickly assured him, I definitely help coordinate that. As for the red envelopes, please keep them. If you still want to negotiate, it's disrespectful. Seeing the other party's firm attitude, the jailer didn't press the issue. We guarantee quality and quantity. We're using the guild's reputation to help everyone. Besides considering the oranges and Sumion sake, we're genuinely helping farmers. The village primary school principal poured himself half a glass and drank it all in one gulp. He assured him, don't worry. We pick out the bad or substandard fruit and find our own ways to sell them. Everything will be shipped according to the pre-arranged specifications. We absolutely won't make things difficult for you. To put it bluntly, who would dare do that? If you don't want to come back next year, people will talk behind your back for the rest of your lives. As a native of Guangdong, this was the promise the jailer wanted. The countryside has its own rules. Compared to the city, it values personal relationships and interactions more. Its binding force is stronger than laws and morals. The principal's words set the tone for this collaboration. If the collaboration goes well, I think the rest of the guild would have no objection to coming again next year for Sumion, the jailer said, then jokingly added, who wouldn't want more delicious fruit at home before the new year, without having to spend their own money? The principal quickly replied, as long as you're still willing to come, the guild will cover all the fruit for the new year. What's the harm? I take that seriously. Everyone burst into laughter. Yuan thought to himself, this guy is so eloquent, so smooth. The jailer suddenly turned the conversation to orange tea. Sumion, didn't you have something you wanted to mention before you came? Say it now. Hearing this, everyone at the table looked over. There are countless ways to help farmers on the virtual real border. They traveled all this way just to show their support for orange tea. Everyone knows that. After the new year, I might take my parents to the city, and the old house might. Before orange tea could finish, everyone at the table understood. Don't worry, we arranged for someone to clean it regularly, and keep it in its original state. Someone will also help feed your free-range chickens and ducks. We guarantee the house will be spotless when you come back. Not only that, the principal thoughtfully inquired whether the old house needed renovation, mentioning land deeds and other related matters in the conversation, as if a few casual words would open the door to a fast track. A burst of laughter interrupted the conversation at the table. The jailer looked over and saw that it was Orange Tea's parents. He and Orange Tea neither smoked nor drank, so they naturally became the recipients of the toasts. Many people came forward with red envelopes, their eyes reddening as they spoke. The boundary between online and offline sales is casually described as a simple act, but for fruit farmers, who have been busy for most of the year, whether they contract fields or grow fruit on their own land to earn extra income, even small price fluctuations have a huge impact on their lives. Without a respected figure to anchor the table, the line of people standing in front of jailer and the orange tea vendor saying, I finish mine, you can do as you please, could stretch all the way to the end of the square and around the corner. The topics at the dinner table always came one after another, with abrupt transitions. 1 second everyone might be discussing the year's harvest and fruit sales, gossiping about whose child was doing well, and the next second the conversation would be about themselves. By the way, does Xiao Yuan have a girlfriend yet? Jailer didn't use a socially awkward ID to introduce himself here. Being called Jailer wasn't too bothersome for him, but the thought of young people filming him and posting it online, that image was too much to bear. The jailer frankly admitted, no, who would want someone like me? It wasn't self-deprecation, After the relentless interrogation by Jiang He and Zhong Zimo, he deeply realized his own eccentricity. With his absurdly high standards for a partner, finding someone was truly a miracle. Unless he was reincarnated into the Anna world. Strange, why did they only ask once and then stop? According to the procedures he was familiar with, shouldn't they be advising young people to start preparing early, and that he, with his youthful promise, should be starting to consider important life matters? They weren't following the script, they were all smiles. What were they smiling about? Chapter 329. Human joys and sorrows are not shared. While the jailer, Brother Orange Tea, enjoyed the villagers' warm hospitality, far away in the three realms, within the stargazing sect, Li Furan bowed twice before the wall covered with the sect elder's tokens. His forehead was bruised and purple, with faint traces of blood visible. Heaven and earth, witness my heart, he said, his voice strong and resonant. After 3 bows, Li Furan withdrew from the incense-filled prayer hall and gently closed the door. His once straight back seemed to have hunched slightly. Inside the sect's main hall, more than 10 core disciples of the stargazing sect all turned their gazes towards him upon his return. The sudden upheaval of the past had led to the stargazing sect's dispersal and escape. Learning that no annihilation had befallen them, disciples gradually returned. The once desolate mountain now had a few wisps of smoke rising again, but it was no longer the scene of its former glory. Li Furan, dressed in flowing blue robes, composed himself before his junior brothers and sisters. He possessed a touch of the senior disciple's seriousness, yet also a gentleness towards the younger generation. This balance of yin and yang was the result of the elders' and masters' earnest teachings. Li Furan did not consider himself the leader of the sect. Although the disciples who had sworn to follow him to the death that day urged him to take the position, he resolutely refused. Seeing his resolute attitude, they no longer insisted. Calling him senior disciple seemed affectionate, but it was merely a title, harmless in itself. Perhaps he simply liked being called that? The disciples of the star-gazing sect thought so. Junior sister Wu Sitong hesitated, glancing at 4 senior brother Wei Shen, who was carrying a wine jug, burping, spilling wine all over his robes, yet looking utterly content. After a sigh, she spoke. Senior brother, it's time to enter the scroll. Starting tonight, the time will be extended. We need to adapt in advance. Li Furan nodded. Then let's go. Wu Sitong walked out of the main hall and instructed the unqualified disciples to hang a special gilded inscription at the entrance of the mountain gate. Along the main path, she took out the same inscription and affixed it to the door. Weaving Wind Seal, a peace talisman bestowed by the immortal Weaving Wind. Those qualified to paint the dream scroll can hang the inscription high where they sleep. Anyone who dares to act recklessly will surely suffer the wrath of the immortal. No one knows where Weaving Wind comes from. She seems to be the will of the heavens and earth. She can summon wind and rain, her power enough to make anyone who witnesses her tremble. Those who know of her existence are all the elites of the 3 heavens. Seeing her is like seeing a god. How can a mortal body withstand the power of an immortal? Weaving Wind is the master of the dream scroll. All the new rulers of the 3 heavens bow before her. Guided by the immortal, they learned for the first time that the 3 realms were far more vast than they had imagined, and that brilliant civilizations had also been nurtured in those unexplored lands. These civilizations, without exception, had received the blessing of the Wind Weaver and gained the qualification to enter the game. 10 days ago, Li Furan, as the successor of the Stargazing sect, learned about the World Championship. The sect had fallen overnight, and Li Furan had a responsibility to revive it. Winning the World Championship and ranking among the top was the first step. Although he remained wary of the Wind Weaver Immortal, faced with absolute power, for the sake of his junior brothers and sisters and the sect, not thinking too much and letting things take their course was the right approach. The good news was that they were quite strong, thriving in the game, and had even reached the 9th level of the Clear God Temple's secret realm, although they hadn't made any further progress since. The bad news is that reaching level 9 of the Clarifier's realm only barely places one among the elite players. In-game players have concluded that to become a high-level player, one must at least clear level 9 and enter level 10 to interact with the terrifying High Lich Gore Crone and the Whisperer Naphiel. As for level 11, some players from the 3 realms have indeed reached it, and broken through the initial illusions to see the reality. The appearance of elemental lords, tearing apart the heavens, shattering the earth, igniting the air, and chilling to the bone, quickly extinguished the players' joy. Many were stuck, cursing the elemental lords' unreasonable difficulty. Li Furan had seen projections of challenging the elemental lords in the game. Their devastating power was enough to terrify anyone who faced them directly. Even knowing it's all an illusion, merely a game anomaly, when they truly rushed towards them like mountains, Who can suppress the heart pounding like a war drum, almost leaping out of their chest? Can anyone really get past level 11? This wasn't just Li Furan's question, but also the question of many players in the three realms. Perhaps the sudden game event a few days ago, requiring players to conquer special dungeons within a specified time and receive double rewards at a specific moment, was a disguised way of strengthening players' combat power to cope with the unreasonable difficulty? Li Furan led his fellow disciples through the bustling Fragrant Wind city square. Their goal for the day was to find a suitable craftsman to forge 2 gold-grade weapons for them. With the World Championship approaching, according to the rules, players could reuse their items and equipment, and everyone planned to strengthen their combat power in the final moments. Stargazing in silence. Oh, isn't this Li Furan from the Stargazing sect? It's been a long time. The sudden voice made everyone in the Stargazing sect stop in their tracks. They looked towards the source of the sarcastic voice, and saw more than 10 players of various races surrounding a half-dragon. The burly half-dragon, with the domineering name Annihilation of the Azure Sky above his head, strode arrogantly towards Li Furan. His character was very tall and muscular, so he bent down, his golden vertical pupils scrutinizing Li Furan's indifferent face. Li Furan, I heard that all the high-ranking members of your Stargazing sect have been wiped out. Is that true? The Stargazing sect is just an empty shell now, isn't it? Why don't you join our Immortal Ascension sect? With your talent, your future achievements might just rival mine. Li Furan's expression was cold, as if he were speaking to thin air. Extinction of the Azure Sky. Do you really think you can revive the Stargazing sect and make it rise again? Wake up! What kind of worthless wretch have returned to the sect these days? We've been secretly observing them. Your second and third junior brothers made the wise choice to join other sections. Why are you so stubborn? Those few scenic peaks of yours will eventually belong to others. Offering them up now, to secure a better status for yourself and your disciples is what a smart person should do. Li Furan raised his head. Finished? The icy tone left everyone speechless. Extinction of the Azure Sky paused for 2 seconds, his face filled with anger. I genuinely cared for you, but I was met with your cold shoulder. Do you really think anyone in the three realms still respects or fears the name of your Stargazing sect? With the Immortal Weaver seal removed, can you sleep soundly? Li Furan, radiating righteousness, replied, the sect leader and elders of the Stargazing sect all perished in the battle against the demons, dying for the sake of all living beings in this world. Why would I not sleep soundly? As for your immortal supporting sect, I heard that you emerged unscathed from this great chaos, suffering no losses. Li Furan laughed heartily. The Fuxian sect, which always claims to follow the righteous path, is less courageous than the heretical sects you despise. Weren't the heretical followers of the Black Cloud Temple and the Black Spirit Masters of the Ink Mountain sect the very targets of your past criticisms? Where was the Fuxian sect when they fought against the evil embryo of heaven and earth? The Fuxian sect? A worthless immortal sect. Nothing but hypocritical, deceitful charlatans. They dared to talk to me about sleeping in unease? My disciples of the Stargazing sect walk upright and sit straight, protected by the spirits of our ancestors. We can walk the darkest nights without fear of barking stray dogs. The fight drew the attention of the surrounding players. Regardless of their attitude towards the declining Stargazing sect, at least after Li Furan's powerful words, everyone looked at the Fuxian sect members as if they were watching a monkey show at a rural market. They were that monkey. The scales of the annihilating sky shimmered, muscles bulged. Someone behind him reminded him that private duels within the city would result in arrest by the Judgment Knights, which finally quelled his anger. Words are useless. The destruction of the Stargazing sect is only a matter of time. Even in this game, you're far inferior to me. You want to rise to power through the World Championship, don't you? The sky-piercing Annihilation whispered disdainfully in Li Furan's ear, you don't even know the true meaning of this competition, how foolish. With that, the people from the Immortal Ascension sect turned and left, bringing this farcical conflict to a close. Li Furan pondered the words of Annihilation of the Azure Sky, a strange feeling rising within him. The true meaning of the competition? Isn't it to select the strongest in the three realms? Urged by his junior sister, Li Furan snapped out of his reverie. Regardless, their immediate priority remained forging weapons. The World Championship was only a few days away, whatever the underlying reasons. Achieving a high ranking was paramount. The World Championship Preparation Group, after a long absence, began discussing the event itself. The sudden cancellation of the tournament after a long period of preparation, while still ensuring everyone received their share of the profits, left a lingering sense of something missing. Now, the World Championship returned in a new format. It no longer overemphasized national participation, but rather involve guilds and small teams. The time has come for everyone to show their skills. Sure. Look at the announcement. This World Championship will generate a massive number of AI opponents. Their data comes from players' past battle information, and their behavior patterns are incredibly close to real people. Wow, doesn't this mean we not only have to fight against normal players, but also against AI? Lafrecia, this is a crisis for AI. It would be hilarious if someone got repeatedly eliminated by the AI. The purple-haired old woman on the railcar. After studying the rules, it seems that dying in the first 3 levels won't lead to elimination, so after clearing the 3rd level, we can get stuck? Captain Jigun, got it, rebirth. I became the sword god of Shirley Slope in the Chaos Tower world. In my previous life, I led my team in a reckless advance, only to be utterly crushed by the AI, humiliatingly eliminated, missing the peak, and losing everything. Reborn, I will reclaim everything I lost. First step, kill 100,000 monsters while stuck, unlock the hidden class, and dominate the entire server. Huang Yameng, you're quite the storyteller. Here, take a pen, write a 100,000 word opening right now, I want to see it tonight. Jiangdong TV. Sister Ming, I saw a really cool ID yesterday, it's interesting and fits you perfectly. What ID? The ending of the Southern Liang dynasty is the Northern dynasty. Scarlet Music Box quickly stopped her from going off topic, endlessly grinding while stuck and waiting to get out of the mountain. I don't think that's realistic. Playing it that way, no one would be willing to risk going to the 4th level that leads to elimination. Kaiguan Jishur wondered, why haven't I seen anyone from the boundary between reality and illusion tonight? Just now. They just finished their live streaming sales, and are having a celebration party. They sold $1 million worth of fruit in one go, they probably make a lot of money. Wake up! That was all for Orange T's hometown. You really think they get a lot of commission? At least it's quite a spectacle. Even people who don't play games know about it. This afternoon, a reporter in our group was trying to get their contact information to do a report. Strange, now when I hear reporter, I feel like it's never a good thing. Same here. Jiang He and his group weren't enjoying the celebration party. Except for the 2 busy overseeing the fruit shipment, everyone else in the virtual reality boundary was already asleep. Other players' game time increases were given out through in-game lotteries, but knowing the inside story, it was just a simple favor for Candlelight. A week early, the virtual reality boundary began adapting to the gaming experience brought by 9 hours of restful sleep each day. Ilera was troubled, Mid was being trained by Ksha, the Slime King was hurting, and Insect Mist was fast asleep. To cover up the existence of the boundary between reality and illusion, Candlelight granted the guild 2 days of intrusion immunity and erased all traces of their current online activity. The guild members enjoyed temporary peace. Given that the boundary between reality and illusion had sued Dragon Knight and Whale in a Basin, and the proceedings were underway, both guilds backed down. Whale in a Basin even sent them a private message, admitting their mistake, hoping for forgiveness, and offering to provide screenshots as evidence of Dragon Knight instigating others to attack the boundary between reality and illusion. Jiang He didn't bother to reply, letting her rant. Even Watermelon Dumpling was smarter than her. Back when Dragon Knight was trying to create public opinion against the boundary between reality and illusion, she refused to participate and secretly sent the screenshots to Jiang He. Now she's come running to play the victim, only to find the tide has turned. I'm waiting for the court to give me a gold rush. That was Jiang He's reply. However, even after bidding farewell to the pure battle maniacs, and those with ulterior motives, tourists still flocked to the guild. Jiang He didn't know what was so fun about running in and being surrounded and beaten by the undead army, and having his stuff stolen by ghost hands, but some people were genuinely enjoying it. Truly a moment of captivating diversity among players. Sorry, I helped with the packing so late, I'm only logging in now. Jailer Bro and Orange Tea immediately offered a triple apology. Seeing everyone in the guild rummaging through their chests, pulling all sorts of materials to the center of the hall, he couldn't help but be curious. What are you guys doing? Jiang He explained while checking the panel, checking the inventory. Since the server opened, the items, equipment, and materials obtained from the boundary between reality and illusion had been constantly consumed and accumulated through gameplay, with many good items only used in strategy dungeons and gathering dust otherwise. Now that the World Championship was approaching, it was time to take a good look at what kind of resources everyone had accumulated during this time. Chapter 330. First, let's look at the most important hard currency in the game. Star Sand, 4 bottles. In the game, almost every transaction and negotiation, big or small, can yield huge benefits through Star Sand. Holding star sand also increases the probability of triggering special events. The boundary between reality and illusion has always been curious about what kind of story is hidden behind this item, designed so specially by the Overlord. As an amateur writer, I think it's possible it was just something done on a whim, without any deeper meaning. After all, many authors forget where they left foreshadowing while writing, and it's just a whim. Divine Forging Universal Material, 15 sets. Thanks to the Overlord's designed Easter egg level, after one run, plus all the previous accumulations, I have a plentiful supply of essential materials for forging the highest grade equipment in the game. Although 2 sets have already been destroyed by Elaravia. Blessing of the Stars, 6 plus 7 sets. A full health resurrection item, players automatically receive 1 set upon entering the game. The 7-person star blessing at the boundary between reality and illusion hadn't been used since entering the game, so the 6 supplies from the Easter egg level were a good way to replenish their inventory beforehand. According to Candlelight, there are special story floors in the Chaos Tower world where death doesn't directly consume a chance to use a blessing, but instead prompts whether to use it. Jianghe felt that in the Chaos Tower world, which is full of randomness, expecting low probability events was foolish, but it's always good to be prepared. Avatar Fragments, 185 pieces. The value of avatars is self-evident. Aside from the collective complaints, the Sun Shower Avatar revelation from the Temple of the Clarity is incredibly valuable for gluttons, like Kesha, who specialize in attacking aquatic creatures. Gloria's Golden Holy Word Avatar, effortlessly tanking the flesh and blood bone dragon in the Easter egg level, is still fresh in everyone's memory. To prepare for the Tower world, everyone has decided that Fries will choose the 3rd avatar. Fries didn't mince words. The importance of damage output has been proven time and again in dungeon runs. No need for poetic recitation here, she's the obvious choice. But she's still struggling to decide which of the 8 avatars to choose. They're just 15 points short of having a 4th avatar, leaving everyone on the edge of their seats. Like a game achievement collector staring at the last achievement that just won't light up. Candlelight mentioned that Tower World drops are divided into limited and non-limited items. Hopefully, the pure drawing light orbs aspect is still there. T-God, by your side. That's all for the rainbow materials and items. The next tier of gold materials, aside from universal material fragments and universal materials, these versatile forging items, are mostly used immediately upon acquisition, so stockpiles are limited. The only noteworthy items are the Guild Stronghold Collection, random, and the short-term anti-magic scroll obtained from the Easter egg level. There are 2 of each. T-God is unpacking online. Unmanned Workshop, a palm-sized, square, metallic gray workshop model with a simple color. Increases extra space in the Guild Stronghold. The Quilt hurriedly placed it, and the area of the first floor responsible for engaging enemies suddenly increased. The edge area slowly lit up on the map was basically the same size as the original first floor. Good stuff. The larger the area, the more traps can be set up in the stronghold, increasing the safety factor. Flesh in a box also palm-sized, inside a black wooden box. A tuft of dark red flesh worm the size of a finger joint is connected to the box itself, swaying slowly. Blood-soaked sustenance, the bizarre manifests. The item description wasn't a direct description of its effect. After a long silence, the group placed it next to the guild statue. Nothing happened. Judging from the description, it only works when someone dies inside the stronghold, French Fries mused. We can only hope someone comes to their death and reveals the secret to us. Jianghe thought of the monsters in the Easter egg level. Flesh and blood in a box, that name alone evoked the image of that overlord. The guild stronghold function could still be used even in the tower world. Increased collection and enhanced security were huge boosts for guild preparations. T-God's 2 moves were both steady and excellent, his performance as always. Hey, you guys don't know, tonight T-God and I played dice. Whoever got the highest number got to pack a box of fruit. Guess what? Jailer Bro proudly puffed out his chest. My win rate was a whopping 30%, almost 40%. Got it, he considered a small loss a victory, and he was quite happy about it. With the available items already tallied, everyone started chatting before sorting the equipment and checking character information. Betting couldn't help but ask, so who packs faster? The jailer replied, of course, Orange Tea. Me? You really think too highly of me. Orange Tea worked very quickly, her hands and feet deft, packing a box of fruit fast, steady, and precise. The jailer estimated that to achieve the same speed, his movements would have to be quite forceful, with bumps and knocks inevitable. Watching Orange Tea sweat profusely, and work with practiced skill, he suddenly understood Bedside's fondness for tan skin. It's definitely got some charm. I feel like I could expand into new areas for future commissioned articles. Since the boundary between reality and illusion entered its rest period, Nonya, who gained a friend status, has been a frequent visitor. Hearing that the boundary between reality and illusion was organizing its warehouse tonight in preparation for the World Championship, she immediately wanted to come and see for herself. As a result, her mouth never closed the entire time. Is this the foundation of AT0 Guild? Baskets of rainbow-grade materials, boxes of gold materials. The red-grade materials that other guilds treasure, and that ordinary players painstakingly pursue, are just leftover, moldy scraps hoarded in the boundary between reality and illusion's warehouse. The reason they haven't become consumable materials like green, white, and purple is simply because there's no need for them right now. Nonya felt like she had entered a treasure trove from a literary work, conforming to the stereotypical image of dragons. Here, there were mountains of glittering materials, gold and silver currencies that could rival a nation's wealth, and rare treasures were just a drop in the ocean of this treasure trove. For dragons, the value of currency is almost zero. Dragons are unlikely to be law-abiding citizens, entering city-states with currency and ordering merchants, "Give me 1,000 caddies of the finest meat." Their consumption needs can be met directly through violence. Therefore, hoarding massive amounts of currency is itself a demonstration of personal ability, the simplest and most direct way to showcase power. Besides forging, Ellerby would also leave the workshop for some fresh air and a change of pace. Equally interested in the inventory, she observed Nonya discussing dragon stereotypes with the four primals, praising the immense power of the boundary between reality and illusion. Her expression turned strange. Have her kind, those mad dragons, become the shameless now? She had only heard before that they liked to plunder libraries and hoard them in their lair. Later, I heard that more mad dragons developed a fondness for jade. Only 100 years have passed, and gold, silver, and copper are already common currencies. The rate of decline in taste is astonishing. It seems I be the last hope for the dragon race, Elaradia sighed. Under Jianghe's arrangement, everyone was fully equipped. I go first. He projected his character panel information into the air. Jianghe, Game ID Cyber Potato Race, Human. Level, 20. Avatar, Glutton. Mage/Warrior, Magic Warrior. Equipment, Tide Summoner A Fallen Star Siren, a rainbow-colored piece of equipment obtained in the final chapter of the Anna Rebellion questline, defaulting to full quality. Rising Tide, when the player casts a spell and is attacked, they accumulate Tide. Tide can be converted into a water elemental shield, water elemental magic, or dispersed in the air, converting into elemental power and magic that can be absorbed by allies. Word of Power, an individual blessed by the Fallen Star Siren, gaining temporary access to Word of Power through resonance with demonic scales. Channeling and channeling magic are converted to instant cast. Water Element Resistance, greatly increases the wearer's water elemental magic damage reduction. Weapon, 70 quality, red tier elemental heart short sword. Elemental Contamination, guides elemental flow in reverse upon attack, inflicting a continuous damage over time negative status effect on enemies. Immaculate Light, attacks are more lethal to undead and evil spirits, and have a chance to grant radiant protection. Preferred skills, magic shaping, backwater, spatial slash. Jianghe's stats have one major flaw, her weapon. The guild's main damage dealer, and most relied upon weapon, is surprisingly red. Nonya, who had been watching the guild replays, always thought that either Jianghe was hiding something, or his specialized weapon was so good that there was no need to change it. But now, she realized, it really wasn't. Wearing the game's first rainbow level set, Calling the Tide, he was wielding a short sword with pitiful effects. Obtained at the game's launch, with only 2 blessings due to the 70 quality limit, and lacking even the Swift Steps buff that the Reality Boundary faction so coveted. No wonder during actual combat, she always felt that Jianghe was a step behind, needing him to match his movements. It wasn't a misperception, he really was a step behind. Even if he was thinking the same thing, he needed to slow down to match Jianghe's speed. Most of the equipment worn by the Reality Boundary faction now wasn't obtained through forging, it was given as max quality upon completing quests. The concept of quality had long been absent from the guild, so the more Nonya looked at this weapon, the harder it was for her to crack a smile. If it weren't for the tie collar forcibly granting Jianghe a higher combat power ceiling, the Elemental Heart short sword would have been obsolete long ago. It can only be said that the tie collar brought the Elemental Heart short sword to a level it didn't belong to. The tie collar also changed Jianghe's attack habits. The vast and varied skills of a magic warrior, under the blessing of the tie collar, are condensed into the simple and brutal tie collar slash. At the very least, a mixed spatial slash, 2 slashes per second. What changed your output habits? The tie collar? Next, projected is fries. Lu Yanfei, Game ID, Original Flavor Fries Race, Forest Elf. Level, 20. Avatar, Pending. Warrior, Berserker. Equipment, Ferocious Lion, a golden set obtained from expanded dialogue during the Anna Rebellion events, used by Kurian before he became king. Ferocious Lion, increases resistance to abnormal statuses and defense while injured. Swift Steps, increases movement speed. Vitality, increases damage when uninjured and with a good shield value. Weapon, Raging Lion Sword. Raging Lion, when attacking, there is a chance to summon a phantom of a Raging Lion to assist in dealing damage. Mad Lion, increases resistance to abnormal statuses. When injured, the wielder receives a special blessing from the Mad Lion, attack speed, damage reduction, shield. Swift Steps, yes, kids, I'm still dealing damage. Frequently used skills, Bloodlust, Bloodshed, Spatial Slash, Desperate Strike, Mad Gift. The golden set triggers a rainbow set effect. This is the power of Emperor Kurian's armor, the combined might of the Raging Lion sword and the Ferocious Lion armor. As long as you don't open the equipment panel, based on the combat power shown by the average player, this set perfectly meets the definition of a top-tier set. The appearance of Spatial Slash among the frequently used skills is not surprising to Nongya. This special skill, obtained after defeating Dussel in the Great Snow Mountain Demonic Path, combines speed and power. Aside from its excessive stamina consumption, it's practically a perfect skill. No wonder it's a 9th-tier refined skill in the game's background story. The top-tier equipment and skills given by NPCs in this game, so far, are all genuine and of high quality. What an honest world, however, Nongya also confirmed a conjecture. In their daily gameplay outside of the video clips emitted from the boundary between reality and illusion, they don't actually use many skills. The basic skill sets for the 3 specialized classes, Warrior, Mage, and Believer, have quite a few versatile skills. Both large CS at the boundary between reality and illusion default to using only one skill, Desperate Measures, ignoring the others. Despite their struggle so far, the acquired fragments of Sage's memory seem to have had no effect on the number of their preferred skills. Their skill slots seem locked, they use what they like, what they love, and what they keep using. Nongya was unaware that Jianghe had actually asked Zhu a similar question. Assuming they choose to go to Anna after death, their knowledge, memories, and game information will be projected to Anna. Should they learn and train in using various spells beforehand, just in case? Zhu's answer was unexpected. There's a saying in your culture. Quality over quantity. Even my lord, in her daily training and combat, uses no more than 10 spells. She does possess a wide variety of spells, but her purpose in learning them is merely to understand the casting habits of spellcasters, making it easier to counter them. As far as I know, there are only 2 types of people who claim to have mastered a vast amount of magic and have perfect practical application skills. One type is a complete novice, who doesn't understand their own strength level, and the other is a mediocre fool, who has achieved some success, but is still just a half-baked amateur. The proof of the stars acts as a potential filter, slowly guiding each player towards their most suitable spells after they enter the game and choose a class. In a sense, the proof of the stars is an alternative sorting hat. It can slowly guide players based on their operating habits, uncovering the skills that players are truly suited to and proficient in. Whether players can discover and complete their class transition in this process depends on the individual. The successful creation of the Anna miracle at the boundary between illusion and reality, fulfilling the selection criteria, is largely due to when entering the game, everyone chose a class that best suited their personality and playstyle. It wasn't so much like choosing a class as finding a secret key to the world of Anna. Jianghe couldn't help but steal glances at Fries whenever he recalled that conversation. According to Candlelight, Fries chose Berserker not only because of the ability to fight to their heart's content, but also because of another very obvious class characteristic. His